man was simply leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. The next second, beep, target detected. All personnel on alert. Electromagnetic cannons ready. Special bombers ready. Assault forces ready. Kill. With the commander's order, a group of well-trained soldiers quickly surrounded a tall building. A swarm of military planes circled above the building, their dark gun barrels pointed uniformly at the man on the rooftop. Target surrounded. Please give instructions. Set all weapons to maximum power. Be ready for battle at any time. In the command room, a senior officer stared solemnly at the figure on the screen, his voice trembling slightly. And the source of all this is just one person, Yi Xingqian, the #1 ranked assassin in the world. He once single-handedly destroyed tens of thousands of elite units, and his abnormal abilities remain a nightmare for the world to this day. Just after Yi Xingqian dealt with the enemy in front of him, he suddenly felt dizzy, and the next second, he fell straight down from the 30th floor of the building. When Yi Xingqian opened his eyes again, he had arrived in another world. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Beep, target detected. Binding to target. Romance system successfully bound. At that very moment, someone called his name anxiously. Yi Xingqian. Yi Yingqian. Get up quickly. As he regained consciousness, Yi Xingqian immediately felt a sharp palm strike hurtling towards him. Alarmed, he snapped his eyes open, grabbed the fist that was swinging at him, spun around, and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the opponent to the ground. A loud clang followed, the sound of metal scraping against the ground. Just as Yi Xingqian subdued the man, a gasp of surprise erupted from the surrounding crowd. My God, am I seeing things? He's standing up? That Durant trash actually stood up. Wow, I thought it would be a crushing defeat, but it turned out differently. Amidst the surrounding commotion, Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. He ignored the whispers and looked down at his hands. Those weren't the hands he knew. His hands were scarred from years of fighting. But the hands before him were clean and delicate. This wasn't his body either. This body was too thin and weak. Combining the system voice that suddenly appeared in his mind with a black hole before he lost consciousness, Yi Xingqian quickly concluded that he had transmigrated into an unfamiliar body. Ding! Congratulations, host, on realizing you've transmigrated. Now, please strive to survive and pass the freshman selection. Only by passing the freshman selection can you see your wife. The unfamiliar voice rang out again, and before Yi Xingqian could respond, a flying kick came hurtling towards his face without warning. He immediately released his opponent and retreated. It was these few steps of retreat that made him frown deeply. Pain, excruciating pain. Just a few movements had left the body utterly exhausted. There was no doubt it was injured. A broken left leg, and varying degrees of trauma to the abdomen, back, and arms. And a fatal wound to the head. Damn, to be taken down by some nobody from some nobody star, what a disgrace. A contemptuous voice came from across the room, and Yi Xingqian raised his eyes. A young man in military uniform stood up from the ground, looking at him with an unfriendly expression. Brother Long, why waste words with this nobody? Beat him up and kick him out of the academy. That's right, young Master Long. Just one more hit. If we hit him again and clear out his combat points, this piece of trash will be completely out of the military academy. Below the arena, several students in the same uniform shouted hoarsely. As Yi Xingqian listened to those voices, his expression gradually turned cold. He hadn't heard the word trash in a long time. Although he didn't know the specifics, anyone who dared to say such things to him would have to pay the price. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, straightened his body, and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, held up 3 fingers at the boy in military uniform. Trash, get over here. I'll cripple you in 3 moves, understand? His extremely arrogant words instantly turned the other boy's face ashen. As soon as Yi Xingqian finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from below the stage. Holy crap, did I hear that right? A D-rank trash dares to say something like that to an S-rank genius? That's hilarious. Has Yi Xingqian lost his mind? Didn't you see his combat value is almost at its limit? 3 moves? Who does he think he is? Longsun's face grew increasingly grim. He clenched his fists, his muscles bulging with power, and his eyes flashed with intense, killing intent. He suddenly took a step forward, transforming into a blur, and pounced straight at Yi Xingqian. D. A disdainful voice came from above. Longsun grabbed Yi Xingqian's collar and slammed a hook into Yi Xingqian's lower abdomen. Damn, Yi Xingqian is finished. Those in the audience who knew martial arts couldn't help but curse when they saw this attack. Longson used at least 90% of his strength in that punch. With Yi Xingqian's frail body, he would be severely injured if not killed. However, the expected scream did not occur. Damn it! Exclamations rose and fell. Everyone saw Yi Xingqian block Long Tsin's uppercut with his bare hands. He sneered, and to Long Tsin's astonishment, he suddenly turned around and used the momentum to lift him high into the air. Bang! Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the arena. Long Tsin was kicked hard in the back of his knees slamming to the ground. Those nearby could even hear the sound of bones cracking. One move. The two cold words fell, but Yi Xingqian did not stop. He stepped on Long Tsin's arm, and his toes sank into the soft flesh where Long Tsin's forearm and forearm connected at an extremely tricky angle. Ah! A piercing pain instantly struck, and Long Tsin broke out in a cold sweat. Get out! He roared angrily, even trying to fight back, but Yi Xingqian didn't give him the chance at all. Two moves. Yi Xingqian's tone remained indifferent, yet he exuded the aura of a demon from hell, sharp and terrifying. A sense of dread inexplicably rose within Long Tsin. The oppressive presence emanating from his superior made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had never felt death so close. Ye Vingchen, I'm warning you. Long Tsin tried to struggle, but before he could finish speaking, Yi Xingqian kicked him hard in the head, and his vision went black instantly. Bang! With a muffled thud, Long Tsin slid off the stage like a ball and landed heavily on the ground. Three moves. As Yi Xingqian uttered the last syllable, the entire arena fell silent for a second, then erupted in deafening screams. Awesome. Amazing. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Fast. So fast. This was a doomed outcome, yet Yi Xingqian managed to reverse it. 3 moves, just 3 moves, and he reduced Long Tsin's fighting score to 0. This is simply a miracle. Yi Xingqian versus Long Tsin has lost. Congratulations to Yi Xingqian for passing the freshman selection. Welcome to Berkeley Military Academy. Your freshman admission card has been sent to your personal terminal. Please check. A mechanical female voice announced the end of the battle. A screen frame appeared before Yi Xingqian's eyes, displaying his basic information. Name, Yi Xingqian. Age, 18. Star system from, nameless star. Ability rating, D. Mecha piloting ability. C. Spiritual body rarity. F. Overall rating. D. Military Academy affiliation. Berkeley Military Academy. L1 freshman. Yi Xingqian glanced at the information card briefly, his gaze lingering on keywords such as galaxy, mecha control, and spirit body. Could it be an interstellar continent? Ding! Congratulations, host, for surviving the fierce freshman selection. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is 137, and I am a romance simulation system dedicated to helping various powerful figures from other worlds find love. You are bound to this world because you refuse to date in that world and would remain single forever. So, we specially matched you with a beautiful girl who is highly compatible with you in this other world to be your wife. We hope you can date well, complete your mission diligently, and finally win your wife's heart. The voice in his mind rang again. After hearing the system's self-introduction, Yi Xingqian's lips twitched involuntarily. What the hell? It actually matched him with a young girl as a wife? The world is full of wonders. Now, even not dating can lead to being assigned a wife. I don't need women. In his mind's eye, Yi Xingqian coldly replied to 137. A true strongman doesn't need women to highlight him. Women will only slow down my sword-drawing speed. Host, don't be too sure of yourself. Even the strongest person will be proven wrong by it's actually good. It's actually good, may be late, but it will never be absent. The wife that 37 has matched for you will satisfy you. Besides, you have no chance to refuse. If you give up binding with this system, your soul will completely dissipate in a vast world. Please consider it carefully, the system said in a light and cheerful tone. Yi Xingqian sneered inwardly. Your system is quite adept at forcing sales. Why call it a love system? You might as well call it a marketing system that... Oh dear. Thank you so much for your kind words, host. It's an honor for 37 to have won your heart. Your wife will be meeting you in 5 minutes. Please be mindful of the time. The system's voice faded away completely after it finished speaking, leaving Yi Xingqian speechless. Yi Xingqian, I didn't expect that. You managed to turn things around like this. I was worried about you just now. Yi Xingqian felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around to see a blonde-haired boy looking at him excitedly. He recognized the voice. It was the same voice he'd heard when he first transmigrated. It seemed to be a friend of the original owner of this body. "Where's the infirmary?" Yi Xingqian asked. Although the system said that his never-before-seen wife was about to appear, Yi Xingqian had little interest in women. He was more concerned with healing his injuries than with thinking about such things. "Look at my memory. There's a medical pod right next to the dueling arena. You can go in and lie down for a few hours." The blonde-haired boy pointed in a direction. Yi Xingqian nodded, dragging his broken leg, and prepared to head to the medical pod. However, before he could take a step, the venue's loudspeaker blared, now broadcasting a notice. Newly enrolled students Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui are requested to come to the school's marriage registration office. According to the matching results, the two are 100 compatible and are a match made in heaven. Please come to the registration office to get married immediately. Please come to the registration office to get married immediately. The broadcast was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Yi Xingqian was also somewhat stunned. Immediately, married, this is too fast. Holy crap, did I hear that right? He got matched with his perfect partner right after enrolling. A perfect partner refers to someone with whom you are extremely compatible in terms of mindset, body, and abilities. Everyone who enters a military academy longs for a perfect partner because it can exponentially increase their abilities. But did you hear that clearly? His partner is named Chu Shui. Chu Shui? Could it be the one who even has a spirit body? Chu. The discussion gradually quieted down because of the name Chu Shui. The crowd's gaze shifted from surprise to pity, tinged with a hint of amusement. Yi Xingqian naturally sensed this strange atmosphere, and a sense of unease welled up within him, but he remained silent. "Xingqian, go quickly. This is a military order." The blonde-haired boy looked at Yi Xingqian, seemingly wanting to say something more, but ultimately remained silent. According to military academy regulations, no one is allowed to accompany a person to the marriage registration office. So Yi Xingqian, despite her injuries, had to go to the registration office alone, following the AI. The Western-style buildings were magnificent and solemn, and various information about freshmen's advancement was posted on the roads. Yi Xingqian also noticed many Mecha advertisements. Many freshmen who were injured like him were being helped by their friends to the medical pods, groaning in pain. "Look, it's her. TSK. Even in this state, she still has to register for marriage. How pitiful. I think the one who's pitiful is the one she's marrying." So what if she passed the freshman selection? She still can't pilot a mecha or use a magical artifact. She's practically the most useless partner. As soon as Yi Xingqian arrived at the marriage registration office, he saw more than a dozen people gathered at the entrance. "Her partner is here. Make way, make way." Yi Xingqian was unaware that he had become a celebrity among the new students. As he approached, the group of people made way for him. On his way here, Yi Xingqian had imagined what it would be like to meet First Snow for the first time. Perhaps he would greet her politely, perhaps he would look at her with surprise, or perhaps they would dislike each other. But he never expected it to turn out like this. Blood. Blood was everywhere. Long drops of blood dripped from the girl's slender fingertips onto the ground, her white shirt already soaked in crimson. She leaned against the wall, her exposed skin covered with wounds of all sizes. With just one glance, Yi Xingqian could tell how serious her injuries were. Her right leg was fractured, her left knee was almost unable to support her weight, and severe injuries were distributed throughout her body. Although not fatal, any movement caused excruciating pain. Even so, not a single person stepped forward to help her up. Instead, several scornful jeers rang out. "Wife's life force is decreasing. Host, please take your wife to get married immediately. Quickly get your wife to the medical pod for treatment." System 37's voice urgently sounded in her ear. Before the system could finish speaking, Yi Xingqian quickly stepped forward and caught the girl who was about to fall. The girl felt warm to the touch, perhaps because her blood had not yet congealed, making him feel a slight burning sensation. His gaze lowered. Yi Xingqian slowly raised the head that was gently resting against his chest. This was the first time he had seen Chu Shui's face so clearly at such close range. The girl had a delicate face, a classic oval shape, and fair skin, but she appeared unusually fragile due to the significant blood loss. "Are you all right?" He gazed at her face, his tone tentative and cautious. After all, Yi Xingqian wasn't good at dealing with women. Most of the women he'd encountered had tried to kill him. Now, suddenly being told he had to marry a wife, he was still somewhat bewildered. But his question did not elicit a noticeable reaction from the girl. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and although she did not speak, Yi Xingqian inexplicably understood her gaze. It was a look of surprise at someone approaching. Let's go first. After we get married inside, I'll take you to the medical pod right away. Her injuries couldn't be delayed. Can you still move? He pulled her into his arms, perhaps not expecting that the person who took the initiative to approach her would be her future partner. A subtle expression appeared on Chu Shue's small face. Her partner actually dared to approach her and even reached out to support her. Don't you know? Yi Xingqian's rating is only D, and his ranking at Berkeley Military Academy is only slightly higher than Chu Shue's. No wonder. Anyway, a D rank isn't very useful. A waist paired with another waist is just right. The whispers around them started again. Yi Xingqian was annoyed by what he heard. Get out, he shouted coldly, his murderous aura overwhelming. His natural oppressive presence made those who had been talking too much turn pale and quickly make way for him. Finally, with peace and quiet, Yi Xingqian gently pinched Chu Shue's waist and lifted her up slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't carry her, but considering the severity of her leg injuries, carrying her would only worsen her pain. As they walked into the registration area, the girl in his arms remained silent, as if the pain in her body had long since numbed her. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but glance at her. Despite being covered in wounds, she hadn't uttered a single suppressed groan, let alone screamed. But when his gaze fell on Chu Shue's face, he found her quietly watching him. The bloodstains on her face had dried, and her clear eyes were fixed on him. When Yi Xingqian's eyes met hers, she did not look away. The two stared at each other for about 5 seconds. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Xingqian finally couldn't help but ask. Chu Shue slowly looked away. He also turned his gaze back to the front, but after a few seconds, that gaze returned to his face. It's always a bit strange to be stared at, especially when that person is his wife. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but ask the system in his mind, System, is my wife a little mute? Since they met, Chu Shue hadn't uttered a single word, nor had she cried out in pain. He racked his brains, and this was the only possibility. Unexpectedly, when he asked, the system burst into a tirade. How dare you, a host, say your wife is mute? She's not mute, so why isn't she speaking? Yi Xingqian said matter-of-factly. That's for the host to discover for themselves. Couples need to get to know each other slowly to truly understand one another, System 37 prompted. He nodded, finding some truth in her words, and his gaze returned to Chu Shue's face. The girl's eyes remained bright as she quietly gazed at him. Though expressionless, her appearance was inexplicably adorable. As a world-class assassin, Yi Xingqian had studied psychology. He was adept at inferring people's psychological states from subtle facial expressions and movements. Just like now, the girl's focused gaze stemmed from curiosity. This reminded Yi Xingqian that he hadn't introduced himself since they met. No wonder she had been staring at him. My name is Yi Xingqian. I come from an unnamed planet. My overall rating is D, and I'm 18 years old. He introduced himself briefly. The girl was still looking at him, so he added, You'll be my husband soon. Upon hearing this, Chu Shue finally looked away. She lowered her head slightly, her short hair falling down, obscuring half her face, making it impossible for Yi Xingqian to see her expression. Just when he thought the other party still wasn't going to respond, Chu Shue finally spoke. I know. Her voice was hoarse and tired, yet exceptionally moving. Though soft, it was like a cat's paw gently scratching at Yi Xingqian's heart. A strange flutter rose within him. Just then, the two arrived at the registration desk. Please show your information cards, the registrar said with a smile. Yi Xingqian quickly opened his information card, turned his head, and saw Chu Shue squinting, her arm trembling as she searched for the information card button. Without hesitation, he grasped her slightly cool hand, gently prying open her stiff fingertips with his thumb, and guided her hand to the display screen of the quantum computer. Information collection complete. Now, I have a question for you both. Do you take each other for granted, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to stay together forever? It is the most ordinary wedding vow, yet is also the most solemn. Yi Xingqian turned to look at Chu Shue, and their eyes met again. Both their faces were covered in dust and blood, but at that moment, everything seemed to stand still. As a killer who had wandered alone for over 20 years, Yi Xingqian could hardly imagine the meaning of home. Yet at this moment, this sense of unfamiliarity was strangely moving. He couldn't describe his feelings at that moment. But looking at Chu Shue's small, delicate face, he inexplicably uttered those 3 words, "I do." Those 3 words were resounding and powerful. Yi Xingqian keenly noticed that the girl in his arms trembled slightly at his words. Though subtle, it betrayed her emotions. Chu Shue's eyes were fixed on him, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I do," she whispered in response. "Then I hereby declare you two officially husband and wife." In the empty registration office, a rather informal young female, MC, clapped her hands lightly, and the 2 young people completed their marriage registration. "There's a double treatment pod over there. Let me help her over." The young woman was very kind, clearly aware that the 2 had just gone through the freshman selection process and were both seriously injured. It was already quite an achievement that they had made it this far. With her assistance, Yi Xingqian helped Chu Shui into the treatment pod. Chu Shui's injuries were quite severe, and she was so weak that she could barely open her eyes. Remember to help her take off her clothes. It will make the treatment more effective. When the treatment pod door opened, Yi Xingqian realized that it was a 2-person pod, and he and Chu Shui would need to receive treatment in the same pod. "Do I have to take everything off?" he asked, somewhat bewildered. The young woman chuckled mischievously. "Logically, you only need to take off your outer clothes, but if you're willing, it's not impossible. Happy wedding." She gave Yi Xingqian a thumbs up and left without looking back. "Host, hurry up. Can't you see how serious your wife's condition is?" System 137's voice urged Yi Xingqian in his mind. Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. He had never done anything like this before, and for a moment he felt a little nervous. But having experienced countless storms, he quickly calmed himself down. "Do not look at what is improper. Do not listen to what is improper." Yi Xingqian turned her head away, and although she didn't look, she still managed to unbutton her clothes precisely. In the silent space, the sound of fabric rubbing and a zipper being pulled open was exceptionally clear. Her heart began to race, and Yi Xingqian felt her cheeks burning. Strangely, in the past, when female assassins tried to get close to him using despicable methods, he could watch them without batting an eye and then kill them without hesitation. But now his heart was racing because of a girl. Could it be because Chu Shui was his wife? "Focus, host. You're all undressed off-center," the system reminded him emotionlessly in his mind. Startled by this sudden interruption, Yi Xingqian subconsciously turned to look at Chu Shui. The girl's shirt and skirt lay quietly to the side, her pure white lace lingerie coming into view. 137, you're talking nonsense. My technique is so good. How could it be crooked? Yi Xingqian quickly looked away, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "Oops, that was an accident. My eyes are playing tricks on me," 37 replied dismissively. "This damn system, it's definitely doing this on purpose." Yi Xingqian thought to himself, but he couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention. After taking off his coat, he quickly entered the treatment pod. Personnel in position, treatment pod closed. Beep. The pod door slowly closed, white mist billowing out from both sides. Yi Xingqian began to feel drowsy. He turned his head, looking at Chu Shui's sleeping face, and reached out to gently hook his fingertips around hers. 2 hours later, Yi Xingqian regained consciousness. He opened his eyes to the familiar system voice in his ears. "Rewards are now being awarded to the host. Congratulations on successfully surviving the start and marrying your wife. Based on the overall evaluation, the system grants the following rewards. Ding. Reward. 1 million spirit points. Reward. 1 spirit filter. Spirit filter complete." As soon as the system finished speaking, Yi Xingqian felt some subtle changes in his body. The feeling was hard to describe. It was as if he felt much lighter, and his hearing and vision had also improved significantly. However, compared to his peak condition in his previous life, it was still far from being the same. As if responding to his thoughts, the system quickly explained, due to the extremely poor compatibility between the host's past life's abilities and this body, according to the system's detection, the host can currently only exert 0.0001% of his past life's abilities. Please complete the task diligently to gain more spirit filter attempts. After 3 spirit filter attempts, you can upgrade your spirit. The higher the spirit level, the stronger the power of your special abilities. As soon as the words were spoken, the system issued a new task. Please find 5 little things your wife likes within 3 days. Reward for completing the task: 3 million spirit points and 2 spirit filters. Yi Xingqian stood up. His body was mostly fine after the treatment, The only discomfort was the weakness from an empty stomach. He heard a slight noise beside him and turned his head to see Chu Shui getting dressed. A strand of black hair covered her fair shoulder, creating a scene as soft as an ink painting. Chu Shui noticed Yi Xingqian was awake, turned to look at him, and blinked. Yi Xingqian coughed lightly and asked awkwardly, "You're awake?" She glanced at him for 2 seconds, nodded, and continued dressing. Yi Xingqian didn't say anything more, pulled over some clean clothes, and began to change. The two were dressed within minutes. Just then, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. The freshman selection process has concluded. Please take your luggage and board the school bus at 1800 hours today to travel to Berkeley Military Academy. The dining hall is now open. You may go there for a meal. Yi Xingqian turned to look at Chu Shui. "Let's eat." Chu Shui didn't respond, but glanced at him, which was taken as agreement. The two walked out of the treatment room together, where many new students had already gathered in the corridor. The crowd surged toward the cafeteria, shouting as they ran that they had to hurry or they wouldn't get to eat. Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow at these words, when suddenly he felt his hand being pulled. Chu Shui had grabbed his hand without warning and quickened her pace toward the cafeteria. First snow. Before Yi Xingqian could finish speaking, she quickened her pace even further. The two figures weaved through the crowd, and surprisingly, they didn't bump into a single person, arriving at the cafeteria without any hindrance. As soon as she sat down, Chu Shui scanned the surroundings like a cheetah, then pressed Yi Xingqian into an empty seat before dashing off towards the food area. Yi Xingqian watched her figure weaving through the crowd from afar, his lips slightly agape, almost unable to believe his eyes. System, when it comes to grabbing food, my wife is second to none, right TCH? Not eager to grab food, you've got to screw loose. Host, you should be grateful you have a wife who's good at grabbing food. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to get any. The system's response quickly made him understand the true meaning of those words. 10 minutes later, the cafeteria was indeed sold out, and those who arrived late had to go hungry. Although technology is advanced nowadays and food is never in short supply, Berkeley Military Academy has set daily food rations to train students' reaction abilities. Yi Xingqian was once again stunned as he stared at the 2 plates of food piled high, like small mountains in front of him. Chu Shui pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him. She pushed the 2 plates of food toward him and quietly watched him. Was this letting him choose first? Yi Xingqian felt a touch of emotion, but he still pushed the plate back. You choose first. Chu Shui didn't refuse, picked up a dish next to Yi Xingqian, sat down, and started eating. She ate slowly and quietly with a small spoon, her movements gentle and serene, a sight to behold. Watching her eat, Yi Xingqian's lips curved into a slight smile, his mood inexplicably improving, and he too began to eat. He glanced at the food on Chu Shui's plate and noticed that her meal included quite a few fruits and desserts, which looked refreshing and delicious. Looking at Chu Shui's expression, although she ate calmly and composedly, there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes, which surprised and delighted him. A familiar system voice suddenly rang in his mind. 37 replied with a smile. Congratulations on discovering your wife's little secret, 1 point added. So Chu Shui is a girl who likes sweets. Yi Xingqian rested his chin on his hand, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. What an easily satisfied little girl, he thought to himself, his eyes full of tenderness. Just as the two were eating quietly, a familiar howl suddenly came from the cafeteria, making Yi Xingqian frown instantly. He looked up, and, sure enough, it was an old acquaintance, Lin Xiao, the original owner's good friend from school, who was walking and looking disheveled. Lin Xiao had changed her clothes, and a name tag with the words Lin Xiao was pasted on her chest, making her instantly recognizable. Before Yi Xingqian could speak, Lin Xiao rushed over with a look of surprise. Oh my God, Xingqian, you're here too. Chu Shui looked up at Lin Xiao upon hearing this, then glanced at Yi Xingqian, her expression remaining calm. My friend. Yi Xingqian sighed, too lazy to explain further, then looked at Lin Xiao and asked, What are you howling about? Lin Xiao wailed as he leaned closer, pointing at the plate with a wronged expression. Brother, give me some food. I'm starving. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingqian coldly replied, No way. This was food his wife had worked so hard to get. He couldn't just share it with anyone. Brother, you weren't like this before. Lin Xiao persisted, slapping Yi Xingqian on the shoulder, clearly resentful. Yi Xingqian looked disgusted and pushed him away, saying, Go get it yourself. Don't bother me. When Lin Xiao saw that there was no food, she immediately started howling on the spot. Her voice was so loud that the whole cafeteria could hear it, attracting countless stares. Yi Xingqian's face instantly darkened. He really wanted to kick this guy out and embarrass him to the ends of the earth. Just then, the plate clattered, and Yi Xingqian turned to see that Chu Shui had shared some of her food. As soon as Lin Xiao saw the food, he immediately shut his mouth, and his lips quickly turned up in a smile. Thank you, Chu. He reached out to take it, but before he could even touch it, Yi Xingqian tapped it back with his chopsticks, startling him. Eat mine, and this meal is on you, Yi Xingqian said coldly. Lin Xiao immediately realized what he meant and handed the food back. Hey, you should have said so earlier, brother. My family has plenty of money. Treating you to a meal is nothing. After saying that, he plopped down next to Yi Xingqian, looking quite comfortable. Yi Xingqian took another plate and gave him a portion of rice and chicken, just the right amount. Lin Xiao was stunned when she saw the rice in her bowl. You only gave me this much, you're so stingy. Yi Xingqian didn't even look up and said coldly, eat it or get lost. Lin Xiao pouted, looking like he'd been abandoned. Sigh, you've changed. Now that you have a wife, you don't recognize your brothers anymore. Yi Xingqian ignored him, but Lin Xiao's eyes darted back and forth between him and Chu Shui, clearly indicating he had something to ask. What are you trying to say? Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly impatient. Lin Xiao, caught off guard, froze. You two, are you really married? If it were fake, would I be so serious about having dinner with her? Ye Yingqian retorted irritably. Lin Xiao scratched his head and smiled. That's not what I meant. It's just that this news came out so suddenly. Yi Xingqian had actually noticed long ago that many freshmen were looking at Chu Shui with strange eyes, but he deliberately ignored it. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. It seemed that everyone knew something, but Chu Shui remained calm. Just as he was about to ask further questions, a sudden announcement interrupted his train of thought. Attention, all new students, please gather at 8 Plaza within 20 minutes with your luggage. The school bus will depart on time. The announcement had a playful tone, but for the freshmen present, it was a bolt from the blue. What the hell? They kick us out before we can even finish our food? This lousy school is toxic. Angry shouts instantly echoed throughout the cafeteria. Most students didn't bring their luggage and had to run back to get it. But the distance from the cafeteria to the luggage area and then to 8 Plaza is 3 kilometers. That means they would have to run at lightning speed to catch the bus. It's practically a challenge to the limits of human endurance. Lin Xiao didn't even swallow her food before grabbing her chopsticks and dashing towards the luggage area without looking back. Yi Xingqian sighed inwardly. Berkeley Military Academy was indeed exceptionally rigorous, living up to its reputation. He quickly turned to Chu Shui and asked, "Where's your luggage?" Chu Shui simply held up her index finger and gently shook it, indicating that she didn't need to get it. Then, she walked to a corner of the cafeteria, bent down, and pulled a travel bag from under the food counter. It turned out she had hidden her luggage all along. You've got a narrow perspective, bro. System 37 teased in his ear, as if mocking his slow-wittedness. Yi Xingqian sighed helplessly. Fine, I give up. Chu Shui opened her luggage, inside which was a neatly arranged set of sportswear, a unisex style that could be worn by both men and women. If you don't mind. Before Chu Shui could finish speaking, Yi Xingqian interrupted. Not at all. How could he refuse clothes from his wife? That would be foolish. He immediately grabbed his bag and headed towards 8 Plaza with Chu Shui, becoming one of the first people to arrive. The two boarded the school bus smoothly and chose a window seat. Although called a school bus, it was actually a fully equipped starship. Yi Xingqian glanced around. There were about 700 seats. With over 1,000 new students this year, many were destined to stand. He couldn't help but sigh again. Having a prophetic wife really makes you fearless, no matter where you go. He was curious to know just how many surprises were hidden in Chu Shui's quiet mind. This arrangement was truly brilliant. After boarding time ended, passengers boarded the spaceship one after another, and the once quiet cabin instantly became noisy and chaotic. The system automatically issued a prompt. Time's up, starship shut down, preparing for takeoff. Without any waiting, the ship took off precisely 21 minutes later. Those who arrived late could only watch the spaceship's exhaust plume disappear into the ashes. The light and shadows outside the window flashed by, but Yi Xingqian's gaze fell on Chu Shui beside him. The girl wore white headphones, her eyes slightly closed as if she were dozing. But then, as if sensing Yi Xingqian's gaze, she slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was the same as usual, unchanged, but a clear light flashed in her eyes. At that moment, Yi Xingqian seemed to be gently touched by something, his mind slightly dazed. Chu Shui took off one of her earphones and gently handed it to Yi Xingqian without saying anything. Yi Xingqian took the headphones and put them on, while Chu Shui turned her head and continued to rest with her eyes closed against the cabin wall. Soothing instrumental music played in the headphones, as calm as a mountain stream, bringing a sense of peace. After listening to a few songs, Yi Xingqian noticed that they were all relatively obscure, but the style was quite consistent. He said to the system, "She likes this kind of soothing instrumental music." The system replied quickly, "Correct. 1 point." The starry sky outside the starship rushed past, and Yi Xingqian closed his eyes, his mind at peace. After an unknown amount of time, someone standing there bored turned to look at the two people by the window, sound asleep, leaning against each other's shoulders. "TSK, what a lovey-dovey couple," a passing classmate muttered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Starship has arrived. Welcome to Berkeley Military Academy." The announcement blared again, guiding the new students to follow the upperclassmen in their red volunteer uniforms. "Please take your luggage. Dormitories will be assigned tonight. Tomorrow is the entrance exam. Let's pray you don't cripple it." The first half was relatively normal, but the second half made many students' faces turn black. Yi Xingqian, holding Chu Shui's hand with one hand and dragging his luggage with the other, walked through the crowd and out of the starship. On campus, many upperclassmen were pushing trolleys to help carry luggage, and the scene appeared orderly. However, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui didn't have much luggage, so they traveled light and headed straight for the dormitory registration office. Ye Vingqian, Jehe Uju. The teacher glanced at them as he read their names. He raised an eyebrow. "You're the couple who registered for marriage as soon as you enrolled, right?" Yi Xingqian nodded and replied, "Yes." The teacher pulled out the room assignment card for the two of them. "Your dormitory is a bit special. It's a double room on the top floor of the white building number 1. Take your luggage and follow the senior." She pointed in the direction. Many of the students around were green with envy. After all, most rooms at Berkeley Military Academy were 6-person rooms, and double rooms were a rare commodity. "Teacher, why aren't we in double rooms? It's so unfair." "You can do it too," the teacher smiled. "First, find a partner. Second, get first place on tomorrow's test. First place gets you a single room." The students immediately gave up. "Forget it then. Getting first place among the freshmen is harder than climbing to heaven, and finding a partner is even more of a pipe dream." After the interlude, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui followed the volunteer senior students towards their dormitories. Along the way, he looked around but never saw Lin Xiao, guessing that the guy hadn't made it onto the starship. "We've arrived." The senior student who led the way handed over the room key, quickly turned and left, not even giving Chu Shui a glance. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Xingqian's doubts deepened. He looked at Chu Shui but asked nothing, silently opening the door. The room was fully furnished and spacious. They quickly cleaned it and made the bed. Chu Shui took her pajamas into the bathroom, and the sound of water quickly followed, dripping softly beside her ears. Yi Xingqian sat on the bed, listening to the water, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He asked the system, "Is there something about her that scares others?" The system replied calmly, 37 can't reveal too much about that, but it's certain that Chu Shui is a good girl. Host, please remember to protect her and don't be swayed by other people's reactions." Yi Xingqian chuckled lightly. How could that be? He was used to all sorts of things, and the attitude of a few students had no effect on him. The system seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and continued. "If you want to know more, you can activate the hidden quest." "Activate it for me," Yi Xingqian said without hesitation. "Ding. Host has activated a hidden mission. Please obtain 7 private selfies of Chu Shui within 10 days. Mission rewards are an answer to a question about Chu Shui's background, 10 million spirit points, and 1 ability level filter." Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow. "Private? How is this private defined?" The system replied mysteriously. As the Buddha said, it can only be understood intuitively, not explained in words. "Host, please comprehend it yourself." Just then, the bathroom door clicked open. Chu Shui emerged with wet hair, wearing simple pajamas, a towel draped over her shoulder, drying her hair. Her face remained expressionless, her eyes calm as still water. Yi Xingqian had a bit of a headache. Taking a selfie in this kind of snow, it might be a challenge. Here, she rummaged through her luggage and pulled out a set of sportswear, handing it to Yi Xingchen. He took the clothes, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and when he came out, Chu Shui was already asleep in bed. She curled up in a ball, the blanket puffing up slightly. Yi Xingchen sat on the edge of the bed and gently poked her face. Then, he took out his phone and quietly snapped a photo, his movements as light as if he were carrying out a secret mission. Afterward, he lifted the blanket, lay down, and drifted off to sleep, feeling slightly drowsy. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Yi Xingchen was awakened by the dormitory's loudspeaker. All freshmen assemble at the military academy square within 10 minutes. 20 points will be deducted for being late. The entire dormitory area instantly turned into chaos, with alarms blaring and the atmosphere tense in an instant. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui quickly dressed and rushed downstairs, joining the crowd heading to the training ground. Are they crazy? This lousy school is insane. Ugh, I wish I hadn't come. The surrounding students cursed angrily, creating a chaotic atmosphere. 10 minutes later, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui stood in neat rows on the training ground. In front of the square, dozens of instructors were already in formation, exuding an imposing aura. On the central platform, a young major general, wearing a conspicuous rank insignia, gazed at the new students below with a stern face. A system notification suddenly sounded in the square, sight closed. A blue energy barrier rose up, instantly sealing off the entire freshman square. Those students who hadn't yet entered could only watch helplessly as the system deducted 20 points from their test scores. They were only allowed to enter the barrier after the system processed the deductions. On the high platform in the center of the square, a young man took a few steps forward. He was tall and had a powerful presence. Welcome, new students. I am Song Mian, and I am your class's instructor. His voice was calm and measured, yet imposing, instantly silencing the crowd. You will be spending 4 years of military service at Berkeley Military Academy, and I will be responsible for grading every aspect of your performance. The first test upon entering the academy is the freshman test. He then changed the subject. Those students who were late have already had 20 points deducted. But don't be too discouraged. This year's freshman test is different from previous years. As soon as Song Mian finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a huge virtual screen slowly appeared in the air. Now, I will explain the rules of this test. The test will be an elimination test. After it begins, you'll be randomly teleported to a map generated by the training system. Students with high spirit points can use their own spirit weapons. Those with low spirit points shouldn't be nervous. There will be weapons available from the system on the map. The goal is simple. Eliminate any classmate you see. You get 5 points for each elimination. If you're a low-scoring player but eliminate a high-scoring player, you will directly inherit their score. This rule was both exciting and terrifying, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. In addition, there's a special bonus system. Song Mian smiled and pointed to the left. Do you see that row of instructors on the left? They will also participate in this test. If anyone can eliminate an instructor in the actual combat, their individual score will immediately increase by 1,000 points. The moment the words were spoken, the entire room erupted in an uproar, and the students gasped in shock. Eliminating an instructor would earn them 1,000 points. The temptation was immense. Many students' eyes instantly lit up, looking at the instructors as if they were treasure troves of experience. But Yi Xingchen knew that Song Mian's words, though seemingly encouraging, were actually a huge trap. The instructor's strength was far beyond that of ordinary students. They were practically combat monsters. If a group of people were to gang up on them, they would likely be crushed and eliminated by the instructors before they even got close. Not to mention that the scoring rules also contain an inheritance mechanism, which indirectly encourages infighting. Once a student gets a high score, it's like putting a bullseye on themselves, making them the target of everyone's attention. Even if they team up to take down the instructor, they might be eliminated by their teammates in the next second. This test not only tested strength, but also intelligence, and even more so, humanity. Who designed these rules? They're utterly malicious, Yi Xingchen thought to himself, clicking his tongue in disbelief. But that was none of his concern. He only cared about Chu Shui's safety. First Snow, do you know time-space fixation? He suddenly asked. This was a method of orientation he often used in his previous life, determining direction based on terrain, light, and wind direction. Although it required a high level of skill, Mastering this technique made it less likely to get lost on a map. Chu Shui nodded. Yes. Walk south later. I'll come find you, Yi Xingchen said earnestly. He didn't care about others winning or losing, but he had to ensure Chu Shui's safety. Chu Shui was slightly taken aback, then showed a look of understanding. She took off a necklace from her neck, then stood on tiptoe and gently wrapped her arms around Yi Xingchen. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Yi Xingchen was subconsciously stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, the necklace was already around his neck. He looked down and saw that the necklace was blue, exactly the same style as the pink one around Chu Shui's neck. Viton lokato, Jusu et lai. With these necklaces, no matter where the two were teleported, they could sense each other's location. Tisk, you've narrowed your perspective again, bro. System 37 chimed in again. Shut up. Yi Xingchen ignored it. Host, don't be angry. This kind of locator is very rare throughout the entire galaxy, and it's a high-end model. Many people don't even know this thing exists. 37 said with a laugh. Yi Xingchen rolled her eyes. How could I have such a terrible system like you? The system pretended not to hear and continued to chuckle. At that moment, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8. A notification sound rang out in the air, indicating the system was being tested. Yi Xingchen looked at Chu Shui and said, Wait for me. Don't run around. If you can't beat them, hide. Chu Shui didn't respond. She just looked at him silently, as if she was thinking about something. 4, 3, 2, 1. Test begins. The ground seemed to activate a teleportation array, and the entire plaza was enveloped in blue light. The next second, all the new students were instantly teleported away, completely disappearing from their original positions. Meanwhile, the Berkeley Military Academy's livestream platform was completely overwhelmed. Brothers, freshman tests have started. Hurry up and get on a live stream. Ha ha ha. We got wrecked last year, and this year, it's finally the freshmen's turn to suffer. This is the joy of intergenerational transmission, isn't it? Look, it's Song Mian conducting the test. That freak is still alive. Last year, he led the team and wiped out over 1,000 people, leaving only 50-odd survivors. Holy crap. The rules this year are even harsher than last year. They actually allow students to eliminate each other and inherit their points. Let the instructors in. That's not just a sitting duck, it's a dead end. Hopefully, this batch of new students will be tough and not turn into boxes as soon as they land. The test officially began, and all the new students were forcibly teleported into their respective map scenarios. The mentors also took their positions to observe as prompted by the system. As soon as Yi Xingchen landed, he was somewhat dazed by the blazing sun overhead. He was in a rare desert map. Beneath their feet lay soft, yellow sand burying half their shoes. As far as the eye could see, all that remained was withered yellow and desolate landscape. This desert map, in all possible environments, had a probability of only 5%, yet this year's freshmen had unfortunately encountered it. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but laugh and say, they must have gotten incredibly lucky to come across this picture. Look at the weather, it's at least 35 degrees Celsius, and the ground temperature must be double that. Let alone fighting, a normal person would be parched and unable to stand after a few hours. Not to mention the strange creatures in this map. If you're unlucky, losing a leg is the least of your worries. Anyway, here's a piece of advice. Never go near green areas. They might not be oases, they could be traps. Of course, the freshmen undergoing the test couldn't hear these onlookers' voices. As soon as Yi Xingchen entered the map, he immediately activated the positioning device on his necklace. The screen displayed Chu Shui's location. The map was shaped like an egg, with him positioned in the middle, waist, and Chu Shui at the head of the egg, not too close. Although the two were some distance apart, judging from the slight movement of the location point, Chu Shui seemed to be approaching him as well. He put away the device, squinted at the rolling sand dunes under the blazing sun, the dry air feeling scorching even to breathe. Although the high temperatures were unbearable, the unique nature of the desert meant that wherever there was a temperature difference, there was likely to be a water source. Since no one had brought supplies before the test began, whoever found water first was more likely to survive. Just over an hour into Yi Xingchen's journey, 3 figures appeared on a small sand dune ahead. All 3 were dressed in matching red combat suits, and one of them was holding a navigation device, seemingly moving in a certain direction. Almost there, just 4 more kilometers to the oasis, the leader reassured his teammate. Another complained of being unbearably thirsty, his steps even becoming unsteady. But just as they continued forward, the boy with glasses suddenly stopped. "There's someone nearby," he said, and the three of them turned to look in the same direction. The sand dune where Yi Xingqian was hiding. Yi Xingqian immediately felt a mental force locking onto him. The sensation was extremely clear. 300 meters to the southwest, behind the sand dune, there's a D-level ability user hiding, the bespectacled man reported in a low voice. The three of them were a combination of a scout, a fire type, and a stealth type ability user, making them a formidable team that few could handle in actual combat. The system then issued a warning. "Host, there are 3 high-danger ability users ahead, whose strength far surpasses yours." Yi Xingqian nodded, but did not back down. He had never intended to hide in the first place. He strode out of the sand dune, his expression calm, his eyes cold as he walked towards the three. "Oh, you're really not going to run?" Cheng Zhao, the fire elemental man, raised an eyebrow, watching him slowly approach, his tone full of contempt. "Hey kid, are you going to forfeit or have us send you away? If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for burning your hair if this fire doesn't have eyes." As Cheng Zhao spoke, flames began to gather in his hand, ready to strike in the next second. The three of them were all S+ level, while Yi Xingqian was only D level, not worth mentioning in their eyes. Surprisingly, Yi Xingqian completely ignored them and didn't even glance at Cheng Zhao. He walked past the three of them without turning his head, his arrogant attitude making them grit their teeth. "Damn, this kid's pretty cocky." Cheng Zhao's anger instantly exploded, and he stomped his foot on the ground. Flames erupted from beneath his feet, slithering out of the ground like snakes and rushing towards Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian shifted his stance, easily dodging the first wave of fire, his expression remaining calm. But the flames didn't dissipate. Instead, they circled back like a living thing, forming a burning ring around him and trapping him. Cheng Zhao sneered, raising his chin. "I'll give you one last chance. Leave on your own, or let me send you on your way." Flames danced in his palm, ready to ignite the entire sandy area if the other party uttered a single wrong word. Yi Xingqian finally turned around, his expression indifferent, but his tone extremely firm. "I'll only say this once," he said. "First, I don't want to fight. Second, you can't beat me. Third, get out of here before I change my mind." With that, he put his hands in his pockets, stood ramrod straight, and didn't look like he was joking. Meanwhile, the live streaming platform instantly erupted in excitement, with countless viewers focused on this sudden conflict. "Holy crap, this D-rank kid is too arrogant. Is he stupid? Provoking 3S+ level characters? Isn't that just asking for death? This person is called Yi Xingqian. I remember during the freshman selection, he crippled an S-level senior student with his bare hands, which was widely circulated for a while. Back then, you couldn't use superpowers or magical artifacts in the test, but now they're allowed. The difference between D-level and S+ is ridiculously large. Not to mention that these three are an elite group from Elk Academy with perfect teamwork. How could he possibly win? I bet he'll be roasted in 3 minutes. Cheng Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Yi Xingqian's words. He turned to look at Jiang Si and glasses while laughing, giving them a puzzled look, as if to say, where did this guy get the courage to talk like that? Immediately afterwards, flames shot up with a loud boom. When he turned around again, the ring of fire around Yi Xingqian had turned into a wall of fire, enveloping him completely, like a cage of flames. People without manners should be burned to ashes. Cheng Zhao sneered and snapped his fingers. The wall of fire rapidly contracted, as if it were about to completely engulf Yi Xingqian. He didn't even turn his head, acting as if the matter was over. "Fourth brother, glasses all done, let's go." He waved his hand as he walked forward. But before he'd taken more than a few steps, Jiang Si suddenly cried out, "Cheng Zhao, you behind me!" The moment he finished speaking, Cheng Zhao's eyes narrowed instantly, as if the sunlight had been blocked. A powerful gust of air pressed down on him from behind, and before he could even turn around, he felt the heavy pressure. Yi Xingqian stared at him coldly, his gaze like a knife slicing through the air. "Who did you just say was going to turn to ash?" His voice was deep and chilling. Cheng Zhao instinctively raised his hand to block, but was still blasted back more than 10 steps by a punch before crashing heavily to the ground. His entire back felt like it had been hit by a hammer, and the pain contorted his face. "Holy crap, am I seeing things? Yi Xingqian is still alive." The live stream chat exploded, viewers utterly shocked. How did he get out of the fire circle? I didn't see him use any special abilities. And that speed he flashed just now, how is that possible? It was practically teleportation. Seeing Chungzeo knocked down, Jiangxi rushed over to help him up. But before he could even touch anyone, a white shoe suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xingqian had no intention of letting them off the hook. Whoever hindered his search for a wife, he would settle the score with. Quickly, Glasses reacted extremely quickly, yanking down the magical device hanging on his chest. A flash of light, and Jiangxi and Chungzeo were instantly teleported to his side. Yi Xingqian missed his kick, but remained calm. He looked down and took out a silver ring, putting it on his middle finger. The ring had a small pull tab. He gently pulled it, and an extremely thin metal wire extended from it. The wire gleamed coldly in the sunlight, incredibly sharp, its outline almost invisible. Was this something he picked up? Could it be a weapon generated by the system? These things do offer some resistance to superpowers, but it's usually not very strong. Never mind that for now. This battle was amazing. I haven't seen a fight against someone much stronger than me in ages. The opponent is S+ level, while Yi Xingqian is only D level. This kind of scene is rare to see in more than 10 years. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all excited and turned up the resolution to keep their eyes glued to the screen. Inside the map, the three quickly adjusted their stance and entered the battle rhythm. Chungzeo shook his arm, his face a little pale. That punch just now almost broke his bones. Luckily, he defended in time, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get up. He lowered his feet, crouched down to gather his strength, and then charged straight at Yi Xingqian. His hands were enveloped in raging flames, like two fiery fists aimed directly at his opponent's vitals. At the same time, Jiangxi circled around from the side, and with a wave of his hand, a silver-white longbow appeared in his palm. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrows were done in one smooth motion, and 3 arrows of light were drawn and flew towards Yi Xingqian at tricky angles. This is it. There's no way to dodge from this angle, unless he uses his special ability to take the hit, but the difference between D level and S+ is huge. Who knows if he can withstand it? The audience stared intently at the screen, waiting to witness Yi Xingqian being hit. Surprisingly, Yi Xingqian did not dodge to either side, but instead faced away from the light arrow and continued to fight Chungzeo head-on. Is he crazy? Catching an arrow with his back? I bet he just got lucky. He's probably going to be eliminated now. Just as everyone was lamenting, the scene suddenly changed. The 3 arrows stopped 20 centimeters away from Yi Xingqian's body. A sharp, piercing scraping sound rang out as the silk threads intertwined in the air, actually blocking Jiangxi's arrow. Jiangxi was shocked and hadn't even had time to react when he saw one of the arrows he had shot turn around in midair and head straight for him. He hurriedly retreated, knocking another arrow as he ran, and with a whoosh, 3 more arrows shot out. But at this moment, Yi Xingqian had already turned around, a faint smile on his lips, as if he had expected the other party to do this. Jiangxi felt a sudden unease. What exactly is this guy preparing? Quick, turn up the resolution. Look at his hand. There's something there, the audience exclaimed in surprise. When the image was switched to the highest resolution, everyone gasped. A dense network of metal wires had quietly enveloped Yi Xingqian, resembling a spider web. The ends of the silk threads were all wrapped around his fingers, and with the slightest movement of his fingers, the entire net flexibly changed shape. The arrows Jiangxi shot were instantly entangled in the net, and some arrows even bounced back, chasing after his footsteps. The remaining 3 arrows changed direction and attacked the glasses head-on. The silk threads wrapped around the arrows carried a powerful offensive, almost completely blocking the glasses' escape route from the air. Glass's eyes narrowed as he assessed his next move. However, his physical abilities were geared toward support, not quick dodging. Just as he was about to act, Jiangxi shouted, "Don't use your magical weapon!" Before he could finish speaking, Glasses pulled down the magical artifact on his chest, and the two instantly teleported to Yi Xingqian's left. What seemed like a safe zone was actually right into Yi Xingqian's trap. Huh. Yi Xingqian chuckled, grabbed Chungzeo's hands, and flung him away like a chick. Then, in a flash, he arrived at the control point of the net, and with a flick of his wrist, the entire fine net quickly closed in. Before the three could react, they were firmly suspended in midair by the trap made of silk threads. General, Yi Xingqian clenched his fist, and as soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Zhao, Jiang Si, and the bespectacled Huang Mingxing immediately went black. The next second, the three were teleported out of the game, and the system coldly announced their elimination. Jing Zhao, Zhang Gusi, Wang Mingxing eliminated. As soon as the system's voice fell, the live stream fell into a brief silence. Immediately afterward, a burst of excited shouts erupted. Holy crap, that's incredible. Absolutely insane. That's amazing. I'm so excited I could run to the bathroom and roll around in frustration. This guy actually dared to wrap that kind of thin thread around his finger. He's insane. The audience was so excited they were almost incoherent, screaming in disbelief for a full minute. That's no ordinary thread. It's sharper than a knife. One wrong move, and your finger's gone. How could he dare to do that? At this moment, someone jumped out to explain, and messages flashed by quickly. Brothers, his weapon is called the Chris Ring, which was originally rated as one of the worst weapons in the system. That line is a full 8,000 meters long. For an ordinary person, let alone using it well, they would have a hard time even pulling it apart. But Yi Xingqian not only used it, he used it with ease. You have to admire his control. He had attached the wire to Cheng Zhao beforehand, and when Glasses used his teleportation ability, he used Cheng Zhao to transfer the wire to Huang Mingxing. If you go back and watch the video, you'll see that Yi Xingqian had already set up the trap when he defeated Cheng Zhao. Not to mention, this ring also has a hidden wire 40 meters long, which can be used as a control line. Jiang Si's arrow was so accurate not because he had good aim, but because Huang Mingxing was already restrained by the wire. This explanation completely won over the audience. They had to admit that it wasn't just skillful maneuvering, but also incredibly ingenious thinking. In their eyes, Yi Xingqian could almost be called a tactical genius, or even a weapons master. However, before the heated discussion could subside, a new wave of comments flooded in. Brothers, stop watching Yi Xingqian. There's a girl on the desert map going on a killing spree. Switch over there now. These people speaking weren't ordinary spectators, but a group of knowledgeable upperclassmen. The fact that they were so excited was enough to show that the girl was extraordinary. Many people clicked on the link following the comments. The screen showed 5 people standing on the sand. More accurately, 2 of them were still able to move, while the other 3 were lying on the ground, completely incapacitated. A figure wielding a large sword appeared. It was Chu Shui. The sword, with its ancient design, was said to be the same style as the legendary Guan Yu's sword, and it spun rapidly in her hand. Su Changcheng, opposite her, gasped for breath. She could hardly believe the girl before her was so fierce. An hour ago, she was cautiously making her way alone through the desert. The desert terrain is complex, and wise people know not to act rashly in the early stages. She was also planning to avoid battle. Along the way, she met some classmates who planned to form a group to find an oasis, intending to travel safely. But just then, the first snow appeared. Su Changcheng recognized her. This girl had no spirit body or any supernatural abilities, and was the only ordinary person in the military academy. But who would have thought that this seemingly weakest girl would be the first to make a move? Before the 3 boys could even retaliate, she had already knocked them to the ground. Chu Shui's attack was incredibly fast. The swirling air from her broadsword nearly whipped up sand. Su Changcheng quickly drew her magical weapons, firing 2 guns in rapid succession, flanking Chu Shui from both sides. Chu Shui, almost without pausing, twirled her broadsword in her hand, creating a shield. 2 bullets were easily deflected by the blade, even ricocheting off and striking 2 fallen opponents, instantly eliminating them from the game. With a loud bang, Su Changcheng felt a sharp pain in her waist and almost collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, Chu Shui only used the back of the knife. Otherwise, she would have been eliminated by the system long ago. Su Changcheng knew she couldn't hesitate any longer, so she immediately activated her special ability, Wind Spin, using the wind to propel herself into the air. Her figure swayed, soaring 5 meters into the air while bullets rained down from the sky. Chu Shui, however, did not back down. As she ran, she pulled a handful of fine silver needles from her stockings. She tossed the needles aside, slapped them with her broadsword, and the needles flew out with pinpoint accuracy. Su Changcheng had no time to dodge and was pierced by the silver needle. The pain was so intense that she lost control of her supernatural abilities, and the bullet missed its target. Just as she was adjusting her angle, Chu Shui seized the opportunity. The hilt of the broadsword snapped open instantly, and a string of silver chains shot out, whistling into the air. She grabbed the chains with one hand and swung them forcefully, the chains wrapping around Su Qingqing's feet. The next second, with a loud bang, Su Qingqing plummeted from the sky. She landed on the sand, her mouth full of sand, unable to speak. The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap, is this person really a girl? That knife is one of the heaviest weapons in the system. How can she even swing it, let alone swing it? Even a guy with a heavy weapon would have trouble, and she could do fancy maneuvers with it. Could this be Yi Xingqian's wife? The two of them could take on multiple opponents at once? It's simply unbelievable. Some people still didn't believe it and quickly checked Chu Shui's information. Upon opening the information card, everyone was instantly stunned. Name, Chu Shui. Freshman score, 100 points. Keep in mind that freshman scores start at 0, and 5 points are added for each person eliminated. This means she defeated at least 20 freshmen, and these were real battles, without any special abilities, relying solely on skill and strength. Wow, I want to become her apprentice right now. This couple is too ruthless. One is a mechanical god, and the other is a melee maniac. The barrage exploded. Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian's battle made everyone remember their names. In the monitoring room, a female instructor stared at the screen, a satisfied smile on her face. Beside her, Song Mian rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. The quality of this year's freshman far exceeds our expectations, he said slowly, his tone brimming with joy. The female instructor nodded slightly, but was startled by Song Mian's next words. I'm almost tempted to reward them with something special. Her expression changed slightly, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She had a feeling that this reward was not a good thing. Sure enough, Song Mian waved to his adjutant, his smile somewhat dangerous. Notify the technical team to activate the underground mode ahead of schedule. I want to see their limits. Understood, sir. The adjutant immediately saluted and turned to leave. Looking at Song Mian's wide smile, the female instructor secretly worried about the new students. She had just been transferred from another branch school and had long heard that Song Mian was known as the devil instructor, and now she had witnessed it firsthand. His refined appearance could not hide his inherently torturous nature. At this moment, in the training field, Su Qingqing was struggling to get out of the sand, looking disheveled and with a sore back. As soon as she stood up, she saw a heavy curved knife stuck in the sand beside her, the blade still trembling slightly. She recognized the knife's owner as Chu Shui at a glance and immediately raised her hands in surrender. Beautiful Chu Shui, let's talk this out, don't fight. Seeing that she couldn't win, Su Qingqing switched to her soft and cute mode in a second, hugged Chu Shui's leg, and cried with tears streaming down her face. I only recently awakened my spirit form, and I'm still not very good at using my spiritual artifacts. Please don't kill me. I can be your little follower, she pleaded incessantly, hoping that the cold-faced girl would soften her heart and let her go. But Chu Shui remained expressionless, without even hesitating, and directly pulled the knife from the sand. The wind whipped up by the blade grazed Su Qingqing's scalp, causing her to close her eyes and scream in terror. Heroine, spare my life. The expected slash didn't come. She opened her eyes and saw Chu Shui throw her curved sword. With a crack, the hilt struck a boy precisely on the head, instantly engulfing him in light and teleporting him out of the game. Su Qingqing was startled, only then noticing a metal rivet resting near Chu Shui's feet. The boy clearly intended to take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. I really wasn't with him. I'm begging you. I'm not trying to drag you down with me, she hurriedly explained, afraid of being misunderstood. Actually, she wasn't familiar with those people. They were just traveling together, and she disapproved of their bullying behavior. Chu Shui's counterattack shocked her. This seemingly frail girl had unleashed astonishing fighting power. She felt even more wronged. She hadn't wanted to participate in the bullying, yet she had almost been caught in the crossfire. Let go. Chu Shui finally spoke, her tone indifferent yet clear and pleasant. Huh? Oh, okay, sorry. Su Qingqing snapped out of her daze, quickly letting go, her face flushed with embarrassment. Your voice is so beautiful. I was mesmerized just now. She smiled a little shyly. Chu Shui didn't respond, but simply nodded, then went over and reassembled the scimitar. Come with me. She turned and said this in a voice as soft as a whisper, which surprised Su Changcheng. She hadn't expected that instead of being kicked out, she would be invited to come along. It felt like she had struck gold. Great. My name is Su Changcheng. You can call me Qingzi too. She quickly grabbed Chu Shue's arm and excitedly introduced herself. I'm a wind-type ability user, and these dual pistols are my magical weapons. They're very useful. She pulled out the guns and showed them off, but Chu Shue only glanced at them indifferently and didn't say anything more. She lowered her head and refastened her curved blade, preparing to continue on her way. However, just as the two were about to take a step, the ground suddenly shook violently, and sand began to fall. Quick, this way! Chu Shue's expression changed, and she pulled Su Changcheng along, running towards the southeast. The area where they had just stood instantly collapsed, leaving a huge circular crater in the ground. A small sand dune not far away seemed to have been split in two, and a colossal creature emerged from it. A giant centipede, easily 100 meters long, dragging countless densely packed limbs, slithered out of the ground. A pungent, fishy stench assaulted her nostrils. Su Changcheng glanced at it and nearly vomited on the spot. This stuff is disgusting. Did that pervert Song Mian activate the underground system ahead of time? She couldn't help but start cursing, her face pale. Those dense claws, even I, a woman, almost fainted. Who could stand his taste? Those two young girls weren't scared to death. They're really brave. The chat was filled with complaints, and the live stream was bustling with activity. But worse was yet to come. Another centipede of the same size appeared in Yi Xingchen's area. It slid across the sand with a screeching sound, curving like a giant S as it chased after Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen remained calm, manipulating the Chris ring on his fingertip, from which thin steel wires flew out. The wires intertwined into a net, quickly binding several of the centipede's legs and severing several limbs. Sizzle. The steel wire emitted a piercing sound as it was corroded by the centipede's bodily fluids. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. The centipede's blood was surprisingly corrosive. After losing its leg, the centipede roared in fury, its speed suddenly increasing and its charge becoming even more ferocious. It roared as it charged towards Yi Xingchen, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand, as if to engulf him. The sand tumbled down like an avalanche, and the giant centipede suddenly burrowed into the ground, attacking again from underground. Yi Xingchen's eyes remained calm. He pulled up the lines of the spinning ring and flicked it into the air. The thin lines spread out in the air, as if laying down a sky bridge for him. He stepped onto it, and his figure flew lightly through the air, so fast that even the giant centipede could hardly catch up. Sigh, I'm really impressed. Tell me, how can he make so many things out of a small Chris ring? He's paved the way for him. Is he going to fly to the heavens next? This isn't flying to the heavens. I suspect I picked up a fake during my freshman test. The difference between people is sometimes incomparable. Yi Xingchen ran wildly until suddenly his vision cleared, and he saw an oasis. In front of the oasis, a blue and white semi-transparent wall floated, like a natural barrier. He glanced back at the enormous centipede lurking deep within the sand dune. No matter how extreme the freshman test was, they wouldn't set a guaranteed death trap. It seemed that the wall was probably the key. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, heading straight for the wall. As if sensing his intention, the centipede also suddenly increased its speed, churning the sand into a frenzy. Just as he was about to reach the wall, the centipede leaped into the air, its massive jaws snapping open, lunging straight for his head. Yi Xingchen sneered, flicking out a silver beam that resembled a 1,000-meter-long metal wire, tracing a deadly arc through the air. Wah! Splatter, splatter. The centipede's ferocious fangs were instantly severed, and it rolled on the ground in pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Xingchen leaped through the wall, his figure disappearing into the oasis in an instant. Bang! A loud crash followed, and the centipede slammed into the wall, successfully blocking its way in. It curled up, hissing, its eyes bloodshot. It looked as if it was shouting, "You cowardly turtle, come out if you dare!" Yi Xingchen ignored him completely and turned to walk into the oasis. He knew the ring was ruined after that attack, so he casually tossed it on the ground. Then, he touched the necklace around his neck. It was a tracking device. The red dot on the screen was very close to him, indicating that Chu Shue had also arrived in this area. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and his previously tense expression relaxed somewhat. On the other side, Chu Shui and Su Changcheng also passed through the wall. What the hell? What was that pervert Song Mian thinking? Why did he have to come up with such a disgusting thing? Su Changcheng stomped her feet in anger. Her face turned red, and she was dizzy from running. In contrast, Chu Shui remained calm, though her skin was slightly flushed from running. She held a short knife in one hand and gripped the pendant around her neck tightly with the other. This way, she whispered, the pendant projecting a map-like image, quickly determining their location. Su Changcheng stood up, her face contorted with distress, and said, Chu Shui, let's find some water as we go. I'm dying of thirst. I really don't want to be eliminated because of thirst. That would be too embarrassing. Chu Shui nodded, and the two followed the path. The sun was already setting in the west, and the sky was beginning to glow with an orange-red afterglow. If they didn't find water and shelter soon, the desert's frigid temperatures at night would become another brutal test. Hey, they're here. This group has finally entered the oasis. We're finally going to see the exciting part. Don't rush. It'll be even better when it gets dark. I've already prepared popcorn. The viewers in the live stream were extremely excited, and the barrage of comments kept going off, just like a large-scale gossip-loving scene. Yi Xingchen had already passed through a dense forest, the trees so tall they blocked out the sun. He carefully observed his surroundings and discovered that all the trees were tropical evergreen species, completely unrelated to the desert. The deeper he went, the more uneasy he felt. The woods were eerily quiet. Not even a bird could be heard, and there wasn't a trace of insects or animals. Apart from the rustling of the leaves in the wind, it was as if the whole world had stood still. 5 minutes passed. Whoosh! A strange sound came from the roadside bushes, followed by a beam of light slicing through the air. Yi Xingchen easily dodged it with a sidestep, and then a figure jumped out of the bushes. Yi Xingchen's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed the man's neck with his other hand. Ouch! Yi Xingchen, it's you. As soon as that familiar voice came out, he recognized Lin Xiao. Brother, let go. I'm about to die. Seeing it was an old acquaintance, Yi Xingchen released his grip. Lin Xiao clutched her neck, gasping for breath, her face flushed, and it took her a while to recover. Why did you throw the knife? Did you mistake me for someone else? How was I supposed to know it was you, bro? I thought it was some wild animal. Lin Xiao said with a bitter face. He had been wandering around in the woods for more than 10 minutes without seeing a single person. Sensing someone approaching, she thought she had encountered some dangerous creature, but it turned out to be Yi Xingchen. Seriously, Xingchen, do you have any food or water? My mouth is practically cracked. Yi Xingchen glanced at him. Do I look like someone who can hide food? Lin Xiao's expression immediately collapsed, and he looked up and wailed. I, Lin Xiao, have lived a heroic life, and now I'm going to starve to death in this godforsaken place. He cried and wailed, with snot and tears streaming down his face, and the scene was extremely miserable. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen could only shake his head helplessly. Follow me. I know where the water is. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. She wiped away her tears, her face full of excitement. The two parted a large patch of grass and came to the back of a big tree. Wow, look, there really is water. Lin Xiao looked at the stream and was so excited that she almost jumped on it. Shut up. Yi Xingchen punched him on the shoulder. Lin Xiao was about to protest when he caught a glimpse of a huge brown shadow out of the corner of his eye. His expression changed drastically, and cold sweat instantly broke out. Beside the stream, a nearly 230-meter-long brown python was coiled up, half its body hidden behind a pile of rocks. To drink water, one would have to approach it without disturbing it, a nearly impossible task. Welcome to the Oasis instance. In a live stream, the senior students began their enthusiastic explanation. The first task, drink water. The enemy is a 230-meter-long giant python. As for why it's always centipedes and giant snakes? Because Song Mian is a natural-born fan of these disgusting and enormous creatures. He's definitely a beast enthusiast. Chapter 13, What a Huge Bowl of Dog Food. Do you have any weapons? Yi Xingchen had only found one ring along the way, which she had just thrown away. Yes, but not many. Lin Xiao took out a gun. All right, I also have a ring, but I don't know how to use it. The brand-new Chris ring gleamed in Lin Xiao's hand. Have to. Perfect. Keep the gun, I want this ring. Yi Xingchen put the ring back on his middle finger, pulling out fine threads. Lin Xiao stared wide-eyed at his series of actions. With the line drawn, Yi Xingqian was preparing to make his move. But he saw someone else strike even faster than him. Large leaves rolled up, forming a leaf tornado that struck the giant python's entire body. The sudden attack startled the sleeping python. Its scarlet forked tongue flicked out, and the coiled python immediately raised its head, searching for its target. A chestnut-haired girl leaped out of the bushes, wielding 2 pistols and throwing a handful of leaves. The leaves, sharp as knives, sliced through the python's skin. Upon spotting its target, the giant python thrashed its body and lunged at the girl. Despite its enormous size, this giant python was even faster than the centipede from before, arriving in front of the girl in the blink of an eye. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The girl cursed and then turned and ran away. Is this a wind-type ability user? Lin Xiao guessed based on the girl's actions. Yi Xingqian nodded, stood up, and leaned against the tree trunk, quietly watching the commotion over there. Brother, aren't you going to go help? Lin Xiao was puzzled by Yi Xingqian's calm demeanor. I won't help, I'll just watch. Yi Xingqian fiddled with the thin thread in his hand. The girl opposite him was clearly there to attract the python's attention. She wasn't alone, and if he rashly went up to her, he was likely to be attacked by her accomplices. Besides, he's not that free to help just anyone. It's not too late to strike and take the kill after her accomplices have finished fighting the python. Yi Xingqian thought to himself, Host, you really aren't going to help. Suddenly, the voice of 37 rang in my mind. Right, Yi Xingqian replied in his mind. Oh, so you don't want your wife anymore either, right? What? Hearing what 37 said, Yi Xingqian frowned. What does this have to do with the first snow? Look to the left. 37. Explanation. Hearing its words, Yi Xingqian turned his head and saw a snow-white figure darting out from the woods. The figure, wielding a massive curved blade, attacked from behind the giant python. Holy crap, isn't it your wife? Lin Xiao looked at the first snow and exclaimed in surprise. He turned around and found that Yi Xingqian was no longer there. Hey, bro, wait for me. Lin Xiao quickly followed. The curved blade pierced the giant python's head, cutting a huge gash down its 7-inch mark. Blood spurted out, splattering onto the girl's snow-white shirt. Chu Shue's expression remained unchanged. Before the giant python could turn around, she stabbed it again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The intense pain caused the python's rage to reach its peak. When Chu Shue saw that the snake was still moving, a slight expression finally appeared on her small face. It was obvious that she hadn't dealt it a fatal blow yet. When she chopped down just now, the feel was off, indicating that its vital spot had been deliberately reinforced by external forces. The giant snake's tail lashed out, and Hatsuyuki, who was falling, turned her head and quickly raised her sword hilt, pointing one end of the curved blade at the snake's tail. That snake is so big, if you get hit by it, you'll probably be teleported out of the game. The curved blade that was thrust out did not pierce the snake's tail as expected, but was blocked by something invisible. Chu Shui opened her eyes slightly, somewhat surprised, as she watched the snake's tail swing over and be sawed into pieces. A strong arm wrapped around her waist, and Chu Shui turned her head to see Yi Xingqian's indifferent profile. Yi Xingqian flicked out a thin thread, which bound the giant snake's movement. With a single pull, the snake was twisted into a pretzel by the thread, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. The snake thrashed about on the ground a couple of times before finally dying from blood loss. Are you all right? Yi Xingqian put his arm around Chu Shui, and as soon as they landed, he grabbed Chu Shui's arms and examined them carefully. That really scared him to death. Yi Xingqian dared not imagine what the consequences would have been if that attack had landed on Chu Shui. After carefully checking and confirming that Chu Shui was not injured, Yi Xingqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't rush in at such a dangerous time next time. What if you get hurt? What if you bump into something? The boy frowned, his eyes filled with an emotion Chu Shui had never seen before. He rebuked her, as if she had committed an unforgivable act. After talking about the first snow, Yi Xingqian began to talk to himself again. It's also my fault. I didn't meet up with you sooner. If I had met up with you sooner, this wouldn't have happened. The shift from blaming others to blaming oneself happens in an instant. Chu Shui stared at Yi Xingqian's furrowed brows, his tightly pursed red lips slightly parted. The scimitar in her hand fell to the ground, and the girl took a step forward. Yi Xingqian continued talking to himself, unaware of Chu Shui's actions. Yi Xingqian was only brought back to his senses by a pair of soft hands cupping his face and pulling him closer. A light, fleeting kiss landed on her cheek, soft, fragrant, and filled with the tenderness unique to a young girl. Yi Xingqian, who was still looking down, froze on the spot because of the kiss. He seemed to be stuck, and his eyes were as big as eggs. If there were a mirror right now, Yi Xingqian would definitely see his stupid look, like a husky seeing something amazing, his handsome face losing all balance because of the kiss. A gentle breeze ruffled the girl's slightly long hair. Yi Xingqian would never forget this scene. The wind blew the girl's hair back, and Chu Shui's usual expression, which was as if it had been sculpted from a mold, disappeared. She cupped his face in her hands, and his eyes reflected the girl's gentle smile. Her smile was so vivid, her eyes were filled with warmth, as if they were coated with a soft light. "Thank you." Yi Xingqian heard Chu Shui say. "Thank you for caring about me, Xingqian." The wind carried her voice into my ears. Thump. With his heart pounding, Yi Xingqian felt as if he could hear the sound of Newton's apple hitting the softest spot on the lawn. This was the first time she had called him by his name, just because of a few insignificant words of concern. Holy crap. Oh my god. The senior students in the live stream covered their faces. I came to watch these newbies get tortured, not to be fed dog food. Oh my goodness. My girlish heart is about to burst. He's blushing. Look, Yi Xingqian is actually blushing. Is this his first time dating? His face and neck are as red as a monkey's bottom. What an innocent young man. Chapter 14, The Battle of Arya. Covering half her face with the back of her hand, Yi Xingqian was too nervous to look at Chu Shui. He glanced to the side, but couldn't help glancing back at her every now and then. "No need to thank me, it's nothing. If you like to hear it, I'll tell you about it later." Wow, what an amazing statement. Whose proud and arrogant little wife has run out here. I always feel like these two characters have switched roles, but it's so sweet. A proud and strong young man times a stoic but soft-hearted young woman. I'm totally shipping them. A barrage of comments flew across the live stream, but Yi Xingqian had no idea that his innocent young man persona was being watched by a large group of people. In the map. Ahem. Are you two done? Lin Xiao stood 10 meters away from Yi Xingqian and spoke cautiously. "Although I understand your desire to continue, we've been standing here for 5 minutes already, and someone will be here soon. Should we leave as soon as possible?" Lin Xiao's voice grew softer and softer. As a third wheel between the two of them, he was extremely uncomfortable. But now is really not the time for romance. They're still taking exams. During the exam period, stop showing off your love. Yi Xingqian knew this wasn't a good place, so he quickly straightened up, but the upturned corners of his mouth still betrayed his good mood. "First Snow, is this your husband?" Su Changcheng stood to the side, asking curiously. Chu Shui nodded, and because of that, Yi Xingqian's face, which he had finally managed to straighten up, crooked again. "Host, please control your expression. It's so ugly." It wasn't until she heard 37's disapproving voice that Yi Xingqian finally stopped making a face. "I'm going to find something to fetch water. You wait here for me." Yi Xingqian's voice was normal. He went into the woods, climbed a tree, and broke off 4 branches as thick as an arm. Use your wind-based abilities to control sharp objects and whittle these branches into the shape of a drinking cup. Okowo. Su Changcheng took the branch Yi Xingqian handed her, took out a sharp knife, and the sound of rapid carving echoed along the quiet riverbank. "Lin Xiao, come here for a moment and help me peel the skin off the thickest part of this snake. We'll be having snake meat tonight." Is this edible? Lin Xiao felt a psychological aversion when she looked at the snake lying dead in a puddle of mud on the ground. He was a rich kid who used to eat and drink well, but he never expected to have to eat raw meat on his first day of school. He found it hard to accept at first. Before Lin Xiao could mentally prepare herself, she saw Chu Shui, who had been standing behind Yi Xingqian, pick up the knife from the ground. Several flashes of white light appeared, and the snake on the ground was cut into 7 pieces by Chu Shui. This piece, and this piece. She pointed to the pieces of snake meat closest to Yi Xingqian. These pieces were the firmest parts of the snake and tasted the best. Yi Xingqian glanced tenderly at Chu Shui, thinking to himself that his wife was really capable. Those few cuts had saved him a lot of trouble. After watching the first snowfall, Yi Xingqian turned her gaze to Lin Xiao, her eyes immediately showing a hint of disdain. It's like saying, "My wife isn't afraid, And you, a grown man, are afraid of these things? You're trash. Lin Xiao felt awkward under Yi Xingqian's gaze. He steeled himself, walked over, and pulled out a knife. The group divided the work and finished it in no time. Yi Xingqian cut a few banana leaves, put the chopped snake meat inside, and tied it with thin thread. After doing all this, he took off his coat and repackaged it. Okay, all done. First Snow, what do you think? Su Changchang brought over 4 wooden water cups, and Chu Shui glanced at them and nodded. I'll go get some water. Lin Xiao volunteered to do the work. He went to fetch water with great enthusiasm, but when he came back, his face was completely black. What's wrong with you? Seeing Lin Xiao's pale face, Su Changcheng asked, Is there no water left? Come and see for yourselves. Lin Xiao opened the water glass and saw several layers of impurities floating on top and fine sand at the bottom, indicating that the water was no longer clean. Lin Xiao remembered that when she first saw the stream, it wasn't like this. The water was crystal clear. It was obvious that the testers didn't want them to drink clean water. Ah, that feels good. At the testing station, Song Mian looked at the 4 people on the screen and happily hummed a little tune. The female instructor next to him didn't even want to look at him. Instructor Song, you've gone too far. These students' lips are so dry. How could you deliberately pollute the water source? The female mentor felt indignant on behalf of Yi Xingqian and the others. Song Mian put his hands behind his head, appearing absent-minded in the face of his female tutor's questioning. So what? He smiled and said, True strong people never back down when faced with any difficulties. I think I was very lenient with them. I only polluted the water source. During the Battle of Arya, our army held out for 7 days without food or water. What is this predicament compared to that? He spoke of it casually. Although the female tutor disagreed, she didn't say anything more. Although Song Mian's abnormal training methods were inhumane, he was indeed considering the future of the entire galaxy. The War of Arya 200 years ago was a nightmare for countless people. The dense swarms of interstellar insectoids killed countless people. If it weren't for the soldiers of the 5 military academies who were determined to defend their homeland, they wouldn't be where they are today. Moreover, the peace of the galaxy today is built upon the bones of countless brave warriors, and no one knows when the terrifying Zerg will return. Moreover, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui have gone too far. They actually dated right in front of me. Damn it, what a joke. People who date during exams should just die. Song Mian slammed his fist on the control panel, his eyes fixed on Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui with hostility, like an extremely angry single dog. Female instructor. To put it bluntly, you can't stand seeing couples being affectionate, and you make up excuses like it's to train them. Ugh, so despicable. The little incident has passed. Yi Xingqian glanced at the water in the glass. Take it with you first. I have a way to purify it. Now we should find a place to stay for the night. The sun was already setting, and it would soon be dark. If you can't find a place to sleep before dark, that's worse than not being able to drink water. For people lined up in a row, Yi Xingqian led the way, with the 2 girls in the middle and Lin Xiao at the back. Parting the grass, which was half a person's height, Yi Xingqian and his group discovered a giant tree. There's a fairly large hole at the base of this giant tree, big enough to hold about 7 or 8 people. Let's do it here. Yi Xingqian put down her coat. Chapter 15 Plant-Based Ability Users. These people are really lucky. They actually found this place. That's not necessarily true. Whether they're lucky or not depends on whether they'll be scared to death when they find out the truth. If we can hold on, then tonight we'll be safe. If we can't, then we're finished. The sky was already covered by a layer of darkness. Yi Xingqian clearly felt that the temperature around him had dropped significantly. Although this was an oasis, it was still a desert area. First Snow gathered a bundle of dry branches from around the giant tree and set up a makeshift campfire at the entrance of the tree hollow. First Snow, move aside. Lin Xiao waved to Chu Shui, then extended a finger, and a small flame ignited at his fingertip. Are you a fire-type ability user? Yeah, what's wrong? Lin Xiao flicked the flame onto the tree branch that Chu Shui had set up. It's nothing, I just remembered that I eliminated an S-class fire-type ability user today, and I think I broke his hand. Yi Xingqian remained calm. Lin Xiao, brother, please don't say such terrifying things to someone who is also a fire-type ability user in such a serious tone. Okay. After the campfire was lit, it soon began to crackle and pop. Yi Xingqian took the snake meat out of his coat, skewered it with a few twigs, and then placed it over the fire. How do we purify this water? After securing food, the next step is naturally to address the water issue. Yi Xingqian took the 4 water cups, connected the tops with hollow grass, and then made a simple filter with thin thread. Lin Xiao, use your fire-based ability to melt the gun you found, and combine it with Su Qingqing's wind-based ability to make it into a vessel. Lin Xiao and Su Changxiang got to work as soon as they received the assignment. It has to be said that a wind-type ability user and a fire-type ability user together would make for an advanced forging team. Fire-type ability users are responsible for melting the shape, while wind-type ability users are responsible for cooling the container. In just over 10 minutes, a square vessel was ready. Yi Xingqian hung the water cup upside down and used hollow grass as a plastic tube to draw out the water. This method, called gravity flow, is a way to quickly filter impurities. The filtered water was visibly clear. When the container was 2/3 full, Yi Xingqian covered it with half a banana leaf and asked Lin Xiao to heat it to sterilize it. Once the water was heated up, the meat was almost cooked. The 4 of them divided the water and meat and began to devour it. After a whole day of fighting, being able to have a meal now is a real blessing. Feeling his sleeve being tugged, Yi Xingqian turned his head. Chu Shui handed him a piece of snake meat, which was sprinkled with a layer of fine brown powder. Yi Xingqian smelled it and realized it was cumin, which Chu Shui had probably picked casually when she came over. A little. The first Snow said. She meant that there wasn't much of it, just a tiny bit. Eat it yourself. Yi Xingqian was touched, but still felt that he should give it to Chu Shui. The snake meat wasn't seasoned much, had an earthy taste, and tasted terrible. It's fine for a rough, old man like him to eat like this, but Chu Shui, such a petite girl, should eat better. But as soon as Yi Xingqian finished speaking, Chu Shui handed him the snake meat a short distance away, almost shoving it into his mouth. The girl stared at him, her expression blank, yet her determination was unwavering. I'll eat it. In the end, Yi Xingqian gave in. He opened his mouth and ate the snake meat that his wife had secretly slipped to him, feeling quite pleased with himself. Host, I think I really should give you a mirror so you can see how pathetic you are. In his mind's eye, 37 watched Yi Xingqian's expression of enjoyment and couldn't help but complain. Yi Xingqian ignored it and asked, "What brings you here this time?" 37 usually doesn't speak, but if they do, it's basically because something's up. I'm awarding you a prize. That's what the system said. Bye. Congratulations, host, for completing the top-level mission ahead of schedule. You received a kiss on the cheek from your wife, your spirit body was upgraded once, and your supernatural abilities were filtered twice. The current host spirit has been upgraded from F to E. After filtering the spirit twice more, the upgrade will be complete. The host's current ability level is D. The ability level is different from the spirit level and requires 4 filterings to upgrade. When the ability level is C, the host can use the original body's ability. The system disappears after giving out rewards. After his spirit body was upgraded, Yi Xingqian felt all the fatigue in his body disappear and all the functions of his body were enhanced. Call. Grandpa, I am alive. After finishing his meal, Lin Xiao threw the tree branch away. Yi Xingqian opened the interface and checked the number of people still in the test. There were 1,576 new students taking the test, but now only 433 remain. In just one afternoon, more than 1,000 were eliminated. That's an incredibly low attrition rate. Looking at the data, Yi Xingqian thought to himself that the survival skills of this year's freshmen were quite high. My eyes glanced at the top of the page, and none of the instructors had been eliminated. It seems the remaining students have all teamed up. It's very difficult to survive alone in the desert map. It's getting late, Lin Xiao. Come with me over there and get some banana leaves to use for warmth tonight. Chu Shui, you wait for me here. Yi Xingqian was about to get up. Suddenly, a very faint sound of fighting reached my ears. Star, there are 5 people fighting ahead. Judging from the sound, it seems like 4 people were being chased and beaten by 1 person. At this moment, Lin Xiao, who was next to Yi Xingqian, spoke up. Can you feel it? Yi Xingqian was slightly surprised when he saw Lin Xiao with her hands on her hips. That's right. My spirit level is S. I'm a walking reconnaissance plane. S-class spirits are extremely rare throughout the entire galaxy, and Yi Xingqian hadn't expected that Lin Xiao, this husky, would have such a high level of spirit. How far are they from here now? About a kilometer or so. They sped up. Oh no, Star, we need to put out this firewood. There's a plant-based ability user on the other side. Lin Xiao shouted. Upon hearing his words, Su Changcheng quickly controlled the airflow, and within seconds, the raging flames disappeared into the darkness. The surroundings became completely dark. Chu Shui took the curved sword in her hand and came behind Yi Xingchen. She pointed the hilt of the sword in one direction, and it was clear that Chu Shui had also heard the sounds of fighting. As time passed, the sounds of fighting gradually became clearer. My lovely little bunnies, don't run away. All of you become my plant seeds. A captivating voice pierced the silent night. Holy crap, this woman's skills are disgusting. Damn it, bro, quick, use ice spikes on her. The angry shouts grew louder as four boys struggled to deal with a girl behind them. Red and blue lights flashed. Swoosh! The vines, almost obscuring the sky, were waving. Ha ha ha! Stop struggling. You're all dead. Chapter 16, The Superpowerful, All-Knowing Creature. The excited laughter had a touch of madness. Yi Xingchen heard a scream, and then four blue lights flashed by. An icicle bounced off a plant and became lodged in a giant tree overhead. The vines that were flying everywhere were taken back by the girl in the darkness. Damn it, it's her. Su Changcheng looked at the vines, a hint of disgust on her face. You know her? Yi Xingchen asked. I know. She is a special recruit in our year. She is a very powerful plant-type ability user with an ability level of SS and a very high A-level spirit body. Because her spirit and ability levels are very high, she absorbs spirit value particularly quickly. Spiritual value is something related to one's own special abilities. Depending on the environment, a person with special abilities can automatically absorb elements related to their own abilities, and these elements together are called spiritual value. The higher the spiritual value, the stronger the ability user of that series will be. When accumulated to a certain level, they can unleash a high burst of ability. This person has a nickname, Planting Witch. She's a girl that Song Mian recruited from a turbulent planet. She has extensive combat experience, and her hobby is torturing people with plants. We've taken care of 4 more people. Let me see my scoreboard. I've already got 630 points. Not enough. Not enough. I need to keep catching little rabbits. As Su Changcheng explained, that alluring voice rang out again, getting closer and closer to them. The 4 people immediately became alert. Huh, I said little rabbit. And here it is. A pair of eyes instantly locked onto Yi Xingchen and the others. The vines are coming. Yi Xingchen and his companions sharpened their eyes, preparing to parry the attack, when a vine that had been attacking them was pushed aside by an even thicker vine. For people. Planting Witch. The earth trembled. The brown mud was fragmented. Yeah! A tremendous howl shook the ground 3 times. Fuck you. Which bastard is keeping me up at night? Damn it, he actually stuck ice picks in my body. Go to hell. He deserves a beating. The loud shouts and curses left the 5 people on the ground stunned. This. Lin Xiao turned her head stiffly. This tree is fucking talking. Ah! He seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying and screamed as he tried to run away. You're insane. Yi Xingchen quickly grabbed him. Although he was quite shocked that the tree was alive, running out now was clearly not a wise choice. The tree roots, thicker than a person, swung about, and as moonlight shone down, the tree looked like a giant monster attacking the Planting Witch. The girl probably didn't expect there to be a talking tree on the map. However, having lived on the chaotic planet for over a decade, he quickly recovered from his shock. Plant control. With a soft shout, the Planting Witch, being a plant-based ability user, felt that as long as she could control the tree, there wouldn't be any problem. Go to hell, you idiot. Trying to use plant-based superpowers on me. Do you even know how many years I've lived? You're just playing with matches here. The supernatural power she unleashed was dispersed by the tree roots. The Planting Witch hadn't expected the tree to have the ability to resist supernatural powers, and she panicked instantly. She quickly used the vines to protect herself, but found that the surrounding trees wouldn't obey her commands. Her superpowers are unusable. Ah! A scream rang out, and Yi Xingchen and the others saw a girl in a black leather jacket being lifted up by her feet caught in vines. Bye-bye, you son of a bitch. The giant tree swore. His tree roots formed a baseball bat in the moonlight, and he tossed the girl up into the air, sending her flying like a ball. A flash of blue light, and the Planting Witch was teleported out of the map. These myriad creatures are as irritable as ever. In a live stream, the senior students were eating popcorn while talking. The last time I saw this thing was 10 years ago, when I was just a little baby. This planting, which is really pitiful. If she hadn't met Wan Shengling, she would very likely have been the first place in this freshman test. Sigh, there's nothing we can do. The myriad living beings is immune to all supernatural attacks, and it's said that this myriad living beings has lived for 30,000 years and is incredibly powerful. After eliminating the planting witch, the giant tree groaned twice. Yi Xingqian and the other three held their breath, not daring to breathe. But their silence doesn't mean the giant tree isn't aware of it. Huh, some bastards have arrived. This tree speaks very rudely. It simply buried its roots back into the ground. The cracked mudland closed up. Lin Xiao was so frightened by how easily it had dealt with such a powerful superhuman that her legs trembled. Starry sky, let's run away. His voice was barely audible. Why are you running? Am I that scary? A face made of tree bark suddenly appeared behind Lin Xiao, bathed in pale moonlight. Lin Xiao screamed ah and rolled his eyes, actually fainting from fright. Tisk, coward. Seeing Lin Xiao's pathetic state, the giant tree spat a sliver of wood onto him. It then turned its gaze to the other three people. A 2S wind-type ability user, pretty good level, but the spirit body is only D, what a waste. The giant tree's gaze swept over Su Chengsheng, whose face had turned pale, and then looked at Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. Host, don't look it in the eye. The voice of 37 suddenly rang in my mind. Defense system activated. Huh, that's strange. I could see it just now, but why can't I see it now? The tree face moved from the opposite side, and in the blink of an eye arrived to Yi Xingqian's left. Yi Xingqian pulled Chu Shui's hand and stepped aside. A sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. 37's words had made him extremely wary of the tree. What are you glaring at me for? You think you can kill me? The giant tree scoffed dismissively. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes. His current spirit level is E, and he can use 3% of the supernatural abilities from his previous life. In his past life, he destroyed a city using only 3% of his supernatural abilities. Although using his past life's abilities would cause this body immense damage. If this giant tree were to launch an attack. TC, whatever, if I can't see it, I can't see it. Fortunately, the tree wasn't very interested in Yi Xingqian. It turned its gaze to the first snow. Huh, you're quite interesting, little girl. There are no superpowers or spirits, but there are some very familiar things. The giant tree blinked and arrived behind Chu Shui in less than a second. The vines attacked from behind, and Yi Xingqian felt Chu Shui's hand slip from his grasp. First snow, two shouts rang out, one from Yi Xingqian and the other from Su Chengsheng. Stars. The vines covered Chu Shui's face, and Chu Shui was pulled into the trunk of the giant tree. Chapter 17, Next Rebirth, as a lowly. What you do? A fierce desire for destruction swept over Yi Xingqian, and for a moment, he almost activated his supernatural ability. Kid, don't panic. I just want to confirm something. The giant tree tossed a sentence at Yi Xingqian, and then its withered face vanished. A heavy atmosphere filled the air. Su Chengsheng looked at Yi Xingqian's extremely cold face and clenched her fists nervously. That's terrifying. How could someone who is only 18 years old have such terrifying, murderous intent? What shattered all of this was the voice of 37. Host, don't be nervous. Your wife will be fine. What was that just now? Yi Xingqian stared at the spot where Chu Shui had disappeared. This was the first time that 37 had activated its defense system. If you host, this is my fault. I was careless. I didn't expect you to encounter a rule-based entity so quickly. Rules. What you just saw is the rule-making entity that exists in this world. We generally call this kind of being the origin. Every world has its own origin. The origin of your original world was superpowers, while the origin of this world is natural elements. They are intelligent beings composed of elements, not humans, but they govern some things in this world. Currently, 3 of the world's origins have awakened, and the one you have encountered is one of them. The source generally does not kill the living beings in this world, so you don't need to worry. 37 gave a detailed explanation. Yi Xingqian's expression grew even colder. He raised his hand. How likely do you think it is that I, with my current abilities, could kill this source? Host, 37 does not recommend that you act rashly. You can currently only use up 3% of your superpower. If you forcibly reverse your superpower, it will cause this body to collapse. In his previous life, Yi Xingqian stood at the top of that world. He was the Lord of Origin. If Yi Xingqian really wanted to, he could indeed instantly destroy this origin. But if you do that, you won't see the first snow. 10 minutes. Yi Xingqian said to 37. This is the limit of his waiting. 37 knew that no amount of persuasion would work, so she could only sigh. Black. An endless expanse of black. When Chuxue opened her eyes, all she could see was a pair of green eyes. Who are you? The girl spoke sharply, showing no fear even in such a dangerous environment. Discard fear, prayer, lost seal. Young lady, your life is truly miserable. Those eyes were slightly curved. Chushue's small hands clenched tightly, her face turning cold at the other person's words. Logically speaking, someone like you should have become a heinous villain by now, but surprisingly you haven't. But your heart has been empty for a long time. How could this be? Those eyes narrowed for a moment, then curved into a smile again. It doesn't seem completely empty, does it? Because of that kid outside? Let me out. First Snow did not answer the giant tree's question. Her expression was colder than ever before. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Chat with me for a while. The giant tree chuckled. To be honest, little girl, I quite like you. I've slept for tens of thousands of years and met countless people during that time, but you're the one I like the most. The topic suddenly veered off course, and Chu Shui frowned, unable to understand why its attitude had changed so quickly. And little girl, I feel like I know you a lot. Why don't you make a contract with me? I've been sleeping for so long, and I want to go out and see the world. Green eyes darted around the First Snow. The First Snow listened to its words without making a sound, which was tantamount to a tacit rejection. What's wrong? You don't want to? Afraid I'll disturb you snoring with that kid outside? Hey, I'm not that perverted. I'm sleeping like a log when you two are snoring. If you're really worried, you can add that clause to the contract. First Snow, what nonsense is this tree spouting? It's utterly rambling. Or, do you not like your current gender? It's okay. I'm in charge of the 4 seasons, and I'm reborn once a year. Next year I'll become a lowly and play around, or maybe a mature woman would be nice too. I refuse. The First Snow didn't want to waste words with the tree, so it made its intentions clear. Refusal invalid. No one I've set my sights on has ever escaped. I don't care. I'm going to possess you. This tree is like a rogue, and you really want to become stronger, don't you? From childhood to adulthood, after doing so much, your desire for power is extremely strong. Furthermore, even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about that kid outside. That kid's rating is very low in all aspects, and with your background, he'll run into trouble sooner or later. If you don't become stronger now, will you let him bear everything alone in the future? The giant tree rattled off a whole bunch of things. Upon hearing Yi Xingqian's name, Chu Shui's expressionless face finally softened slightly. Can you make me stronger? That's natural. I'm the strongest and invincible in the universe. The giant tree's words were incredibly childish, but First Snow had to admit it was very strong. If you thought it through, then sign this contract. You can write down 3 clauses on it. A contract bearing ancient script appeared before Chu Shui. There was a pen next to the contract. Chu Shui stared at those eyes for 2 minutes, then picked up the pen and wrote down. First, we must not harm Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. Second, it cannot interfere with Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's daily lives. Third, if Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui are both in danger, Yi Xingqian should be protected first. Your request is really simple. The giant tree glanced at the terms written by the First Snowflake and said, then I'll write 3 terms too. First, do not offer any help to Chu Shui until she has found her own heart, unless her life is threatened. Secondly, I am allowed to share Chu Shui's consciousness when teaching Chu Shui martial arts, or to occupy Chu Shui's body to fight back when Chu Shui's life is severely threatened. In addition, Chu Shui is free to move around, and she is not allowed to disturb my sleep. Third, Chu Shui is forbidden from revealing my existence to anyone, including Yi Xingqian. Violators will be annihilated. Can you check if there are any problems? Chu Shui glanced at the contract and then signed her name. The contract has been completed. Contractor, my name is Green. Remember that. The contract shattered into fragments, and the green eye, along with the contract, burrowed into Chu Shui's brow. 10, 9, 8. Outside, Yi Xingqian silently counted down. 3, 2, Before the word was uttered, that familiar white figure finally emerged from the surface of the tree bark. First snow, Yi Xingqian quickly stepped forward to support her. Chapter 18, she took his hand. Disappeared. At the monitoring station, Song Mian tapped his fingertips on the table, creating an almost silent sound. The superclass creature that had been living in the testing system has disappeared. This is interesting. Berkeley Military Academy's testing system is one of the most advanced systems in the entire academy. In order to ensure the overall quality of the subsequent army, our predecessors created such a system with various real maps as the combat background. These real-world images are not simulated by the system, but rather models taken from actual planets in various galaxies. The test system contains nearly 70,000 maps, but only the giant tree in the desert map is a very special one. The all-living beings the students were referring to were creatures that had self-awareness but could not move. The universe is vast, and it's not unusual for it to contain some strange and unusual things. But this giant tree is different. Unlike other living beings, it doesn't just say a few simple words and has a fixed lifespan. According to reports left by predecessors, when this giant tree was retrieved, a total of 50,000 superhuman soldiers were lost. Later, it is unknown what agreement was reached with this creature, which prevented further losses of lives. No one knows how long this top-tier creature has lived. The higher-ups have always attached great importance to this creature, and only a handful of people know of its existence. But now, it actually disappeared. Song Mian's gaze swept over the people on the screen, and his fingertips, which were tapping the table, stopped. Interesting. Interesting, really very interesting. He almost screamed with excitement. Ha ha ha. This year's freshmen are just my type. Song Mian suddenly stood up from his seat, the movement so sudden that the chair flew off and crashed onto the control panel behind him with a loud bang. Drop! A button on the control panel was accidentally pressed, and several students who were walking suddenly fell into a black hole. Then I was inexplicably eliminated. Instructor Song, please pay attention. The technicians quickly spoke up to stop it. But Song Mian acted as if he hadn't heard anything. All right, I made up my mind. To show my care for this year's freshmen, I'm going to increase the difficulty. You technicians quickly contact the instructors on the map and tell them to stop hiding. By 6 o'clock tomorrow, I want them to eliminate at least 300 new students. If they can't do it, I'll throw them onto Nightmare Planet. Song Mian stood with his hands on his hips, directing the technical staff backstage. By the way, tell them to pay special attention to Yi Xingqian, Chu Shui, Su Changcheng, and Lin Xiao. Whoever eliminates them will be richly rewarded. Song Mian grinned. I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a long time since I've had such high hopes for a new student. He seemed to have epilepsy. His shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. The female instructor on one side had a stiff face. She looked at Song Mian and then quickly pulled over a staff member on her right. Your bishop, is everything all right here? The female instructor pointed her head. The staff member looked distressed. I don't know either, but I heard that Instructor Song went to the psychiatry department and they found out that he didn't have any major problems. I strongly suggest that your superiors at the military academy have him go and take another look. At this rate, he might just kill his student one day. I've been teaching for 20 years, and I've never encountered such a weirdo. I strongly suspect he has schizophrenia. This is something I can't solve either. The staff were helpless. Song Mian was a very unpredictable person who did things completely unconventionally and would change things whenever he wanted. But he was indeed very outstanding, becoming the youngest major general at Berkeley Military Academy at the age of only 23. Moreover, he is the only person in the entire galaxy with dual superpowers, and he single-handedly wiped out half of the Zerg army during a Zerg invasion 10 years ago. Keep in mind that Song Mian was only 13 at the time. Although the students at Berkeley Military Academy often called him a pervert, Song Mian was a war god in the hearts of every student. Look, it's out. It's out. In the live stream, the senior students' eyes widened when they saw the first snow. They were very curious about what happened after the first snowflake was pulled in by those myriad beings. His warm body temperature carried a uniquely masculine scent. Chu Shui was embraced by Yi Xingqian. The boy was very strong. Once he wrapped his arms around her, he wouldn't let go. Stars! Chu Shui looked slightly surprised. She felt Yi Xingqian's arm around her tremble slightly. Although it was small, Chushua knew he must have been frightened. I'm Fine. Those 3 words, spoken so softly, gave Yi Xingchen a sense of reassurance. I'm not worried. The girl reached out and patted the boy on the back. About 10 seconds later, Yi Xingchen released Chu Shui. That thing didn't hurt you, did it? No. Chu Shui shook her head. It looked at me for a while, then said it wanted to sleep and left. This sudden and whimsical way of doing things is quite in line with the giant tree's personality. Yi Xingchen pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. It won't happen again next time. For the first time in his life, Yi Xingchen had something to care about, and he found it hard to describe the feeling. In his eyes, nothing could happen to Chu Shui. If anything did, it would be his responsibility. A large hand was held by a small hand. When Yi Xingchen opened his eyes, he saw Chu Shui inserting her fingers between his fingers. She was telling him silently that he didn't need to blame himself, and that if he held on, he wouldn't get lost again. Suddenly, the popcorn in my mouth doesn't taste good anymore. I really want to find a girlfriend too. A bunch of single people are scrolling through the screen. However, not long afterward, the single dog comments then turned into howling comments. Holy crap. Look, those 16 instructors who went in are going on a killing spree. Damn, 63 people have been eliminated in just 1 hour. Where? Hurry up and send me the link. Inside the map. Little darling, we're just following orders. Blame it on how outstanding this year's students are. A hot female instructor flicked a boy's forehead, instantly depleting his health bar and teleporting him off the map. Hey, number 7, how's it going over there? The female instructor carried a giant axe on her shoulder and used an information connector to contact another instructor. Just finished. Another instructor retrieved his flying scimitar. The situation in the East District is almost resolved. The total number of people eliminated is currently 107. Take down a few more, and our mission will be complete. Oh right, those 4 people the officer mentioned should be in the West District, right? Yes, they were very close to 0. Haha, that's really bad. 0 is the strongest among us, and his abilities are the most monstrous. The 4 little ones are on their own now. Chapter 19, Chicken Flying and Eggs Falling. The fighting outside will not affect Yi Xingchen and the others. Get away, get away. Lin Xiao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to her feet. Stop howling. That thing has already fallen asleep. Su Changchang couldn't stand Lin Xiao's harsh voice any longer. They've left. Lin Xiao leaned against the tree trunk. It's getting late. Everyone should get some rest. Lin Xiao and I will take turns keeping watch. Yi Xingchen took the remaining banana leaves into the tree hole, and the 4 of them rebuilt the campfire. First Snow, come here. It was already late at night, and the temperature in the desert was several degrees below 0. The first snow made my fingertips a little red. Yi Xingchen made 2 small, enclosed tents out of banana leaves, then placed a campfire in the middle, using the principle of heat reflection to keep the temperature inside the tree hole at a balance point. The 4 of them divided up the tents and, relying on the constant temperature inside the cave, slept intermittently for 6 hours. The faint light of dawn shone into the tree hollow. Yi Xingchen opened her eyes due to her fixed biological clock. The first snowflake in my arms is still asleep. The girl breathed softly, her soft hair lying quietly on Yi Xingchen's fingertips. Yi Xingchen couldn't resist wanting to rub it. Now playing an announcement. Only 100 new students remain on the map. The test will end at noon today. All new students, please strive to climb the leaderboard and aim for first place. The broadcast echoed across the entire map. Startled awake by the broadcast, Chu Shui opened her eyes. Yi Xingchen tucked her hair behind her ear and then moved her aside to make it easier for her to get up. After Chu Shui opened her eyes, Su Changcheng and Lin Xiao also woke up one after another. Yi Xingchen opened the system's basic panel and found that the layout had changed. Of the 1,576 people tested, 1,476 were eliminated in just half a day. This is happening very quickly. There are still more than 400 people before I went to bed last night, but more than 300 people were eliminated in one night. The only thing Yi Xingchen could think of was that Song Mian was making a move behind the scenes again, and that move was made by the instructors. As if to confirm Yi Xingchen's idea, after checking the number of people, the portraits of 16 people popped up. Yi Xingchen scanned through them one by one, finally fixing his gaze on the first profile picture. Codename, 0. Points earned, 2137. Special ability. Location, West Oasis. It must have been the final battle that brought the testing system to the point where it proactively revealed the instructor's approximate location. The first place winner is over here. We're in the West District. Lin Xiao pointed at 0 and exclaimed, "Holy crap. Over 2,000 points. What is this person made of?" The total score for 1,576 students is 7,880, meaning that student number 0 alone accounts for 1/4 of the total score. This number was so terrifying that Lin Xiao felt ashamed. It's scary, but if one of us takes him down, we'll be number 1 this time. Su Changcheng stood to the side and analyzed. The time is 6:47 now, and we should finish eating around 7 o'clock. The system says the exam will end at 12 o'clock. We have 5 hours to find and eliminate this person, number 0. But we don't even know where they are right now. Even if we did, it's still a question of whether we could beat them. I think we should avoid a direct confrontation. Lin Xiao said. It wasn't that he was afraid of being eliminated, but the instructor who could easily deal with so many students must have some very special methods. The 4 of them don't even know anything about each other right now, so it's best to keep a low profile. We must get first place. At this moment, Chu Shui, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. The girl held the curved sword tightly, her gaze resolute. We must get first place. She repeated it again. Yi Xingchen looked at his wife and couldn't help but pat her head. There's really no need to worry about the time. Yi Xingchen said, last night, these instructors eliminated more than 300 people. This map is so big, it's not easy to find 300 people in such a short time. I suspect their control panel is definitely different from ours. You mean the instructors can see our exact location? Lin Xiao quickly realized what was happening. Yi Xingchen nodded. So even if we don't go to him, he'll definitely come looking for us. Now, our first task is to formulate a basic operational plan. As for the rest, we'll deal with it when we meet. Yi Xingchen didn't feel any burden. Fighting against a powerful person was certainly risky. But if you win, you will grow rapidly. This world is somewhat similar to the world he originally lived in, but overall it is quite different. He needs strong opponents to hone his skills. There's an old saying that goes, practice makes perfect. Besides, with Chu Shui being so enthusiastic, how could Yi Xingchen possibly be a coward? That's right, what's meant to be will be, and what's meant to be will be. Let's distribute the weapons now. As Lin Xiao spoke, she took a step back. Then straighten your arms, shoulder-width apart, and assume the starting position for a calisthenics routine. Et avant. Et avant. He suddenly started dancing in a starfish shape. What are you doing? Bang. 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 Various weapons fell from Lin Xiao's clothes as he jumped. There are butterfly knives, scimitars, women's pistols, syringes, coins, laser pointers. Where the hell did this kid get so many weapons? Although the system weapons are generated randomly, there is still a probability involved. An ordinary person would be lucky to get even 1 weapon, but he managed to get more than a dozen. Is this what they call a lucky person? Not only were the people in the live stream surprised, but even Yi Xingchen felt a little embarrassed. Where did you get so many weapons? Yi Xingchen watched as Lin Xiao shook and shook, like Doraemon conjuring up a bunch of things. Of course I found it. Let me tell you, my starting point was a cactus forest, and there were tons of weapons there. I could take a weapon every 2 steps, but unfortunately I can't carry 2 big ones by myself, so I took all the small ones with me. Lin Xiao talked as she danced, and in the end she even felt a little regretful. Hey, Yoshi! He jumped with all his might. With a final jerk, a small black ball slid down his body and smacked him in the crotch. Lin Xiao bent over in pain. Damn it, my dick is stuck. Yi Yingchen. First snow. Su Zhengjian. The viewers in the live stream. Why don't you just take off your hoodie? Yi Yingchen sleepsteichit. He saw Lin Xiao wearing it yesterday, refusing to take it off no matter how hot it was. I'm embarrassed. I wasn't wearing anything underneath. Chapter 20. The final battle begins. After distributing the weapons, the 4 of them spent a few minutes eating breakfast and then walked out of the tree hole. By this time, the sun had fully risen, and the morning dew lay leisurely among the green leaves, shimmering in the rising sun. Everything was so peaceful. Yi Xingchen walked at the very front. The path they walked on yesterday is now a mess, The green grass trampled into the mud, and the traces left by various supernatural abilities make the land look like it has been severely ravaged. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yi Xingqian stopped and squatted down, picking up a small clump of soil with his fingers. The soil he touched was so hot that it burned his fingertips until they turned bright red. It's obvious. A battle had just taken place here, probably about 10 minutes ago. Be careful. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to turn around, he was suddenly tackled to the ground by Chu Shui. Buzz! The sound of blades flashing, but nothing was cut. Yi Xingqian reacted extremely quickly. He wrapped one arm around Chu Shui's waist and pushed hard with his right arm, causing Chu Shui to change from a lying position to an upright position. It's gone. After standing up, Chu Shui looked at the empty grass behind her, and her pretty face gradually became serious. Host, we have detected that you have entered a very large-scale network of supernatural abilities. We are searching for the initiator. Search failed. Search again. Fail. Fail. Upon testing, the initiator was found to be outside the scope of the system's search. The sound of 37 rang out at just the right moment. Not within the scope of the search. Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes upon hearing 37's words. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and Lin Xiao and Su Changcheng had vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. Yi Xingqian's expression was solemn. He held Chu Shui tightly, his mind racing. Deep. An excited laugh escaped from Song Mian's mouth. Zero has launched its attack. He sat in the chair on the monitoring platform, looking at the layout in the diagram with satisfaction. Now, let me enjoy your performance. The scorched grass was withered and yellow, and a few smears of blood that had not yet dried exuded an ominous aura. Yi Xingqian held the coin Lin Xiao had given him in his hand, and he and Chu Shui stood back to back, each observing their surroundings. It's too quiet. Yi Xingqian's sensitivity as an assassin raised his vigilance to the highest level. It's less quiet and more deathly still here. It was so still that not even a breath of air could be heard. Etc. Airflow. Yi Xingqian was startled. He pulled the ring and threw the 100-meter steel wire forward. The thin line was thrown forward, and at a distance of 30 meters from Yi Xingqian, it twisted in an unbelievable direction, as if a section of it had been cut off. The thin line that was originally in front of Yi Xingqian moved to directly above him. That wasn't all. As soon as the thin line was thrown out, Yi Xingqian felt a powerful suction force pulling him forward. He immediately activated the self-severing button on the ring, and the thin thread was sucked into the scenery in front of him and disappeared completely. Crunch, crunch. It sounded like turning a Rubik's Cube. Once the steel wire was sucked in, it was immediately cut into several pieces. Combined with the scenery, they're arranged into a geometric shape. The scene was indescribably strange, as if the space they were in wasn't a real space. The scenery they saw was not the real scenery. This is not a superhuman of the natural element series. Chu Shui looked at Yi Xingqian's experiment and said, but it's not a space-related system either. The superhumans in the galaxy are mainly divided into two categories. One type is the nature type, which refers to people with superpowers who use various elements in nature as their abilities. Another type is the special type. Special type ability users do not rely on spiritual energy, they rely on their own skills. The so-called skill is the proficiency in manipulating supernatural abilities. Unlike those with natural abilities, people with special abilities cannot quickly learn their own abilities. They often need long-term, specialized training to master it. The pain involved is unbearable for ordinary people, because if the superpower is not controlled properly, it will directly backfire and lead to death. Therefore, the number of special ability users is very small, accounting for only 5% of the total number of ability users. The person they are now encountering is clearly an elite among special ability users. Yi Xingqian agreed with Chu Shui's words. Although spatial ability users can change the location of space, they are essentially still in the same space. When 37 told him that they couldn't search, Yi Xingqian was already certain that they were in another world. Click, click. The blue fluorescence illuminated the entire dark world. A boy of about 17 years old stands in the center of this world. His hair was so long that it almost covered half of his face, leaving only one eye visible. A black robe was draped over his body, and a blue ice crystal cube floated in front of him. This Rubik's Cube is covered with lines and patterns. If you zoom in on it infinitely, you will see beautiful scenes. If you shift your gaze upward a little further, you'll see 4 people in different scenes. 1, 1, 1. A flat tone resounded in the quiet space. The boy extended his index finger and tapped the Rubik's Cube. In an instant, the Rubik's Cube seemed to be activated, and it snapped open. A dozen or so blocks are scattered together, cutting off the scenery inside as well. Copy, copy, copy. Startup. Special ability activated. With each monotonous word, the boy stretched out his fingertips and drew blue lines at the connection points of the various blocks. He twisted the connecting wires of each block together. The space is complete. The operator is in position. The operator is in position. Begin the hunt. As the boy manipulated space, the world Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui were in also changed. The surrounding scenery twists and turns, like a kaleidoscope that has been twisted into countless pieces before finally dispersing. This created blank spaces in the room. The place where he and Chu Shui stood was an irregular object floating in a white space. Hey, we... A child's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui looked around. Stars, it's me. First Snow, it's me. Suddenly, 2 people who looked exactly like Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui appeared on the opposite side. They smiled strangely at the 2 of them. I am you. You are me. But we are the same. So why can you walk freely outside while I can't? I'm not reconciled. I'm so unwilling. Will you stay here and play with me? The 2 clones chuckled and then attacked, wielding the same weapons as Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. Yi Xingqian and his companion attacked simultaneously with cold expressions, but their weapons felt unreal as they struck the 2 clones. Bang! The sound of weapons clashing rang out, and Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui jumped up at the same time, the 2 clones colliding with each other. Chapter 21, The Puzzle Game. We are very angry that you attacked us. We are extremely angry. Copy. Copy. The 2 people split in 2, becoming 4 people. Keep playing with us. The 4 clones turned around at the same time and launched another attack on Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. Yi Xingqian swung out a steel wire, which hooked onto a 3-dimensional cube floating in the empty space. He held Chu Shui in one hand and pulled the wire upwards. You are not allowed to escape. The 2 clones of Yi Xingqian, just like Yi Xingqian himself, lashed out thin steel wires. Roll! Chu Shui's eyes flashed with a fierce light. She swung her curved blade, which was incredibly sharp, and severed all the incoming lines. The scimitar flew in a circle in the air before returning to Hatsuyuki's hand. Study. After the first snowfall, the 2 clones of Chu Shui then imitated Chu Shui and threw out their scimitars. Yi Xingqian gripped the line with his right hand, controlling the force, and with Chu Shui, he flipped in an arc, directly over the cutting and modeling below, and jumped to a higher place. After Yi Xingqian finished this series of actions, the 2 clones also performed the same actions as him. However, it wasn't as well done as Yi Xingqian's, and it fell straight down to the second model below Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. Host, based on the analysis of the battle just now, the clone is able to learn the skills you used, but their completion rate is only 20% of yours. The analysis in 37 overlaps with Yi Xingqian's thoughts. These human figures replicated in space possess a certain degree of intelligence, but they cannot completely replace the original. I'm very angry because I didn't catch them. The clones looked up at their original form above them. Secondary replication. With the clones' words, the 4 clones split into 8, and then in a very short time, the 8 split into 16. We will have more and more. We will become stronger and stronger. We will follow you forever until we go to another world. The clones chanted slogans in unison. Tests have shown that the current clone can replicate 23% of your original form. The system reminded you again. As described by the clones, they will become more and more numerous and stronger and stronger. First Snow, let's go. Seeing the clones chasing after him from below, Yi Xingqian used the steel wire again. He sped up, veins bulging on his arms, and Yi Xingqian jumped more than a dozen times in a row, leaving the clone behind. After losing sight of the clone, Yi Xingqian put down Chu Shui. Let's do an experiment. He turned his head and said. Yi Xingqian had already thought about it when he was working on the modeling project. Based on the information currently available, replicants will learn the moves they see from their original form. What if you can't see it? Chu Shui looked at Yi Xingqian, as if she knew what he was thinking. The curved blade spun in Chu Shui's hand, and Chu Shui executed several moves. Yi Xingqian used the system control panel to keep track of the time. I saw the clone again 2 minutes later. At this point, the number of clones had increased from the original 16 to 72. It seems to copy about once per minute. After the clone appeared, Chu Xue used the same move as before, throwing her curved blade with force. The curved blade flew out and sliced up a clone. The clones felt nothing because the original's weapons could not cause them any real harm. They simply separated their upper and lower bodies, but they quickly reunited. It seems they can't learn if they can't see it. Chu Xue and Yi Xingchen exchanged a glance. The first snowflakes just used several defensive moves, which clearly indicate that these clones don't know how to use them. Walk! The clones are getting closer to them. Yi Xingchen wrapped his arms around Chu Xue's waist and began a new round of escape. System notification. The current clone can achieve 27% of your original ability. Their speed is slowly increasing. Please be aware, host. Despite the large group chasing after him, Yi Xingchen remained calm. He quickly led Chu Xue out of the clone's sight. As he moved, Yi Xingchen hooked onto a small piece of the model, which was about the size of a chair. After the model was hooked, it actually moved. The first snowflakes clearly sensed it too. The one in front won't move, she said to Yi Xingchen. While distancing themselves from the replicants, they also hooked onto models even smaller than this. But none of the other blocks moved. Only this one moved. Yi Xingchen and Chu Xue stopped at the spot closest to the model. The two of them looked up at their surroundings at the same time. Centering on the moving model, Yi Xingchen memorized the surrounding models and then closed his eyes. These 3D graphics were cut from the scenes they were testing, and when pieced together, they form a complete image. These images, however, represent another world. Stars. First snow. The two turned their heads to each other. We can do it, they said it at the same time. After speaking, Yi Xingchen and Chu Xue were both stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting that they would think of the same thing. They stared at each other for about 5 seconds, then smiled. Hey, not bad. Testing station. As Song Mian looked at Chu Xue and Yi Xingchen in the space, the smile on his lips widened. Among so many new students, you are the first to discover that patterns can be pieced together. When ordinary students enter this space, they panic when they first encounter clones. Some people try to get rid of the clones by using a lot of superpowers and techniques, not realizing that this will make them die very quickly. The more techniques a clone learns, the stronger they become. Furthermore, over time, their numbers will increase exponentially, and the rate of increase will accelerate. Even if some superhumans discover that they can't use their moves freely, they will eventually be worn down and die inside. Of course, there are also lucky people like this couple who have encountered a movable model. But they ignored that and only focused on running away. Because Zero has a very strong sense of space, and the backgrounds of these models are extremely complex landscapes. To come up with the idea of graphic splicing requires not only exceptional judgment, but also unparalleled spatial and three-dimensional thinking. This is why many people who are targeted by Agent Zero have no choice but to wait for their death. Because you simply cannot determine which piece should be joined with which piece. However, even if they discover it, the two of them can't piece it together. Song Mian stroked his chin and smiled again. The second abnormal aspect of Zero's ability is here. The shapes in the space are of various sizes, but the smaller ones are easy to move. However, large pieces require a strength-type ability user to transport them. None of the 4 of them are superhumans with strength abilities. In space, after some experimentation, Yi Xingchen and Chu Xue quickly discovered that these large building blocks could not be moved. They need help. The moment the idea popped into his head, the clones chasing behind him came into view. Yi Xingchen roughly calculated that the distance he initially created between himself and these clones was 700 meters. It took them 3 minutes. Just now, he had separated himself from these clones by a distance of 1 kilometer. They are also in 3 minutes now. This speed is accelerating rather quickly. They estimated that in about 10 minutes, they would only need half a minute to reach the kilometer. Time is of the essence. But the more urgent the situation, the less you should panic. Yi Xingchen was already used to this kind of high-pressure battle. Find them. Then we played a puzzle game. The first snowflakes tilted their heads back. Yi Xingchen smiled and said, "All right, let's see who can finish faster then." The two of them had an unusually good attitude. They unexpectedly fed Song Mian, who was at the testing station, a piece of dog food. Chapter 22 Fierce Battle. When they once again outmaneuvered the clones, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui then proceeded in an orderly fashion. These blocks are scattered everywhere, but as long as you can piece them together in your mind, you can treat them as a road. Based on the way the pieces were pieced together, Yi Xingchen deduced that Lin Xiao and Su Changsheng should not be far from the tree hole. It took about 4 minutes to walk. The two then heard Lin Xiao's howl. What the hell is this? I can't use my powers and I can't fight. All I can do is run. As Yi Xingchen glanced at a model, he saw Su Changsheng and Lin Xiao being chased by a large group of clones. Because Su Changsheng is a wind-type ability user, her clone is very fast and almost snagged on Lin Xiao's clothes several times. Come here. Su Changsheng used her special ability to quickly pull Lin Xiao towards her. It was during this brief moment that Lin Xiao caught a glimpse of Yi Xingchen below them. Su Jiang, I see them. Run that way. Stars. First snow. We're here. Lin Xiao had a very loud voice. Yi Xingchen could hear her from a great distance. Don't leave. Behind him. The clones arrived. Dozens of curved blades were swung wildly at Yi Xingchen and his companion. Yi Xingchen threw the line out. Let's meet up at that modeling area. He pointed in a direction. Good. Lin Xiao replied. System notification. The total number of clones on both sides has exceeded 1,000. If the area splits again, it will be completely filled. Currently, the clone can achieve 37% of your original ability. With the first snow falling, Yi Xingchen arrived at his destination in no time. You should stop right there. Yi Xingchen pointed to a model 50 meters away from him. Lin Xiao, you, and Su Changsheng should do as Chu Shui and I told you to do from now on. Don't hesitate. We're running out of time. Clones are secondary. Yi Xingchen had a gut feeling. If they begin to piece together the structure, some of the limitations imposed on the operators of this space will be reduced. He had encountered a person with similar superpowers in his previous life. Once they create a world, they will be limited by their own abilities, unless the world changes again. Lin Xiao, kick that model over here. Orange, jump to Lin Xiao's right and move the model with the red flower printed on it in the upper left corner to my side. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui issued the order at the same time. Lin Xiao and Su Changsheng began their operation. Bang! The two models were pieced together and merged with the model under Chu Shui and Yi Xingchen's feet. Instantly, the previously still image began to slowly ripple, as if a breeze was blowing through it. That is, the moment the pieces are successfully joined together. Zero, inside the black space, opened his eyes. Zulfast. Zulfast. We've been discovered. We've been discovered. Zero spoke mechanically, raising his eyes to look at the countdown above the ice crystal. He has 5 more minutes before he can rebuild the world again. It has been 10 minutes. Watching Yi Xingchen and the others rapidly piece together the world. Zero's eyes flickered. Although he cannot reconstruct the world, he can control those clones. Activate this spirit artifact. Finger dolls. Zero's words fell. Thousands of white, bright lines flowed from his fingertips and fell into the scattered Rubik's Cube. The replicant's perfection level is rapidly increasing. Currently, the replicant can use 48% of your original body's capabilities. Intelligence level increases, movement speed increases, and other devices can be used in the space. 37 search capabilities were very fast, and, as Yi Xingchen expected, the manipulator was indeed in a hurry. Bang! Another model has come together. In less than half a minute, Yi Xingchen and the others had finished piecing together all the small blocks. A scenic area has been built. Lin Xiao, Su Jiang, come here. The clones launched an attack. Before Lin Xiao could react, Su Qingqing's clone grabbed her by the collar. A woman's handgun was pointed at him. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Bang! The bullet was fired. Block! Su Changqing activates her superpower. Hurry up and leave. She shouted at Lin Xiao. Startled, Lin Xiao realized what was happening and broke free from the clone's control. The massive crowd behind him was terrifying to watch. Lin Xiao sprinted to Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui's location at a speed he had never experienced before. The 4 people gathered. Now, Su Changqing and Lin Xiao are working together. First snow and I will fight off the clones. Do you know the principles behind volcanic eruptions? Yi Xingchen asked. I know. Su Changcheng stepped forward. However, my spirit level is not high, so we only have 3 chances. That piece, put them together. Yi Xingchen pointed to the 2 parallel model pieces, then rotate them once, gather the remaining 4 pieces together, and splice them directly. As they spoke, thousands of clones lined up in neat rows. They all stared at this spot, stopping there cautiously and not approaching. The curved blades and steel wires mingled together, like falling snowflakes, densely packed and crashing down. Yi Xingqian released all the steel wires from the ring, which wove into a steel wall in a very short time, blocking most of the attacks. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao and Su Chengsheng worked together again. Intense fire elements combined with air currents, and the fire was forcefully compressed by the air currents to form scalding magma. Under high pressure, a giant fireball was formed. Lin Xiao and Su Chengsheng roared, gritting their teeth as they controlled their powerful supernatural abilities. Boom Strapia! A pillar of fire shot out. The powerful impact caused the massive model to move. The manipulators realized their intentions and instead had a group of clones use Lin Xiao and Su Chengsheng's methods to disrupt their plans to assemble the model. The flame, now smaller, shot towards the center of the model. However, it was blocked by a blue barrier. Yi Xingqian withdrew his hand. It was a barrier device. Although it can only withstand 1 attack, it is enough. Lin Xiao gave a total of 5 barrier devices. A hail of bullets came from behind Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian glanced sideways, ready to strike. The scimitar, which had spun into a shield, blocked his attack. He glanced at Shushua below, and the two exchanged a look. Bang! As the 3 massive model pieces were assembled, Su Chengsheng and Lin Xiao broke out in a sweat. The high-intensity output of superpowers is extremely taxing on physical strength, but we must persevere no matter what. There are still 2 left. Simply go around this circle and hit it again to complete the pattern. Countless clones leap down from above. It disappears when it falls into the piece-together graphic. But their owners don't seem to care. Only when they're about to approach Lin Xiao and Su Chengsheng should the clone activate its skill. Clang, 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 clang. The first snow blocked all the weapons and bullets thrown at her. That girl was like a rapidly moving machine, moving with lightning speed. Zero frowned. He seemed to have not expected that Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's tower defense capabilities would be so high. As time went on, Zero's lips also began to turn pale. They were not only fighting a battle of offense and defense, but also a war of attrition. But he will absolutely not allow these people to leave this world. Zero's eyes narrowed, and more supernatural power flowed from his fingertips. System notification. The current clone can use 50% of your original self, which seems to be the limit. All clones have increased their speed. Host, please be careful. After Zero was injected with superpowers again, Yi Xingqian clearly felt the clone's power increase exponentially. The steel wires were almost melted by the flames. Countless wind blades slashed in from all directions. The opponents seemed undeterred by their own losses and launched a frenzied attack. Bump! The 2 patterns are now joined together, with only a small section remaining to complete the assembly. Su Chengsheng and Lin Xiao seemed to have reached their limit. Their legs were trembling. Damn it, the last 50 meters. The veins on Lin Xiao's hands bulged. The fireball got even bigger. Past. Zero caused 80% of the clones to rush into the gap, gathering flames in an attempt to push them backward. But how could Yi Xingqian let him have his way? Chapter 23 First Snow's domineering protection of her husband, super sweet dog food. Holding a coin in his hand, this was Yi Xingqian's ultimate weapon. Boom! A massive burst of lightning power erupted from Yi Xingqian's hand, instantly shattering all the fireballs that Zero had gathered. The power of the lightning was terrifying and dense, seemingly intent on destroying everything. The power of Thor. Song Mian, at the monitoring station, bent down. With the power of Thor, Zero's superpower enhancement was completely interrupted. Looking at Yi Xingqian on the screen, Song Mian's eyes gradually lit up. You really keep surprising me. Each freshman test includes a legendary item, and this time the legendary weapon is a seemingly ordinary coin. Thor's power is a weapon capable of shattering any superhuman. It is extremely powerful and has a long lifespan. But it is also very destructive to users. The powerful airflow blew Yi Xingqian's hair backward. His hand, which was gripping the coin, began to bleed. The skin is gradually eroded by the electric current. Lin Xiao. The final blow. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Lin Xiao knelt on the ground, and a strong aura of fire erupted in his eyes. An extremely powerful stream of fire shot out through Su Qingqing's air duct. Get out of my way! Success or failure hinges on this. Zero, inside the space, opened his eyes wide and controlled tens of thousands of clones to launch a fierce attack on Yi Xingqian. Lightning power can disperse supernatural abilities, but it is ineffective against clones. Countless steel wires were woven into an electric drill in a very short time. Zero allowed the replicants to move freely by injuring himself. Kill! 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 The clones brandished electric drills, aiming directly at Yi Xingqian's chest. The power of 10,000 people is immense. Even with the power of the Thunder God, Yi Xingqian could not move. He looked at the weapon thrusting towards him, then glanced at Lin Xiao. 3 seconds. He just needed to hold on for 3 more seconds. The weapon's speed seemed to move slowly in Yi Xingqian's eyes at that moment. Based on the distance, it took about 3.48 seconds for the weapon to pierce his chest, giving him approximately 0.1 seconds to react. 0.1 seconds. There's still time, even though it will still pierce my chest. But he will absolutely not be eliminated. Yi Xingqian clenched his 5 fingers, gripping the power of the Thunder God tightly. Go to hell. Blood drips from fingertip number 0. It all happened in those few seconds. A white figure flashed in front of Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian stared at Chu Shue's back, his eyes wide with fury. First snow. Zheng. The sound of weapons clashing. Yi Xingqian noticed that the girl's originally upright chest bent slightly. He nearly lost control. However, at that moment, a soft shout came from the girl's mouth. Zero stared in disbelief at the girl who single-handedly blocked the attack of 10,000 people. Get out of my way. Chu Shui raised her head, which had been slightly lowered. A faint red light, invisible to the outside world, flashed in her eyes. In that instant, Zero felt his vision completely filled with red. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from Zero's throat. If it weren't for his exceptional physical abilities, Zero would have nearly fallen off the control panel. The sea of consciousness after the first snow. A pair of sleeping eyes opened. Green eyes emitted fine, light-colored stripes. After confirming that her feeling was not an illusion, Green smiled gently. Really, I wasn't wrong. You really are that person's descendant. No wonder I can't access a part of your memories. It seems that person sealed your memories in order to allow you to inherit such terrifying power. I've kept my promise. You saved me back then, and now I'm protecting your daughter. We're even, Green muttered to himself. Then, he amplified his divine sense and examined Yi Xingqian behind Chu Shui. Shui's empty heart can only be found with you. When she finally finds her heart again, that's when she stands on the other side of the world. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable, and there are too many people who want to obtain her power. However, I don't think you'll let me down. After saying that, Green chuckled softly. Oh well, time to go back to sleep. Bang! The graphic assembly is complete. Lin Xiao and Su Changsheng fell into a coma due to excessive use of their supernatural abilities. The space was completely shattered. All the clones disappeared. Zero covered his mouth, trying to suppress the urge to vomit blood. At this moment, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui were already standing opposite Zero. Very strong. The 4 of them were the first people, besides their superiors, to break his plan. I concede, Zero wasn't a sore loser. As he watched his health bar gradually disappear, a faint smile appeared on his usually stiff face. Congratulations. Commander Zero has been eliminated by Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. Since Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian are the best partners, they are considered as one. Currently, Yi Xingqian is ranked first in total points. Currently, all the students with special abilities except Lin Xiao and Su Changsheng have been eliminated. The system has detected that Lin Xiaoxiu's Changsheng ability has been exhausted, and she is unable to continue participating in the battle. The exam is over. Congratulations to Yi Xingqian Chu Shui for being the first place in this freshman test. The mechanical sound of the testing system rang out. The freshman test has come to a close. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui embraced and fell onto the green grass. One was covered in blood, and the other was trembling uncontrollably from the recent battle. How did you manage to break out? Yi Xingqian stroked Chu Shue's face. Didn't I tell you to remember to stay away if there's danger? He alone should bear the pain. Everything that just happened was actually within Yi Xingqian's calculations, but the one thing he didn't expect was that Chu Shui would rush out to protect him. No. Chu Shui shook her head. Her gaze was resolute. No one is allowed to hurt you. She spoke very seriously, despite his whole body trembling from the blow he had just received. Not allowed. Yi Xingqian only protects Chu Shui. Even the first snow must protect Yi Xingqian. This was the first time Chu Shui had spoken so much in a row. Her pale face was reflected in Yi Xingqian's eyes. This was the first time in all these years that someone had said they wanted to protect Yi Xingqian. It felt like being caressed by a spring breeze, filling my heart to the brim. 2 generations of turmoil and upheaval. Only the girl in front of him made a solemn promise. Yi Xingqian's eyes were gentle as water. He looked at his own expressionless little boy and couldn't help but laugh. Really? I can't do anything with you. Yi Xingqian's voice was full of affection. He stretched out a hand. Shall we pinky swear? Chu Shui, grow up well and become strong to protect Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian must also make unremitting efforts to ensure that Chu Shui is not harmed in the slightest. This is our promise to each other. Hook your little fingers together. The map disappeared. Under a blanket of white light, the girl and boy were smiling so sweetly. Chapter 24, the Qinshu SCP, makes its debut. When Yi Xingqian regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was the door to the treatment pod. The first snow fell beside him. Her eyelashes curled up and trembled slightly with her soft breathing. The treatment is complete. The red treatment light turned green. About a minute later, Chu Shui slowly opened her eyes. Woke up. Yi Xingqian nuzzled her head. He really liked Chu Shui's soft hair. Perhaps because she had just woken up, Chu Shui's voice was rather hoarse. It was so soft and gentle that it captured Yi Xingqian's heart. Yi Xingqian, his wife, is so cute. Isn't it cute? The voice of 37 suddenly rang out. Yi Xingqian, speak your mind. His eyes never left the first snow. If 37 had a face, seeing Yi Xingqian's appearance would probably cause his face to twitch. Never mind. It is generous. Don't argue with young men in relationships. Bye. Congratulations, host, on completing the top-level mission ahead of schedule. To fulfill a solemn promise I made to my wife. Reward, 5 million spirit points, 1 ability level filter. The host is 1 more ability filter away from advancing to level C. At rank C, the host can use the original body special ability. The host can upgrade by completing the task of discovering 5 little things about his wife. The current progress bar is 2/5. In addition, the host's spirit rarity has increased from E to D. 37, as usual, disappeared after awarding the prizes. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui walked out of the treatment pod. The two changed their clothes and headed towards the cafeteria. There were already quite a few people in the cafeteria at this moment. As soon as Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian walked in, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Yi Xingqian wasn't too surprised. He was already used to the first snow. After ordering, Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian sat down at a window seat to eat. The surrounding area was filled with chattering voices, but the two remained calm and composed. Until someone tapped on the table. What's up? Yi Xingqian raised her eyes and looked at the 3 people in front of her. These 3 were none other than the 3 superhumans he had first encountered. Cheng Zhao coughed twice. The 3 of us think you guys are really strong. Can we be friends? Cheng Zhao, Jiang Si, and Glasses stood in a row. I'm sorry I was rude to you the first time we met. The 3 of them bent down and apologized in unison. When they first met Yi Xingqian, the 3 of them did indeed underestimate each other. After being teleported out of the game, they watched the rest of the episode with the upperclassmen in a live stream. Very strong. It is indeed very strong. Although their live stream couldn't show the final battle. However, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui defeated Song Mian's most capable student. Zero is a rare type of constructive ability user. He followed Song Mian the longest and even participated in the honor battle held by the 5 major military academies. The fact that Yi Xingqian and his group defeated such people is enough to earn their respect. Just because you apologize, does that mean I should forgive you? Yi Xingqian twirled the knife in his hand between his fingers, looking at the 3 people with a playful expression. The 3 felt embarrassed, but since they had brought it on themselves, they could only accept it. Actually, We'd like to ask you to be our personal trainer. Jiang Si spoke up. He made the request directly, and then added, the selection process for the school honor tournament will begin in 7 months, and we want to beat everyone else in the selection process. To bring glory to the hospital, the 5 military academies hold a large-scale honor battle every year. The honor battle is a major event that is widely talked about throughout the galaxy. This is not only a personal honor, but also an honor for the military academy. Every student at a university dreams of entering the honor battle. Are you sure you want a D-level student like me to teach you? Sure. The 3 men looked resolute. Seeing that their attitude was fairly good, Yi Xingchen neither agreed nor refused. I'll think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the 3 men lit up. Okay, leave your contact information. Contact us whenever you've made up your mind. They entered information into each other's computers. Having already added Yi Xingchen's contact information, the 3 of them decided not to be third wheels and turned to leave. Chu Shui ate her meal quietly. After the 3 people left, Yi Xingchen looked at his wife. Just as I was about to reach out and touch Chu Shui's head, the broadcast started up again at an opportune moment. The freshman test has ended. Next, all freshmen will have 2 days off. Please have the 2 students who ranked first in the freshman test, as well as Lin Xiao and Su Changcheng, proceed to the head instructor's office. Let's go. The first snow fell as the tableware was put down. Yi Xingchen couldn't find his head, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. However, since it was a school regulation, he could only feel bad about it. The 2 walked to the office and encountered Lin Xiao and Su Changcheng along the way. Hey, stars, the first snow. Lin Xiao recovered quite well and came running over, full of energy. First snow, are you all right? Su Changcheng greeted Chu Shui, who nodded to her, indicating that she was recovering well. The 4 people walked side by side. Lin Xiao was the most active among them. Hee hee, you know what? The 4 of us are famous now. Our names are all over the school forum. I sent my dad a screenshot from the forum today, and he was so happy that he immediately sent me a bonus of 10 million. As Lin Xiao spoke, he opened the forum page using his personal computer. Because the screens of the optical computers are relatively large, the remaining 3 people can watch together. Shocking. The God-level squad in the freshman test. A super powerful couple team fight, and the S-class superhuman student is begging for mercy on his knees. A weapon master has emerged. I'm going to ascend to the heavens. Not only will I ascend to the heavens, I'll stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Yi Xingchen wasn't particularly interested in the headlines that climbed to the top of the forum. But when he saw a photo titled, The Sweetest Couple's Photo, We Are the Guardians of Qinshu SCP, Lin Xiao stopped turning the page. Click on that title. Yi Xingchen let Lin Xiao operate it. Oh, I forgot to tell you, because you and Chu Shui were so sweet during the test, now there are a lot of CP fans in the academy. Lin Xiao looked at the title and explained to Yi Xingchen. The other 2 girls, hearing his words, also turned their heads curiously. After Lin Xiao clicked in, the first thing that caught her eye was an ID post called Chun Shui's Little Sweetheart. Girls, the 2 couples in this freshman test are so sweet, especially the last scene of the test. Ah, so beautiful. This damn love. I'm shipping them now. Chun Shui's sweetheart first posted a message, followed by many pictures. The first picture shows Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui lying on the grass, making a pinky promise. This photo is very beautiful, perfectly capturing the expressions of young boys and girls experiencing their first stirrings of love. Upon seeing this photo, both Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui blushed slightly. Chapter 25, A Sweet Chapter. Then scrolled down to the next image. It was when they were in the tree hollow. At that time, Chu Shui was held in Yi Xingchen's arms, and they were fast asleep with their eyes closed. Then the next picture showed Chu Shui gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead while he was asleep. He didn't know. Yi Xingchen turned his head and looked at Chu Shui. Chu Shui's gaze remained straight ahead, not looking at him, but her fingers curled slightly because of Yi Xingchen's movements. Oh my! Su Changcheng put her arm around Chu Shui and winked at her, my dear wife. She made a teasing remark. Chu Shui's originally straight gaze shifted because of those 2 words. She turned her head slightly, her expressionless face facing Su Changcheng. It was as if she was being silently told not to talk nonsense. Ah, and here's my virtuous husband. Lin Xiao scrolled down the page, revealing a scene where Yi Xingqian secretly ruffled Chu Shui's hair and then leaned to the side to help Chu Shui relieve herself. Now, it was Chu Shui's turn to turn her attention there. Cough. Let's look at it later. We'll be there soon. Yet, Yingqian coughed lightly. His wife's gaze has always been very piercing. Yi Xingqian's heart began to pound as Chu Shui looked at him like that. Fortunately, the first snow didn't last long this time. Under the teasing gazes of Lin Xiao and Su Changcheng, the four of them walked to the door of Song Mian's office. Knock, knock. The first snowflake raised her hand and knocked on the door. Please come in. Song Mian tossed the documents in his hand aside. He looked at the four people who walked in and gave them a standard smile. Everyone's here. Yes, sir. Come, sit here. Song Mian pointed to the 4 seats in front of him. After everyone was seated, Song Mian began to get down to business. I've come to you because I have 2 things to tell you. Song Mian held up 2 fingers. The first thing is, of course, to congratulate you on standing out in the freshman test. Especially Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. They performed exceptionally well. Therefore, the rewards for this freshman test are now being officially distributed. You can now visit the school's official website to check. Song Mian smiled. Following his instructions, the 4 of them opened the school's official website. The first thing that pops up is the list of rewards for this year's freshman test. First place, First Snow, Yi Xingqian. Rewards, 10-star Mech Core, 10-star Armor-Piercing Core, 2 million star coins. Second place, Lin Xiao. Rewards, Ultra-Rare Ability Recovery Fluid, 7-star Mech Core, 700,000 star coins. Third place, Su Changcheng. Rewards, Superior Spirit Cleansing Crystal. Note, can help upgrade spirit level, 7-star Mech Core, 600,000 star coins. The rewards are listed in descending order, with the top 20 students all receiving the Mech Core reward. The top 100 students will receive items related to enhancing their superpowers and spiritual abilities. After the top 100, only star coins are awarded. Okay, the rewards have been distributed. The second thing is my personal invitation. Song Mian crossed his arms and looked at the 4 people with a smile in his eyes. Would you like to join my private lessons? Song Mian smiled. If there were any outsiders present at this moment, they would definitely gasp in surprise. Because on the entire planet Berkeley, only 16 exceptionally talented students, personally led by Song Mian, are qualified to enter his private classroom. Furthermore, all 16 of these outstanding students have participated in honor battles and won various national level medals. This is an opportunity that Berkeley Military Academy students dream of. Song Mian smiled, his eyes narrowed. He had assumed the 4 people would agree quickly. But instead of being pleasantly surprised, they looked at him with suspicion. Lin Xiao, can I refuse? Su Changcheng, sir, you're not trying to extort money from us, are you? Yi Xingqian, why did you choose us? Our rankings in all aspects are not as good as most students in the school, so why did you choose us? Oh, what you're saying really hurts me. Is that how you see our commander as such a treacherous and cunning person? Song Mian made a face as if he was about to cry. He pretended to sob, and his acting was quite convincing. Otherwise what? Do you think it's something great? Don't think we don't know. You were the one who sabotaged this freshman test. You bastard who only schemes against us in secret. Exactly. And your taste is not just weird. You actually like such disgusting creatures as centipedes and giant snakes. Even dogs wouldn't like that stuff. It makes me want to vomit just looking at it. Lin Xiaoxiu and Cheng Cheng fiercely confronted Song Mian. Yi Xingqian crossed his arms, crossed one leg, and gave a slightly cold look. Moreover, my wife was almost seriously injured because of this test. I am angry. Song Mian. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's good that you know you were wrong. We adults are magnanimous. We'll forgive you. Lin Xiao looked particularly smug. Song Mian stared at his face for 3 seconds, then smiled. It seems I've been too lenient with you all. How about this? I will register you for the honors competition this semester. You have no chance to object, because this is a military order. Whether you join the class or not is your choice. If you're eliminated in the selection round of the honor competition, I will apply for you to retake the course in my personal capacity. In short, we're going to deduct all your credits. Song Mian held a fountain pen in his hand, and he smiled very amiably. Oh, if you curse me now, I'll expel you immediately for disrespecting the bishop. He shut the 4 people up with a single sentence. Oh, what a beautiful day today. Oh, right, there's one more thing. I've decided to schedule classes for you 4 weekends as well. Make the most of your 2-day holiday. I've finished delivering the message. The door's over there. You can leave now. Song Mian very politely extended his hand, indicating that the 4 people could leave. Yi Xingqian's face darkened. His gaze drifted toward Song Mian's desk. A stack of documents lay upside down on top, with a few faint black characters appearing on the back of the paper. The characters were mirror-like. But with just one glance, Yi Xingqian recognized the words based on their outline. Personal information questionnaire. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to take a closer look, a hand pressed down on the stack of documents. Aren't you leaving? Do you like me that much? Stars, let's go, let's go. Lin Xiao tugged at Yi Xingqian's sleeve. Yi Xingqian glanced at Song Mian, seemingly unintentionally, before turning away. He remembers it clearly at the very last second. The 2 words he saw were first snow. Song Mian is investigating them. Ye Vincenz gazedarkinet. After the 4 people walked out, Song Mian sat back in his office chair. Such keen observation skills. He chuckled. Next time, let's use the quantum computer. Chapter 26 Daily Life plus romantic pieces. Songgo is really too much of a dog. Sigh, never mind. Let's not talk about these upsetting things. We have a day off tomorrow. Xingqian, have you and Chuxue decided where to go? Lin Xiao asked. Hearing his words, Yi Xingqian snapped out of her thoughts. He looked at the first snow. Come to think of it, we've known Chuxue for only a few days, but we haven't gone out together at all. Brother, judging from your expression, you don't know anything. Lin Xiao opened the personal terminal and recommended several key places to visit to Yi Xingqian. Remember to buy some clothes when you 2 go out. At this moment, Su Changchang tugged at Chushue's clothes. Look, how long have you been wearing these sportswear? You really don't know how to dress up at all. Also, girls' clothes should be bought at a higher price, especially their undergarments. Okay, I understand. Yi Yingchen nodded. Then we'll take our leave. Grandpa wants to go back to the dorm and play a couple of games. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. Lin Xiao and Su Changxiang waved to the 2 of them and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian returned to their residence. Their apartment wasn't big, but it was well-equipped in all aspects, and even had a small kitchen. However, the apartment was empty at the moment, with only a few simple pieces of furniture. I didn't feel anything at first, but today's reminder made me realize it. Yi Xingqian also felt that his and Chu Shui's little home was too empty. First snow, let's buy some things tomorrow and fill this place up. A home that feels too empty isn't cozy enough. Yi Xingqian wanted a cozy little home with Chu Shui. The first snowflakes nodded gently. After deciding on the general items they wanted to buy, the 2 of them washed up early and went to bed. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Xingqian woke up on time. Seeing that Chu Shui was still asleep, he gently pulled back the covers. The small kitchen has some simple ingredients. Yi Xingqian made 2 bowls of egg noodles. As he carried them out of the kitchen, he saw Chu Shui coming out of the bedroom. The girl was wearing simple pajamas, and her hair was a little messy from sleeping. She rubbed her eyes with one hand, looking a little dazed. Don't go barefoot. Put on slippers to wash up, and remember to come eat when you're done. Yi Xingqian gently reminded him. Chu Shui nodded and obediently did as Yi Xingqian said. When she came out, she was the same expressionless girl that Yi Xingqian knew. Have a meal. Yi Xingqian handed the chopsticks to Chu Shui, who took them. She looked at the noodles in the bowl, which didn't look very appetizing, and then glanced at Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian understood what she meant. Is she saying, did you make this? It's been a long time since I made this. I don't know how it tastes. You should try it. In her previous life, Yi Xingqian would occasionally cook for herself, but it was always something very simple. Now that he's picked it up again, he doesn't know if it will still taste the same as it did back then. Chu Shui nodded, picked up a mouthful of noodles with her chopsticks, blew on it, and then put it in her mouth. Yi Xingqian was a little nervous. He stared intently at the first snow. After chewing twice, Chu Shui revealed a faint smile. Tasty. She gave her evaluation. Yi Xingqian finally let out a breath. Then, in a good mood, he picked up the noodles and started eating. And so, breakfast came to a pleasant end. After dinner, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui changed into their usual sportswear and went out. There are special starships at the school gate. There were an unusually large number of students at the school gate that day, because it was a rare holiday and everyone wanted to relax and go out to play together. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui boarded the school starship. The two of them sat by the window, watching the scenery slowly pass by. This was the first time Yi Xingqian had seriously appreciated the scenery of this world. The galaxies, swirling like clouds, are dreamlike and fantastical. As the starship traveled, Yi Xingqian also saw many merchants selling food stopping at stations. Everything was so ordinary. The school is not far from the city center. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. So the first step is to go to the clothing store. Last night, Yi Xingqian made a simple plan before going to bed. Chu Shui had no objections, and the two headed towards the clothing store. The first thing I need to buy is definitely a dress for the first snow. One of the places Lin Xiao recommended to Yi Xingqian was a commercial street. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui walked along the street, their eyes filled with a dazzling array of shops. Yi Xingqian planned to take Chu Shui to buy some everyday clothes first. Based on the computer's interface, he selected a shop with excellent reviews. Welcome. What kind of clothing would you like to see? Upon entering the store, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui were immediately greeted warmly by the waitress. Wow, what a handsome and beautiful couple. Are you two a couple? No, Yi Xingqian said. Just as the young woman was about to apologize, she heard him say, "She is my wife. We are husband and wife." Oh, I see. You two are about the same age and haven't been married for very long, have you? That's great. We're having a promotion here, and all newlyweds get a 50% discount. What kind of clothes would you like to choose for your wife? The young woman continued to ask. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xingqian decided to ask Chu Shui, "What style of clothes do you like?" "You choose." Chu Shui stood beside Yi Xingqian and said, "I'll choose yours." The wife wants the other person to pick out clothes for her. Yi Xingqian readily accepted. "Then I'll get some cute, everyday clothes, nothing sexy or revealing." "Haha, I understand. Come with me." The waitress immediately understood Yi Xingqian's thoughts. Men, of course, want their partners to show them their sexy side. "This way, please take a look. I think it's perfect for this lady." The waitress picked out a white bubble dress from the rack. The dress was white, with a simple and elegant design that was both cute and graceful. "Do you like it?" Yi Xingqian took the clothes from the young lady. Chu Shui reached out and touched it, then pointed to the fitting room on her right. "Sure, you can try on the clothes in our store. Please go in and change first. Your husband and I will wait for you outside." That's what the waitress said. Chu Shui then took the new dress inside to try it on. While getting dressed for the first snow, Yi Xingqian and the waitress picked out several nice outfits. One of the outfits also includes an adorable cat ear headband. Yi Xingqian thought that after Chu Shui came out, he would put it on Chu Shui, and his little stoic would definitely look very cute. Click. When you're choosing, the fitting room door opens. "Sir, your wife has come out." The waitress whispered a reminder in my ear. Yi Xingqian looked away from the clothes. Chapter 27 Daily Dog Food. Beneath the white bubble skirt were a pair of long, fair legs. When Chu Shui went in, she took a white hairband. At this moment, she had her hair up in a bun, and a pure white rose brooch was pinned to her chest, exuding indescribable elegance. "Your wife is very beautiful." The young lady gave her heartfelt praise. The clothes in their store are all carefully selected by the store manager, and ordinary people can't pull off this unique style. "Is it good looking?" Chu Shui walked up to Yi Xingqian. She tilted her head back, her expression blank, but the way she gripped her white dress tightly told Yi Xingqian that she was very nervous. "Don't say you're nervous about the first snow." Yi Xingqian is also very nervous now. He stared intently at his wife. "Pretty. Beauty. Goo. I want to kiss you. But there are so many people." Yi Yingqian secretly swallowed it. "Can I take a picture?" Yi Xingqian asked tentatively. Chu Shui looked at him, her gaze lingering on Yi Xingqian's face for more than 10 seconds, and then nodded gently. Click. The sound of pressing the camera button on a mobile phone. Yi Xingqian immediately opened a 10-shot burst mode, and the first snow under the lens was even more beautiful, with some small details also clearly visible. His wife is so beautiful. You two are truly in love. Then please try on these clothes, Mississippi. They were all carefully selected for you by your husband. Let me help you with your outfit. The young lady was very attentive. Sir, this area is all everyday clothes. I think you have enough to choose from. If you turn left again, you'll enter the women's shoes section. Next to the women's shoes section, there are also some women's accessories and daily necessities. Our store is dedicated to creating the perfect woman. If you need anything else, please feel free to ask at the front desk. After the waitress finished speaking, she led Chu Xue into the fitting room. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xingqian turned and headed towards the two places she mentioned. He wanted to make his wife look beautiful. Host, you seem quite excited. 37's lazy voice rang in my mind. I was just on standby, but the excitement waves from your brain woke me up. I'm picking out clothes for my wife. Yi Xingqian arrived at the women's shoes section. Oh dear, so now my wife? This system remembers when it was bound to someone. That person resolutely refused to have this wife, saying that women would only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Can the person I was back then be compared to the person I am now? Also, I think there's a problem with your wording. My Chu Xue is so cute. It will only make me forge my treasured sword even faster. Yi Xingqian said. Oh, yeah. May I ask what kind of treasured sword it is? How's the speed? How's your stamina? Is it big? Is it easy to use? 37 chuckled in his mind, and a black line slid down Yi Xingqian's forehead. What system has he linked to? Ignoring 37, Yi Xingqian started picking out shoes for Chu Xue on her own. Seeing that Yi Xingqian was so serious, 37 stopped bothering him. Yi Xingqian first headed towards the sports shoe section. They attended a military academy, so they inevitably had to undergo physical training every day. Both of them wore white sneakers when they participated in the freshman orientation. When they got back last night, Chu Xue took off her shoes, and her feet were blistered in several places. Yi Xingqian felt very sorry for him. Yi Xingqian picked out several pairs of the most expensive sneakers in the store for Chu Xue. In addition to the sneakers, he also selected 4 pairs of his wife's usual shoes. In addition, there are 2 pairs of soft slippers and cute velvet boots. Winter is coming, and I can't let my wife's little feet get cold. After making her selection, Yi Xingqian headed towards the jewelry section. Girls have a lot of accessories. There are many categories. Hair clips, hats, scarves, earrings, brooches, plush toys, cosmetics. Yi Xingqian was dazzled by all the things on the table. He glanced at it briefly and felt that everything seemed suitable for the first snow. But you definitely can't buy them all. Recalling the clothes and shoes she had chosen, Yi Xingqian selected outfits from the accessory section that could be matched. Time passed second by second. When Yi Xingqian came out of the special area, both of his hands were full of things. Pack these up and send them to Berkeley Military Academy. With advanced technology, people can buy clothes in physical stores without having to carry them out of the store. Delivery service is automatically provided in the store. Stars. Just then, Yi Xingqian's sleeve was pulled down. He turned his head and saw his wife wearing a light brown autumn outfit and a cat ear headband. So cute. Many. Chu Xue looked at the large and small bags in the waiter's hands. Yi Xingqian picked out more than 30 outfits for Chu Xue. Not much, it's nothing. You don't have many clothes. You should buy more. Yi Xingqian touched his wife's head. Wow, her hair was still so silky smooth. He loved it. Sir, the total is 43,888 star coins. Will you be paying by mobile phone or electronic payment? Optical computer. Having just passed the new student test, Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue each have 1 million star coins in their accounts. Money isn't a big problem. We have received your payment. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience and welcome you to visit us again next time. The waitress escorted the two to the door. It was already noon. The streets were bustling with people. Stars. What's wrong? I didn't buy everything. The first snow said. Are there any clothes you're still missing? Yi Xingqian thought back carefully and realized that the 30-odd sets of clothes he had just received already covered all the needs for the current season. Is there anything else he has overlooked? That. Chu Xue blinked repeatedly as she looked at Yi Xingqian's puzzled face. Why are you shy? But this is the first time I've seen my shy wife. She's so cute. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but pinch Chu Xue's little face. Tell me, what do you need? I'll buy it for you. As soon as Yi Xingqian finished speaking, Chu Xue raised her hand and pointed in a direction. Following Chu Xue's hand, Yi Xingqian saw the pink sign. It had the word secret written on it, along with a picture of underwear. Yi Yingqian. Yi Xingqian felt a flush on his face, and when he turned back to look at Chu Xue, the girl had already lowered her head shyly. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Yi Xingqian's palms were slightly sweaty. Cough. Go in. This is definitely worth buying. Yi Xingqian pretended to be calm and pulled Chu Xue towards the shop. Welcome. What service do you need? The waitress this time was the restaurant owner's wife. She had a beautiful figure and looked particularly mature in her employee uniform. Sir, Are you looking for lingerie for your wife? Chapter 28, Dog Food. This chapter is super sweet. The proprietress immediately recognized the relationship between Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. Yi Yingchen nodded. Take a look and see which type suits my wife best. Yi Xingchen turned to the side, revealing the first snow behind him. Hey, young lady, you've got a great figure. Your breasts are definitely a D cup, and your butt is big too. You'll be good at having babies in the future. Young man, you're quite the ladies' man. The proprietress was very outgoing, and the two young people blushed as they talked. Please take us to see it first. Yi Xingchen's hands were sweating even more. Chu Shui barely dared to look at Yi Xingchen. The proprietress covered her mouth and chuckled. Hey, you're married now. Why are you being so formal? But it's good to be young. I was in the same state when my husband and I were newlyweds. The proprietress was somewhat moved. Come with me. This girl has big breasts and a big butt. I can fit all the large sizes in there. The proprietress waved to the two people. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui followed. As she walked along, all sorts of small underwear flashed before Yi Xingchen's eyes. Cute, lace-trimmed, halter neck. They have everything, countless varieties. Hey, young man, what do you think of this one? At this moment, the proprietress took out a sexy black camisole. This lingerie has a very trendy design, and it's a complete set. The bra was actually fine, it was just a little revealing. But those underwear are best left unsaid. It's only a thin layer. Yi Xingchen glanced at the lingerie set, then turned his gaze to Chu Shui. It has to be said, his wife has an exceptionally good figure. It's especially soft when I hug it to sleep at night. However, at that time, Chu Shui was wearing very loose pajamas, so Yi Xingchen didn't think much of it. Now, under such a visual shock, all Yi Xingchen could think of was the scene of Chu Shui putting on the lingerie in the proprietress's hand. No, I can't think about it. This is so exciting. It easily causes internal heat. Take a deep breath. Yi Xingchen opened his mouth and took a deep breath. But this not only didn't work, it actually made Yi Xingchen want to think about it even more. Young man, I'm asking you a question. Do you like this outfit? Would you like your wife to wear it for you? But the proprietress seemed determined to pursue him, pressing him for answers. Yi Xingchen really wanted to answer yes. But that definitely won't work. Not to mention that he didn't have the courage to say it. If he did, Chu Shui would definitely be too embarrassed to talk to him. Well, I'll have to ask my wife if she likes it. Yi Xingchen passed the choice to Chu Shui. Chu Shui, who had been looking down, slowly raised her head. Her pink lips were tightly pursed, and her usually expressionless face turned red for the first time. She glanced at the clothes in the shopkeeper's hand, then secretly stole a look at Yi Xingchen. I don't want it. But it seems like they really like it. Said. About 30 seconds later, Chu Shui spoke softly, her voice barely audible. However, Yi Xingchen, who was standing next to Chu Shui, heard it clearly. Said. This means that only one set of this type of underwear can be purchased at a time. Let's book it. Having understood his wife's words, Yi Xingchen asked the shopkeeper to get the item. It's clear that both of them are very shy. The proprietress then stopped teasing them. Okay, one set. How many sets do you plan to buy, young lady? 7 or 8 sets, I guess. The first snow said, do you choose for yourself, or does your husband choose for you? The proprietress asked again. Chu Shui bit her lip, myself. Then come with me, young lady. You can wait outside, young man. The proprietress led Chu Shui into the inner room. Yi Xingchen sat on a chair inside the store. After the first snow was out of his sight, he looked at all the clothes in the room and no longer had any indescribable fantasies. Yi Xingchen has excellent self-control, but it's probably just for show when he meets Chu Shui. My heart was still pounding. Host, if your heart beats any faster, I'm starting to suspect you're about to die suddenly. 37 always appears out of nowhere. Yi Xingchen, what are you going to do now? To help you cool down? 37's statement is perfectly reasonable. I'm worried that your third leg is too active and will make it difficult for you to walk later. Yi Xingchen, honestly, if you were a human being, I would have killed you countless times by now. This system is constantly rambling on and on. It's anything but simple. But I'm not human. I'm just a regular dating system. You can't hit them, you can't touch them, and you can't live without them. 37 appeared in Yi Xingchen's mind. However, it's also thanks to 37. His heartbeat finally stabilized. As for the third leg mentioned by the system, it also stabilized along with the heartbeat. Host, have a good date. There's a big prize for completing today's date. Having achieved his goal, 37 went into hiding again. Changing room. Young lady, I think these suit you well, and the fabric is also very good. Why don't you try them on? The proprietress gave Chu Shue a lot of bras. This time it's not black and sexy, but a color and style that suits Chu Shue's age perfectly. Chu Shue nodded and took it into the fitting room. The sound of fabric rustling filled the air. Chu Shue had just put on a coat when her phone rang. I took out my phone. It was a text message. Ask her if she has chosen her clothes yet, and if she wants your help in choosing. Looking at the message's owner, Chu Shue glanced at the pile of underwear beside her, then switched the screen to the camera. Yi Xingqian was sitting outside waiting. Hello, master. You have a friend request. The voice of the quantum computer rang out. Yi Xingqian turned on the personal computer. He added someone whose profile picture was a frangipani flower, and this person's nickname was Sweet Orange. Scroll down note. I am Su Changqing. Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow. He pressed the pass button. Information interface. Orange is sweet. We're already friends. Let's start talking now. Orange is sweet. Yi Xingqian, are you accompanying Chu Shue to buy underwear? Not long after, Yi Xingqian received a message from Su Changqing. He tapped the spell key on the screen. Yizzy, hey meme. Orange is sweet. I have something good here. Do you want to take a look? Leaf, what? The orange is very sweet and sends 10 photos to the leaves. The photos were sent quickly. When Yi Xingqian opened the app, he saw photos of Chu Shue wearing white, pink, and various other colored underwear. The plump little dumplings were huddled together in the photo, which was very clear, and Yi Xingqian could clearly see the fierce cleavage. It was my wife's lingerie show. Who the hell can handle this? The heat rose up again shortly after they went down, and Yi Xingqian's heart pounded. Bye. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission. The reward is 10 million spirit points and 1 ability filter for answering the question about your wife's background once. The current ability filtering has been completed. The host's ability level has been upgraded from D to C. The original body's ability will be activated in 9 hours. Please check your inbox, host. The number 37 echoed in my mind. Even Yi Xingqian didn't expect that such a difficult task would be completed so unexpectedly. In fact, when Yi Xingqian received this mission, he was prepared for the mission to fail. After all, his wife really never takes selfies. The surprise was so great that Yi Xingqian was still reeling. Chapter 29, Sweet Honey, a must-read. Oranges are sweet. First Snow asked me to choose for her, but I think her husband should do it himself. Oranges are sweet. Hurry up and choose one, then send it to me. Su Changqing urged Yi Xingqian through the information interface. Yi Xingqian clicked on the pictures and looked at them carefully. Easy. Let's buy them all. No need to choose. He thought they all looked good. Different colors and styles offered different flavors. The oranges are sweet, got it. Fitting room. Chu Shue received 2 new messages on her phone. Oranges are very sweet. I bought them all. They're all perfect for you. Orange is sweet. Little Snow baby, your figure is amazing. Looking at the messages on her phone, Chu Shue had no idea that Su Changqing had already forwarded her photos to Yi Xingqian. Su Changqing said she wanted them all, so we bought them all. Inside the store, Yi Xingqian downloaded all the photos that Su Changqing had sent him, and then created an encrypted folder, named My Wife's Daily Record. Then Yi Xingqian saved all 10 photos. While saving the photos, Yi Xingqian recalled the forum discussion Lin Xiao had mentioned last time. He opened the school's official website and registered an account on the forum. Please enter your nickname. Yi Xingqian looked at the line of text and thought for a few seconds. Next, enter your nickname. Little baby in the first snow. He clicked the confirm button, then found the post he had seen before and downloaded all the photos. While downloading, Yi Xingqian also took the opportunity to browse the latest posts on the forum. The hottest topic at Berkeley recently is undoubtedly the rewards for the freshman test. Berkeley's rewards for new students are different every year. It is randomly selected by the system from the resource library. On the subsequent costs of 10-star mech cores and 10-star armor-piercing cores, Yi Xingqian clicked on the title. This title has hundreds of posts discussing the core information he and Chu Shue obtained. Original poster. I didn't expect to get a mech core reward from the system reward pool this time. But considering the change in attitude of the desert map, it is reasonable to get such a reward. Original poster. However, I personally think that it wouldn't be very useful for Yi Xingqian and Chu Shue to obtain this core. mainly for 3 reasons. Original poster. Firstly, if you want to build all 10-star mech cores, the number would be astronomical. Original poster. Secondly, Yi Xingqian's mecha rating is too low, and his control over the mecha is not high. He still needs to buy upgrade equipment, which will cost an astronomical sum. Thirdly, besides the mecha, the 10-star armor-piercing core is also an expense. Original poster. Yi Xingqian's wife doesn't have a spirit body or any superpowers. If she wants to participate in various competitions in the future, she must equip herself with a set of armor-piercing gear. Otherwise, she won't be able to beat the students from the mecha department. OP. In the end, neither of these two has much money. If Yi Xingqian or Chu Shui see this title, I hope you can find a way to make money. Otherwise, the core is useless to you, and you might as well resell it. Berkeley Military Academy students are known for their bluntness, and while what the original poster said may not be pleasant to hear, it is very true. He received many replies from the floor below. Everyone agreed with what he said. Neighbor Wong. What the original poster said is absolutely right. It's not just the mecha parts. The cost of hiring a mecha engineer alone is enormous. Kick your butt. Mechs are expensive things, but you definitely can't graduate from military academy without your own mech. I am the most beautifully Dainyu. This is really too expensive. I'm about to throw up all the money I've made from building these mechs. Below were a bunch of student comments. Yi Xingqian was about to continue flipping through the pages when he saw Chu Shui carrying a bag and walking out of the inner room. Yi Xingqian turned off the personal terminal. A total of 6,000 star coins were spent. However, since you've just gotten married, I'll give you a 20% discount. A total of 4,008. Just scan the QR code, and I'll have the delivery person bring it to your place. The proprietress used her personal computer to display a QR code. Thanks. Yi Xingqian thanked him, paid the bill, and the two walked out of the store. First snow, let's go eat. It's 12:30 now. The first snow nodded. The computer shows there's a food street a kilometer away. Shall we go try it? So the two headed towards the food street. Today is not only a holiday, but also the weekend. The street was crowded with people, including quite a few young couples. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui walked side by side. There was a young couple on a date right in front of them. Hey, feed me. The girl hugged the boy's shoulders and asked him to feed her. There's so many people. No, I want you to feed me. If you don't feed me, I won't kiss you tonight. Okay. The boy looked at her with doting eyes and reluctantly stuck a takoyaki, octopus ball, into her mouth. He fed the girl takoyaki. Oh, woo. The girl ate takoyaki, octopus balls. Be careful, it's hot, the boy said. The girl was very happy, and after finishing her meal, she quickly kissed the boy on the cheek. The couple in front of us were having a great time. Yi Xingqian, walking behind them, had a calm expression, but she was envious. He glanced at Chu Shui to his right, wishing his wife would treat him the same way. But that's probably impossible. Chu Shui looked ahead, also watching the couple, her expression as expressionless as ever. Yi Xingqian glanced down at Chu Shui's hand. Even if we can't be that intimate, we can at least hold hands. If we hold hands, my wife probably isn't particularly shy. Yi Xingqian straightened his gaze, his expression unchanged. He gently exhaled and slowly moved his right hand closer to Chu Shui's hand hanging by her trouser leg. Come closer. Get a little closer. We'll catch it soon. Just as Yi Xingqian mustered up the courage to take Chu Shui's hand, Chu Shui suddenly raised her hand. Yi Xingqian couldn't stop him. Did Chu Shui realize she didn't want to hold his hand? Did she find him repulsive? Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian was instantly overcome with grief. An indescribable feeling of unease welled up from the bottom of my heart. He pouted slightly. The next second, a hand grabbed his shirt in the middle of his arm. Yi Xingqian gradually felt his hands being wrapped around hers, just like the girl in front of him had wrapped her arms around her boyfriend. My sadness was instantly replaced by sweetness. Heaven knows how fast Yi Xingqian's heart was beating. Yi Xingqian's pouting lips curled upwards rapidly as he glanced quickly at his wife beside him. I noticed that Chu Shui's gaze was somewhat lowered. I'm so shy. He leaned his body slightly toward Chu Shui, and the upper parts of their arms were pressed together without any gap. Yi Xingqian felt Chu Shui tighten her grip on his hand. It seems my wife isn't as calm as she appears on the surface. He doesn't care. Anyway, Chu Shui took his hand first. So happy. Yi Xingqian was in an incredibly happy mood. The image of 37 in his mind looked at Yi Xingqian's appearance and couldn't help but mutter to himself. How to put it? No wonder the host and his wife are such a good match. Both of them are the type who appear calm and collected on the surface, but are actually panicking inside. Chapter 30. My wife is a pendant. The two walk to the food street. Liangpi cold skin noodles. Liangpi for sale. Super spicy Liangpi challenge. Eat it all and get it for free. All cheese biscuit. Soft, chewy, and stretchy. Only 50 star coins. Spinning hot pot. Vegetables are 0.5 star coins per skewer, and meat is 1 star coin per skewer. Grilled ribs. Extra large grilled chicken wings and drumsticks. Grilled pig's trotters. All kinds of grilled meats and vegetables. Our restaurant specializes in barbecue. A 7-year-old establishment. Welcome to try it. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the entire street. Yi Xingchen was a little surprised. Logically speaking, as technology advances, people's sense of everyday life should decrease. Like in his previous life, back then the streets were full of food delivery robots, and there were no living people out there hawking their wares. This world truly surprises him at every turn. What would you like to eat? Yi Xingchen tilted his head and asked his wife. Xu Shui raised her hand and pointed to the barbecue shop that had just been selling barbecue. This shop had a very high rating on the computer, so the food must taste really good. Walk. Yi Xingchen always prioritizes fulfilling his wife's requests. As soon as you step into the shop, the rich aroma of barbecue hits you. The shop owner simply placed the barbecue grill at the entrance of the shop. The sizzling sound of the grilled meat is incredibly tempting. The meat is grilled to a golden brown and sprinkled with various seasonings, as well as scallions and sesame seeds. Yi Xingchen felt hungry as soon as he saw it. This way, please, gentlemen. Our restaurant is a buffet, and it costs 270 stars per person. The waiter led Yi Xingchen and Xu Shui to a 2-person table. After Yi Xingchen and Xu Shui sat down, the waiter said, "Press the white button on this table and the menu will pop up. In addition, our store is currently running a promotion. There's a shooting game over there. If you hit the white ball, you get a 20% discount. If you hit the yellow ball, you get a 50% discount. And if you hit the red ball, it's all free. Not only that, you can also automatically choose a gift." The waiter pointed in a direction. Yi Xingchen then saw a shooting platform about 300 meters away from them, with a blue display screen in front of it. The screen displays a very simple shooting game where 3 colored balls dart from left to right, and the shooter retreats to a distance of 30 meters from the platform to shoot with an air gun. Our boss is a big fan of shooting games, and the guy standing by the platform is our shop owner. The waiter pointed to a middle-aged man with a stubble beard. Want to play? Yi Xingchen asked the First Snow. First Snow, however, focused her attention on the gift wall. This store has a lot of gifts, lots of trinkets and clothes. The clothes were hung at the highest point on the wall. Xu Shui stood up, pulled Yi Xingchen forward, and walked toward the gift wall. Yi Xingchen saw her look up and stare at the clothing section in the upper right corner of the wall. There are quite a few outfits, all complete sets, and they even indicate the price, manufacturer, and brand. They're basically all around 1,000 star coins per set. There's also a black punk-style couple outfit. This outfit is very beautiful. The girl's outfit is a dress, and the boy's outfit has a retro feel. It has a strong sense of design and is also a limited edition. Yi Xingchen's eyes lit up when he saw the outfit. His wife would look incredibly cool in that dress. Little girl, young man, would you like to play? The boss next to the platform looked at Yi Xingchen and Xu Shui and opened his loud voice. The boss looked to be in his 40s, but he was very strong. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to answer, he saw Xu Shui walk forward and open her payment interface on her phone. 1 star coin for 1 gun. This price is very cheap, much better than some rip-off places. First Snow paid 86 star coins. Wow, little girl, do you handle so many guns? Are you a student at that military academy over there? The boss refers to Berkeley Military Academy. The first snowflake nodded. Ha, I knew I was right. But little girl, I guarantee that even if you were a lock-on ability user, you only have a fraction of a % chance of hitting the red ball on this wall. Uncle suggests you shoot the yellow ball. They give you a small gift with the yellow ball too. The chance of hitting it is about 10%. The boss offered a reminder. Xu Shui glanced at the boss, but said nothing and walked straight to the shooting area. There were many people shooting in the shooting range, struggling to aim at the ball. Yi Xingchen scanned the area and found that 95% of the people couldn't even hit the most basic white ball. This game looks simple, but it's actually not that easy. The slowest white ball stays on the platform for 5 seconds. The yellow ball represents 1 second. As for the red ball, there was only a very small afterimage. Moreover, the weapon used for shooting is an air gun, which has very poor stability, further increasing the difficulty. However, these are minor issues for Yi Xingqian. If the first snowflake wants to play, let play first. After taking an air gun from the platform, Chu Xue went to the shooting position. The girl bent down, tilting her head slightly. She simply moved her body and completed a very standard shooting posture. The boss raised an eyebrow at her familiarity with the place. Many people come to him to shoot, and most of them are students from Berkeley Military Academy. But this is the first time I've seen someone perform a shooting posture so perfectly. Actually, it's not difficult to simply make a pose. The reason the boss thinks Chu Xue's pose is standard is because Chu Xue's shooting angle is perfect. Different shooting platforms face the screen at different angles, and even a slight tilt of the body can cause the fired bullet to deviate significantly from the expected result. The boss turned to the side. Bang! The gas cannon was launched. Drop! Congratulations on hitting the red ball. Food and drinks are free today. Please go to the gift wall to choose a gift. The frame above the gift wall lights up, and there's a button below the gift boxes on the wall. Just click it, and the gift will fall down through the passage. Bang! Another shot was fired, but this time it didn't hit the display screen. Instead, it hit the button on the gift wall. Chu Xue didn't even look at the gift wall. She just tilted the gun barrel slightly before aiming it at the screen again. Bang! Another shot. Drop! Congratulations on hitting the red ball. Food and drinks are free today. Please go to the gift wall to choose a gift. The first snow fell, the gun barrel tilted slightly, and hit the wall of gifts. Then there was a display screen and a gift wall. This was repeated 10 times until the firing platform fell silent. Not only was the shooting range quiet, but the guests around it were also quiet. The boss's originally lazy face looked like it had been twisted, and his eyes were wide open like copper bells. Holy shit, that's fucking awesome. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. The boss said fuck 3 times in a row. This little girl is a shooting prodigy. He has been involved in shooting for 20 years. He knew perfectly well how difficult it was to hit the red ball on that screen. Even he himself has only hit the target 70 times in the past 20 years, and none of those were consecutive. This girl not only fired continuously, but also blindly shot down the gifts on the gift wall. In other words, when Chu Xue was looking at the gifts, she had already calculated the angle and hit all the buttons with perfect accuracy. This is not only a shooting genius, but also a memory master and a math master. Because the gifts on the gift wall are spaced far apart, and some of the gifts are shot from very tricky angles. She basically fired 2 shots every 5 seconds without pausing in between. This guy is inhuman. The boss's gaze towards Chu Xue immediately changed. Go wife. Go wife. Chapter 31 Dog Food Chapter. Drop. Congratulations on hitting the red ball. Food and drinks are free today. Please go to the gift wall to choose a gift. They fired all 86 shots in just a few minutes. Chu Xue stood on the shooting platform. With a flick of her wrist, the air rifle in her hand landed precisely in the self-service air rifle box. 86 guns, 1 for the display screen and 1 for the gift wall. There were 43 gifts. Yi Xingqian glanced at the gifts that Chu Xue had shot down and was immediately stunned. All of these clothes are men's clothing, except for 1 dress, which is from the couple's outfit we just saw. There were a total of 20 sets of men's clothing, 10 pairs of shoes, 2 hats, and 11 men's accessories. At this moment, Yi Xingqian finally understood why Chu Xue had come to play. She did this to clear out the men's clothing from the gift wall. Moreover, these men's clothes are basically the most expensive items on the entire gift wall. They are either rare or have very attractive designs. Buy more if it's not enough. At that moment, the first snowflake walked up to him. Despite his inner turmoil, Yi Xingqian remained outwardly calm. He affectionately patted Chu Xue's head. That's enough. These things are enough. His wife shot him down bullet by bullet. You're so good to me. Yi Xingqian felt very happy. Young lady, you absolutely must leave me your contact information. Just then, the boss walked out from behind the shooting platform, looking at Chu Xue with excitement. With your skill level, you should go straight to the National Shooting Championship. You'd definitely come out on top. The boss was very excited, and he reached out his hands to grab Chu Xue's shoulders. What are you doing? Yi Xingqian stood in front of Chu Xue. Oh, sorry, I just got too excited. Are you two a couple? By the way, Could you have your girlfriend give me her contact information? She's really talented at shooting. The boss stared intently at Chu Shui, determined not to give up until he got her contact information. Need not. Chu Shui replied calmly. I just like your clothes. She had no desire to participate in the competition. Berkeley Military Academy already had a lot of competitions. Moreover, any one of these competitions is a national event. Xingxin, time to eat. The first snow tugged at Yi Xingxin's sleeve. Oh, here's my contact information. Contact me whenever you change your mind. The boss quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote down a string of contact information. This time, Chu Shui didn't refuse. She accepted the note and put it in her pocket. Xiaomei, bring out the meat we've been saving. Today I'm going to grill the meat myself to treat this special little guest. Seeing that Chu Shui had taken the contact information, the boss immediately turned around and asked the waiter to bring out the restaurant's premium roast meat. Little girl, today I'll let you taste my cooking. The boss is very friendly. The waiter brought over a 5-grade beef, and the owner placed it on the grill. The sizzling sound of grilling meat could be heard. He's very good at grilling. With a few seasonings, the aroma of the grilled meat in the whole shop becomes even richer. It smells so good, boss. Can we have a piece? The surrounding customers were drooling with envy. The boss just smiled. He divided the roasted meat into 2 portions, one for the waiter to cut and serve to the customers at the table, and the other for Yi Xingxin and Chu Shui. Try it. Grade A5 beef is roasted to a dark brown color. Chu Shui and Yi Xingxin cut off a piece with a knife and put in their mouths. Immediately, the succulent juices of the beef burst in your mouth, and the rich aroma of meat overwhelms your taste buds. Even Yi Xingxin, who had tasted many delicacies, couldn't help but be amazed. The cooking time and the flavor were perfect. It is the best of the best. Chu Shui clearly liked the beef too, her mouth bulging as she ate. How is it? Is it delicious? The boss, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, said, This is my specialty. Yi Xingxin and Chu Shui nodded. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Boss, I'll go get you a few more lamb legs. The grill started working again. After Yi Xingxin ate a few pieces, he went to get Chu Shui a drink. If you feel too full, remember to drink some. He placed a drink on Chu Shui's right side and didn't forget to wipe Chu Shui's mouth during the process. Chu Shui blinked, swallowed a piece of meat, and then used her fork to pick up another piece. Eat, a simple syllable. Chu Shui never spoke much, but every word she uttered was something Yi Xingxin loved to hear. Yi Xingxin opened his mouth to eat the beef his wife handed him, and the smile on his lips deepened. The owner then served lamb leg and lamb chops, both of which were very delicious. Finally, before Yi Xingxin and Chu Shui left, they made sure to grill a few legs for them to take with them. Remember to come over for a meal if you have time. Xiaomei has already mailed the clothes to you. Remember to check your mail. The boss said from behind. Afterwards, Yi Xing and Chu Shui went to a furniture store to choose furniture, and the day was spent shopping. 6 o'clock in the evening. Yi Xingxin and Chu Shui sat on the starship returning to school. It was still a window seat. Chu Shui was probably tired from walking around, so she leaned on Yi Xingxin's shoulder and slowly fell asleep. Elegant classical music played inside the starship. This day was very relaxing for Yi Xingxin. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his previous life. It seems that everything has become so different since the first snow. Yi Xingxin turned his head and looked at the sleeping girl, his eyes filled with tenderness. Turning his head to the side and resting his head against Chu Shui's hair, Yi Xingxin closed his eyes as well. The planets outside the window flashed by. It's like time, which never flows backward, is rushing rapidly toward the future. Time never stops, and years never cease. Some things never fade with time. A burst of light erupted. Yi Xingxin and Chu Shui held hands tightly. Give me a little more time. That is eternity. Starship has arrived. Please disembark in an orderly manner and avoid crowding. Yi Xingxin and Chu Shui slowly woke up. The two people got off the car. Many students returned at this time, since Berkeley Military Academy has a curfew. If you return to your dorm after the curfew, the consequences will be severe. Back to the small apartment. Yi Xingxin carried the furniture, while Chu Shui carried the clothes. Fortunately, both of them were strong, and they only needed 2 trips to move all the items. Let's rest today and set it up tomorrow. It's already 7 p.m., and there's definitely not enough time to furnish the house with everything we bought today. The first snow nodded. She picked out a few outfits and threw them into the washing machine, then took her pajamas into the bathroom. Host, the original body's superpower will be activated in 5 minutes. Shortly after Chu Xue went inside, 37's voice rang out. Yi Xingqian sat on the sofa. There were still 5 minutes left. He can also chat with 37 for a while. Are you trying to ask me about my wife's background? Yes. This is a reward. 37 will answer the host truthfully. But a friendly reminder. The system's permissions are restricted, and the information you can obtain is very limited. Also, you can only ask one question, and it needs to be very detailed. Otherwise, the system won't be able to provide an accurate answer. If it's outside the system's answer range, it will be considered invalid. Please think carefully before you answer. Chapter 32, Awakening Superpowers. After listening to 37's words, Yi Xingqian stared at the bathroom door, lost in thought. Based on the information available at present, First Snow has no spirit body and no special abilities. These things may have labeled his wife as a good-for-nothing. But after this freshman test, no one dared to say that the first snowfall was a flop. In addition, there was another question that had been lingering in Yi Xingqian's mind for a long time. The image of Chu Xue covered in injuries from their first meeting remains vivid in Yi Xingqian's mind. But that's strange. His wife is quite skilled, and the freshman selection competition only tests combat skills. So logically speaking, she shouldn't have been beaten up like that. The freshman selection competition is divided into 10 venues, and it is a mixed competition, which means that people from different colleges compete against each other. 37. Explanation. Are students from all 5 major military academies participating in the selection together? My wife may have encountered a skilled opponent, but she still won in the end. Ye Vingchen Fronit. But I remember that the wounds on her body were not man-made. When they first met, Chu Xue's injuries were clearly caused by a heavy weapon. The kind of wounds were meant to cripple her. Has my wife offended someone? Yi Xingqian asked question 37. Sorry, host. The system cannot deduce too much information. My wife's background seems to be closely connected to this world, but my access is blocked, and I cannot continue. If we force ourselves to look at it, the system is very likely to be erased by the rules of this world. You'll have to figure out yourself. 37 said, but you can ask that question anytime. If I can answer it, I will. Has it become so serious that it will be eradicated? Yi Xingqian propped his head up. Then let's keep it for now. He had considered asking Chu Xue himself, but Yi Xingqian stopped himself from doing so. If a person doesn't want to tell another person about their past, there's only one reason. This past is too heavy and painful for her. She doesn't want to recall it, much less talk about it. Yi Xingqian didn't want to force Chu Xue to recall memories that weren't pleasant for her. This is no different from forced confession. Furthermore, he is now by Chu Xue's side and will no longer allow Chu Xue to have any painful memories. If anyone dares to bully his wife, he will definitely teach that person how to write the words worse than death. Yi Xingqian closed his eyes. Bye. The original body's special ability has been activated. 5 minutes passed quickly. After 37 finished speaking, Yi Xingqian immediately felt a strange power surge into his body. Tick-tock, tick-tock. He thought he heard the sound of clock. The sound didn't last long before another mirror appeared in his line of sight. Host, you're a dual elemental ability user, time manipulator, and mirror copyist. Awesome. They're all special type abilities. 37 was so excited he looked like he was about to jump up. Yi Xingqian was also surprised. He didn't expect the original owner to be a dual elemental ability user. In addition to his own devastating abilities, he is now a 3 elemental ability user. The system has detected the host's special abilities. Test successful. Providing a brief description of the host's superpowers. By superpower description successfully listed. Superpower name, time control. Superpower level, C. Superpower description. Tick-tock, can you hear the clock ticking? The future is calling you. Open your eyes, look carefully, listen carefully, and you'll be able to travel through time and space to see things that others cannot see. Special ability. You can see what will happen 2 seconds from now, up to 3 times a day. Superpower name, mirror copy. Superpower level, C. Power description, hey, look at this mirror. What? You want to attack me? Sorry, your power has been copied by the mirror. We are natural thieves and teleporters. Special ability. Currently, you can manipulate 2 mirrors, one a copy mirror and the other a teleportation mirror, for a duration of 3 seconds. Your superpowers will upgrade as your power level increases. Please do your best to complete the mission. 37. After introducing Yi Xingqian's awakened supernatural ability, Yi Xingqian listened to what it said and nodded. These two abilities are prediction and replication. Don't underestimate the power of a few seconds. If used properly, it can be incredibly explosive. Click. The bathroom door opened. Chu Shui walked out from inside with wet hair. Are you hungry? How about I stir-fry a couple of side dishes and reheat the barbecue we didn't eat today? Yi Xingqian stood up. Berkeley Military Academy has an early curfew, so he and his wife return home before having dinner. Need not. Chu Shui shook her head, then pushed Yi Xingqian to the bathroom door. I'll do it. She meant she would cook. Good. Yi Xingqian hadn't tasted the food Chu Shui made yet, so why not take the opportunity? So Yi Xingqian took her bathrobe and went to the bathroom. When I came out, the small table in the living room was already full. Yi Xingqian counted. There were 5 dishes in total. 4 dishes and 1 soup. The boss asked them to bring back some barbecue, and the other 4 dishes were stir-fried bok choy, cucumber salad, seaweed, and egg drop soup, and braised eggplant. How sumptuous! The food smelled delicious. Yi Xingqian pulled out a chair, sat down, and eagerly picked up her chopsticks to eat. The greens were crisp and delicious. The cucumbers were perfectly sour and salty. The soup was very flavorful, and the eggplant was so tender it melted in your mouth. Yi Xingqian's tongue was sore from eating. His wife is not only strong and capable in a fight, but she also has a great figure and cooks incredibly well. He made a killing. Tasty. Yi Xingqian enjoyed the meal very much. Chu Shui saw that his eyes were smiling, and a layer of tenderness gradually enveloped them. The pale yellow light shone on this small home, which is less than 100 square meters. A family of 2, 4 dishes and a soup, a round table, and 2 smiling faces. The moonlight tonight is also so beautiful. After finishing the meal, Yi Xingqian volunteered to wash the dishes. The first snowfall is when you take the wash clothes to the balcony to dry. After doing all this, the 2 of them sat on the bed. Ding. Master, you have received a message. Yi Xingqian had just pulled the covers over himself when the computer screen popped up. He clicked on it. It's Lin Xiao. Lindsay is very big. Star, let's go see the Mecha together tomorrow. Lindsay is very big. Didn't you and Chu Shui get the 10-star Mecha core? This is just the core and still needs to be assembled. The forest is huge. However, the parts for the 10-star mech are quite expensive, so be prepared. Easy. I'll discuss it with my wife. Even if Lin Xiao hadn't reminded him, Yi Xingqian would have gone to check on the mecha parts tomorrow. First snow, Lin Xiao said he'll take us to see the mecha parts tomorrow. Yi Xingqian turned his head. After hearing this, Chu Shui turned her personal computer screen around. Orange is sweet. First snow, let's go look at the mecha parts tomorrow. I contacted Lin Xiao. Let's all 4 of us go together. It turns out that the first snow also received the message. Chapter 33 Yi Xingqian is the poorest person in the entire event. After a brief discussion with Lin Xiao and Su Changsheng, the 4 of them decided to set off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's already 10 p.m. Yi Xingqian turned off his personal computer and briefly recalled his experiences of the day. 37. My wife likes shooting and cooking. And he likes to spoil me. Ding, you got it right. Host, it's a good thing you still remember this mission. I thought you had forgotten about it. The current mission progress is 100%. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. You are rewarded with 3 million spirit points and 2 spirit filters. After explaining the rewards, 37 began issuing new tasks. A new task has been assigned. Please obtain a 10-star core mech and a 10-star armor-piercing suit before the honor tournament, by any means necessary. Rewards for completing the mission: 1 upgrade to your special ability, 1 upgrade to your spirit body, and 50 million spirit body points. 37 said. Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow upon hearing about the generous reward. The more generous the reward, the more difficult the task will be. However, Yi Xingqian has never been afraid of difficulties. Oh woo! The first snowflake beside me yawned. Seeing that his wife was sleepy, Yi Xingqian also lay down. As usual, the first snow nestled into his arms. Turn off the lights. Yi Xingqian controlled it with his voice. The room then darkened. I slept well all night. 9 o'clock the next day. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui arrived at the school gate on time. 2 minutes later, Lin Xiao and Su Changsheng arrived. Stars. First snow. Lin Xiao remains the most active one. Have you got a meal yet? Yi Xingchen asked. No. Lin Xiao and Su Changsheng shook their heads. Su Changsheng, we're planning to eat out. Give. Chu Shui took out the wrapped meat rolls from her small bag. Wow, it smells so good. Sweet first snow. Did you make this? Su Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately when she smelled the aroma of meat. Chu Shui nodded, then handed the meat roll to Su Changsheng. I want one too. I want one too. Lin Xiao jumped in front of Chu Shui. The first snow falls equally on all. So delicious. After tasting it, the two of them gave the first snow a thumbs up. The starship has arrived. We ate and chatted. Yi Xingchen signaled everyone to set off. After boarding the starship, Lin Xiao turned on his personal computer. We'll go here later. He zoomed in on the screen. The computer displays the Mecha manufacturing city in the city center, specializing in manufacturing modified mechs. The others had no objections. 50 minutes later, the four arrived at the mech city. Welcome. The waiters in the mech city are robots. I'm Xiao AI, the robot. What service do you need? We'd like to see some mecha parts. Could you recommend some? Su Chengcheng bent down and patted Xiao AI's head. Ah, what a lovely young lady. Please come with Xiao AI. The robot turned around. This is Zone 4. The mecha parts here are suitable for 1-star to 3-star mecha cores. The third zone applies to 4 to 6-star systems. The second zone applies to stars 7 through 9. One zone is divided into 10 stars. The special economic zone is rated 10 stars or higher. Okay, we understand. Su Chengjian, note that after Xiao AI left, Yi Xingchen and the others entered the 4th district. Various mecha parts are displayed in glass cases. There are so many parts here, down to the smallest details like fingers, screws, and eyelashes. Yi Xingchen walked casually to a shop window and glanced at the prices of the parts. I was stunned for a moment. 1-star core mech fist, 390,000 star coins. 1-star core mech leg costs 1.07 million star coins. 1-star core mech weapon, 2.73 million. This only includes the major components. The minor components are not included. Then Yi Xingchen walked to the core component of the 2-star mecha. The price of a 2-star mech core component is 4 times that of a 1-star mech core component. Samsung's is 6 times that of 2-star. Yi Xingchen looked at the price and fell silent. He glanced at the original owner's bank card while he was sleeping last night. The total cost, including the cost of the new student test, is 2.31 million. I can't even afford a 1-star leg. Now, Yi Xingchen finally understood the astronomical figure mentioned by the forum's original poster. Samsung is already ridiculously expensive, let alone 10-star. Lin Xiao, how much would a 10-star mecha component cost if purchased separately? Oh, that's expensive. It'll cost at least 200 billion. And this is just the cost of buying the parts. You also have to factor in the cost of hiring designers, welders, and programmers, which adds another 2 or 300 billion to the price. After all, 10-star mech cores are very precious, and the various assembly line projects are ridiculously expensive. Lin Xiao said, luckily, I got a 7-star mecha core. Although it's not as good as a 10-star mecha core, it's not as expensive. As for the parts, we can get them for over 70 billion. And my dad knows a lot of master forging mechanics, so we can add another 10 billion, making it around 80 or 90 billion. My dad has given me 70 billion yuan so far, and my mom said I should earn the rest myself. Lin Xiao sighed. More than 10 billion is a lot, but it's not a big problem. Earning 10 billion in a month and a half should be no problem. But during this period, I can't play games at night. Lin Xiao's family is in the real estate business. They've been in business for generations and are incredibly wealthy. He himself is a small business owner. Yi Yingchen. Su Changsheng, what about you? Yi Xingchen then asked Su Changsheng. Huh, me? I just came to look around. My grandpa told me to pick a sample for him and then have it made for me. His condition is that I go home for a visit. Yi Yingchen. Ugh, each one is more Versailles than the last. First snow. And you, what about you? Yi Xingchen took a few steps and quietly asked his wife. Chu Shui glanced at him, then showed Yi Xingchen her bank card balance. 23 million. Yi Yingchen. Have to. He's the poorest person here. 37. Yi Xingchen called the system. What? Let me tell you, I'm not giving you money. You can't take my life. What I mean is, could you post a money-making quest? No. 37. Directly refuse. I'm a dating system, not a super rich system. Moreover, according to relevant reports, 93% of the hosts who are bound to the godly rich system will become lazy, slack off, and do nothing but rely on the system for everything. Rely on yourself in everything, and earn every penny you can. 37 said. 2. Yi Xingchen agreed with the system's words, but more than 200 billion was a bit too much. In 7 months, after deducting expenses for food, drink, and daily necessities, as well as competing, he could only earn enough to buy 1 mech. Furthermore, Yi Xingchen's priority would definitely be to satisfy Chu Shui, and a set of armor-piercing gear would certainly not be cheaper than a mecha. In other words, at least 400 billion yuan must be earned before the honorary competition begins. But actually, you don't need to. If you can assemble and weld it yourself, you can save the money of hiring a master welder. That's not all. He also doesn't need to go to these stores to buy parts. Buying raw materials directly and manufacturing them yourself can save a considerable amount of money. But no matter how much we try to save, it's definitely going to reach 200 billion. Chapter 34, Shocking His Mother. Over the next period of time, Yi Xingchen toured all 4 districts. Sure enough, with each upgrade of the core, its materials and functions are completely different. The parts for the 10-star mechs are not shown. You can negotiate the price directly by looking at the pictures. As Yi Xingchen carefully observed, Chu Shui kept staring at his profile. She blinked, as if she was planning something. After leaving the mech city, all 4 of them had gained a lot. We decided to have a meal together. Lin Xiao said she wanted to take them to see the city's famous scenic spots. But that place is quite far, you have to drive there. Yi Xingchen did not refuse. After all, the holiday is only 2 days long, and there won't be much time to travel in the future. He wanted to spend more time with his wife. Come, sit down quickly. The car Lin Xiao was talking about was actually a small, privately driven starship, similar to the ones that fly around in science fiction movies. You can rent this car on the street. You just need to pay a deposit and park it when you arrive at the designated location. Lin Xiao sat in the driver's seat. He paid and pressed the control button. Today, Grandpa's going to show you what real driving skills are. He rubbed his nose with his thumb. Drip! The starship parked by the roadside rose into the air. With a loud boom, blue flames shot out from behind the starship, which then flew directly onto the air route. Lin Xiao's speed was quite high. Yi Xingchen could see that many cars on the empty road were left behind by him. And just as Lin Xiao said, he was a good driver. Despite the congested airspace, he managed not to crash into any other starships. Yoshi, so refreshing. Lin Xiao steered the wheel and soon left the starships behind. Since we're just on the bus and have nothing else to do, First Snow took out some snacks. She sat in the middle, giving food to Yi Xingchen on one side and to Su Changcheng on the other. Yi Xingchen took the sunflower seeds his wife handed him and started cracking them into pieces in a rhythmic manner. Haha, Dad's driving skills are getting better and better. It overtook more than 50 cars in 2 minutes. Hey, you up there? Give it to me. Lin Xiao is very keen on overtaking. He increased the starship's firepower by another degree, and the starship roared off. But this time, the starship wasn't so easy to overtake. Lin Xiao tried several times, but was stuck behind. With a loud bang, the starship in front grazed Lin Xiao's starship. Holy shit, Lin Xiao swore. He actually provoked him. He turned on the starship's public address system and shouted into it. You damn well better watch out, you be 129 up ahead. Having been provoked, the remaining 3 cheered for Lin Xiao. Su Changcheng, go for it. Surpass that bastard. I believe in you. Yi Xingchen, Lin Xiao. It's time to show off your driving skills. Don't let us down. First Snow, _ encouraged, Lin Xiao felt even more determined not to be outdone by the starship in front of him. He increased the speed and then, with his skillful maneuvering, rammed into the car in front of him. But the driver in front wasn't bad either. He kept swerving his car, always just a little bit off, as if he was teasing them. The driver in front of you provoked you, calling you trash. The voice from the quantum computer faded away. Lin Xiao saw a few words written on the hood of the B-129, garbage, garbage, utter garbage. Su Changcheng, this is outrageous. Lin Xiao, go, open your mouth. Bite him. Yi Xingchen, this is intolerable. He treats you like a grandson. You have to tell him you're his grandfather. Show your madness. Bite him to death. First Snow, awoo, awoo. Although the encouragement from the three people behind him was a bit strange, it didn't affect Lin Zhao's desire to overtake the car in front. Wah increased the starship's firepower, and the blue flames gradually turned red. Lin Zhao charged forward, and just as the starship in front of him was about to block him, he quickly turned. Bump! Lin Zhao shoved aside the car in front of him and finally overtook it. He sped up, keeping pace with the B-129, and then rolled down the window. Shouted B-129. You son of a bitch, B-129. Why don't you open your car window for your dad? Didn't you hit your dad? Damn it, open a car window. It's huge. Lin Zhao roared wildly. Then the car window opposite actually opened. The car owner turned his head, held his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose with his index finger, pulled them down, and gave Lin Zhao a friendly smile. Song Mian. Oh my, what a coincidence. Lin Zhao. Surprise. Damn, that's fuck. Sorry, wrong person, wrong person. Lin Zhao quickly turned her head away, pretending not to recognize her. Then he frantically searched for the button to close the window. The wind is so noisy today, and I can't help but think of the feeling of running on the training field back in the day. Song Mian propped his head up and looked at Lin Zhao with a smile. Tomorrow morning, you'll run 5 kilometers across country, running plus 10 laps. Also, you just scratched my car, so you'll have to pay for the repairs. Instructor, I'm not a stingy person. You could just give me 500,000. Song Mian looked at Lin Zhao with a smile, then slowly rolled up the car window. Remember to send the money. Otherwise, I'll go to your house and find your mom. After he finished speaking, he stepped on the gas, and the starship sped away, leaving Lin Zhao with only a handsome silhouette. Lin Zhao, motherfucker, that scoundrel Song Mian is a money swindler. Lin Zhao was furious. None of you are helping me. Lin Zhao turned around and looked at the three people behind her with a frustrated expression. Su Changsheng, it's okay. Failure is the mother of success. If you didn't bite this time, we'll try again next time. Yi Xingchen, sigh, a puppy can't beat an old dog. I understand how you feel right now. Don't be discouraged. Dad, your brother, will always stand behind you. First snow, eating sunflower seeds. Lin Zhao, get the fuck out of here. I played all day. When the four returned to Berkeley Military Academy, it was already 7 p.m. After waving goodbye, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui returned to their little home. After taking a shower, I climbed into bed. Yi Xingchen then opened the school's official website and clicked on the library page. Since I've decided to build my own mecha, I definitely need to read some books. Yi Xingchen made a plan. He planned to spend a month reading all the books on mecha construction and armor-piercing construction, and then spend 2 months drawing the design blueprints. Finally, 4 months before the finals, we completed the 10-star armor-piercing armor and the 10-star mech. Although the time was a bit tight, it was very challenging. With her shoulders slightly lowered, Chu Shui rested her head on Yi Xingchen's shoulder as she searched for a book. Are you sleepy? Yi Xingchen turned his head slightly and gently nuzzled Chu Shui. Go to sleep if you're sleepy. I'll find a few more books. Chu Shui shook her head. She stretched out her finger and tapped Yi Xingchen's screen. A large number of mechanical books flashed by, and Chu Shui quickly tapped the books on the screen with her fingertips. Chapter 35, She Wanted to Possess Him. In just over 10 minutes, Chu Shui found the most suitable mecha manufacturing book for a novice like Yi Xingchen from nearly 300,000 books. In order, Chu Shui's words were simple. She instructed Yi Xingchen to study according to the order of the books she had chosen. You've seen all of these? Yi Xingchen was a little surprised. His wife was much more capable than he had imagined. Just browsing. The first snow said. She looked at Yi Xingchen with both eyes and said, as long as it's useful to you. The 6 simple words contained the unique tenderness that the girl named Chu Shui had for Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen reached out and pinched Chu Shui's little cheek. His expression was gentle, but his heart was filled with helplessness and heartache. No one can easily memorize so many book titles just by glancing at them. Berkeley Military Academy has a particularly large number of books on mecha, and Chu Shui was able to retrieve hundreds of books and form a complete system in such a short time. This could absolutely not be the result of a casual glance. Thinking about how his wife didn't have a spirit and couldn't pilot the mecha, everything became clear. I promise. Yi Xingchen pressed his forehead against Chu Shui's. Your armor-piercing suit is no worse than any mecha. You have me. so there's no need to envy others. Yi Xingqian spoke softly, his fingertips gently stroking Chu Shue's cheek. His fingertips were slightly cool, yet they seemed to radiate warmth, flowing along the skin touched by the first snow and into the deepest part of his heart. My heart skipped a beat for no reason. Looking into those earnest eyes, Chu Shui felt a surge of indescribable emotion welling up inside her. It's like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. I really want to. Cherish the person in front of you. I really want to. To take him for oneself. Are you starting to feel desire? In the sea of consciousness of the first snow, Green opened its eyes. Having desires is a good thing. With desire, you become stronger. Chu Shui turned her head and reached out her hand, placing it on the back of Yi Xingqian's hand. The girl closed her eyes, feeling the other person's body temperature. Stars. It's very warm. The first snow said. I like the warmth of the stars. Soft strands of hair weave between the fingers. Yi Xingqian's expression was so gentle, it seemed like you could pinch water out of it. Yi Xingqian gently placed a kiss on the girl's face, and looking at Chu Shui's slightly upturned lips, his heart melted completely. I slept well all night. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. A loud broadcast woke the sleeping students. Get up, get up. All students, get up and get ready for the cross-country race. The equipment has been placed at each student's door. 5 minutes. I'm only giving you 5 minutes to get downstairs. 10 extra laps for every second late. The broadcast ended. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui immediately turned over and got up. The two arrived at the door and saw 2 sets of training uniforms neatly arranged outside. In addition, there were 2 extra-large suitcases. Yi Xingqian lifted it up. It was full of bricks. Each bag weighs at least 20 kilograms. Time is of the essence. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui washed up and got dressed in 2 minutes, then ran downstairs with their bags. Berkeley Military Academy does not provide elevators for its students. All students have to climb stairs to get around. We arrived downstairs at exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui were among the first to arrive. They saw a female instructor in a drill instructor's uniform holding a long stick, waiting for someone in the open space downstairs. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui ran to stand in front of the female instructor. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. The female instructor made a note of the time. Good. She looked at her watch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 minutes had passed. Only 5 people were present. In the next 10 seconds or so, most people gradually arrived at the open space. The female instructor, timing herself with a stopwatch, began to introduce herself once everyone had arrived. Hello, my name is Lu Qingyan, and I am the 7th student under the command of the officer. You can call me Commander Lu, or you can call me number 7. I just timed it, and you all arrived at 5 minutes and 20 seconds ago. According to the rules, anyone who is 5 minutes late will have 10 extra laps added for every second they are late. Of course, there are other punishments as well. Lu Qingyan chuckled, and with a flick of her wrist, a thin, long leather whip lashed out from above in the arc of her swing. Sizzle. The sound of a whip striking a human body. Many students who arrived late were forced to their knees by the whip. But they didn't hesitate. Despite the pain, they quickly stood up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 helicopters flew in from the roof of the teaching building. Climb up quickly. Lu Qingyan issued the order. All the students then followed the order of the line and quickly climbed up the rope ladder lowered from the helicopter. First snow. Yi Xingqian pulled his wife up. The two chose a seat and sat down. A short while later, the helicopter began to move. At that moment, their personal computers received information about the off-road trip. The 61st Freshman Off-Road Map. Wilderness. Instruct os, Montag Yunsu, Lu Qingyan, Jiang Yu. There are 3 instructors in total. 10 minutes later, the helicopter door opened. All the students tied the rope to their belts and slid down to the ground using the rope. The ground is the starting point. The finish line is that mountain on the other side. All freshmen, heed my command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, run. Following the instructor's voice, more than 1,700 new students rushed out. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui ran ahead. The bricks on their backs clanged and clattered with each step they took as they ran. Please have the 3 instructors board the mechs. The personnel for the mech have been located. Drop. Mech 01, 02, and 03 start up. There was a helicopter overhead. Following the announcement from above, Approximately 20 seconds. 3 enormous mechs appeared in the sky. This was the first time Yi Xingqian had seen a mecha outside of videos. All 3 mechs are uniformly black. The mech is equipped with a jet power drive system on its back. They held various types of weapons and looked down at the groups of students below. Bang! Suddenly, one of the mechs swung its star hammer, instantly creating a large crater in the wilderness. Some students who were nearby or hadn't run far were knocked to the ground by the shock. Ha ha! Run with all your might. A woman's voice, laughing maniacally, came from inside the mecha. Immediately afterwards, the mechs in the air suddenly swooped down, one of them transforming its fist into a giant Gatling gun and unleashing a barrage of fire at the students below. Grass! The students, who were running, hurriedly used their supernatural abilities and magical artifacts to escape in a sorry state. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui ran at the edge of the group. Judging from this situation, it seems almost impossible to reach the finish line smoothly. Chapter 36, Honor Tournament. Puff, puff, puff. The bullet hit the mud, drawing a straight line from left to right. First snow. Just as the bullets were about to hit them, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui sped up. The two of them rolled over on the ground. The bullet grazed the edge of his body. Without any hesitation, the two stood up and continued running. Hey, stop staring at the bullets. Do you think I don't exist? A male voice spoke, and Jiang Yu controlled the mecha, making it stand upright. Then she turned off the driver and dropped it straight down from the sky. Many students were directly injured by the stomp. Jiang Yu had no intention of stopping. He quickly manipulated the display screen, and the mech crouched down, assuming a running motion. Bang, bang, bang. The mech, as tall as 2 buildings, ran as fast as a human. Jiang Yu was even more ruthless than the female instructor. After running for a while, he directly activated the mecha's ramming mode. The enormous mechs charged erratically across the wilderness at incredible speeds. There was no warning at all. Yeah, fuck him. None of Song Mian's men are normal. They're all fucking animals. The students were so overwhelmed by the abuse that they ran away cursing. Boom! Another collision. Yi Xingqian noticed out of the corner of his eye that Jiang Yu's mecha was leaning in this direction. A strange feeling surged through Yi Xingqian's body, and he followed that feeling. In an instant, everything before his eyes seemed to be slowed down infinitely. 2 seconds later, Jiang Yu's mecha will rush over from that side, and it will also use weapons. Bite! Each activation of time control deducts 100,000 spirit values. 37's words fell. The objects around Yi Xingqian quickly returned to their original speed. Grab my hand. There are only 2 seconds left. Jiang Yu's mecha was already aimed at the target. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the mechs stomping heavily on the ground. Yi Xingqian squatted down, grabbed Chu Shui's hand, and forcefully threw her away. The first snowflake tumbled in the air and landed right on the mecha's arm. Brush! As it ran, a lightsaber spun in the mecha's hand. The lightsaber was incredibly fast. Yi Xingqian leaned back, and the edge of the sword narrowly grazed his neck, just millimeters away. Dodging the lightsaber's attack, he leaped up, using the mecha's fist as a fulcrum, and ran up the arm to reunite with Chu Shui. As Jiang Yu threw his lightsaber down, he noticed someone climbing onto his mech and raised an eyebrow. Electrical startup. He pressed the control button. A current of large volts rapidly spread from the core of the mech. Stars. Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian reacted quickly. They exchanged a glance, and then jumped off the mecha together. Like a purposeful high jump, they walked in the air and then landed on the lightsaber that Jiang Yu had thrown out. The lightsaber was thrown down by Jiang Yu from above. It first went down and then automatically returned to the mech's hand. Therefore, when Shui and Yi Xingqian stepped onto it, they were already very close to the ground. With the help of their lightsabers, the two of them overtook hundreds of students. Holy crap, that's awesome. They even do it this way. The students below, seeing Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian's actions, exclaimed that they were experts. I have already run 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers to go in the 5-kilometer cross-country run. But at this point, less than half of the students were still running. Most of them were either injured by the mechs and couldn't move, requiring immediate treatment, or they were too exhausted to complete the cross-country mission. Yi Xingqian. First snow. After running for a while, Yi Xingqian heard Su Qingqing's voice. The two turned around and saw that Lin Xiao was with him. The 4-person team regrouped, But Su Chengxing and Lin Xiao were clearly not as physically fit as Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui, and were panting heavily from exhaustion. Control your breathing and the frequency of your arm swings. Yi Xingqian reminded him, there's still 1.7 kilometers to go. Yeah, I can't take it anymore. Song Mian, you bitch. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Lin Xiao cursed loudly, saying he wanted to add 10 more laps, each lap being half a kilometer, meaning he still had 6.7 kilometers to run. The three mech behind them were like ghosts, constantly launching attacks. When it is about 1 kilometer away, the three mechs then lined up in a row. The fist turned into a cannon. Target the remaining 200 men. Call out. Rocket artillery is launched. Lin Xiaosheng activated a fire-based protective shield, enveloping the 4 people inside. Su Chengcheng activated her wind-based ability to increase their movement speed. Bombs exploded around them, and the 4 of them weaved through the crowd, their vision obscured by flying dirt. Just a few hundred meters left. Yi Xingqian looked at the red line at the finish line. Sizzle. The sound of the mechs being switched over reached my ears. Yi Xingqian turned around and saw a faint light rising behind him. He narrowed his eyes and used time control again. 2 seconds later, a powerful laser will shoot down on their heads. Squat down and slide. Yi Xingqian took a sip. The other 3 reacted quickly. They simultaneously extended one leg, pressed their entire bodies down, and slid forward like a landslide. A blue laser beam struck instantly. Despite a sudden gust of wind, the 4 people successfully reached the finish line. Yi Xingqian, Chu Shui, Su Chengcheng have reached the finish line. Lin Xiao will run another 5 kilometers with weights. Helicopters hovered overhead. The broadcast ended. Apart from Lin Xiao, Yi Xingqian and the other 2 had 200,000 star coins deposited into their personal computers. Although the training at Berkeley Military Academy is brutal, the rewards are by no means low. They advocate high pressure and high rewards and encourage students to participate in competitions at all levels. The off-road race is over. Yi Xingqian took the bag from Chu Shui's back and boarded the helicopter back to the military academy. They were woken up at 4 a.m. and finished at 7:30 a.m. It was just time for breakfast. First, Yi Xingqian sent Chu Shui to the bathroom to take a shower, and while she did so, she made a simple breakfast. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, he originally wanted to take a nap while cuddling with his wife. But their attention was drawn to a series of hurried footsteps outside the building. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui walked to the window and saw students from all floors and grades running out of their dormitories. Hurry! The final of this school honor battle is about to start broadcasting. I must give a shout out to our Berkeley Military Academy alumni. Yeah, we have to win. We have to win. My military academy is the ultimate prize. The students ran and shouted. In the crowded throng, Yi Xingqian even spotted Song Mian and several instructors. Walk! Yi Xingqian turned his head, and Chu Shui hummed in response. The 2 quickly ran downstairs and followed the main group to the largest central square at Berkeley Military Academy. At this time, all 6 large screens on the Central Plaza floor were filled with the same content. Go for it. Go for it. Senor, go for it. You are the pride of Berkeley Military Academy. Yeah. Tens of thousands of students shouted loudly. Yi Xingqian looked up and saw an extremely fierce battle. This is a hybrid battle involving mechs, superpowers, and magical artifacts. The battle takes place against the backdrop of an icy plain. A dense array of mechs and superhumans moved about among them. Armor-piercing soldiers, prepare. Attack-type ability users, flank them. Quickly. With a command given, the superhumans bearing the insignia of Berkeley Military Academy set off en masse. The protective shields, the shells, and the various superpowers were dazzling. This is a fierce battle between 5 forces. At first, the 5 forces were evenly distributed, but 5 minutes later, the 3 forces then attacked Berkeley's simultaneously. What the hell are you doing? The students in the square shouted. The mechs, led by the Imperial Military Academy, flew into the sky and concentrated their firepower on Berkeley's. Not only that, but the superhuman soldiers from the 3 military academies are also relentlessly trying to kill Berkeley. Eliminate them. The commander of the Imperial Military Academy gave orders to his subordinates. Line 1 is under heavy fire. Reserves to take over. The number of personnel at Berkeley Military Academy is decreasing at a visible rate. Fuck. Foul. 3 schools ganging up on each other. Is this referee eating shit? The honor tournament has clear rules. Only 2 schools are allowed to form an alliance at most. A 3-school alliance is absolutely not allowed, as it would seriously affect the fairness of the finals. Ye Yingchen Suintet. On screen, Mech from both schools begin their attack on Berkeley Military Academy's line of defense. Another school only played Berkeley at the beginning and didn't play them explicitly afterward, but it was secretly helping the 2 military academies skirt the rules. It's obvious. This was a premeditated plan. By skirting the rules, Berkeley was eliminated. Defense Mechs move in. The commander of Berkeley Military Academy looked grim. Line 1 absolutely could not be lost. Jin Qing maximized the mech's performance. Interfere with the ability users from unleashing their full power. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Many students clenched their fists. More than 50 defensive mechs lined up in a row, forming a thick defensive wall that withstood a large-scale attack. Go Jin Qing. The students watched the game with bated breath. The enemy mech pressed against the defensive wall, and their sharp wall-breaking weapons pierced the wall inch by inch. The 50 mechs led by Jin Qing were forced to retreat. Defense platoon, hold the fuck on, Jin Qing shouted. Just as the 2 military academies were besieging Berkeley, another military academy suddenly fired several wall-piercing missiles at the defensive platoon. The defensive platoon was under continuous attack, and its defense index decreased. Hundreds of mechs pierced the bodies of the defensive platoon's mechs. The mechs in the defense platoon clung to the other mechs, desperately protecting the defensive line. Holy shit, that's a foul. That's a fucking foul. The students glared angrily. Chapter 37, leading the team personally. Heavy punches rained down on the defensive platoon's mechs. The mech itself is connected to the mind of its pilot. The more hits the mech takes, the more mental anguish the pilot experiences. Roll. After a few minutes of heavy blows, the enemy seemed to get impatient and punched the mech's core. Fuck you. Imperial Military Academy. Fuck your mother. You're killing people. The students couldn't hold back any longer. The shouts grew louder and louder. The core was severely damaged. Jin Qing was covered in blood, and the Mecha also collapsed due to the attack. The first line of defense has been breached. The attack mechs and armor-piercing soldiers swarmed forward. However, the enemy consisted of 2 legions, and the center of Berkeley Military Academy was quickly invaded. The commander directed the remaining students to provide full protection. As students from their own school were surrounded and defeated one by 2 military academies, the once bustling square fell silent. Most of the people present were upperclassmen. After so long, the referee still hadn't come out, and everyone had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Oh. In front of the big screen, Song Mian chuckled softly. He seemed nonchalant, but the icy coldness hidden in his eyes sent chills down your spine. The commander for this honorary competition is Song Mian's capable subordinate. Song Mian was well aware of the opponent's strength. It's quite remarkable that they were able to hold out for so long under the siege of the 3 major military academies. Those old bastards are really going too far. Song Mian rubbed his chin with one hand, his right fingertips digging into his palm, making a crunching sound. The honor tournament is ostensibly a competition between the 5 major military academies, but this event will be recorded in the military academy's grades, affecting their subsequent resource supply and military investment. The collaboration of 3 military academies is unprecedented, and this time, with such an obvious blunder, the referee seemed completely oblivious. This clearly shows that the students received orders from their superiors to first and foremost kill Berkeley. Sir, I request to participate in another honor match. Zero bowed to Song Mian. On screen, Zero's comrades from his own military academy fought valiantly, and as he watched them being eliminated one by one, Zero's face was colder than ever before. Song Mian waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't let a promising talent like you participate in only one honorary match. Thank you, sir. Zero gave Song Mian a military salute. Wah! As the position was lost, many students watching the game wept quietly. Song Mian turned around. He stood on a high platform, scanning the crowd below. Upon suddenly seeing a familiar face, Song Mian smiled. That's a good eye. He looked at Yi Xingchen and Chu Xuan, the crowd. The 2 held hands, their eyes fixed on the screen, their expressions unwavering. Yet their resolve was exceptional. 0. Help me write a document. Song Mian looked at Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. Sir, please speak. Send a letter to the superintendent of Berkeley Military Academy. I'll be in charge of this year's honor competition students. With just 2 simple sentences, Zero's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, sir. He immediately turned on his personal computer and started typing on the spot. Berkeley's Military Academy's 3rd defensive line has fallen. Berkeley's Military Academy's 4th defensive line has fallen. The central flag of Berkeley Military Academy was removed. Berkeley Military Academy eliminated. The announcements signaled their elimination from Military Academy. Song Mian turned around, looked at the wreckage of the Berkeley Military Academy mecha on the screen, and revealed a sinister and cold smile. Yi Xingchen stood in the square. The battle continues. After their school was eliminated, Yi Xingchen felt Chu Shui tighten her grip on his hand. Yi Xingchen leaned slightly against her. Next time, we will win, he said to the first snow. Chu Shui turned her head and met Yi Xingchen's gaze. She nodded. Next time, it must be Berkeley's. Although military academies have been eliminated, the competition continues. Yi Xingchen did not leave. He and Chu Shui watched the entire match together. The final champion was Imperial Military Academy. The runner-up was Archer Military Academy, and the 3rd place was Dramlock Military Academy. Congratulations to the Imperial Military Academy on winning the honor tournament for the 5th consecutive time. May the Empire endure. May its glory never fade. The commentator excitedly announced the result. The upperclassmen in the square all left with dark expressions. They didn't go back to their dormitories, but went straight to the training ground. Berkeley Principal's office. White smoke rings rose as an elderly man with white hair looked at the emails on his personal terminal and laughed out loud. Oh dear, what's going on this year? Even Song Mian is starting to take things seriously. Then I, as the principal, can't keep lying down. Secretary, please give your instructions. 2 trillion yuan will be withdrawn from my personal assets, and another 3 trillion yuan will be withdrawn from the military supplies of the military academy and transferred to Song Mian's account. Tell him, if it's not enough, ask for more. The old man waved his hand, and the secretary bowed in greeting. I will obey your orders. After the match, Yi Xingchen went to the library alone. He loaded some of the books that Chu Shui had listed for him into a trolley and transported them to his apartment. They haven't been assigned to classes yet, and the class schedule hasn't been issued. He still has 1 day to arrange his own time. After putting the books away, Yi Xingchen took out a sheet of A4 paper. He spread the paper out and began to recall the details he had just seen in the match. While watching the final battle of the honor match, Yi Xingchen paid close attention to the mech soldiers and armor-piercing soldiers. Although the scene was very chaotic, Yi Xingchen still managed to remember a lot of the mecha structure and armor-piercing mechanism. Gravity energy electromagnetic gun. Mech 2D transformation and reassembly. Butterfly wing thrust. Gravity-based armor-piercing armor. He named the moves and structures he had just seen and then wrote them down one by one. After finishing writing, Yi Xingchen opened the book on the table and began to read it seriously. He spent the whole day looking at it. When Chu Shui returned from the training room, she saw that the room was filled with design drawings. She didn't disturb Yi Xingchen, but quietly went to the kitchen to start preparing dinner for him. When Yi Xingchen put down his pen, it was already 11 p.m. He read a total of 20 books that day. The contents of these 20 books are all about armor penetration. Yi Xingchen plans to first break through the armor before building the mechs. Organize the drawings that I had sketched on the spot. Yi Xingchen then realized that it was already very late, and he didn't seem to have cooked yet. My wife said she was going to stay in the training room all day, and now that she's back, she must be starving. First snow, I'm sorry. Yi Xingchen opened the bedroom door. The first thing that catches the eye is the first snow, sitting quietly at the dining table, the food on the table already cold. But she was still waiting for him. I don't know how long she's been sitting there. Why don't you eat first? Yi Xingchen walked over. Chu Shui's gaze followed his steps. Chapter 38, First Lesson. You didn't come. Since you didn't come, I won't eat. Don't wait for me next time, or call me out. Don't sit here. Your hands are always ice cold. Yi Xingchen grabbed Chu Shui's hand. He knelt down and pressed Chu Shui's icy hands against his face. I'll wait for you, the first snow said. Yi Xingchen was helpless. His wife could be very stubborn at times, but he absolutely loved that stubbornness of hers. Then I'll set a time next time and have the personal terminal remind me, so I won't keep you waiting again. Yi Xingqian said. The first snowflake nodded. I'll take it to heat up. You wait here for me. After warming Chu Shue's hands, Yi Xingqian put the food on the table into the microwave and reheated it. After finishing her meal, Yi Xingqian took a shower, and it was already midnight. Stars. When Chu Shui reached the bedside, she reminded him to turn on the optical computer. Yi Yingqian nodded. He threw back the covers and sat on the edge of the bed. After turning on the computer, a class roster popped up. Name, Yi Xingqian. Gender, male. Class, 01. Class teacher, Song Mian. Yi Xingqian saw her own personal information first, and then the class roster. This class was taught by Song Mian, and it only had 11 students. Moreover, most of them were people Yi Xingqian knew. For example, Su Changsheng, Lin Xiao, Cheng Zhao, a trio, and Zero. The three faces were relatively unfamiliar. Yi Xingqian glanced at their names. One was called Mingyu, another was called Fenggang, and the third was a code name called Luo. After the class roster is displayed, a timetable will appear. They are freshmen, so they don't have many classes, only 4 a day, and they can arrange the rest of the time as they please. Stars. After class, I'll go to the training field or practice room. After reviewing the class schedule, Chu Shui told Yi Xingqian about her future plans. Because of the special circumstances surrounding the first snowfall, if she participates in the honor competition, she can only serve as an armor-piercing soldier. Armor-piercing soldiers require exceptionally high levels of mental endurance and physical fitness. If you want to improve your physical fitness in a short period of time, the training grounds and practice rooms at Berkeley Military Academy are an excellent choice. The training ground focuses on physical fitness, while the practice room uses simulators to simulate various extreme scenarios, specifically designed to hone a person's spirit and will. Okay, what time are you coming home? Yi Xingqian turned off the personal terminal. Tell me a time so I can start cooking. I'll be home promptly at 9 o'clock tonight. Okowo. Both of them had their own plans. Just like we promised at the end of the freshman test, we will grow up together, become stronger together, and protect each other together. The next day, 7:30 in the morning. After Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui finished making breakfast and changed their clothes, they went to class. The first class was taught by Song Mian. When Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui arrived, there were already 5 people in the classroom. You've arrived. Lin Xiao and Su Changsheng waved to the two of them. The two men came over and sat down next to them. Let me introduce you. After Yi Xingqian sat down, Zero, who was behind him, stood up. This is Fenggang, and this is Ming. One of them is a space-type ability user, and the other is a matter-type ability user. Hello. After Zero finished his introduction, Fenggang and Mingyu stood up. The two extended their hands. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui stood up and shook hands with the two of them respectively. Hello, my name is Yi Xingqian, and this is my wife, Chu Shui. We know about you too. Fenggang and Mingyu said. Senior Ling introduced you to us, saying you are all very outstanding. The two praised him sincerely. Thanks. Yi Xingqian smiled, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they were now acquainted. Shortly after the introduction, Cheng Zhao and his 2 companions arrived at the classroom. The 3 of them had just sat down when the classroom door was kicked open. Hey, let me see. Everything's here, right? Song Mian was wearing sunglasses, and around his neck hung a gold necklace thicker than his finger. A pair of ripped jeans, with holes starting from the upper thigh, hung loosely around his waist, and with his movements, his black underwear and certain indescribable areas were vaguely visible underneath. There were girls present, and Su Changsheng quickly looked away when she saw them. Yi Xingqian then directly raised his hand to cover Chu Shui's eyes. Song Mian, can't you fucking wear some decent pants? There are girls here. Lin Xiao has been extremely annoyed with Song Mian these past few days, and has even started cursing at him. I don't want to. Song Mian refused outright, saying, This is art I recently discovered. Are you crazy? You're an exhibitionist. Zero, tell me about your unreliable superior. Lin Xiao tugged at Zero's clothes. Zero covered his face, looking like he didn't want to face it at all. All right. I just came to check your reaction time. Fortunately, Song Mian wasn't particularly perverted. He zipped up his pants, and although it was still quite revealing, at least some things are no longer visible. Luo hasn't arrived yet. Zero replied to what Song Mian had said when he first came in. Luo won't arrive for another week. You people, come with me, let's change scenes. Song Mian turned around and skipped out. 10 people followed him to the school's combat training room. Song Mian jumped onto the fighting ring. The fighting ring, which had been in standby mode, was activated after someone entered. The orange light bar swayed irregularly in the training room. At the same time, a health bar, similar to that in a game, appeared above the heads of everyone present. Please assign the red team and the blue team. A mechanical sound rang out. An operating console appeared in front of Song Mian. He tapped a few times casually. The health bars above Yi Xingqian and the others turned red, while the health bar above Song Mian's head turned blue. Today's lesson was very simple. After assigning the red and blue teams, Song Mian stood up. In front of all his classmates, he put his hands behind his back. Eliminating me is winning. So, 3, 2, 1. Game begins. He tilted his head, giving no one any time to react. As Song Mian spoke, the orange light strip in the room began to sway rapidly. All 10 people reacted quickly. They quickly scattered, dodging the light beams while attacking Song Mian. Song Mian, with his hands behind his back, hopped around the room like a rabbit. Zero was the first to rush up and attack Song Mian. He threw a punch, aiming for Song Mian's head. Later, Feng Gang set his sights on Song Mian's back. Incorrect judgment. Bang! One leg is lifted. Song Mian dodged Zero's punch by tilting his head. He flipped his body, his toes spinning 360 degrees on the floor. One knee slammed into Feng Gang's abdomen, and the next second the leg extended, kicking Zero in the chest. Song Mian's force was very strong, and Feng Gang and Zero's faces were distorted by the blow. Ugh, what a hopeless case. Didn't I tell you all, if you're not fast enough, don't slap me in the face first. Chapter 39, What is Speed? Song Mian sighed. Because of his kick, Zero and Feng Gang both lost a quarter of their health. The remaining 8 people were divided into 2 lines. A pincer attack. Lin Xiao, Su Jiangjian. Yi Xingqian gave the 2 a wink, and they immediately understood. Get out of here. The glasses activated their magical artifact, and in an instant, Cheng Zhaojiang was teleported to the top of Song Mian's head. They stomped down on Song Mian's face with both feet. Now, Yi Xingqian and his 3 companions acted swiftly. Su Chengcheng threw a boomerang, blocking Song Mian's right side. Lin Xiao then came to Song Mian's left, flames gathered in his hand, and he threw a punch with all his might. The area was blocked off from all sides. Song Mian tossed a piece of chewing gum into his mouth. It's showtime. He blurted out a sentence in English. Then, with his legs rising, his body changed, his head on the ground, and his legs on top. A boomerang of air grazed his face as Song Mian chewed gum and turned his head by tilting his body. He turned his face towards Jiang Si and Cheng Zhao, then spread his legs and kicked them in the face before they landed. Then Song Mian lay down on his left side, adopting a reclining posture like Mithra Buddha, and swept across the room. Lin Zhao's attack was forced to be interrupted. An orange light bar swept across his face, and he lost 1/5 of his health. Throughout this series of actions, Song Mian did not extend his hands that were behind his back. Call! The chewing gum blew out a pink bubble. Song Mian jumped up. A fist came down from above, and Yi Xingqian didn't give Song Mian any time to catch his breath. Smack! The pink bubble burst. Song Mian leaned back, his upward fist suddenly turned downward. Song Mian's body folded slightly, and a foot kicked out from under his legs. Wow, how evil. You actually want to lay a hand on my little brother. Song Mian exclaimed. He squeezed his legs together and grabbed Yi Xingqian's, but Yi Xingqian reacted quickly. He immediately adjusted, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, rotating his body 90 degrees, and kicked Song Mian in the face from the side. Song Mian quickly bent down, dodging Chu Shue's attack from behind, then turned his head and raised his shoulder to trap Yi Xingqian's ankle. Hit him! While Song Mian was entangled, the others attacked from all sides. Looking at these people, Song Mian's lips curled up. He tilted his body at a 45-degree angle, causing Yi Xingqian to lose his sense of gravity. Yi Xingqian wasn't stupid either. He simply let go, used his waist to flip upwards, and directly grabbed Song Mian's head. Song Mian spoke again, releasing his legs and letting go of Yi Xingqian. Then he kicked out, trying to push Yi Xingqian away. The foot that was raised unexpectedly missed kicking anyone. Song Mian raised an eyebrow. Yi Xingchen, who should have fallen, actually used the top of his head to support his body, blocking his attack with his arm. Your flexibility is quite good. Your wife must be very happy. Song Mian rarely praised him. He hopped on one foot as he spoke. Chu Shui seized the opportunity, crossed her arms, and struck Song Mian's leg that was being held by Yi Xingchen. Holy crap, are you two, husband and wife, both so ruthless? Song Mian would naturally not let Chu Shui succeed. He quickly pulled his foot back. Yi Xingchen flipped and leaped up, his punches incredibly fast. He locked on a Song Mian from every angle, following Song Mian's movements. Jojojo, are you finally feeling it? Faced with such a fierce attack, Song Mian not only did not feel annoyed, but was excited instead. Adjust the speed to 50 meters per second and increase the number of light stripes by 100. He issued the order. The orange light bars in the combat training room immediately increased in number and the speed increased instantly. The light strips formed a pattern and rushed towards us in a second. Yi Xingchen turned to the side, and the light bar grazed his face, reducing his health by a small amount. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Haven't you guys eaten enough? Song Mian roared. 10 people surrounded them again. Inside the fighting arena, their teamwork became increasingly formidable. During the attack, Yi Xingchen carefully observed Song Mian's every move. Very strong. Song Mian is really strong. His physical movements were almost identical to those in his previous life. The pinnacle of human combat skills is when every part of the body can move in accordance with one's thoughts. Song Mian has now reached that level, but his current health is not good enough. Slow. Too slow. It now takes him 2 seconds to throw a punch, whereas before it only took him a fraction of a second. A mere second can represent a huge difference between powerful individuals. Quick. Faster. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and spent a few seconds recalling various fighting techniques from his previous life before launching an attack on Song Mian. He kicked Lin Xiao away. Song Mian turned his head. 2 fierce attacks came. Song Mian tiptoed and jumped backward at lightning speed. These 2 fierce attacks came from Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui respectively. Looking into their eyes, Song Mian's smile widened. That's it. That's it. It's fucking fun when they get serious. Fists, moving so fast they were almost invisible, attacked Song Mian again and again. Yi Xingchen's playing style is very standard, while Chu Shui's style is very wild. The combination of these 2 extreme attack methods is extremely aggressive. The other 8 attacked again, and at this point, everyone was fully engaged. 200 light bars. Song Mian issued another order. Suddenly, there was less and less room to stand in the training room. Everyone will wipe off the light strip to some extent. You will lose health if you touch the light bar. But Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui didn't care at all. They used very little energy to dodge the light bars, focusing instead on the attacks in front of them. The practice room will be closed in 3 minutes. The blue team has priority at present. The mechanical sound subsided. Quick! Faster! Faster! Countless moves flashed through Yi Xingchen's mind. He reached a state of selflessness. It was in this state that he began to gradually get close to Song Mian. Song Mian's nonchalant smile gradually straightened. His health was slowly decreasing under such a frenzied attack. This is not good. The wind of 1,000 blades. Su Changcheng mobilized her power, unleashing a dense barrage of wind blades. Infused with flames, it was unstoppable. Get out of here. The glasses are becoming increasingly sophisticated in their ability to detect magical artifacts and attack strategies. Regardless of how much their health dropped, the 3 of them dodged the encirclement. Attack! Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui launched a pincer attack on Song Mian. He had nowhere to hide. Oh, you little rascals. The hand that was hiding behind his back reached out for the first time. Song Mian used one hand to fend off 4 punches from Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. His legs sped up. It's so fast it creates double images. The red team's health continues to decrease. The blue team's health is slowly decreasing. 60. 59. The final minute countdown has begun. Faster. Faster. A punch goes from 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds, then 1.5 seconds, and then 1.5 seconds. The muscles in my shoulder quickly became sore. Song Mian's speed also increased. Chu Shui's eyes were sharp. Her speed was no less than Yi Xingchen's. 10, 9, 8. The final blow. 10 people attacking at the same time. Song Mion's hand was so fast that it was no longer recognizable as a hand. He punched Song Mion in the stomach twice. The blue team loses 20% of its health. Game over. Chapter 40 asking Yi Xingqian to build Mecha. The 4 words fell. Everyone ceased their attack. Most people collapsed to the ground, exhausted like pugs. Yi Xingqian helped his wife find a place to sit down. Because they were forcibly mobilizing their bodily functions, both of their muscles were trembling at this moment. Not bad. It actually reduced my health by 25%. The game is over, and Song Mion is still the winner. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the beads of sweat slid down the edges of his cheeks, making him look very sexy. I'm very satisfied with your performance. See you next time. With one hand in his pocket, Song Mion turned his back, waved, and disappeared into the boxing training room. Damn it, is Song Mion even human? 10 of us ganged up on him, and he still managed to stand up, and he walked away so gracefully. Lin Xiao was panting. He recalled the past few tens of minutes and was filled with admiration for Song Mion's incredible speed. The commander has always been very strong. Zero said, 10 years ago, during the Zerg invasion, the commander killed hundreds of giant insects using only hand-to-hand combat skills. This was not the full extent of Song Mion's power. Yi Xingqian calmed his racing heartbeat. He looked at his palm, listened to Lin Xiao and Zero's conversation, and fell into deep thought. Song Mion used only one hand. In fact, he could have easily dodged the last 2 punches if he had used his other hand. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's just a hand. Normal human coordination involves the use of both hands. Song Mion could handle the attacks of these academy elites with just one hand, making him a man who stood at the pinnacle of combat. Moreover, throughout the entire process, he only used hand-to-hand combat, without using any superpowers. Yi Xingqian once again marveled at the original owner's body. They're far too weak. He needs to find a way to restore the body's various functions to their peak levels from his previous life. Come on. Chu Shui grasped Yi Xingqian's hand with a firm expression. Looking at the girl's face, Yi Xingqian's eyes softened, and he gently returned the handshake. Come on. The next 3 classes are all theory classes. However, one lesson was about mechs and armor penetration. The construction principle of the mecha core is based on the quantum mechanics theory proposed by Master Delaner. If you want to build a powerful mecha core, you must have high-quality force crystals. The teacher is speaking on the stage. Below the stage, Yi Xingqian was quickly jotting down key points with a pen. He took notes while recalling the knowledge from the book yesterday, and combined it with what the teacher had said. Soon, a notebook was filled with information about how the organization built the mechs. Sitting next to Yi Xingqian was Jiangxi. He watched Yi Xingqian diligently taking notes and couldn't help but glance at his notebook. It would have been better if I hadn't looked. Once I did, I was shocked. Jiangxi's family is also very wealthy, and he's been enrolled in all kinds of theoretical and cultural training courses since he was a child. He also had some knowledge of mecha construction, but not in great depth. He could understand Yi Xingqian's notes. They were as good as a textbook, even better than one. He used mind maps to write these notes. It expands from a single point of knowledge, from broad categories to minute details, and even includes how to better build a part of mecha. What's even more impressive is that Yi Xingqian directly overturned some of the things in the textbooks and made his own opinions. The most impressive thing is that he can create something out of nothing, and the key is that what he creates out of nothing is also very reasonable. Even many mecha masters can't do this, but he actually did it. Could it be that Yi Xingqian is not only a fighter, but also a hidden mechanical master? Instantly, Yi Xingqian's image became more and more imposing in Jiangxi's mind. Class is over. Chu Shui went to the training room, while Yi Xingqian was stopped by Jiangxi. I'd like to ask you, what's your opinion on what happened last time? Jiangxi was referring to their asking Yi Xingqian if he would be willing to be their personal trainer. How much are you offering? Yi Xingqian said, he's short of money right now, so if helping him make money could be a good option. Jiangxi frowned, then beckoned Chengzhou and glasses over, and the 3 of them whispered among themselves for a long time. Yi Xingqian wasn't in a hurry. He had other options if they couldn't reach an agreement. About 10 minutes later, the 3 seemed to have reached an agreement, and they looked at Yi Xingqian with awe as they walked towards him. Yi Xingqian was a little confused by the gazes of the 3 of them. Hey, Xingqian, Why would you pay 5 million for a lesson? We discussed it and found that 2 out of the 3 of us want to become Mecha soldiers. We not only want you to help us improve our fighting skills, but we also want you to help us get some mechs. It won't take you much effort, but of course, it would be great if you could help us build an arm or something. The price is negotiable. You can name a few hundred million. Yi Xingqian never expected that these 3 people would want to help them build mechs. Are you sure I want to come? Yi Xingqian looked puzzled. He had only studied mecha structure for 1 day, and it was all self-taught. To be honest, Yi Xingqian didn't think he was that great, but he didn't expect that someone would ask him to build something the very next day. Sure, the 3 men's gazes were resolute. Cheng Zhao, in particular, looked at Yi Xingqian with great fervor. Fourth brother just told him about Yi Xingqian's achievements. A mechanical master who can overturn textbooks is a rare find in the world. Moreover, Yi Xingqian's sparring with Song Mian this morning was incredibly cool. His speed and skill were just too awesome. How could he be so tactless as to provoke Yi Xingqian during the freshman test? This is nothing compared to the great. Yi Xingqian had no idea how precious mechanics were in this world. He listened to the 3 offers and hesitated for a moment. Why would you spend 10 million on a single lesson? I will build you limbs, but you will have to provide the raw materials yourself. Dry. Why wouldn't we do it? The 3 of them immediately agreed. Why not agree to add 5 million more to allow the mechanics to manufacture so many more parts? They made a fortune, didn't they? However, I don't have a place to build mechs right now, so you'll have to find one for me. Yi Xingqian's biggest headache right now is that he has nowhere to turn his thoughts into reality. Back during his vacation, Yi Xingqian had already searched online and found that if he wanted to build mechs in this world, he would need a mechanic certificate. Moreover, it takes at least 2 years to obtain this mechanic certificate. The next honorary match is in 7 months, and by the time we get there, it will be too late. Yes, there is. However, Xingqian depends on whether you are willing. Cheng Zhao stepped forward, looked around, and after confirming that no one else was around, whispered to Yi Xingqian, "Do you know about underground arenas? Cracking down on illegal competitions?" Yi Xingqian understood immediately. In his previous life, there were also underground arenas, which were usually privately run by very powerful and influential people. These places offer a quick way to make money, but they also pose a significant threat to one's life. Chapter 41, Underground Arena. Cheng Zhao nodded. Actually, the 3 of us don't usually train at school much. Cheng Zhao said, the training room in the school is certainly a good place to train, but it is a bit limited for us. All 3 of them are graduates of prestigious universities. They had already mastered most of the standard military academy training. For Cheng Zhao and his team, fighting against different people and gaining combat experience is the quickest way to improve their strength. These 3 people are extremely ruthless to themselves. Instead of choosing to play in regular matches, they chose to play in illegal matches. Because formal competitions have clear rules that prohibit this and that. Doing so would interfere with the strength of both sides to some extent and would prevent them from exerting their true strength. Only in places free from any rules can they achieve the desired effect. Although it's risky, what you learn is the essence of the subject. Yi-Do, please introduce me to someone. I'm desperately short of money right now. Yi Xingqian readily agreed. Fighting in underground matches is indeed a good choice. He is confident in his abilities. Furthermore, why wouldn't he go to a place where he could improve his strength, make money, and build mechs? It would save him both time and effort. Are you free today? We can take you in now. Cheng Zhao and his 2 companions did not intend to waste the afternoon. Berkeley Military Academy students are either training or on their way to training. Furthermore, since they are participating in the honor competition, they definitely need to train harder than other students. Let's go. Yi Yingqian nodded. Go back and change your clothes first, preferably something that can cover your face. We are students, and if we are discovered going to that kind of place, we will be severely punished. Cheng Zhao reminded Yi Xingqian. Also, it's best not to tell Chu Shui about your participation in the underground competition. She'll probably worry about you. I know, Yi Xingqian said. He also planned to keep this a secret, since the underground arena was a mixed bag of people, and he didn't want Chu Shui to worry about anything. His wife just needs to focus on preparing for the competition. I went back to my apartment to change my clothes. Yi Xingqian met up with 3 other people at the school gate. They traveled to another city in a starship. The planet Berkeley's has 10 major cities. Section 1 is Berkeley Military Academy. Yi Xingchen landed in District 5. District 5 is a bustling entertainment district. This place is bustling with people, brightly lit and vibrant. After landing, Cheng Zhao first took Yi Xingchen to buy a mask. Since it's an illegal tournament, privacy protection measures need to be in place. Come on, I'll take you there. After buying the masks, Cheng Zhao and his two companions took Yi Xingchen to the front of a central building in the entertainment center. There's a sign hanging at the entrance of this central building. Yi Xingchen glanced at it. It had 4 words written on it: evil thoughts. The accompanying picture shows several scantily clad women. Yi Yingchen. What the heck? If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a brothel. I'm amazed by the arena owner's unique quirks. Yi Xingchen followed the 3 people inside. As soon as you enter, you'll see a row of beautiful women. Welcome, boss. The beautiful women greeted Yi Xingchen and the others. Excuse me, boss. Are you planning to stay at a hotel or participate in an activity? Stay at a hotel. Cheng Zhao said. We also need room number 1687. This way, please. Ladies, make way. Cheng Zhao led Yi Xingchen through a maze of turns until they reached a hidden door. Please come in. There were 2 bodyguards in suits in front of the hidden door. When they arrived, he opened a wall for them. Yi Xingchen passed through a narrow passage and then entered another place. Everyone, today's competition starts at 2 p.m. Please pay attention to the time. Also, today's prize money is doubled. It's time to make some money. What are you waiting for? Come and join the game. As soon as he entered, a large screen appeared in front of Yi Xingchen. Above, a host wearing a wolfhound mask is giving a passionate speech. Cheng Zhao and the other 2 each took out a card and swiped it at the entrance. Please show me your card. An inspector at the entrance said to Yi Xingchen. He's a newcomer. He doesn't have a card yet. Zhang Xi explained. Then come with me. The inspectors took Yi Xingchen to the back courtyard. Enter basic information. After it's finished, a card will pop out of the card machine. You can take the card and go in to play the game. Yi Yingchen nodded. He reached out his hand and began typing. The information entered by this card reader is very simple. All you need to do is register an ID and select some matches you want to play. There are quite a few types of competitions here. There are mech battles, armored soldier battles, battles between armor-piercing soldiers, mech battles, battles between mechs and armor-piercing soldiers, superpower battles, melee battles, and mixed battles. Yi Xingchen wanted to try all of these competitions, so he ordered them all. As for the ID, Yi Xingchen stroked his chin and thought for a few minutes before typing. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day. Are you sure you want to register the ID? I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day. The player that was stuck said. Sure. Congratulations to I want to kiss my wife's lips every day for successfully registering. The system will automatically give you an initial bonus of 10,000. You can use these prize money to compete. I wish you a winning streak and lots of prize money. With a bang, a card popped out. Yi Xingchen caught the card that popped out, then returned to the entrance. Register, Cheng Zhao asked. Scan it here. Drop. ID. I want to kiss my wife's lips every day detected. Access point opened. The words card fell. Yi Xingchen then noticed a slight change in the expressions of the 3 people opposite him. Your ID is quite unique. Jiang Xi's commentary. Isn't it beautiful? Yi Xingchen countered with a hint of smugness. Actually, he initially thought of many IDs, such as I love my wife so much, my wife is so cool, my wife spoils me too much, what should I do, etc. However, he ultimately chose this ID for no particular reason other than to express his recent desires. I'm glad you like it. Jiang Xi twitched his lips, indicating that he did not want to discuss this topic with Yi Xingchen. Let's go inside. The purpose of coming here is to earn money to compete in the tournament. After the minor incident, Yi Xingchen became serious. This is the competition area. You can choose to watch the game or enter the stadium to play. There are 2 types of competitions here, entertainment matches and ranked matches. The entertainment game earns less money, but the higher the ranking, the higher the multiplier. The man with glasses explained to Yi Xingchen. Making money here is quite simple. It involves placing bets using funds from your card, then playing a game. If you win, you get your money back from your opponent. The only difference between the entertainment game and the ranked game is that the ranked game forcibly sets the amount of money based on the player's rank. For example, if you bet 10,000 star coins in this round, and you are bronze V, the multiplier remains unchanged. But if you reach bronze 4, the same 10,000 star coins will be worth 10 times more. Winning a game earns you 100,000 star coins. Bronze 3 is 20 times the stake. If you win with 10,000 star coins, you get 200,000 star coins. Reaching bronze means a 50x increase, and winning will earn you 500,000 star coins. The multiplier is higher for silver and gold tiers. Furthermore, the ranked matches also have a winning streak mechanism. If you win 10 consecutive matches, the multiplier doubles, which means the multiplier of 10 times becomes 20 times. Win 50 times in a row and then double your winnings. Win 100 times and then double your winnings again. Chapter 42, Yi Xingqian's first competition. After understanding the rules of the game, Chang Zhao and his two friends said they would play a couple of rounds for fun. Yi Xingqian then walked towards the competition area. He plans to play ranked matches directly, since it's a quick way to make money. You have been detected to have entered the ranked match transfer zone. Please select the match you wish to play. If you do not select one, the system will assign one randomly. Several similar matches have emerged. The option for playing casual games is for lag, while ranked games require more precision. Yi Xingqian clicked on the Armored Soldier Battle. Since he plans to make armor-piercing armor for Chushu at first, he must first familiarize himself with the combat of armor-piercing soldiers so that he can adjust the armor-piercing armor according to the needs. The match you selected has been detected. Please place your bet. He only had 10,000 in his account, and Yi Xingqian gave him 9,999. Start matching. Match successful. Armored Warfare. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day vs. When will I be able to have a wife? The battle will begin in 5 minutes. The words fell. Yi Xingqian was then teleported to a separate space. This space was filled with a row of armor-piercing suits. Aside from battles involving special abilities, this arena provides basic equipment. Yi Xingqian randomly picked a set of armor-piercing gear. Armor-piercing gear includes both weapons and armor. When Yi Xingqian put it on, his first impression was how heavy it was. It's not particularly heavy, but it slows down a person's movement and makes them uncomfortable. But it's not too bad for him. Time's up. Please come up on stage. The hatch opened. Yi Xingqian went out wearing this armor-piercing outfit. Someone's actually wearing the equipment provided by the manufacturer. Just as Yi Xingqian came out, several people walking outside stopped. What era are we living in? Someone still wears factory-issued clothes? This guy must be a newbie. Look at his opponent. That armor-piercing gear is worth at least hundreds of millions. TSK. Coming to play in an underground match wearing factory-made gear. Isn't he just asking for a loss? Yi Xingqian arrived at the arena, where he faced a person dressed in black armor and wielding a scythe. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day vs. When will I be able to have a wife? Battle begins. The system message ended. The person on the other end scoffed. Judging from your ID, you're a married man? Yes, what's wrong? Yi Xingqian said. You saw my ID, didn't you? I see, he's a single dog. Fine. You know perfectly well I don't have a wife, yet you still insult me. You're dead. The person opposite seemed to be enraged by Yi Xingqian's words, and he attacked while swinging his scythe. Now that the other side has attacked, Yi Xingqian certainly can't just stay put and take the beating. He took the long stick in his hand and went to meet them. Bang! The weapons clashed. The intense vibration traveled through the weapon to Yi Xingqian's palm, causing a slight pain. Yi Xingqian's expression changed slightly. The opponent's weapon was extremely hard, and he was very strong. Oof. Men with wives must be out. The man said something, and then Yi Xingqian saw him rub the handle of the sickle with his right little finger. Immediately afterwards, a strong electric current traveled from his weapon to Yi Xingqian's weapon. Yi Xingqian felt a tingling sensation in his arm from the electric shock and quickly stepped back. This guy is really a newbie. He's not even activating his weapons and armor. Is he just going to tank it all? Outside the arena, some people looked at Yi Xingqian and shook their heads repeatedly. After taking a hit, Yi Xingqian activated his weapon. He had considered activating it, but he wanted to test the armor-piercing effect of the armor on his first strike. The result was acceptable. It didn't break, which means it wasn't a shoddy construction project. Once the weapon is activated, golden stripes appeared on the long stick. Yi Xingqian touched the stick with his fingertips and found 5 buttons that were quite well hidden. Each armor-piercing weapon has its own properties. Pressing these buttons will activate the weapon's inherent attributes. After activating the weapons and armor, Yi Xingqian noticed that the armor-piercing suit was now heavier. The weight has increased, but the joints which are usually prone to jamming, are now smooth. After Yi Xingqian activated his armor-piercing gear, his opponent also activated his own armor-piercing gear. The two were ready. The other side charged forward first. The man's attack was so weak that Yi Xingqian could already come up with hundreds of ways to knock him down just by looking at it. He moved his joints and started running. However, as soon as Yi Xingqian took a step, he actually left the ground and flew directly. Yi Xingqian? What is this? The sudden feeling of weightlessness was hard for Yi Xingqian to adjust to, so he quickly stopped. But as soon as he stopped, he started falling straight down from a great height. This person doesn't even know what kind of armor-piercing gear they chose. The manufacturer offers 3 types of armor-piercing devices. One type is heavy armor-piercing armor, which is very heavy but has strong attack power. One type is the lightweight armor-piercing armor, which is of average weight and has high attack power, but is not easy to use. Another type is the shattering armor-piercing armor, which is used to fight mechs. Yi Xingqian, who was in the room, really didn't know what type she had chosen. As he fell from the height, the man below raised his sickle, intending to stab him directly. Ha ha ha, you're even more of a newbie than me. That person laughed wildly. How could Yi Xingqian let him poke like that? He pressed the second button on the weapon. Based on what I've learned, the second button on a typical weapon is for auxiliary attributes. Sizzle. After pressing the button, the weapon changes immediately. One end of the long stick grew larger, forming a cylindrical shape. Boom! Flame shot out from his cylinder. Yi Xingqian was thrown to the left by the sudden impact. Don't you dare run away. The people below, brandishing sickles, ran towards the direction Yi Xingqian was moving. Yi Xingqian wanted to say that he didn't want to run, but the impact was too great, dragging him around in the air above the arena. Just as he was about to crash into the wall, Yi Xingqian forcefully pressed the weapon in his hand down. He seized the opportunity to let go, then immediately grabbed it again. The weapon moved a short distance in his hand before Yi Xingqian grabbed the middle part. Once he grasped this spot, he could better control the direction of the weapon. Let's take a closer look. A few minutes later, Yi Xingqian got used to the impact of the weapon. He was no longer flying aimlessly, but began to try to control the armor with his feet. Wow, he actually managed to control it. Off the field, some people were quite surprised by Yi Xingqian's actions. Light armor penetration gear is the most difficult type to control. To control this type of armor-piercing equipment requires an extremely strong sense of balance. Generally, light armor-piercing soldiers need at least 4 months of training to walk normally. Although Yi Xingqian's movements weren't very smooth, he definitely had control over the armor. Amazing! I need to stop and take a look for a while. Chapter 43, First Snow's Disguise. Inside the venue, the person with the ID, when will I get a wife, was getting anxious as Yi Xingqian remained suspended in the air. He activated the armor's flight mechanism and charged upwards. But he himself was a novice, swaying precariously in the air, and couldn't reach Yi Xingqian immediately. Having gotten used to the armor-piercing gear, Yi Xingqian wanted to try out the other features of the weapon. He slowly stepped through the air, controlling his balance. Then he pointed the long stick at the person and pressed a button randomly. With a snap, something resembling a wooden stick emerged from the weapon and struck the man in the abdomen. The man was struck hard and fell off the stage. Congratulations to I Want to Kiss My Wife's Little Lips every day for winning 9,999 star coins. The match is over. You'll be automatically teleported out of the arena. The system message ended. Yi Xingqian then returned to the competition area. Congratulations on your first victory. You are automatically rewarded with 30,000 star coins and a star protection card. The star protection card can prevent you from losing one match, helping to maintain your winning streak. Carrie was awarded 40,000 star coins, and Yi Xingqian thought the competition was really good. If he continues his winning streak with this kind of investment, he could earn enough to build armor penetration items for his wife after winning 200 games. However, Yi Xingqian did not plan to continue playing the game today. He went to the free training room at the stadium and familiarized himself with the 3 types of armor-piercing equipment. By the time I had mastered all 3 types, it was already 6:30 p.m. Yi Xingqian left the training room right on time. Then they contacted Cheng Zhao and the other 2. After boarding the starship, it was an hour later when I finally got home. The first snow hadn't arrived yet. Yi Xingqian cooked dinner, and around 8 o'clock, the door opened. First snow, go wash your hands, then come and eat. Yi Xingqian said to his wife. The first snow nodded. After finishing her meal, Yi Xingqian washed the dishes and then moved the book she had left in the bedroom to the living room. I'll read for a while longer. You go in and go to sleep, get some rest. After practicing armor-piercing combat all afternoon, Yi Xingqian wanted to continue reading books about armor-piercing equipment, striking while the iron was hot. The best results come from combining practical experience with theoretical knowledge. The living room lights came on. Yi Xingqian was completely absorbed in reading, and the sound of paper and pen touching echoed. Yi Xingqian is summarizing and drawing the composition. In fact, he already had a vague outline in his mind. All that was left was to refine the details within that outline. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice Chu Xue staring at his back. Warm light shone down, caressing the girl's worried eyes. She clung to the doorframe, her straight lips curving upwards in the middle. After watching for nearly an hour, Chu Xue returned to her bedroom. She turned on the personal terminal. Please proceed. The quantum computer says. Chu Xue clicked the keyboard button and raised her hands. Her hand paused in midair for 2 seconds, as if she had made some kind of decision. Fingers flew across the keyboard. Chu Xue logged into a website, and red code flashed across the screen. If Yi Xingqian were to enter the bedroom right now, he would be absolutely astonished. Such advanced hacking skills are rare to find, perhaps only a handful of people in the entire country. After hacking the website, First Snow obtained all the strongholds of the illegal organization on the planet Berkeley's. With her fingertips pointed at a stronghold some distance from Berkeley, Chu Xue obtained all the information about everyone at that stronghold. After doing all this, Chu Xue turned off the light brain screen. She looked at the living room light, pulled back the covers, made a cup of calming tea, and then took it out. Noticing a cup on his right, Yi Xingqian turned his head and saw Chu Xue sitting next to him. Drink it, then go to sleep. Her words are always simple. Yi Xingqian checked the time. It was 10:30 p.m. Actually, he had planned to go to bed at midnight. But since my wife has spoken, I should go to bed early. After putting away the blueprints, Yi Xingqian drank the calming tea that Chu Xue had brewed for him. This tea is quite delicious. Yi Xingqian felt warm all over after drinking it. Go take a shower. It's 11 p.m. Yi Xingqian went to bed on time. The second day consisted of 3 theory classes. A Mecha testing class. During the theory class, Yi Xingqian took notes as needed and made modifications to the mecha structure as required. During the last mech test session, they went to the mech bay. This lesson was taught by Lu Qingyan, the instructor from the cross-country training. This lesson will first familiarize you with small mechs. You will line up in a row and board the mechs one by one. Except for the first snow, everyone today must complete a 1,000-mile mech cross-country run. Of the 10 people, Chu Xue is the only one who can't pilot a mecha. But Lu Qingyan doesn't intend to let Chu Xue be idle. First Snow, the armor-piercing suit next to your number 7 mech, is such a good match for you and Yi Xingqian. You're perfect for teamwork. When Yi Xingqian boards the mecha later, you go with him. I will be scoring you based on your performance today. Every mech test will be included in your final grade. If anyone doesn't perform well, don't blame me for failing you at the end of the semester. Failing a course at Berkeley is a very serious matter. Although failing a course can be retaken, students who fail will be publicly announced throughout the school, and half of their prize money for school-organized competitions will be deducted. The first one, number 0. Lu Qingyan said. 0 nodded. He was the first to enter the armored vehicle bay. It will be activated when people are placed inside the mech's bay. Immediately, the previously dark eyes of the number 1 mech lit up. 0's mech handling rating is A, which, although not in the S category, is still a top-notch handling rating. In addition, 0 had received professional training, so as soon as he got on, the light mech took off and rushed out into the wilderness ahead. The second and third places are occupied by Feng Gang and Mingyu. The 4th to 6th positions belong to the Changzhou trio. When it was Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue's turn, Lu Qingyan said, "Since you two are both from Wumingsing and haven't handled mecha much, I can lower the requirements for you two. If you can complete the 1,000-mile mech cross-country race within 40 minutes, I will consider you qualified." Lu Qingyan always asks others to complete tasks within 25 minutes. Unnecessary. 2 different voices said the same thing. No need, just be the same as them. Yi Xingqian said to Chu Xue, "Lowering your standards is unfair to others and indulgent to yourself. Since we're going to reach that level sooner or later, why not do it sooner? Improving one's skills requires not only hard work, but also pushing oneself. If you don't know how, just force yourself to do it. If you can unleash your potential, you'll make a fortune. Hearing the two speak in unison, Lu Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Okay, that's a good decision. I'll give you an extra 5 points for the usual amount. Get in the mech, put on the armor-piercing suit, and depart in 7 minutes. Lu Qingyan spoke. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui then boarded their respective planes. Chapter 44 Mech Speed Training. Yi Xingqian boarded the mecha and sat in the control seat. The mech is activated. Please put on your helmet. Yi Xingqian put on the helmet as instructed. His gaze immediately changed. His line of sight was originally limited to the entire mech cabin, but now it is the mech's line of sight. The control buttons inside the mech cabin are floating below his line of sight, very faint, and do not affect his operation. Yi Xingqian, you can try moving it using the control panel. Outside, Lu Qingyan said. Yi Xingqian was wearing a helmet and his hands were on the control panel. Clang! After being manipulated, the mech raised one leg and then stepped down. Yi Xingqian found it novel and exciting. No man doesn't love mecha. The technology in his original world was not as advanced as this one. Everyone had superpowers, there were no mechs or armor-piercing weapons, and most of the weapons were firearms. Yi Xingqian really likes mechanical devices. Being able to control a mecha was a completely new experience for him. He pressed the buttons on the control panel and walked out step by step. During this process, Yi Xingqian did not see Lu Qingyan's surprised expression. However, Lu Qingyan had seen many outstanding students before, and she quickly stopped. She took a pen and wrote a series of things in her notebook. Name, Yi Xingqian. Mech piloting level, C. Initial reaction to using the mech. The integration between the spirit and the mech is over 70%, and the control is 90%. It doesn't seem like this is his first time piloting a mecha, but according to the report, Yi Xingqian had indeed never piloted a mecha before, so he must be a naturally gifted pilot. After Yi Xingqian was able to control the mecha, Chu Shui's armor-piercing suit was also fully equipped. Is that okay? Lu Qingyan then asked Chu Shui. She prepared an A-grade armor-piercing suit for Chu Shui. The armor-piercing suits range in grade from 3S to D from top to bottom. Actually, given Chu Shui's current situation, she should have used a D-grade armor, but the officer told her that Chu Shui should wear an A-grade armor-piercing suit. Grade A armor penetration gear has good performance, but it puts a lot of strain on the user's physical and mental strength. Yes, even armor-piercing armor requires mental energy. Advanced armor-piercing armor can even change its form according to the wearer's will. The fact that Chu Shui had no spirit body worried Lu Qingyan. The armor-piercing helmet has been fitted. The first snowflake opened its closed eyes. Holding a long sword, the girl leaped into the air under Lu Qingyan's watchful gaze. With just one leap, Lu Qingyan felt relieved. Even without a spirit, she is no less than anyone who does. As the mecha emerged from its cockpit, Chu Shui caught up with Yi Xingqian, and the two headed towards the finish line. The remaining people also boarded the mechs one after another. After everyone had left, Lu Qingyan closed her notebook and sat down at the monitoring station. Zero, which set off first, had already completed half the journey, its mech skimming about a meter off the ground as it swooped down. Lu Qingyan pressed the red button on the monitoring panel. When Zero's mech crossed a yellow line, it triggered a switch, sending a large boomerang carrying rockets flying towards it. The mechs that were originally in a straight line on the screen began to dodge left and right. On the other side, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's departure went smoothly. After walking about 500 meters, Yi Xingqian skillfully operated the control panel and then switched to flight mode. First snow followed on his right, and the two of them swooped down in a straight line. 6 minutes later, they saw a yellow line. This must be the level set by Lu Qingyan. The curriculum at Berkeley Military Academy is anything but simple. Chu Shui gripped her long sword tightly, while Yi Xingqian placed his hand on the control panel. 3 large boomerangs flew over after crossing the yellow line. Yi Xingqian pressed his fingertips quickly, and the mecha passed through the gaps in darts. As time went on, there were more and more darts, and they were getting faster and faster. Some darts, after hitting the transparent wall, will attack from behind. Yi Xingqian concentrated, pressing a key with his fingertips at a fraction of a second. The mecha dodged left and right, and in the process, Yi Xingqian felt himself starting to get tired. This kind of fatigue is not physical, but mental. If I had to describe it, it would be like having lead injected into my brain little by little. After flashing more than 30 times, suddenly, a rocket was aimed at Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. Rockets travel faster than boomerangs. Chu Shui and Yi Xingchen dodged to the right, and immediately, a boomerang was launched from very close to them. Fortunately, both of them reacted quickly. The boomerang grazed past my face, but that wasn't the end of it. After dodging the boomerang, a dozen rockets lined up and blocked my way. Yi Xingchen had no choice but to activate attack mode. The laser focused in the mech's palm and fired, hitting 2 rockets. Boom strapia! The rockets exploded in the air. The explosion of one rocket triggered the explosion of a swarm of rockets. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui rushed past the row of flames. Next time it's a boomerang. After dodging it, it's a combination of a boomerang and a rocket. Throughout this process, Yi Xingchen's hands never stopped. As Yi Xingchen piloted the mecha, he felt increasingly mentally exhausted, and his fingertips began to move slowly. Although the slowdown is not obvious, it is still decelerating. That's about it. At the monitoring station, Lu Qingyan watched and took notes. She was actually quite surprised that Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui could stick it out for so long. Generally speaking, students at this level can only last for 9 minutes at most. No wonder the superiors treated these 2 people differently. Lu Qingyan finished speaking. After Yi Xingchen dodged a combination of rockets and boomerangs, laser beams blocked his way again. This time, the boomerangs and rockets came in combinations and formations. They're fired randomly, and there are a lot of them, which directly reduces the space for 2 people to hide. With their hiding space reduced, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui had no choice but to attack. Lasers definitely cannot attack it. The 2 players can only attack boomerangs and rockets. With a single throw of her sword, Chu Shui cleaved 2 rockets. Yi Xingchen flew in front of her, maneuvering his mecha to grab one end of the boomerang and forcibly stop the boomerang that was flying at high speed. Then he threw the boomerang, disrupting the subsequent attacks. The boomerang had barely been thrown when 2 laser beams converged. The 2 activated their flight device and flew forward. This series of actions takes no more than 8 seconds. A few superimposed images began to appear before Yi Xingchen's eyes. He blinked, and the superimposed images disappeared, but they started to appear again a moment later. His mind grew increasingly heavy, but Yi Xingchen had no intention of stopping. Chu Shui, who was beside him, also began to pant, but she gripped her weapon tightly and focused on what was happening in front of her. The powerful support equipment had a side effect, and the 2 of them dodged quickly amidst the dense attacks. Not only did they flash by incredibly fast, but their coordination was also excellent. Drop. 10 kilometers to go. When crossing a blue line, they heard the sounds of attacks on the system. At this moment, both Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui's mental energy was about to be exhausted to the limit. Chapter 45, Breaking Boundaries. Especially the first snow. Grade A armor penetration gear boasts high mobility, strong attack power, and great explosive force. But the consumption is also enormous. Fine beads of sweat slid down Chu Shui's forehead. Her hands, gripping the weapon, were trembling slightly. The first snow, you rested on my shoulder. Yi Xingchen noticed Chu Shui's heavy breathing and spoke up. No. The first snow refused. She was very tired, but Yi Xingchen must have been even more tired. If she stands on Yi Xingchen's shoulders, it will cause Yi Xingchen to lose his balance. In fact, the double images in front of Yi Xingchen's eyes were already overlapping, and they wouldn't disappear even if he blinked. Knowing he couldn't persuade his wife, Yi Xingchen didn't say anything more. The movement of the fingers can no longer be considered as being controlled by the brain. It relies entirely on reflexive actions of lower-level nerves. The last 10 kilometers. The attack by the machine gun was nothing short of frenzied. The number and speed of the laser boomerang rockets increased rapidly, eventually forming almost a wall. Yi Xingchen was holding a giant rectangular cleaver. He randomly slashed at the wall of attack in front of him. First Snow assists him by helping him shoot down the rockets around him. My vision began to go from double images to blurry. Yi Xingchen blinked faster. He felt very tired, so tired that his whole body felt weak. This is several times more tiring than fighting Song Mian. The last 2 kilometers. System activated full-scale defense. In the last 2 kilometers, the attack system adjusted the frequency to the highest level. The frequency of the highest attack power can no longer be called an attack wall. An attack wall is just constantly attacking you from the front, and You only need to take care of the front. It can defend against attacks from all directions. From left to right, front to back, they'll turn you into a sandwich. At this level of intensity, those who attempt to enter have no recourse other than to launch a frenzied attack. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth, biting through the flesh in his mouth, the taste of blood spreading in his mouth. He could only see a very small area in front of him, and the double image was particularly severe. Yi Xingqian relied entirely on his senses and shot blindly. Chu Xue wielded her weapon with lightning speed. The weapons of the A-grade armor-piercing armor can be controlled by thought, and there are more than a dozen forms in total. The weapon in Chu Xue's hand sometimes appeared as a longsword, sometimes as a shield, and sometimes as a small cannon. Changing weapons also requires mental energy. Chu Xue breathes once every 2 seconds, and it's a deep breath. It sounds almost like someone who died suddenly, when a 7-hit combo is performed. Suddenly, Yi Xingqian's vision went black, and without the support of his eyes, his hand movements slowed down rapidly. The mech, which had been fairly balanced, suddenly began to fall. Stars! Yi Xingqian's mecha suddenly fell down. Chu Xue quickly came to his side. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, strapje. The weapon in his hand was swung so fast that only after-images remained. The first snow burst forth with an incredibly fast firing speed, quickly clearing out the rockets surrounding Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian wasn't completely unconscious. His hands were still pressing buttons on the control panel. Sensing the first snow calling him, Yi Xingqian forced himself to muster his exhausted mental strength. He didn't actually close his eyes. They were always open. However, his vision was completely black, making him no different from a blind person. The mecha wobbled as it moved through the air. For those few dozen seconds, Yi Xingqian relied entirely on Chu Xue to clear obstacles around him. Hearing Chu Xue's rapid breathing, Yi Xingqian felt very anxious. It was at this moment that a beam of light appeared before his eyes. The light source is made up of stacked squares of varying sizes, and it is golden in color. Yi Xingqian suintet. He tilted his head slightly and noticed that the blocks were close to a straight line. However, no matter how far he deviates, he always falls just short of merging into a straight line. The first snow was breathing rapidly and heavily. The last 0.7 kilometers. Fire. The attack system launched a full-scale attack. Chu Xue was already exhausted. After clearing away the obstacles around Yi Xingqian, he was hit by 2 huge boomerangs. Sizzle. Yi Xingqian heard Chu Xue cry out in pain. His colleague felt the first snow falling. Moreover, she will be hit by a rocket in the direction she falls. No. His wife is going to get hurt. I absolutely cannot let my wife get hurt. At the critical moment, Yi Xingqian concentrated all his energy, and the blocks gradually overlapped, finally forming a line. Instantly, the pitch-black vision became bright, clearer than ever before. With his fatigue gone, Yi Xingqian unleashed his fastest speed and activated the mecha's attack mode. A small figure was falling and was caught by a huge mecha arm, just as it was about to be hit by a rocket. Yi Xingqian cleaved the rocket in 2 with a single slash. They mobilized their mechs and charged straight out of the encirclement. Lu Qingyan stood up from the monitoring station. Wow, amazing. You actually broke through the mental limit. The mental limit is a hurdle that is very difficult for mecha pilots to overcome. This limit represents the ultimate degree of fusion between the mecha pilot and the mecha. Simply put, it means achieving a state of perfect harmony between humans and machines. If a mecha pilot can break through the mental limit, his ability to control the mecha will leap to a new level. Currently, only 70 people in their school are able to break through the mental limit, and all of them have a mecha piloting rating of 2S. Yi Xingqian, a mecha pilot with a C rating, actually broke through the mental limit. This is the first time since Berkeley was founded. She must tell her superior about this. The mech reached the finish line. Yi Xingqian held the girl in his arms. The mecha was huge. It was practically a giant compared to the girl. But at this moment, the cold giant was incredibly gentle, nuzzling the girl with his head. Are you all right? Yi Xingqian said. The first snowflakes opened their eyes. Sweat dampened the hair on her forehead. She shook her head. Tired. The girl uttered a single word. Yi Xingqian felt a pang of heartache when he saw her squint. I'll take you to the treatment pod. The mechs take off. Berkeley Military Academy has treatment pods at the end of each course. After all, with such high-intensity training, some students are practically exhausted when they come out. If there isn't a treatment pod at the finish line, they're doomed. You've arrived? Zero said upon seeing Yi Xingqian's mecha. Yi Xingqian nodded to him. Aren't you tired? Zero said. People like Feng Gang and Ming Yu collapsed as soon as they crossed the line, and he had to drag them into the treatment pod one by one. He had assumed Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui would do the same, but to his surprise, they didn't. The first snow just looks tired. I'm not tired. I feel very relaxed now. Yi Xingqian gently placed Chu Shui into the treatment pod, but because he was still controlling the mecha, he looked a little clumsy. After closing the hatch, Yi Xingqian removed his helmet and disembarked from the mecha. You've broken through the limits of your mind, haven't you? After Yi Xingqian came down, Zero walked up to him. Then congratulations. Once you break through your mental limits, you won't feel tired when controlling mechs of 6 stars or below. Chapter 46 First Snow buys intelligence. Zero's mech piloting rating is high, and he admires Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui quite a bit. After all, the ability to take on challenges beyond one's level is extremely rare. This requires not only exceptional talent, but also tremendous perseverance. Some people are talented, but they don't work hard. But these two are different. They are like a community. When they collide, boundless potential and surprises erupt. I hope we can work well together in the honors match, and a victory will definitely belong to Berkeley in next year's final. Zero reached out his hand. He now not only considers Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui as outstanding individuals, but also wants to be their partner. Yi Xingqian doesn't dislike Zero. He has always admired people who have faith, goals, and ambition. It definitely will. Yi Xingqian shakes hands with Zero. He also looks forward to working with Zero. Later, Lin Xiaoxiu, Cheng Cheng, and others also arrived. Their condition was the same as the people in front of them. They fainted as soon as they crossed the finish line. Moreover, their mechs were tattered and broken, unlike Yi Xingqian's, which was intact. It looks like it has been attacked a lot. Yi Xingqian and Zero carried the person into the treatment pod together. 2 hours later, everyone had recovered. At this moment, Lu Qingyan also arrived at the finish line. 2 students performed exceptionally well today. Lu Qingyan's first words were praise. I'm very surprised, so I plan to give these 2 students full marks. Lu Qingyan is a notoriously strict instructor at Berkeley. No more than 5 people can earn her praise for being outstanding. Congratulations, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. You have both achieved a perfect score in this assessment. Lu Qingyan finished speaking. The rest of the people applauded. Wow, bro, you're awesome. I'm impressed. Truly impressed. Lin Xiao patted Yi Xingqian on the shoulder. Yi Xingqian smiled and took Chu Shui's hand. Because they scored full marks in the assessment, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui were rewarded with a small red star and 300,000 star coins. The course has ended. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui went back to sleep. After waking up, Chu Shui said, as usual, that she was going to the practice room. Yi Yingqian nodded. Once the first snow had passed, Yi Xingqian contacted Cheng Zhao and the others, planning to continue playing in the underground tournament in District 5. He just finished familiarizing himself with the 3 types of armor penetration gear yesterday, and now he should go play ranked matches. He needs to work hard to advance his rank. As the higher the rank, the more bonuses he will receive. Yi Xingqian was eyeing the money from high-level players, so he quickly made money to build armor-piercing gear for his wife. Cheng Zhao and the other 2 replied very quickly. So Yi Xingqian set off early, just like yesterday. On the other side, Chu Shui, who told Yi Xingqian to go to the training room, did not go to the training room today. She turned and walked out of the school's back gate, went to a clothing store, and bought a cloak that could cover her body. After buying the cloak, Chu Shui went to buy a cat mask to wear. After doing all this, she boarded Starship Number 8 and arrived in Sector 4. Arriving in the city center of District 4, Chu Shui slipped into a small alley and navigated through its complex passageways to reach the district's black market. Knock, knock. When the door was knocked on, Zhang San was counting money. He glanced impatiently at the door, then put down the money he had only counted halfway through and told Old Wang to open the door. Who is it? Not many people knock on their door at this time. They are intelligence brokers in this area, and they usually do business at night. Old Wang opened the door, and outside stood a person dressed rather strangely. Judging from her height, she was probably a girl, wearing a cat mask that covered her entire face. However, the girl's eyes were very cold, and Old Wang felt a chill run down his spine just by looking at her. Excuse me, could you? Old Wang was about to ask what this person was doing there when he was interrupted. Buying intelligence. The other party said. Upon hearing this, Zhang San, who was behind the counter, came out. What kind of information do you want to buy? He looked the first snowflake up and down. The information I want to buy is simple. Tell me about the various black market gathering points in this area. This is not cheap. Zhang San said. Every planet has black market gathering points, but because it's black market and an illegal activity, very few people in the market know about it. Because those who open these outposts are basically connected with the highest levels of the federal government. To put it bluntly, it's something officials created to make money. Since it was done by high-ranking officials, the protective measures in all aspects must be very good. Even those involved in organized crime may not know the meeting point, because they don't log the forged information onto the StarNet. Even some high-level hackers often can't find it, and can only find out the specific location by buying intelligence. Name your price. Let's just say it directly, like the first snow. Seeing that this person was quite direct, Zhang San said, 100 million. Too high. The first snow frowned. Young lady, this isn't expensive. This is the going rate. You're new here and don't know our rules. We don't give discounts to new customers. Zhang San said, 20 million. The first snowfall reported a number. Haha, are you kidding me? Zhang San felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. If you don't have money, don't come here to buy information. Get lost. Poor bastards aren't welcome here. He told Chu Xue to go out. I'm not kidding. Your price is indeed too high. The process of researching, trading, and reselling involves a budget of 10 million. Chu Xue said unhurriedly. Besides, you're a local expert here, so we can skip all these procedures. You won't lose out on 20 million. You actually know about the market. Zhang San stroked his chin. He was indeed the local bigwig among the intelligence dealers in the 4th district. He basically knew what was happening in districts 5 through 7, so he received intelligence when those black side gathering points were being built. So what? I'm selling it for 100 million. Take it or leave it. Zhang Sandow. Then his gaze fell on Chu Xue's bulging breasts. However, since you're a new customer, I can let you pay in another way. The guys in our shop have been so busy these days, they haven't had time to go find girls. I think you have a great figure and such a beautiful voice. You must be an absolute beauty. Why don't you take off your clothes and let the brothers have a go? I'll sell you this information at a low price. Zhang San's lecherous gaze swept over Chu Xue. Based on his past experience, this girl is definitely amazing. Although she covered her whole body, just looking at her hand was incredible. Her skin was fair, tender, smooth, and moisturized. It's definitely a top-quality item. Zhang San finished speaking. The first snowflake didn't say anything. She stepped forward, went to the door, and locked it. After that, they even used several chairs from Zhang San's shop to block the doorway. Zhang San's eyes gleamed when he saw Chu Xue's actions. Call everyone out. The first snow said, Great, you're so straightforward. Hey guys, come out and have some fun. Zhang San was very excited. He fantasized about what he would do to Chu Xue later. There are 7 people in this room. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zhang San spoke to Chu Xue. Little sister, hurry up, your brother can't wait. Chapter 47, First Snow Goes to the Match. Hee hee hee. The 7 men grinned maliciously. Chu Xue removed her cloak. After seeing Chu Xue's figure, Zhang San's mouth watered. Absolutely amazing. That's absolutely amazing. He eagerly awaited the next move from the first snowfall. Chu Xue rolled up her sleeves and then put her hands in her pants pockets. A sharp folding knife appeared in front of Zhang San. He realized that the other party wanted to harm him. Zhang San looked on with disdain. Brothers, let's go. We're going to get this woman today. So, the 7 of them rushed forward. Soon, the sounds of ping-pong filled the store. The people next to Zhang San thought that Zhang San and his brother were doing something indescribable, so they all closed their doors and windows. Help! Help me! About 10 minutes later, a bloody hand grabbed the chair that was being held against the door. But just as he grabbed it, a sneaker stepped on him. The sound of bones being crushed rang out, and Zhang San's face turned blue with pain. Spare me. I'll never do it again. Spare me. Zhang San cried his heart out, while his other 6 brothers clutched their stomachs, where blood was pooling below. Zhang San now finally understands why Chu Xue locked the door from the inside and used a chair to block it. She wasn't playing with them at all. She was clearly doing this to prevent them from running away. Where's the intelligence? The first snowfall was brief as always. Zhang San kept his mouth shut, unwilling to speak. The next second, Chu Shui found a stick and aimed it at his little brother. I'll give you 10 seconds to think. 10, 5, 2, 1. Chu Shui raised her stick to strike. I'll talk. Zhang Xin was quite frightened, and he reflexively squeezed his legs together. In District 7, he made it up. The next second, his arm was broken by a stick. Ah! The screams were piercing and heart-wrenching, but no one could hear it. Seeing that the scoundrel was still playing tricks on her, Chu Shui took out her folding knife again. Then he aimed the blade at Zhang San's fingers. If you lie again, I promise I'll separate it from you. Although there are now treatment pods that can treat the condition, they cannot repair the body. If a finger is lost, it is truly gone. In District 5, Zhang San finally dared not pinch anymore. Chu Shui clearly didn't trust him, and she was about to cut off his finger when Zhang San quickly shouted, "Oh my, heroine, big sister, I really didn't lie to you. It really is in District 5, the city center of District 5, a place called Evil Thought. When you go in, there will be a line of people asking if you're staying at a hotel or participating in an event. Just say you're staying at a hotel and want room number 1687. Then someone will show you in." Zhang San revealed all the information. Chu Shui knew he was telling the truth, so she moved the knife away. Zhang San breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his finger wasn't cut, everything was fine. Once this girl leaves, let's see how he deals with her. He's going to use his connections to make this girl pay. Zhang San plotted his revenge. However, after receiving the information, Hatsuyuki showed no intention of leaving. "Transfer 10 billion to me." She crossed her arms and looked down at Zhang San. Zhang San thought he had misheard. She actually wanted him to transfer 10 billion to her. "Were you kidding, Mom? Not going to repost." Chu Shui immediately saw through Zhang San's thoughts. With a wave of her hand, more than a dozen silver needles pierced Zhang San's forehead. Zhang San immediately felt his body freeze in place. If it is not pulled out within 5 minutes, death is certain. The first snow said. In fact, Zhang San also felt the threat of death because his heart rate was decreasing. Turn. Left with no other choice, Zhang San had to turn around in order to save his life. 300 billion. First Snow didn't want to waste words. With an additional 20 billion, Zhang San was practically devastated, but he still turned around. So Chu Shui removed Zhang San's silver needles. 300 billion yuan in hand. The First Snow is about to leave, but in the end they stopped. Then Chu Shui spoke up, revealing a series of locations. These are all hideouts that Zhang San has set up throughout the entire planet Berkeley. Knowing their hideout wasn't the end of it, Chu Shui also revealed how many people were in their group, their names, and even the places Zhang San frequented and how many girls he had slept with. Zhang San became increasingly alarmed as he listened. There were some things he himself didn't know, yet Chu Shui knew them all. "If you dare to cause me trouble, I guarantee I'll make you disappear from this world." The First Snow fell without looking back. Zhang San knew he had offended a powerful figure and didn't even dare to think of revenge. It is known that this is true. After robbing the intelligence point, after upholding justice for the people, First Snow, wearing the cloak she had bought, boarded a starship and went to District 5. Then, the location Zhang San mentioned was located using the quantum computer. Zhang San wasn't lying to her. Chu Shui followed the procedure Zhang San described and indeed entered the underground arena. "Please register an ID." The First Snow fell in front of the machine. She typed the 3 English letters YXC. Registration successful. The system will automatically send you 10,000 star coins. After receiving the card, Chu Shui deposited 10 billion into it. Then she went straight to playing ranked matches. Yi Xingqian won 30 consecutive games and rose to Bronze Eye. After winning 30 consecutive games, he received 20 million star coins. After making so much money, Yi Xingqian decided to pause the competition for a while. He wanted to make a component first. After all, he's been focusing on making money through reading lately and hasn't actually put into practice yet. According to Jiangxi's directions, there's a shop in the underground arena that specializes in providing mecha pilots with a place to build mecha. You don't need a mechanic certificate to build mechs in this shop. As long as you pay, they can make anything for you. Yi Xingqian made his way to the shop Jiangxi had mentioned after many twists and turns. The shop is located on the 2nd floor below the underground arena. The entire 2nd floor is filled with shops. Strangely enough, despite the vast size of the place, Yi Xingqian didn't see a single person. To build something? Just as Yi Xingchen was feeling puzzled, a man wearing a kitchen apron suddenly appeared behind him. Yi Xingchen turned her head. Yes. So young. Can he really make good things? The man looked Yi Xingchen up and down. There is no age limit to building mechs. Yi Xingchen said, Okay, tell me what you want to build. I want to build armor-piercing armor. Then go to room number 1 on my left, make a bracer, and show it to me within 5 hours. The man, with a full beard and a cigarette dangling from his lips, said to Yi Xingchen under her puzzled gaze, I have a rule here. Anyone who comes to me to build their own mech must first build something for me to see. The equipment I have here is top-notch, and I don't want some idiots who don't know their stuff to ruin my good stuff. Go in and build it. If it passes, you can continue building whatever you want here. If it doesn't pass, then please turn left and leave. Goodbye. The boss was very direct. This also indirectly explains why no one here builds mechs. The reason is that the things that are manufactured by people don't meet the boss's standards. You should read Chapter 48. Can I go in and build it without paying? Yi Xingchen is now trying to save every penny he can. I put some parts that their owners don't want in there. If you can reassemble them using my equipment, I won't charge you. That's what the boss said. Okay, I'll go in and do it now. Why would Yi Xingchen miss out on such a good opportunity to experiment without paying? He turned and went into room number 1. Once inside, the space was surprisingly large. A series of machine operation tables were placed in front of Yi Xingchen. Welding, repairing, polishing, assembling, cutting. There was a wide variety of equipment, which dazzled Yi Xingchen. The shopkeeper was right. The equipment he had was better than what was used in the mechanical city. If Yi Xingchen were the owner here, he wouldn't want anyone to ruin these equipment. After looking at the equipment, Yi Xingchen walked to the left side of the room. The left side of the room is the scrap area, which is where the boss mentioned the unwanted parts are piled up. The boss said it was junk, but it wasn't junk at all. They were just discarded mecha parts. Yi Xingchen also spotted 3 brand new mecha arms among the pile of things. It's probably because some very wealthy people came here to compete, felt these things weren't good enough, and simply replaced them. The things they threw away were treasures to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen dragged a mecha arm out of the junkyard, and then selected a very small part from it. Afterwards, Yi Xingchen placed the mecha arm on the cutting table, preparing to cut it later. Then he went to the drafting table and started drawing. The mech arm he moved was Model X. 106. Mech starting with X are all defensive series. Since the raw materials are defensive, Yi Xingchen plans to make a defensive wristband. However, some small details need to be added. He started drawing. Yi Xingchen finished drawing the picture in about 40 minutes. Then he started cutting off his arm. The sound of the equipment starting up rang out. Yi Xingchen took the upper arm of the mecha's arm and then cut it again. In the end, they took 2/3 of the upper arm. After cutting it, Yi Xingchen sent the upper arm to the open work table. Since it's meant to be a wristband, the center has to be hollow. Yi Xingchen only wanted the steel arm. He wasn't interested in the loose wires or anything like that. After hollowing out the upper arm, Yi Xingchen went to the polishing table according to the procedure. The polishing table is responsible for smoothing out rough areas. Yi Xingchen was very serious when she did these things. Time passed second by second. 3 hours later, Yi Xingchen had finished creating the shape of the wristband. After finishing the shape, Yi Xingchen continued to pick things out of the junk pile. He selected an A8 chip, 3 rolls of reconstructed lines, and a box of magnets. Carry these items and the polished exterior to the main sales counter. The wristband was only the size of Yi Xingchen's 2 fists and was very thin, but Yi Xingchen was going to put an entire box of magnets inside it. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of objects being struck. Yi Xingchen created lines on his wrist, then placed the 3 reconstructed lines one by one into the lines. The lines for reconstructing the lines were extremely thin and difficult to control, so Yi Xingchen proceeded rather slowly. Yi Xingchen spent 2.5 hours just installing the wiring. Next, the magnet is assembled, and sparks are generated on the wristband. Yi Xingchen lost track of time. After installing all the magnets, he added some small gadgets to the wristband. It was already 9:30 p.m. when I came out of room number 1. See if this works for you. I took a little longer than I could finish within 5 hours. Yi Xingchen showed the finished wristband to the boss. If you can finish this within 5 hours, I'll ask you to leave immediately. The boss said, and then he took the things that Yi Xingchen handed over and examined them carefully. Hey kid, wait a minute. After glancing at it twice, The boss told Yi Xingqian to wait a moment. He went into a room, took out a super magnifying device, placed a wristband under the device, and began to examine it closely. Wow, you're pretty good. The shopkeeper looked at the wristband and said, "This thing of yours is really exquisite. Did you add a magnet and a gyratory mechanism inside?" The boss looked at it and asked questions. Yi Xingqian nodded. "I added it. Besides that, I also came up with some personal ideas. I think combining a miniature hidden weapon manufacturing machine with a magnetic device would create multiple effects. In addition, I added some black stone to ignite the lightning stone so that I can get a bracer with fire attack. If you get close to a mech of the cold temperature series, this will allow you to escape quickly." Seeing that the boss was looking at it intently, Yi Xingqian explained it to him. Okay, really okay. This is so well made, I can't find a single flaw. Young man, if I may ask, how many years have you been making these machines? Did you start as a child? I didn't start training as a child. I only started school 2 days ago, and this was my first time using the equipment. Yi Xingqian is honest. But the boss thought he was bragging. Don't kid me. If you could build a mecha by reading a book on mecha construction for 2 days, then all the mechanics in the world would have to quit their jobs. Hey, I know you don't want to reveal your identity, so I won't ask. From now on, you can build mechs here. Just give me this bracer, and I won't charge you for using my equipment. Okay, I'll come again tomorrow. Remember to save me a seat. Yi Xingqian said. The boss nodded. Yi Xingqian then left. When they left the store and returned to the competition area, Yi Xingqian then saw a large crowd gathered around the ranking board. Wow, that YXC is amazing. In just 6 hours, she won 78 matches. She's become the Rookie of the Month champion. That's absolutely amazing. Let me tell you, this YXC only fought in Armored Warfare and Supernatural Warfare. When playing Armored War, she would finish a game in about 5 minutes. It wasn't until she reached Silver V that the speed slowed down to 10 minutes per game. And she was using the manufacturer's armor-piercing suit, using something that cost 80 million to defeat an armor-piercing suit that cost over 1 billion. That skill, that speed, it was incredibly cool. Oh, what's so special about that? Didn't you see she didn't even use her powers in the superpower competition? Just pure hand-to-hand combat. She beat those guys to a pulp. We really can't match her hand speed. But she's so aloof, she didn't say a word during the match. I don't even know if she's a girl or a boy. The voices of the people reached Yi Xingqian's ears. Yi Xingqian looked up and saw a person wearing a cloak fighting on the big screen. This video clip was likely edited from inside the venue, highlighting this person's best moments in the competition for promotional purposes. The person on the screen is very agile, and every move is a sure kill. Moreover, their fighting style is very tricky and often catches people off guard. After watching 2 videos, Yi Xingqian felt that the fighting style of the people in the videos was somewhat similar to that of his wife. But Yi Xingqian didn't think much of it. His wife wouldn't come to a place like this. Why? Suddenly, the voice of 37 echoed in my mind. What are you doing? This system had been offline for several days, and its sudden appearance was a bit startling. It's nothing. I'm just marveling at how such a coincidence can happen in this world. And then there are some people who seem to have no eyes at all. Sigh. Life is not worth living. 37 said a series of things that Yi Xingqian found incomprehensible. What have you been doing these past few days? Yi Xingqian ignored the words before 37 and asked. Since he transmigrated here, the system has never disappeared for several days without speaking like it has recently. Huh, me? I'm going to level up. 37 said, we who develop dating systems regularly maintain and upgrade them. So, what special features do you have after the upgrade? Hey, of course I have. My abilities in all aspects have been enhanced, and I've even received new assignments. This mission can improve your mech piloting rating. How about that? Isn't it awesome? 37. Hands on hips. Isn't this a feature that should have been included in the factory configuration? Yi Xingqian's forehead creased with annoyance. Then he asked, besides these, do you have any other functions? Yes, I have. 37 said. Now I can eat sunflower seeds. Not only can I crack sunflower seeds, but I can also crack different flavors of sunflower seeds. I'll show you how. As it spoke, it actually started cracking sunflower seeds in Yi Xingqian's mind. Stop it right now. Yi Xingqian was utterly impressed. What kind of nonsense is this system upgrade? Haha, just kidding. 37 said. Now, please allow me to reintroduce my new features. Chapter 49. Some tasks are unspeakable. Function 1. The system's search range has been increased, allowing it to search for hostile targets across space. Function 2. Based on the host's romantic progress, the system will add more tasks, with various sweet and exciting missions to look forward to. Function 3. To upgrade the host's rating and regulate their special abilities. Add a Mecha rating and upgrade function, and add a proficiency value assessment to the superpower. When the host accumulates a certain amount of proficiency value, other functions of the superpower can be derived. Above, 37 listed 3 functions in succession. After listening, Yi Xingqian focused on the second one. Yi Xingqian, I can understand the sweetness of your second task function, but what's with the excitement? It's no wonder Yi Xingqian singled this out. It's just that 37 was too cocky when reciting the last half of the sentence. That voice, something just didn't sound right. It means exactly what it says. Excitement is needed between husband and wife to enhance their relationship. Host, you're just too shy. How can you be so shy? Don't you want to be closer to your wife? Yi Yingqian, just tell me what the new mission is. Yi Xingqian simply lay down. It seems you have a high level of awareness. 37. Relieved. Tasks are being randomly selected. Tasks successfully extracted. Please host within half a month. You must touch any one of these 3 places. Your wife's breasts, her buttocks, or the base of her thighs, and hold the touch for 10 seconds. You cannot stop during this time. If you stop, you'll have to start over. The mission completion reward is an upgrade to the original body's physical functions, reaching 40% of the functions of the previous life, and an upgrade to the Mecha control rating. 37. How about it? This mission is great. Quickly thank me. I've arranged such a rare mission for you. Ye Ving Chen. Are you trying to kill me? Dumplings. Pepe. Inner thigh. Choose 1 to 3. Damn, he really wants to. But whether his wife will agree is another question. And this task is so dangerous it can make people anemic. Yi Xingqian couldn't even imagine doing it. Can I exchange it? Yi Xingqian said. Sure, there's also 10 seconds of breast rubbing, 30 seconds of kissing, and pinching. Before he could finish speaking chapter 37, Yi Xingqian interrupted him. Don't change it, keep this one. He quickly stopped 37 from saying anything more exciting. Mom, it died young. How is he supposed to handle this task? Hey host, don't worry, things will work themselves out. 37 comforted Yi Xingqian, besides getting it as a bonus. This kind of task will benefit your future relationship with your wife. Just think of it as a mind control training exercise. Get out of here. Yi Xingqian didn't want to pay attention to 37. This is some kind of mind control training. How can he remain calm while touching his wife's body? He's not a god. Moreover, Chu Shui's skin is very nice. Even though it's through her clothes, there's still body temperature and the pulse of her breath. Never mind. I don't want to think about it anymore. Yi Xingqian shook off the fantasies in her mind. Host, a friendly reminder. It's already 10 p.m., and the curfew at Berkeley Military Academy has passed. 37 said. Yi Xingqian then realized that he had lost track of time while making the wristbands. Oh no, the first snow has probably already gone back to the apartment. Yi Xingqian turned on his personal computer, intending to contact Cheng Zhao and his 2 companions. But he discovered that Cheng Zhao had called him back at 6 o'clock. He didn't see it himself. That's it now. Yi Xingqian quickly left the underground arena. By the time he arrived at Berkeley Military Academy, it was already 11 p.m. Why are you back so late? A fine of 20,000. The security guard at the gate looked menacing. Also, write your name and class here. If you come home late, your homeroom teacher will be notified. Resignedly writing down her class and name, Yi Xingqian reluctantly paid the 20,000 yuan fine and quickly returned to her apartment. As expected, when Yi Xingqian returned, Chu Shui was already sitting at the dining table in her pajamas, waiting for him. Seeing his wife waiting for him until midnight again, Yi Xingqian felt quite guilty. Sorry, I had to go out and take care of something, so I came back late. Yi Xingqian changed into slippers. Really, don't wait for me next time. Where to? Chu Shui watched as Yi Xingqian sat down next to her and asked. Yi Xingqian naturally dared not tell Chu Shui that he had gone out to play in illegal matches. Look at the materials of the armor-piercing suit. He lied to the first snow. Jusu bolin get. Let's eat. The food was still warm. Yi Xingqian nodded. He picked up his rice bowl and began to eat. After quickly finishing the meal and washing the dishes, Yi Xingqian, as usual, went to the bathroom to take a shower and then lay down in bed. How'd training go today? He's been too busy lately and hasn't talked to his wife much. After hearing Yi Xingqian's words, Chu Shui turned her gaze. Great, I learned a lot. She won over 70 games today, playing against more than 70 strangers. I have indeed benefited a lot. Don't overwork yourself. Yi Xingqian was worried that Chu Shui would push herself too hard in the training room. So he said, rest when you're tired. Your physical fitness is already very good. Chu Shui nodded. You too. She was referring to Yi Xingqian's business of making money by reading books. Yi Xingqian raised his hand and touched Chu Shui's head. The two turned off the lights, covered themselves with the blankets, and went to sleep. Visibility was dark. More than 10 minutes later, the girl in Yi Xingqian's arms began to breathe softly. Yi Xingqian brushed aside a strand of Chu Shui's hair and, by the moonlight, looked at Chu Shui's sleeping face. Her eyelashes were long and curled upwards, casting a silhouette. Her soft pink lips parted slightly, and Chu Shui clasped her hands together in front of her chest, an arm's length away from Yi Xingqian. It's really beautiful, Yi Xingqian thought to himself. He gently kissed Chu Shui's forehead and then fell into a deep sleep. The second day's classes were quite simple, with no physical training or mecha classes. Yi Xingqian had already finished learning some of the theoretical lessons taught by the teacher, so during class, Yi Xingqian would turn on his personal computer to read the books. His current progress is in armor penetration armor functionality. In fact, there are many types of armor penetration armor, but the three largest categories are heavy, light, and explosive. Moreover, the functions of each type of armor penetration equipment are vastly different. Yi Xingqian did not want to create armor-piercing gear for Chu Shui that only had one function. While each of these three categories has its own advantages, they also have significant limitations. Another point is the weapon. The weapon in the armor-piercing suit looks small, but its weight can be equivalent to the entire suit of armor. Even the highest grade 3S armor-piercing armor accounts for a quarter of the total weight of the armor. Moreover, Yi Xingqian felt that the armor-piercing armor's weapon functions also had some problems. Almost every type of armor-piercing weapon is primarily offensive, with very few defensive ones. Most designers prefer to increase the speed of armor to compensate for this weakness. This is because it minimizes the burden on the user by reducing weight to a minimum. However, this has a major drawback. If you encounter a dense attack, such as a large area laser sweep, you will have no way to dodge it and will have to take the hit head-on, which will damage your armor. Chapter 50. Both husband and wife are geniuses. He absolutely could not allow these flaws in the armor-piercing suit he was making for First Snow. He wanted to create a perfectly functional and lightweight armor-piercing suit for her. Turning to the next page, Yi Xingqian placed her finger on two names, Blue Crystal and Gilded Gold. After class, as usual, Yi Xingqian parted ways with Chu Shui. He made an appointment with Cheng Zhao and his two friends to teach on Sunday, and then went to the underground arena alone. This time, Yi Xingqian didn't go to the competition. Instead, he went directly to the second basement level to find the boss who built the mecha. Yesterday, Yi Xingqian won more than 20 games in a row and now has 15 million star coins. You want to start preparing some basic materials? They're here. When I arrived, the owner was having lunch and steaming hot braised pork rib noodles were being served. Would you like a bowl? You can finish it before you board the plane. One bowl, please. Yi Xingqian didn't stand on ceremony with the boss. He was indeed a bit hungry after finishing class. The boss turned around and went to the kitchen to bring Yi Xingqian a bowl. Yi Xingqian picked up his chopsticks and slurped up the noodles. The noodles were chewy, the soup was delicious, and the ribs were cooked just right. It tastes good, but it's still not quite as good as the one made by Chu Shui. I need to talk to you about something. While eating noodles, Yi Xingqian remembered the ingredients he wanted. Explain. Do you source your goods from here? You mean the materials? Yes, I want blue crystal and gilded gold, and some hard feathers. Sapphire gilded hard feathers? The shopkeeper stopped slurping his noodles after hearing Yi Xingqian's words. Kid, do you know how expensive these three ingredients are? I know, Yi Xingqian said. Blue crystal costs 300,000 star coins per gram, while gilded and hard feathers cost 500,000 star coins per gram. So how much material do you plan to need? Blue crystal, 300 G, gilded 1 kilogram, hard feathers, 700 G. Are you planning to use this to make a component? The boss asked. No. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Yi Xingqian said, I'm going to use it to make a complete set of armor-piercing gear. Are you dreaming? The boss listened to Yi Xingqian's words and thought that this person was really talking nonsense. A full set of 3S level armor-piercing gear weighs 15 kilograms, and that's just the weight of the armor. If you include the weapons, it's at least 30 kilograms. Now he actually claims to be making a complete armor-piercing suit using 2 kilograms of materials. Isn't that just talking nonsense? Never mind that. Just give me the goods. I don't have enough money right now, so I'll pay you in full once the goods arrive. I can definitely get the goods, but do you really think you can build a full armor-piercing suit with just 2 kilograms of stuff? The boss didn't believe Yi Xingqian. It was just too ridiculous. However, he still had a little bit of hope in his heart, because Yi Xingqian was indeed the youngest mechanic he had ever seen. The wristband he made last time was impeccable. If it were sold on the market, it would start at least at 70 million star coins. Moreover, his wristbands are made of outdated materials. If they were made with new materials, the price would probably be 10 times higher. It's a pity that this young man doesn't have a mechanic certificate. Judging from his voice, he should be a student. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here playing illegal matches to make money. Abel, Yi Xingqian said, the armor-piercing suit I make for my wife has to be the best. Dude, you've only just turned 18. You already have a wife. The boss was somewhat surprised, thinking that he had finally managed to marry a wife at the age of 30. It was truly a strange world. Yes, the things I give my wife should be the best. Yi Xingqian did not deny it. Okay, I'll get the goods for you tonight. Men who love their wives will eventually succeed. The boss liked Yi Xingqian's personality and readily agreed. Thanks. Yi Xingqian wiped her mouth with a tissue. Can I use your drafting room? I'll draw up some design drafts. Okay, go ahead. The boss waved his hand. Yi Xingqian then went into the drafting room. The drafting room was very large, a full 80 square meters, with only one table inside, and the rest of the floor was smooth wooden flooring. This makes it convenient for designers to create drafts at any time. The design drawings for mechs are very detailed. They're not something you can just sketch out an outline of. The structural function of each part also needs to be specified. From large components to small parts, we need to know exactly how much external force each part can withstand and what defensive measures it will take after being attacked. All of these need to be marked on the blueprints. Only in this way can a complete set of armor-piercing gear be made perfectly and meticulously. After laying out the blueprints, which occupied 2/3 of the room, Yi Xingqian picked up a charcoal pencil and began to draw. This time, however, he set a time limit of 4 hours. It's 11 o'clock now. He'll draw for 4 hours and then go back to the competition. Time passed second by second. Outside, the boss was repairing his equipment when he saw a person wearing a cloak walk in. What are you building? Those who come to him are all builders. Mecha. The person who came spoke simply. It was a woman's voice. Do you know my rules? I know, give me a room. That's the mech room over there. Let's go. The boss pointed in a direction. The person wearing the cloak went inside. 4 hours passed quickly. When the computer reminded Yi Xingqian that the time was up, Yi Xingqian put down the charcoal pencil. In 4 hours, Yi Xingqian had only drawn a rough outline, and it wasn't even detailed. However, that's enough, since design drawings are inherently very time-consuming. As Yi Xingqian walked out of the drafting room, the boss handed her the key. Yes, my rule is that whenever a mechanic creates a drawing, he or she gives him or her a room key. There's only one key, you take it. In this world, blueprints are even more precious than mechs. Mechs can be manufactured at will, but blueprints cannot. Often, blueprints are more expensive than the mechs themselves. Some master blueprints sell for trillions of dollars each, and even at such high prices, many companies still compete to buy them. The boss was worried that Yi Xingqian might not trust him, so he gave Yi Xingqian the key. Good. Yi Xingqian accepted the gift. He left the second floor and headed towards the competition area. 10 minutes after Yi Xingqian left, the first snow then emerged from the mech room. She held a small box and showed it to the boss. The boss opened it, and inside was a mecha's fist. It's black, and you can tell with the naked eye that it's made with great care. As usual, the boss brought out his magnifying instrument and placed his fist under it. The more I looked, the more surprised I became. The mecha fist that this girl made has multiple layers of defense. It can not only defend and attack, but it can also be reassembled. That's really amazing. Her fist is no less powerful than Yi Xingqian's, and it would fetch a very high price on the market. Amazing! The owner exclaimed repeatedly that in just 2 days, 2 exceptionally skilled machine technicians had joined his shop. What incredible luck he had. Girl, I want your fist. You can use it to make things for me for free in the future. P.S. I read some reader comments. Everyone says I'm hijacking the censorship process. Actually, no. As a serious person, I only write serious articles. Look how serious this chapter of mine is. This is called Life is Hard, the author sells his art. Chapter 51, a very serious chapter, Doge. First Snow nodded, then asked again. Are you shipping it? What goods do you want? Blue crystal, hard feather, gilded, level 8 raw stone. Top 3, 50 kilograms, raw stone, 300 kilograms. Boss, why are all the goods I ordered today so expensive? And there's so much of it. Girl, the price of these materials is enough to build a very good 5-star mech in a mech city. If you're buying it for yourself, you might as well just buy one. Not for my own use. The first snowflake said, this is for my favorite person. She seemed a little embarrassed and even paused for a moment. Boyfriend, the boss asked tentatively. Chu Shue shook her head. No, it can't be my husband, can it? Chu Shue glanced down, then nodded. Boss, how come they're all married at such a young age? This young lady is, and so was that young man. One dotes on his wife, the other dotes on his husband. Alas, I'm not worthy of him. The boss sighed. First Snow, it's nothing, it's just that you need a lot of raw materials, so it may take me 3 days to get them for you. And you have to give me a deposit, which I don't have right now. As soon as the boss finished speaking, Chu Shue transferred 5 billion to him. Okay, come back in 3 days to inspect the goods. After paying, Chu Shue left the second floor for the competition area. Wow, are all the new recruits this month this amazing? That guy called Want to Kiss My Wife's Little Lips every day has actually surpassed YXC. A winning streak of 85 games propelled him directly into Silver 3, making him the fastest player to advance in rank this year. But his ID is really funny. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day. She's your wife. You can kiss her little mouth however you want. Oh, you just don't understand. This mouth is not that mouth. What if he doesn't want to kiss the mouth you're thinking of? Holy crap. Is something wrong with you or me? I'm definitely right. You're definitely wrong. Chu Shue looked up at the rankings and saw that she had been pushed out of first place by the person who wanted to kiss his wife's little mouth every day. That won't do. The Rookie King has a special privilege. For every consecutive win, his prize money will automatically double. She has to go to the competition. First Snow, wearing her cloak, entered the ranked area. Over here, Yi Xingqian spent 2 hours grinding in the Armored Soldier battle mode. When he reached Silver 2, he saw that Cheng Zhao had sent a message. Everyday irritable. Dude, the 3 of us are here too. Want to play squad mode? Mech battle or mech battle? Yi Xingqian looked at the message and decided to agree. After all, he planned to become a mecha soldier. 2 hours of mecha combat followed by 2 hours of mecha combat would be just right. Leaf, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Irritable every day. In the main lobby near the POS terminal. Leaf, okay. So Yi Xingqian left the competition area and went to the lobby. Come here, little mouth. Come here quickly and take out your card. From a great distance, Yi Xingqian saw Cheng Zhao waving at him. It's best not to use real names here. So Cheng Zhao called him Little Mouth. Yi Xingqian walked over and took out his card. Cheng Zhao took his card and swiped it on the card reader. Beep. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day has been detected as the room owner. Please invite your teammates. As soon as Kaji finished speaking, Yi Xingqian heard Cheng Zhao sigh. Brother, I feel uncomfortable every time I hear your name. It doesn't even reach the level of excellence. What do you mean? Is your name somehow sophisticated? Upon hearing this, Yi Xingqian was displeased. This was a name he had carefully selected from among many others. Although he did have other names he wanted, those names were too profound. He can't possibly marry someone who wants to touch his wife's breasts every day. Hey, you bet. Let me tell you, the 3 of us came up with some really great names. Cheng Zhao waved to Jiang Si and looked at him. The 3 people stood in a row, looking inscrutable. Cheng Zhao, come on, brother. Today I'll show you what an ID is. 4th brother, you go first. Jiang Si, single for 10 years, unbearably thirsty. Eyes, so I found 10 beautiful women to book rooms with. And the women said, Cheng Zhao, wow, brother is so amazing I can't take it anymore. The 3 of them announced their IDs in perfect unison, their voices rising and falling with emotion. Especially Cheng Zhao's brother is awesome. This, I have nothing to say. Yi Xingqian felt that he had lost this round. The 4 people formed a team. Yi Xingqian then clicked match. Match successful. Red side, single for 10 years, thirsty and unable to bear it, so I found 10 beautiful girls to go to a hotel. The beautiful girls said, "Wow, brother is so great, I can't take it anymore, and I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day." Versus blue side, my little sister comes to my door every day and insists on playing the flute for me. When I refuse, she immediately pounces on me and caresses me affectionately. The match will begin in 5 minutes. Please get ready, all participants. For people use the manufacturer's match together. Once on the field, the system announced their IDs again. The match begins. The system message ended. The yellow mech from the 4 mechs opposite stepped forward. Judging from your IDs, you must all be people from the martial arts world. Brother, something's not right. There's this guy over there with the ID. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day. Could he be some kind of immortal being? Hearing their words, Chung Zhao stepped forward and made a fist gesture with his mecha. Fellow Taoists, today the 3 of us have brought along an immortal. Please don't be irritable. Everyone, focus on the game and don't bully him. This won't do. How can you bring a celestial into a match? My anger level is maxed out. Brother, he might not be an immortal. You should ask him. He might just be bragging. You on the other side, tell the truth. The pilot inside the yellow mech said. Yi Xingqian took a step forward and recited a poem. A virtuous wife at home. I can hold her every night while we sleep. She cooks in the morning and warms the bed at night. My wife's hair smells so good, it feels so nice to touch. She has fair skin and long legs. It's indescribable how wonderful it is. Yeah, big brother. This is a real immortal. Damn it. Wow. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. Well, you're really arrogant now. Brothers, let's go. We can lose the match today, but that girl who kissed you must die. The yellow mech said menacingly, and then charged forward. Yi Xingqian sighed, feeling that these people from the martial arts world were incredibly rude. He decided to teach these people a lesson. P.S. Everyone's been asking me about the skirt. I'll build it when I'm reading 400,000 words. If you want to speed up the reading process, you can recommend some books for me in the book famine section. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 52 Couples Compete for First Place. The yellow mech is a 4-star mech available on the market, costing 30 billion. It has good mobility in all aspects. He's pretty fast. He arrived in front of Yi Xingqian in 2 seconds. Yi Xingqian raised his hand. After breaking through his mental limits, controlling this 1-star mecha was as easy as eating and drinking. Grabbing the yellow mecha's arm with one hand, Yi Xingqian flung the mecha away in one swift motion. The yellow mecha seemed to have been caught off guard by Yi Xingqian's quick reaction. While they were making their move, Chung Zhao and his group certainly couldn't be idle either. The 8 mechs quickly got into a fight. However, as the fight progressed, the yellow mech team gradually moved towards the edge of the arena. 4 1-star mechs fought against 4 3-star mechs and were equally matched. Soon, a group of people gathered at the edge of their ring. This arena ID is awesome. Ha ha ha, damn it. Their IDs combined are hilarious. This little competition has produced 2 teams of hidden talents. But that kissing scene is really good. It's been over 10 minutes, and the speed is still so fast. Those outside the arena were looking down and could clearly see the speed at which the mechs moved. The yellow mech team also knew they would lose if they continued fighting like this. Big brother, this won't do. Let's activate the ultimate weapon. That kissing mouthpiece is amazing. The red mech came to the side of the yellow mech. The yellow mech nodded. The person inside pressed a button. The yellow mecha was immediately enveloped in a layer of luster. Chung Zhao and his 2 companions launched an attack on the yellow mecha. Everything was absorbed by that layer of luster. Holy crap, did this mech install a Super 3S defense box? The Super 3S defense box is extremely rare. There are only 3 on the entire planet Berkeley, and they were randomly given away by the big boss of Mech City during the Chinese New Year. Oof, you know what you're doing. With the defense box now, let's see how you attack me. The yellow mech looks particularly impressive. Little did he know, Yi Xingqian's eyes lit up when she saw his equipment. While drawing the armor-piercing design for Chu Shui, Yi Xingqian was thinking about what kind of defense system he should create for her. He thought of many options, but he wasn't satisfied with any of them. Now that the yellow mecha was shining brightly, Yi Xingqian thought the idea was pretty good. Young man, I'm going to fight back. The yellow mecha shouted, and charged towards Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen smiled and clicked on the control panel. The left hand of the one-star mech became a screwdriver. With a loud bang, the two mechs collided. A mere screwdriver. You think you can break my membrane? Impossible. The yellow mech laughed. He had just finished laughing when he heard a sizzle sound, followed by a clang, as the arm of his yellow mecha was detached. The person inside. What Dengshi? Not only were the people inside completely bewildered, but the people on the stage were also bewildered, and those outside the stage were even more bewildered. Holy crap. He actually disassembled the mecha arm. Is this guy some kind of mecha master? Each mech has a different construction. Even mass-produced mechs will have subtle variations in the welded areas. The welding on the Samsung mech was already extremely precise, yet he disassembled it so easily. Bro, I'll take your defense box. Yi Xingchen was holding an oversized screwdriver. He stepped on the head of the yellow mech. Big brother. The henchman in the yellow mech wanted to go up and help. However, they were stopped by Chung Zhao and his two companions. The hissing sound echoed in the arena, accompanied by the clatter of a mech shell being tossed aside. Yeah, help! Robbery! Let me go! The person inside the yellow mech pressed the control panel, but it was still useless. Amidst his incredibly pitiful cries, Yi Xingchen finally located the defense box installed inside the mecha. This defense box is quite small, only about the size of a fist. Yi Xingchen took the box out of the mecha before releasing the yellow mecha. The owner of the yellow mecha had lost all will to live. I came out and got shown off, then ran into a freak who dismantled the mecha. And to make matters worse, I was humiliated like this. No more life, no more life. As Chung Zhao and his two companions pushed a group of mechs off the stage. The match is over. Yi Xingchen took the defense box and left the arena. Tisk, that's really pathetic. Those outside felt a chill run down their spines looking at the tattered yellow mecha. I just hope I never meet that person who kisses me on the lips. Brother, you've got it. Outside the stadium, Chung Zhao looked at the fist-sized defense box in Yi Xingchen's hand and admired Yi Xingchen immensely. This requires an exceptional understanding of mechs to dismantle one in such a short time. I mainly think this box is suitable for my wife to use. Although Yi Xingchen will not use this box in the end, it is at least an idea. He will take the box to the boss tomorrow to open it up and see what its structure is. YXC has won 100 consecutive matches, surpassing every day I want to kiss my wife's little lips by 14 matches, reclaiming the rookie championship. Suddenly, the host on the underground screen announced something. Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow as she listened to his words. Dude, you've been overtaken. Jiang Si patted Yi Xingchen on the shoulder. Yi Yingchen nodded. It's really impressive to win 100 games in a row. I wonder if that YXC is an upperclassman or upperclasswoman from our school. Have no idea. Yi Xingchen said, but the newcomer champion will definitely be mine. Yi Xingchen was also envious of the privileges of the Rookie King. He wanted to create armor penetration for his wife. Who cared who that YXC was? He would still surpass him. There is still 1.5 hours left. Yi Xingchen and Chung Zhao then sat in a row. After the match, Yi Xingchen had won 125 consecutive matches. His rank rose from silver to gold. They've also amassed nearly 80 billion in wealth. We should go back now. Otherwise we'll be fined for being late. Time's up. When Yi Xingchen came out, he saw that his ID was ranked first again. The dangerous thing is that YXE was just one shot away from catching up with him. But we really can't play anymore today. He got home late last night, and Chu Shui sat there waiting for him. Compared to this privilege, my wife is more important. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to leave, the data on the leaderboard was then refreshed. YXE has come back from behind. So cool. The leaderboard has changed, and this time YXE has overtaken Yi Xingchen by 1 game. Yi Xingchen looked at the ranking list and thought, he should go watch YXE play a match when he has time. After all, someone who can win so many games without a single loss must have some outstanding qualities. However, the title of Rookie of the Year still belongs to him, and he must come early tomorrow. Chapter 53, Yi Xingchen goes to watch YXC play a match. Yi Xingchen left the arena and went home. When he arrived at his apartment, Chu Shui had not yet returned. He went to the kitchen and quickly stir-fried some greens and made a tomato and egg soup. As soon as Yi Xingchen put the rice into the rice cooker, she heard the door open. First Snow. He carried the soup out of the kitchen, glanced at the closed door, and saw several conspicuous scars on Chu Shue's fair arms. How did you get hurt? Yi Xingqian quickly put down the soup and rushed over to grab Chu Shue's wrist. Didn't I tell you not to be reckless? Chu Shui pursed her lips. She had received a double reward card today, making one game equivalent to two and quadrupling her winnings. However, because it was a double card, the system didn't match her with a 1v1 duel. In the last round, she fought 4 opponents and accidentally got injured. There won't be a next time. The first Snow said. She always keeps her word. I will never get hurt next time. Let's go to the treatment pod. Yi Xingqian couldn't bear to see the scars on Chu Shue's arms. It almost broke his heart. Need not. Apply the medicine. This minor injury is nothing to Chu Shue. She was already used to getting hurt. Stubborn. Yi Xingqian pursed his lips. Fortunately, there was medicine in the room. He pressed his wife down into a chair and turned to get the medicine. Yi Xingqian gently applied the ointment with a cotton swab, holding Chu Shue's wrist carefully as he applied the medicine. We agreed there wouldn't be a next time, right? If there's a next time, your husband will punish you. Yi Xingqian's expression was unusually serious. Chu Shui nodded, propped her face up with one hand, leaned against the table, and looked at Yi Xingqian with tender eyes. After the medicine was applied, the meal was ready. After finishing their meal, the two of them climbed into bed as usual. However, before going to sleep, Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian received a group message from Song Mian. They said that all 4 classes scheduled for tomorrow will be moved to the day after tomorrow. The last new student has already arrived on Berkeley's, and he will return the day after tomorrow to teach them. I replied in the class group that I received it. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui went to bed early. The next day, after the first snow fell in the morning, she said she was going to the training room. Yi Xingqian, on the other hand, went directly to the arena. He plans to win back his Rookie of the Year title. Yi Xingqian spent the entire morning in the arena and reached Gold 4. 143 consecutive wins. The higher the rank, the harder it is to play. It's not that Yi Xingqian is weak. It's just that after winning so many games in a row, the system keeps matching him with matches where he has to fight against several opponents. To save money, Yi Xingqian used all the equipment provided by the manufacturer. The opposing team consists of buildings costing tens of billions. We can win a fight, but that would slow us down. Those who can reach the Gold Bureau are all highly skilled. In just one morning, Yi Xingqian destroyed several sets of equipment provided by the manufacturer. End of game. Yi Xingqian came out of the competition area. He's currently in first place, and YXE in second place seems to be particularly free today, spending the whole morning playing matches. Their rankings fluctuated with varying degrees of success. Ye Vingchen Fronit. Actually, he wanted to go and watch YXE play a match yesterday, but he was getting annoyed by this constant chasing. He now has a designation card that allows him to designate someone to play in a match, and that person cannot refuse. He planned to use the designated card later to break YXE's winning streak. Thinking this, Yi Xingqian saw YXE enter another match, and the arena was number 104. It's 11:20 now, and the average match time for this YXE is 17 minutes. Yi Xingqian wanted to see this person's specific fighting style in person, so he went directly to 104. 37. Host, your decision is very wise. Just as Yi Xingqian was on his way to 104, 37 suddenly appeared. What? Is that YXE very strong? For 37 to say that, YXE must have some skills. More than just strong. Host, you absolutely cannot beat that person. That person could kill you in one move. That's an exaggeration. Yi Xingqian didn't believe 37's words. You'll only know what you can't beat once you fight. He was defeated in one move. This is simply impossible. 37. Hey host, go take a look. You'll see just how strong they are once you see them. As episode 37 ended, Yi Xingqian had almost reached the front of arena number 104. Because of YXE's long winning streak, a large crowd gathered in front of ring number 104. Yi Xingqian squeezed to the front of the crowd. Looking down from above, he saw the staff in the underground arena cleaning up the mess left from the previous game. He saw a person covered in blood being carried out, while a black mech stood on the platform, completely undamaged. TSK, Blackie is as cruel as ever. At this moment, Yi Xingqian heard the person next to him say something. Every time he plays a match, he has to cripple his opponent. Of course, this dark-skinned guy has a particularly strong tendency to abuse others, but we're playing a legal tournament here, so it's normal to have a few perverts. Didn't that guy who kissed someone last time take apart their mech? Is Blackie going to face this month's rookie king, YXC, in the next round? Yeah, that guy who won 142 games in a row, this YXC is just like that little kisser, only made by the factory. That won't do. According to people around Yixingchen, Blackie's mech is a 7-star mech. The manufacturer definitely can't beat it. Most players in the gold rank use 4-star and 5-star mechs, and 7-star mechs are very rare. Well, let's see how it goes. I'm really looking forward to YXC's performance. The person finished speaking. The match then began. Yixingchen saw a person wearing a cloak walk out, carrying armor-piercing weapons manufactured by the factory. His eyes were fixed on the ring, for some reason. He felt a sense of familiarity as soon as the person in the cloak appeared. So you're YXC? On the arena, dark-skinned man laughed as he looked at the short man opposite him. I like playing against strong opponents, Blackie said. The sound of them screaming in agony after being tortured will give me an extraordinary thrill. I'm so happy to see you. Blackie's voice was unusually hoarse, which was very unpleasant to listen to. Chu Shui raised her hand, the weapon twirling in her grasp. Too lazy to waste words with this dark-skinned man, she charged forward and started fighting. This armor penetration set is a lightweight armor penetration set. Chu Shui has already used it in dozens of matches and has thoroughly figured out its various functions. Blackie's eyes gleamed with even more excitement as he watched Chu Shui's actions. He immediately increased the speed of the mecha to 80% and punched Chu Shui in the stomach. He naturally didn't hit the first snow. She braced the long staff in her hand against the ground, made a leaping motion, stepped on the mecha's fist, and jumped onto the black-skinned mecha. This move was executed beautifully, without any flaws whatsoever. Yixingchen, watching from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow. This guy is just as fast as his wife. Chapter 54, my wife is that big. But this move looks so familiar. Yixingchen took 2 steps forward. After Chu Shui jumped onto the black-skinned mech, she used the weapon's explosive device to slash at the mech. With a loud bang, the explosive blade that was about to strike was deflected. Chu Shui's eyes changed slightly. This device couldn't even break through his mecha shell. Blackie sneered and activated his defense mode, while First Snow took a step and walked into the air. Sizzle. Several bolts of lightning struck, and Chu Shui quickly ran to the outer circle of the arena. Blackie intensified his attack, while the 7-star mech stomped on the ground. The ground was covered by magnetism, and the first snowflakes rushed into the air. I've been infected. 10 small homing missiles chased after Chu Shui, and the black-skinned mech crouched down before charging forward. He punched the first snowflake in the left side with all his might. It was just a fraction of a millimeter away from the first snowfall. Pippi, go for it. Beat this guy to a pulp. Outside the ring, the dark-skinned fans cheered excitedly. Blackie's attacks continued unabated. His mech moved with incredible speed, giving Chu Shui almost no time to rest. I ran and hid from the first snow. The incredible speed caused her cloak hood to flip backward. A beautiful head of hair was revealed, and at the same time, she turned her head, her masked face coming face to face with Yixingchen. Yixingchen at the edge of the arena. Puff! Holy crap! Isn't that his wife? He looks into those eyes every day. There's absolutely no way he could mistake them. Depend on. A huge syllable suddenly burst out from the edge of the ring. Yixingchen pressed himself directly against the edge of the glass of the arena. He is such a big wife. Pippi, kill him. Kill that man. Crush him. Surrounding him were Blackie's fans. Upon hearing this, Yixingchen immediately turned his head away. Shut the hell up. He immediately started swearing. That dark-skinned guy dares to touch a single hair on his wife's head today. He won't be leaving here alive. Beat the shit out of him. Chu Shui was constantly being attacked by the dark-skinned man. Yixingchen directly used the universal card in the system. This was a gift from the system when he achieved a 100-game winning streak. The universal card has been activated. Are you sure you want to join this competition? Yixingchen clicked OK without hesitation. Please pay 10 billion. 10 billion yuan payment successfully completed. You are the rookie of the month. Your odds are doubled. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day. Use the universal card to enter arena number 104. The system's voice rang out. Before the dark-skinned fans could even start cursing, they saw the people in front of them being teleported away by the system. Is he the one who kisses his wife's little mouth? What's he doing going in there? What? Does he think adding him will make him a match for Pippi? The news of these two new and highly skilled fighters joining the arena spread quickly throughout the underground arena. Yi Xingchen arrived at the armory and spent 10 million to board a 3-star mech. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth every day before I enter the ring. As soon as the hatch opened, Yi Xingchen flew out in his mecha. At that moment, Blackie punched Chu Xue in the head. Yi Xingchen's eyes were sharp as he rushed over at lightning speed and blocked the black-skinned man's fist. Blackie was taken aback. The system's voice wouldn't reach the arena. In that split second, Yi Xingchen grabbed his arm and lifted his mecha up. Bang! The loud noise smashed a hole in the arena. Those outside saw the 3-star mech rush in like a madman, slamming the black-skinned mech to the ground before jumping up and stomping on it. While stomping on it, he also slapped the face of the black-skinned mecha with his hand. The sounds of slaps echoed continuously across the arena. Holy crap, what grudge does that guy who's kissing the little guy have against Blackie? The people outside were shocked by Yi Xingchen's ferocious fighting style. Not only were the people outside shocked, but even Chu Xue inside was a little bewildered. A mech that suddenly appeared out of nowhere helped her fight the black guy. Blackie wasn't one to be trifled with either. His mech was slapped repeatedly, and his face started to hurt. After all, the operator's senses are partly connected to the mecha. Fuck you. Blackie is furious. He's a 7-star mech. How could he be overwhelmed by a 3-star mech? He gripped Yi Xingchen's mecha wrist with both hands. Blackie piloted the mecha, raising his upper body in an attempt to use the momentum to throw Yi Xingchen out. They actually dared to resist? Yi Xingchen was even angrier. He gripped the mecha's hand, and tiny cutting blades mixed with small screws pierced into the joints of the black-skinned mecha. With a flick of the fingertips of Yi Xingchen's mecha, the black-skinned man's fingers were dislocated. Blackie, perhaps because he had never encountered this situation before, Blackie stood frozen in the mech's cockpit. His mecha's 10 fingers. It was uninstalled. Yi Xingchen removed the black-skinned finger, still feeling very angry. This dark-skinned guy actually punched his wife hard. He even tried to abuse her, although he didn't hit her at all. But I'm still so angry. Yi Xingchen became angrier the more she thought about it. No, he wanted to cripple his wife. He'll cripple him. The hissing sound rang out again, and many people who had seen Yi Xingchen dismantle the mecha covered their faces. Oh my god, the pervert has dismantled another human machine mech. What are you doing? Blackie never expected Yi Xingchen's next move. He immediately adjusted the mech's defensive devices to the highest level. But Yi Xingchen was even faster. A second before his defenses were set to their highest level, he found the black-skinned mecha core. A punch with a loud bang. The core of the black-skinned creature was blasted into a huge crater. With its core damaged, Blackie is unable to control the mech. He watched as a mech operator dismantled his core. Yi Xingchen flung open the core hatch and grabbed Blackie from the mecha control room. The tiny person was held in Yi Xingchen's mecha. Blackie was so scared he wet his pants. Those outside saw Yi Xingchen's mecha make a one-handed throwing motion. They threw the dark-skinned man directly off the stage, and his ribs broke instantly from the impact. He coughed up blood and lost consciousness. The match is over. I want to kiss my wife's little mouth and win YXC every day. Plus, there's a double reward. But Blackie's 200 billion bonus is deducted. The system's voice faded. Outside, all was silent. Especially the fans of the dark-skinned guy. Their jaws dropped to the floor in shock. Mom? This kissing little guy has only been inside for 10 minutes. They completely destroyed the black-skinned guy. Although the dark-skinned man didn't die, he'll have to stay in a hospital for at least 6 months, even if there's a treatment pod that can cure him. But this experience might leave him with psychological trauma. After dealing with the dark skin, Yi Xingchen turned around. Chu Xue, holding her weapon, looked up at the mecha that had suddenly appeared and blinked. The mecha's eyes dimmed, indicating that the mecha's pilot had left the control room. A person wearing a mask came to the first snow. Then he swept the person up in his arms and carried them on his shoulder. What are you doing? Chu Xue panicked and raised her hand to hit him. Don't move, Yi Xingchen said. Chapter 55. Yi Xingchen is touched by the first snow. These words were spoken. The first snow could tell who someone was just by their voice. The eyes beneath the mask were wide open. The little man with facial paralysis was incredibly surprised. The people outside the ring saw that as soon as the girl with the kissing lips came down, they carried YXC away on the spot. After beating up the dark-skinned guy, He carried the girl. Could this be the legendary Sack Man? Yi Xingqian carried his wife out of the competition area. The underground arena has a dedicated lounge. Yi Xingqian carried Chu Shui, quickly opened a lounge door, and then slipped inside. Drop. Restroom room number 857 is locked. No one is allowed to enter. After entering the room, Yi Xingqian placed Chu Shui on a chair in the lounge. He lifted the mask of the first snow. Sure enough, it was his wife. What are you doing here? Yi Xingqian simply couldn't believe it. He was so gentle and pretty, yet he actually lied to him. She claims to go to the training room every day, but in reality, she comes to places like this to play illegal matches. Yi Xingqian felt as if he had suffered 1,000 points of damage to his heart. Sitting in her seat, Chu Shui looked into Yi Xingqian's eyes, unsure of what to say. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists, and he tried to say something harsh, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. After struggling for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You lied to me. I'm not talking to you anymore. Then Yi Xingqian turned his back, refusing to look at Chu Shui. Forehead. The first snow raised its hand, then lowered it, then raised it again. She reached out and grabbed Yi Xingqian's sleeve, as if to say silently, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But Yi Xingqian was really angry this time, and he still didn't turn around. Chu Shui was also encountering Yi Xingqian ignoring her for the first time, and her usually expressionless face furrowed slightly. Yi Xingqian waited and waited, hoping that Chu Shui would give him a reasonable explanation, but instead of an explanation, he received a question from Chu Shui. Wrong. The expressionless man behind him stood up. Why are you here too? The first snowflakes circled around to Yi Xingqian. Aren't you at home reading? The expressionless girl stepped forward, and her usually emotionless eyes revealed the same emotion as Yi Xingqian's. That is anger. Yi Xingqian's heart trembled when Chu Shui stared at him so intently, and he immediately felt guilty. He couldn't help but take a step back. Yi Xingqian wanted to explain, but a sentence got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't get it out. You're lying to me? The little man with facial paralysis pouted. As she walked forward step by step, Yi Xingqian was forced to retreat step by Chu Shui. Yi Xingqian stepped back, quickly organizing her thoughts, forgetting everything about being angry, about punishment, and about needing Chu Shui to explain. Chu Shui's gaze was always very imposing. Yi Xingqian was walking with his back to her, so he didn't see what was behind him. What? Give me an explanation. The first snow fell, and she crossed her arms over her chest. When you moved backward again, Yi Xingqian then lay down on the bed in the lounge in a supine position. Yi Xingqian reflexively closed her eyes because she suddenly lost her balance. When Yi Xingqian opened his eyes again, he saw that his wife's right knee was bent and pressed against the bed between his legs. Then, the man with facial paralysis loosened his arms from hugging his chest. Two hands were placed on either side of Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian watched as his wife's face magnified in his eyes, then stopped just 5 centimeters away from him. Explain. The girl with the stunted face seemed determined to get an explanation from Yi Xingqian today. But Yi Xingqian's brain is no longer functioning properly. Explanations and such are all lost in the heavens. Especially the rabbit in the first snow, nestled beside him, accompanied by soft breathing. This made Yi Xingqian extremely excited. Seeing that Yi Xingqian kept her lips tightly pressed together and didn't say anything. Chu Shui's expression darkened further. She pressed her face down again. Speak quickly. The little stoic had a very pleasant voice. Even when he was angry, it still made Yi Xingqian's ears tingle. All he could hear was the rapid beating of his heart. Wife. I can't take it anymore. Yi Xingqian suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around Chu Shui's waist, his expression suppressed. And the first snow seemed to sense something. Time seemed to stand still for a second. The first snowflakes instantly turned her fair and tender face into a red apple. She looked at Yi Xingqian in disbelief. Yi Xingqian's face was no different from hers. Pervert! Chu Shui grabbed the pillow on Yi Xingqian's head and slammed it hard into Yi Xingqian's face. Yi Xingqian quickly reached out to defend himself. The first snow pelted Yi Xingqian more than a dozen times. She sat on Yi Xingqian's lower abdomen, but Yi Xingqian's anger didn't subside at all. After finishing, Chu Shui quickly got up, left the bed, and went to open the door. Drop! The door is locked. No one can get in within an hour, and no one inside can get out. The system's voice sounded. Chu Shui tried to open the door for ages, but it wouldn't budge. It was incredibly stubborn. No, we just want to open it. I wouldn't open it, even if it cost me money. Even if the sky were to collapse and the earth were to split open, it wouldn't break. She had no choice but to turn around and press herself against the door. Yi Xingqian has recovered. He moved his legs. Chu Shui, who was standing by the door, turned her face away. Her heart felt like it was going to jump out her chest. This was the first time Chu Shui had encountered something like this, and she was so nervous that she didn't even know where to put her hands. An indescribable tranquility filled the room. Yi Xingqian told herself to take a deep breath. About 10 minutes later, he had calmed down considerably, but he was still feeling a bit unwell. However, Yi Xingqian was finally able to move again. He propped himself up on the bed with his hands and sat up, then bent over slightly and take another deep breath. Throughout the entire process, Chu Shui didn't glance at her once. Yi Xingqian looked ahead and saw his wife blushing from her face to her neck. He was a little out of breath, coughing. I guess the sound didn't suit Chu Shui's taste. I can do it now. Yi Xingqian swallowed hard and said to Chu Shui, who was standing by the door. Chu Shui turned her head after hearing his voice, but her gaze still did not land on Yi Xingqian's face. She glanced down and looked at Yi Xingqian's slightly trembling calves. The girl pursed her lips. Then he took a small cushion from the sofa in the lounge and threw it to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian caught the pillow his wife threw at him. He stared at the cushion in silence for a few seconds, then silently covered the bottom. Go home. Chu Shui bit her lip, gesturing for Yi Xingqian to use his card to open the door. Yi Xingqian nodded. He took out his card and swiped it to open the door. Drop. The service was excellent. System unlocking device. Since it's not time yet, we'll refund you 1,000 star coins. Welcome to visit us again. P.S. Yi Xingqian, you're lying to me? I'm ignoring you. First snow, you're kidding me? I'll pounce on you. Author, the layout upstairs is complete. Reader, I've decided to give a free little gift to the author who's seriously writing, and I won't urge them to update. Chapter 56, he gave her whatever she wanted. Today, neither Yi Xingqian nor Chu Shui stayed in the underground arena. They returned to the apartment at noon. Back in her apartment, Yi Xingqian took a shower first. Then he came out of there with wet hair. He was blow-drying his hair while secretly watching the first snow. Chu Shui didn't speak to him at all on the way back from the starship. He was a little weak. After drying his hair, Yi Xingqian sat down next to Chu Shui. He was wondering how to start the conversation when he saw the expressionless man turn his head. Build mechs. She said 3 words. Yi Xingqian knew she was explaining to him why she was in the underground arena. I'm building armor penetration, Yi Xingqian said. After that, the words were spoken. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Then it silently moved away and then turned back. A faint smile appeared on Chu Shui's face. Stars, you've worked very hard. The little facial paralysis was explained again. These past few days, Chu Shui has felt that Yi Xingqian is very busy. He needs to read every night and also earn money. The cost of a 10-star mech core and a 10-star armor-piercing core is very high. She didn't want him to be so busy. I don't want him to work so hard. There are some things she wants to share with him. You've had a tough time too. Yi Xingqian reached out his hands and pinched Chu Shui's little face. It's very soft. He loved it dearly. Then, let's not argue. The first snowflake said, let's work hard together. And, Xingqian's birthday is coming up. She looked into Yi Xingqian's eyes. Birthday? This was the first time in Yi Xingqian's 2 lifetimes that he had heard someone actually wanted to celebrate his birthday. In my previous life, Yi Xingqian lives in a world of killing every day. That kind of life begins in childhood. He had long forgotten when he was born. From the moment he was born, Yi Xingqian had been drawn into this kind of life. His extraordinary abilities instilled fear in everyone, yet simultaneously attracted everyone to plunder them. Yi Xingqian had long been accustomed to a world filled with bloodshed. When Yi Xingqian came into this world, he never expected that he would fall in love with a girl who was forced into his life by a strange system. It's amazing. It was as if she had drawn out the last vestige of his humanity. He wanted to give her all his tenderness. She said that next time, it will definitely be a victory for Berkeley Military Academy. He then made her the best armor-piercing suit and accompanied her to the competition. She said she wanted to protect Yi Xingqian and that she wanted to grow up well, so he would protect her and not allow anyone to bully her. With a few friends around her, Yi Xingqian let down her guard and started befriending them. He felt a sense of belonging wherever she was. All of Yi Xingqian's changes can be traced back to one point, which is the point called first snow. I'll make it for you on your birthday. The little man with facial paralysis had bright, sparkling eyes. She must have been thinking about preparing a gift for Yi Xingqian for a long time. They only saw each other's messages on their wedding day. That means that Chu Shui remembered Yi Xingqian's birthday back then. Although this birthday is not Yi Xingqian's original birthday. But so what? None of these matters. We need to build the most powerful mech. Chu Shui can't pilot a mecha, but she wants Yi Xingqian to pilot the best one. Build Yi Xingqian the best performing and coolest mecha. Yi Xingqian's things must be the best. This is the gift Chu Shui came up with for Yi Xingqian. This was also the first gift and the first blessing Yi Xingqian had received in both his lives. We need to build the most powerful mech. Yi Xingqian repeated Chu Shui's words. His gaze was lowered. The girl who was speaking did not notice that he was slowly getting closer to her. Chu Shui originally intended to surprise Yi Xingqian, but since she discovered it ahead of time, that's fine too. She turned on the personal terminal. Find your unfinished design drawings. This is the construction diagram. Anti-gravity device, super defense combination with magnetic interference. Chu Shui looked at her design drawings and explained them to Yi Xingqian little by little. In the arm, I plan to... The voice stopped, and the little man with facial paralysis opened his eyes wide. Her soft lips were sealed, and she met Yi Xingqian's eyes, which were gentle to the extreme. The red hue that had barely faded after the first snow resurfaced, and the little ears were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She blinked, then slowly closed her eyes, her lips slightly parted. Yi Xingqian's expression softened even more. He's not very good at kissing. After all, it was his first time too. The winter breeze carried a rare warmth, and due to the light, the shadows of the two people were tilted and overlapped on the floor. Like two hearts gradually drawing closer. Once they grasp each other, they will never be separated again. They didn't know how much time had passed, but after they separated, both of them were breathing very unsteadily. Yi Xingqian rested his forehead on Chu Shui's shoulder. My husband will definitely make you a perfect armor-piercing suit. If his wife is so motivated, he certainly won't fall behind. I keep every promise in my heart. The man with facial paralysis nodded gently. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Yi Xingqian. There were a few little thrills throughout the day, but they also know each other's contributions. That's good. Oh, it's so sweet. I'm so full. I am bursting. Just as Yi Xingqian was calming down, 37's voice rang out. Host, you have transformed from a novice host into a proactive one. This system is extremely pleased. 37 is very happy. Its dating system filters out all sorts of tasks every day, and it's finally made this silly guy a little better. It's really not easy. An awards ceremony? Upon hearing 37's voice, Yi Xingqian knew what it was about to say. This system is just a dog food eating machine. Every time he and his wife have some intimate moment, it comes out to award them prizes. It seems the host, is already familiar with the system's operations. They are indeed here to present awards. Bye. Congratulations, host, on completing an epic mission, your first kiss with your wife. The Mecha control level has been upgraded from C to B. The superpower derivative ability, the mirror superpower replication mirror, has been increased from 1 to 2, and the time control has been upgraded from 2 seconds to 4 seconds. Chapter 57, Superpower Training. The supernatural ability gives rise to 2 nodes. After awarding the prize, 37 didn't forget to remind Yi Xingqian to do the task. Host, remember to do the task I issued last time. My wife is so proactive today. What a perfect opportunity. Yi Xingqian. At that time, he had no idea about the mission. Could the mission compare to the sweetness of his wife? Thinking this, Yi Xingqian noticed Chu Shui patting his shoulder, signaling him to get up. Cook, it's already noon, and the two of them have wasted a lot of time going back and forth. So, Yi Xingqian is hungry too. In fact, Berkeley Military Academy has its own dining hall, which is affordable and delicious. However, both Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian were used to cooking for themselves in the apartment. It's not about saving money. I just like this feeling. Together, Yi Xingqian said. The first snow nodded. So the two of them went to the kitchen. Yi Xingqian felt particularly comfortable after eating a meal cooked by his wife. Since he had already gone home early today, Yi Xingqian didn't plan to go to the arena anymore. Certainly, We certainly can't just sit idle. He plans to continue reading and learn more about armor-piercing armor. Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian are actually the same type of person. Neither of them can stay idle. So one of them was reading in the living room, while the other was using a computer to draw diagrams in the bedroom. Time flies. The sun sets and night falls. After reading 30 books, Yi Xingqian stretched. He only needed 10 more books to finish reading the list of armor-piercing knowledge that Chu Shui had compiled for him. It will probably take the next day or two. Finished reading the book. It was exactly 6:30 p.m. At that moment, Chu Shui also came out of the bedroom. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Yi Xingqian said to his wife, I suddenly want to eat hot pot. I'd also like to have a date with my wife. After all, they've been at Berkeley Military Academy for so long, yet they haven't really had a proper look at the school. Without hesitation, the two went to the door to change their shoes and were just about to set off. A message came through the computer. A new message has been sent to you by Bishop Song Mian. Yi Xingqian opened the message on Chu Shui's phone. It's a video. Hello, Class 1 students. I've changed my mind. Let's move tomorrow's training to tonight. On this incredibly exciting night, we should all have a blast. Boom, 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 boom. In the video, Song Mian is holding a glow stick in each hand and, like some meme, is wildly twisting his body. The video is only 20 seconds long. 19 seconds later, Song Mian disappeared from the screen. At the last second, a black image appeared with 2 sentences written on it. No matter where you are, whether you're taking a bath, pooping, or having sex, please be there in 15 minutes. If you're late, the instructor will take out his little leather whip and gently lash you. Ikuyo mua. Yi Xingqian. So annoying. Not only is it annoying, but it's also disgusting. Let's go. Seeing that Yi Xingqian was unhappy, Chu Shui took Yi Xingqian's hand to comfort her. Their plans for a date fell through, so Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian had no choice but to go downstairs to buy a jianbing, Chinese crepe, and rush off to the classroom. When the two arrived, they only saw Su Changsheng and Lin Xiao. In addition, there was Song Mian and a new classmate. This new classmate is Luo. Hey, Song Mian, what's gotten into you again? After making way for Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui, Lin Xiao propped her head up and looked at Song Mian, speechless. At this moment, Song Mian was sitting on the podium, holding a teddy bear. He crossed his legs, wore headphones, and swayed his upper body slightly. After Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui arrived, other students also arrived one after another. Is everyone here? Luo, please introduce yourself. Song Mian was chewing on a lollipop. He pointed to the boy wearing a cloak on his left. Luo nodded. He stepped forward. The other 10 people turned their attention to them. Luo lifted his cloak. The first thing Yi Xingqian saw wasn't Luo's face, but the dense bandages. This person's face was wrapped in bandages, covering 2/3 of his face, and several more bandages were wrapped around his neck. This outfit surprised the classmates. Hello, everyone, cough. My name, cough, cough. My courtesy name is Luo. Yes, you this time. Cough, cough, cough. The commander, cough. Luo spoke the 3 sentences haltingly. At first, everyone thought he had a cold, but the more he talked, the more violently he coughed. And in the end, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xiao, who was in the front row, was startled. Classmate, are you all right? You should go to the hospital, shouldn't you? You should be in the ICU. Sorry, cough, cough. Seeing that his blood had sprayed onto his classmate, Luo quickly took out a piece of paper and went over to wipe Lin Xiao's hands. No, no, no. I can do it myself. Lin Xiao quickly took his tissue. Song Mian, shouldn't you have taken him to see him? No, it's nothing. Luo waved his hand. He was about to say something more when Zero interrupted him. Let me introduce you. Zero stood up. Lo is our commander for this honor tournament. He is a psychic ability user who can connect with people's minds and can materialize the mind to form a mental barrier. But because he is a psychic, his physical abilities are very poor. As Zero spoke, Luo nodded. Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing about Luo's special ability. Those with psychic abilities are extremely rare, 1 in a million. In any world, psychic ability users are treasures. Even in the world he used to live in, there were no more than 2 psychic ability users. All right, that concludes the introduction. Let's get down to business now. As soon as Zero finished speaking, Song Mian, who had been listening to music the whole time, jumped off the stage. Same as always, let's change the venue. Song Mian, carrying his oversized teddy bear, was the first to walk out. This is when training begins. The students in the class followed. Song Mian brought one person to the polar training room. This training session was still very simple. Song Mian said. He was holding a doll. This is also a game of speed. Song Mian spoke while clicking on the control panel. Polar system activated, beep. In operation, generating a random polar map. The polar map has been generated. The polar system's sound disappeared in an instant. Yixingchen then felt the surrounding temperature rise by more than 10 degrees. The ground beneath my feet is muddy. This is a tropical rainforest. You guys can fight me again, but this time I'm bringing a partner. As Song Mian spoke, he patted the doll's head twice. The tiny teddy bear instantly grew larger. Boom strapje. The soft feet hardened, and the teddy bear transformed into an automatically controlled mech. Hevo Bear's eyes are open. Anyone want to play boxing with Bear? The bear-like mech brandished its red gauntlets, looking down at the 11 people below. Chapter 58 Braca. This. Lin Zhao's lips twitched. This was the first time he had ever seen a doll transform into a mecha. Is technology really that advanced now? This is a superpower. Perhaps seeing Lin Zhao's surprised expression, Zero offered an explanation. However, this is not the instructor's special ability. Well, the instructor knows someone who can turn dolls into mechs. There's such a superpower? Lin Zhao was stunned. Yes, that person can store his superpower into 5 dolls in one day. This doll must have been brought back by the instructor from that person. How long does it last? Hearing Zero say that, Yixingchen asked. I don't know. Zero frowned. It depends on the amount of superpower injected. What are they all whispering about? Song Mian clapped his hands, signaling the chattering students below to come back to their senses. However, the people below didn't seem to hear him. No one paid any attention to him. Cough, cough. It's okay in a moment. Cough, cough, let's begin. I will protect everyone. Brother, you should talk less. However, Luo's protective barrier is indeed very good, but his mobility is too poor. Luo, do you need someone to carry you? No. Cough, cough. No need. I brought my own. As Luo spoke, he took a small broom out of his pocket. He pressed a button on the broom. The broom grew larger, and he sat on it, wearing a cloak, looking exactly like a wizard. Wow, that's so cool. Lin Zhao looked at Luo's broom. Hey, hey. Luo smiled. First snow, Yixingchen. I'll speed things up for you later. Su Chengcheng stepped forward. Me too, Lin Zhao said. The four of them reached an agreement. Cheng Zhao, fourth brother, remember to keep an eye on my location. Glasses waved the magical artifact in his hand. Then the two of us will protect everyone. Feng Gang and Mingyu said. Their special abilities are inherently more supportive. Then we, the 11 people, turned their backs and walked into the distance to begin discussing their plan. Hello. Hey, you guys. Song Mian kept calling out behind them. Actually, Song Mian said, hey, several times while everyone was discussing. But nobody even glanced at him. As the 11 people walked further and further away, Song Mian's forehead was covered with black lines. You're so pitiful. A lonely old person. All alone, all alone, all alone. The bear-like mecha blinked its little eyes twice, then clicked its tongue. Shut up. Song Mian gritted his teeth. Uck. A group of people. They dared to ignore the instructors. Snort. He leaped onto the bear-shaped mech and stood on the bear's shoulder. Braca, activate your attack mode. Song Mian issued the order. He looked at the 11 people in front of him, pondering how to torture these little brats. After waiting for a while, they found that Braca hadn't moved. What are you doing? Song Mian patted the Braca. Braca stared at Song Mian with its round eyes. Finally, she said, you stink. A stinky person stood on Braca. Braca is no longer clean. That brat Sheng Lin. Song Mian sighed. However, after saying that, Braca followed Song Mian's command and switched from peace mode to attack mode. Braca is here. Red dots of light appeared in the black eyes of the bear-like mech. Then it crouched down, and the entire bear flew up. Yixingchen and his group had walked for some distance. It's about 700 meters. But Braca caught up with him in a second over those 700 meters. Soon, the speed of this mech. The brothers are here. Feng Gang said something. The 11 people who were strolling leisurely nodded slowly. Braca descended from above, waving its fists. Take this punch from Braca. The red fist slammed down, but they were stopped by a barrier in midair. Luo sat on the broom. At this moment, his eyes were closed. Brownish-yellow lines appeared next to his eyes, like nerves. Yi Xingqian and his group of 4 are heading to the center. The trio is on the left, and Zero Mingyu is on the right. Feng Gang, the gorilla. A voice rang in my ears. This is Luo's voice. He activated the mental link and spoke to everyone using his thoughts. The group quickly separated as he had assigned them. It has to be said, Luo's allocation is perfect. Yi Xingqian looked at the formation and smiled. Luo must have researched them beforehand. The most agile and skilled fighters are in the middle group. Feng Gang, who has a physical superpower, assists Zero. This helps Zero escape while also buying Zero time to activate his constructive superpower. As for Cheng Zhao's trio, they strengthen their defenses, while Mingyu, who plays with space, is flexible and unpredictable, making him difficult to catch when acting alone and can be used to interfere with them. Oof. Don't you dare run away. Let me see your superpowers. Braca's red eyes turn green. If you zoom in, you'll see that it has a detector installed inside its eye. Mental, spatial, structural, physical, fire, wind, and predictive abilities, as well as handsome young men and beautiful young women who are incredibly skilled despite lacking any special abilities. What an amazing combination. Braca offered his assessment. Holy crap, it can detect our supernatural abilities. As she ran, Lin Xiao was surprised again. This kind of detection can only be done by special detectors used in military academies, but there are only 3 of those detectors, and they're all extremely large. Hey, everyone be careful. Zero spoke up. The instructor is using that person's latest version of a puppet. That person has an extraordinary number of puppet abilities. We must pay close attention to Braca's actions. A classmate next to me said. Yi Xingqian was somewhat surprised, because it seems that this Braca did not detect his 2 special abilities. Host, your special ability is very valuable. 37 has already shielded you from the enemy's detection capabilities. At this point, 37 came out to explain and then said, the opponent's Braca Bear Mech is a doll of a special type of superhuman. Possessing abilities Absolute Division, Superpower Detection, Gravity Punch, Xiong Xiong grows bigger, Xiong Xiong is furious, tearing space apart. Among them, being furious will increase the opponent's attack power. The bear transformation technique will increase the size of the opponent, enhance their various abilities, and increase their speed. Host, be careful. 37. An explanation of doing one's best. With just a few words, he had completely assessed the abilities of the opposing Braca. Sure enough, the upgraded system is different. After hearing this, Yi Xingqian had a better understanding of the situation. Since everyone's team is so strong, then Bialaka needs to work hard too. Eavo. Chainsaw strikes. Braca claps his fists together. A huge chainsaw appeared in Braca's hands. The enemy's absolute cutting has been activated. Chapter 59, Mirror Ability Activation. Braca's chainsaw cleaved downwards. A tiny crack appeared in Luo's mental barrier. Luo, remove the barrier. Zero said. Luo Ian put away, and Braca then took the chainsaw and began to attack. Hee. The little bear throws out a chainsaw and delivers a powerful punch. It directly locks onto the person in front of it. The first one to be hit was number 0. The tiny ice crystal cubes gathered in Zero's hand, signifying that his world was being created. Get bigger. At this moment, Feng Gang pointed to the stones by the roadside. Immediately, the tiny stone grew tens of thousands of times larger, blocking Braca's fist. Bang! The boulder was smashed. Braca was locked down again. Standing on Braca's shoulder, Song Mian watched as the Rubik's Cube in Zero's hand grew larger and larger. He took a step forward and jumped down from the air. Get bigger, get bigger, get bigger. When Feng Gang saw Song Mian approaching, he immediately used his special ability to distract Song Mian's vision. Oh! Suddenly, Song Mian's presence appeared behind him. Feng Gang was immediately punched by Song Mian. Zero's fingertips flew swiftly. As soon as Feng Gang was hit, Song Mian immediately went to Zero's side. Zero dodged Song Mian's punch and moved to the side. Get out of here. The glasses activated their own magical artifact. He teleported Zero and Feng Gang directly to his side. Song Mian didn't care about Zero's displacement at all. He snapped his fingers and instantly appeared next to the 4 people. This is one of Song Mian's abilities, free movement. You can move freely within a circular area with a radius of 1 kilometer centered on you. Where do you think you're going? Song Mian stood in the middle of the 4 people. He threw a punch, and a mental barrier materialized. The broom swept across Song Mian's face. Baraka is here. The little bear leaps down from above. Bear is furious. Baraka's speed increased instantly. Its target is number 0. Firewall. 0 must never be hit. Although structural ability users are strong, they will immediately suffer a backlash if their structure is disrupted. Tear it apart. Baraka's red fist transformed into a steel claw, tearing open the space where the wall of fire was located. That is, within these few seconds. Song Mian dealt with Feng Gang, Glasses, and Jiang Si, and also dodged Luo's mental barrier. Mingyu. Luo quickly gave Mingyu orders. Mingyu activated his spatial ability, switching the spaces between Song Mian and Baraka. Baraka won't let you succeed. Initiate an all-around spatial tear. The space for reversal was torn open by Baraka. Song Mian and Baraka dodged. 0 looked terrible. 20 seconds left. His world will be completed in 20 seconds. But Song Mian could get to his side in less than a second. Luo, don't use the mental barrier. Over here. Yi Xingqian sensed Luo's intention and replied. Luo paused for a second. In that very second, Baraka and Song Mian launched their attack on 0. With 1 person and 1 mech attacking from both sides, 0 had nowhere to escape. I'm interrupting you. Baraka swung his red fist, but they were pulled into a mirror. After the mirror appeared, Song Mian's attack speed suddenly stopped. Mirror copy successfully used, deducting 700,000 spirit points. The Song Mian in the mirror greeted the Song Mian outside. This was the first time Yi Xingqian had used the mirror's ability. When the mirror completely enclosed Song Mian, Yi Xingqian sent some attributes. Name, Song Mian. Special ability, free movement, dual personality. This ability is too powerful to be copied at the current ability level. Copy ability, move freely. This ability can be distributed to 2 people for half a minute. The teleportation mirror has teleported Baraka to a distance of 1 kilometer. 37 said. The sudden appearance of the mirror stunned everyone present for a moment, while Blake, who was teleported away, touched his bare head with a question mark appearing above his head. Yi Xingqian bestowed the copied supernatural abilities upon himself and Chu Shui. Stars. Sensing the sudden arrival of her supernatural ability, Chu Shui turned to look at Yi Xingqian. Walk. Yi Xingqian smiled at her. The first snowflakes understood, and in an instant, the 2 of them appeared behind Song Mian. Noticing that someone had suddenly appeared behind him, Song Mian quickly retaliated. Feng Gong, Mingyu. As expected of a commander, Luo reacted instantly. Although the commander didn't know why 2 mirrors suddenly appeared, his first priority was to maximize his calculation capabilities. The giant rock rose up. Separate Song Mian from 0. 0 was sent 500 meters away by Mingyu. With the Rubik's Cube in hand complete, 0 tosses it upwards. Immediately, the surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic change. Is this your ability? Even as the surrounding scenery changed, Song Mian couldn't care less. He looked at Yi Xingqian with fervent eyes. Yi Xingqian didn't nod, but instead used his fist to show him that it was true. His rapid speed made Song Mian's eyes shine even brighter. In just a few days, Yi Xingqian's personal speed was twice as fast as when he trained last time. Not only Yi Xingqian, but Chu Shui has also made great progress, and her fighting style has become more tricky and flexible. There are 2 Baraka. At that moment, Baraka flew over from a distance, followed by a clone of Baraka. Wait! Stop! Stop! In the midst of the fight, Song Mian called for a halt. He turned off the polar mode, and the scene inside the space turned into a training room. 0, inside the control space, stopped what he was doing. What are you doing, Song Mian? Lin Xiao skipped over the modeling aspect. They were really getting into the game. Suddenly, they yelled to stop. Copying ability. I fucking saw the copying ability. Song Mian was very excited, and he suddenly grabbed Yi Xingqian's shoulder. Wow, the stars are amazing. As the man spoke, he actually tried to kiss Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian felt a chill run down his spine and threw a punch. Not only Yi Xingqian, but Chu Shui, who was beside him, reacted even faster and slapped him across the face. Holy crap! Song Mian quickly dodged. Chu Shui slapped Song Mian's hand away from Yi Xingchen's. Then they came to Yi Xingchen's side. Roll. Chu Shui's expression was icy. Haha, sorry. Song Mian realized he had gone too far and quickly apologized to the two of them. The others shook their heads repeatedly. Everyone arrived at the model where Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui were. I made up my mind. Song Mian looked at the group of people and said, we have a copyist in our team. This is an ability that doesn't exist in the entire galaxy. Therefore, I've decided to temporarily change the training method. Song Mian's eyes were full of excitement. You mean end this fight and call it quits? Lin Xiao said. Yes. Song Mian nodded. What's the point of fighting now? With Yi Xingchen's ability, they're invincible when they work together. All we need to do now is teach them how to fight. Just as Song Mian was figuring out how to train them, all 11 of them burst into laughter. Lin Xiao, you think you could just stop like that? Feng Gang, we finally managed to get you into the space, and you even punched me a few times. Mingyu, instructor, how about we practice a bit? Yi Xingchen, I want you to get hurt today. First Snow, same as above. The remaining people silently activated their supernatural abilities. The time for revenge has come. Chapter 60 First Snow, Personal Information. The training room was already small, and there wasn't much space available for Zero to cut into. Therefore, in no time, the space was filled with clones of Song Mian and Balaka. Yi Xingchen and his group didn't even need to use their special abilities. A bunch of clones were already chasing after Song Mian and beating him up. Wah, Blakia was wrong. Blakia shouldn't be on the same side as Stinky. Don't attack Blakia. Blakia will help you fight Stinky. Little Bear Braka betrays us. Now Song Mian is in an even worse situation. Even if he is very powerful, he can't withstand the attack of hundreds or thousands of clones plus a bunch of elites. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Song Mian was beaten so badly he was jumping up and down. Son, where do you think you're going? The 11 people attacked together. Beat it. Beat it. Beat the stinky thing. Braka was even more excited than them. Therefore, although Song Mian tried his best to dodge today, he still had a bruise on his face. Half an hour passed. The group of people got tired of fighting, so they all sat down to rest. Song Mian covered his swollen face and cried, Don't hit someone in the face. These guys are just asking for trouble. That's outrageous. After a 5-minute break, Song Mian stood up. Yi Xingchen, come with me for a moment. I'm going to take you to the testing center to test your special abilities. Previously, Yi Xingchen's ability level was D, and the detector could not detect what his ability was. This rating reflects individual talent, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that some people may rise to prominence later in life. Such examples are rare, but they do exist. Training is over for today. I will arrange a new schedule for you tomorrow. Song Mian waved his hand, indicating that everyone could go about their business. You should go back to your apartment first. It was already 9 p.m., so Yi Xingchen told Chu Shui to go back to her apartment first. The first snowflake nodded. Come back soon. She gently grasped Yi Xingchen's hand, and Yi Xingchen returned the grasp, indicating his agreement. He followed Song Mian out of the training room. Yi Xingchen and Song Mian walked towards the center of Berkeley Military Academy. The two walked one after the other, and classmates around them greeted Song Mian one after another. Song Mian put one hand in his pocket. All right. As he walked, Song Mian suddenly turned around. To what extent can your mirror replicate something? How many supernatural abilities can it copy? Song Mian asked a question. Yi Xingchen frowned and said, I don't know. I just felt a mirror during the fight, and then it copied me without me even realizing it. Is that so? How many superpowers can you copy at once? Can you see other people's superpowers? Song Mian backed away, asking with a smile. How would I know if I could use it right away? Instructor, I'm a D rank, not an S rank. My perception of my special abilities isn't that strong. Yi Xingchen was speechless. You're right. I was just asking casually. After all, your special ability is really a pleasant surprise. Song Mian turned around. Yi Xingchen looked at the person in front of him, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. The few questions Song Mian asked casually just now actually contained quite a few traps. As early as the time Song Mian called the 4 of them to his office after the first freshman test, Yi Xingchen had already been investigating Song Mian behind his back. According to public information, Song Mian is a dual-type ability user, with one ability being free movement and the other being super penetration. But the other superpower he just saw was a dual personality, not some kind of super penetrating ability. Moreover, he is currently unable to replicate that dual personality ability. Considering Song Mion's attitude just now and his personal information, Yi Xingqian concluded that this person did not want others to know about his other superpower, and there was only one reason for this. His other superpower was not a controllable ability. 37. Can you block the detector's results? Sure, 37 said. I can not only block the detector's results, but also change them. Host, you can tell me what level of detection you want the detector to detect. The system can make the changes for you. Don't let him detect my time control. As for the mirror, set the copy mirror to only copy abilities that have been seen before, with a time limit of 10 seconds. Then set one teleportation mirror and block the rest. Yi Xingqian just used the mirror copying ability for exactly 10 seconds. First Snow attacked at the same time as him, so the usage time was the same. Yi Xingqian did not want to reveal too much of his strength in front of Song Mian. Just the fact that Song Mian was constantly investigating him and Chu Shui was enough to make Yi Xingqian wary. Okay, 37 will modify it for you right away. Modification successful. Following Song Mian to the center, Yi Xingqian's test results were exactly as modified in 37. The ability level tends to rise from D to C. It can use the special ability of mirror copying, with one copying mirror and one teleportation mirror. The operable time is 10 seconds, and the copyable supernatural ability is the supernatural ability scene. That's about what I thought. Song Mian nodded. You need to train more. Your special ability is amazing. He praised it. Can I go back now? My wife is waiting for me at home. Yi Xingqian looked eager to go back to his wife, but Song Mian waved his hand and said, go, go, go. So Yi Xingqian left the center. After Yi Xingqian left, Song Mian turned on his personal computer. The above are 2 pieces of personal information. Yi Xingqian, there's not much of a problem, it's just his personality changed a bit too quickly. Is it due to his environment or his marriage? Song Mian stroked his chin with one hand, unable to understand. Forget about this person, but this one is quite interesting. He turned the page. It was Chu Shui's personal information. The information about the first snowfall contains everything, but 95% of it is fake information, fabricated by individuals. Ding dong. Just as Song Mian was pondering, a message popped up. The visitor's name displayed on the contact list is Sheng Lin. The first line of the message reads, First Snow's personal information file is incomplete. Some information cannot be found. Song Mian clicked in, and after browsing the entire interface, a casual smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. It was expected, yet unexpected. After leaving the center, Yi Xingqian received a phone call. The call was from Lin Xiao. What? Yi Xingqian answered the call. Xingqian, go to the food street inside the school and find a restaurant called Seafood Hot Pot Buffet. Our class has decided to have a get-together tonight. The first snow is here too. Lin Xiao kept it brief. Yi Yingqian nodded. That's true. Now that everyone in the class is together, having a meal together is also to strengthen the bonds between everyone. P.S. I'm not even asking for gifts anymore. Just click the request update button and watch a video. Well, my profits have been dropping these past few days. It's not too bad yet, but I'm worried I won't be able to hold on. At least let me see how many people are watching. As for the skirt, I'll think about it some more. Chapter 61, Some Daily Life. Following Lin Zhao's instructions, Yi Xingqian found a shop he mentioned. It was already 9:30 p.m. when Yi Xingqian went inside and looked around. Here. Lin Xiao waved to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian walked over, and all 11 students in the class were present. They put 2 long tables together, and 2 hot pots were bubbling away, steaming hot. Everyone's here. Now everyone go and choose your vegetables. I just checked, and the vegetables in the vegetables section have been reset. I'm good, DJ. Su Changcheng raised her hand. Then I cough. You sit here. Zero said to Luo. Stars. Chu Shui stood up from her seat and came to Yi Xingqian's side. Go choose your vegetables. Yi Xingqian pulled his wife along as they headed towards the vegetable selection area. The selection of dishes at this restaurant is divided into 2 categories. There are 2 types of vegetable selection areas, a regular selection area and a special selection area. The selection of vegetables in the regular selection area is quite ordinary, including beef, chicken, desserts, vegetables, and so on. Yi Xingqian was unaware that the special vegetable selection area was separated by an electromagnetic door, so that he can't see what's inside. After you've made your selection, go here. Chu Shui pointed to the electromagnetic door of the special vegetable selection area. Yi Xingqian naturally agreed, letting his wife do whatever she wanted. So Yi Xingqian selected some of his wife's favorite dishes from the regular vegetable selection area. After he selected the 2 large plates and placed them in the vegetable display area, he saw that Chu Shui was holding the vegetables with her left hand, while her right hand had 3 different types of knives on the plate. First, Snow, what's wrong with you? Yi Xingqian looked at his wife as she placed a knife on the table, his eyes wide with surprise. This knife is quite large, including the handle. It's a full 40 centimeters long. Ah, cough. Are you planning to choose a special zone? Upon seeing the knife, Luo knew what Chu Shui was thinking. What's in the special zone? Yi Xingqian had never seen the special dishes in the special zone before. This was the first time he had eaten hot pot in this world. Go and see cough cough, and you'll find out. Luo smiled faintly. Chu Shui winked at Yi Xingqian, and Yi Xingqian, with a hint of curiosity, followed Chu Shui into the special area. The electromagnetic door opened with a whoosh, and after walking for about 3 minutes, Yi Xingqian entered a huge vegetable area. There were a lot of people here, all standing next to huge water tanks, choosing their vegetables. Yes, water tank. Bang, bang, bang. A giant crab, about the size of a person, was walking around in the aquarium. Not only crabs, but also electric eels, glittering golden fish, clams the size of rocks. All sorts of seafood swim around in the tanks. That's not all. Yi Xingqian also saw many strange creatures. For example, there's the giant manta ray with an unusually large head but a very small body, and the idiot fish with one eye looking straight ahead and the other tilting to the left. Yi Xingqian was dazzled by the variety of amazing seafood creatures. Now he finally understood why Chu Shui had used such a long knife. The seafood was large and all alive. You can't kill him even if you use a long knife. Honey, what should we eat? Looking at all that seafood, Yi Xingqian was at a loss for what to choose. Chu Shui strode forward, and after walking 300 meters, she stopped in front of a water tank. The tank was half full of soil, and shrimp twice the length of an adult's arm were swinging their pincers and rampaging around inside. Yi Xingqian glanced at the description next to the water tank. Name, violent shrimp. Description, this is a special species salvaged from an ocean planet. It has a bad temper, but its meat is exceptionally delicious. It is difficult to subdue, so if you're going to butcher it yourself, it is recommended to put in a bag first. Your knife skills must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Chu Shui walked up and took a bag made of special material from under the water tank. She put the bag over a basket and then pressed the red button next to the water tank. A robotic arm reached into the water tank from above and precisely grabbed a hyperactive shrimp. After catching the shrimp, the robotic arm quickly threw the juicy shrimp into the basket. After throwing it away, the robotic arm quickly tied a knot in the bag. I'll do it. Seeing that Chu Shui was about to retrieve the bag, Yi Xingqian stepped forward. Physical labor shouldn't be done by my wife. So Yi Xingqian picked up the bag with one hand. The shrimp bounced around inside the bag, but the bag had become very hard since it contained live creatures, with only the knot at the top being soft. Carrying a large prawn, I walked out of the special selection area. Everyone else had already finished preparing their things. Wow, what did you two choose in the special zone? Phone Gang stared at Yi Xingqian's bag, his eyes filled with curiosity. It wasn't just Phone Gang, it was the same for everyone else. Chu Shui walked to her seat, patted the empty table, and gestured for Yi Xingqian to put the shrimp in front of her. Let me do it. Yi Xingqian said that his wife couldn't do such rough work as butchering shrimp. Don't want. Chu Shui shook her head and patted the table again. Then be careful. Fearing that his wife might get hurt by the shrimp, Yi Xingqian took a knife from the plate after putting the shrimp in and stood next to Chu Shui. Chu Shui shook her head when she saw Yi Xingqian holding a knife. Yi Xingqian then saw his wife untie the knot, and without even taking out a knife, she reached in with one hand. First Snow. This is amazing. The students around him were stunned. These marine creatures, as long as they are alive, are aggressive, and you can easily get hurt if you're not careful. But they hadn't realized what was happening yet. Then she saw Chu Shui's arm move slightly. She fumbled for a second, then her eyes sharpened, and she grabbed the shrimp out of the bag with one hand. Beep, beep, beep. The monstrous shrimp waved its pincers, but hadn't been jumping around for more than a few seconds. Then there was a snap sound, and Chu Shui grabbed the lower half of the shrimp's head with one hand and its body with the other. The 2-meter-long shrimp was directly separated from its head and body, and its thrashing body gradually stopped struggling. Everyone, wow, that's so cool. Sharp. Others gave the first snow a thumbs up. As Yi Xingqian watched Chu Shui violently dismantle the shrimp, he suddenly felt that the knife in his hand was no longer sharp. Come on, put it here. Su Changcheng moved all the vegetables aside and then laid out a layer of aluminum foil. So Chu Shui placed the freshly slaughtered shrimp on aluminum foil. Then she picked up the knife from the plate and quickly cut the shrimp into 8 pieces. Spicy, garlic, steamed, braised in oil, and the rest are hot pot. The first snowfall sorted the shrimp. Yi Xingqian then told the waiter to take it down and cook it, and to also cook the shrimp's large claws. Come on, put the vegetables in. Lin Xiao greeted everyone. So everyone put the vegetables into the pot one by one. Chapter 62, Daily Life. White steam rose upwards. The aroma of cooked food spread. To be honest, everyone had just finished training and was extremely hungry because they had used up a lot of energy. The aroma alone is enough to whet everyone's appetite. 11 people stared intently at the food in the pot. As soon as the food was cooked, 11 pairs of chopsticks reached into it at the same time. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian naturally prioritized his wife, putting all the dishes Chu Shui liked into her bowl. The small plate of the first snow was soon filled with food. Now, she doesn't even need to fight for it. She could just eat what's in her bowl. You eat too. Actually, Chu Shui wanted to serve Yi Xingqian some food, but Yi Xingqian's hand speed was so fast that she didn't need to lift a finger. Chu Shui coated the vegetables in the bowl with a fragrant sauce and held it to Yi Xingqian's lips. Oh woo! Yi Xingqian swallowed it in one gulp. The first snow gave him shrimp meat from the explosive shrimp, which was silky smooth, bouncy, and delicious. Sure enough, his wife's tastes were definitely different. The remaining 9 people watched Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian's actions and shook their heads. No way. We're eating rice, not dog food. Stop spreading dog food. Lin Xiao raised her chopsticks in protest. Yi Xingqian glanced at him and said, Eat your food. Snort. Lin Xiao was given a cold look by Yi Xingqian and silently shut up. Come on, this is our first time having a meal together. Let's have some drinks to celebrate. Zero is the class monitor, so naturally he has to take the lead. Can girls drink alcohol? He specifically asked Chu Shui and Su Changcheng. Yes, you can drink it. Su Changcheng took the wine glass. Chu Shui hesitated for a moment, then took the wine glass. Taking care of the 2 girls, Zero only poured them a tiny bit of food. Yi Xingqian originally didn't want Chu Shui to drink it, but since this was everyone's first meal together, he couldn't refuse. Moreover, Zero was quite thoughtful. There was only a small sip of wine in the first snow glass. So Yi Xingqian didn't say anything. 11 people raised their glasses together and then clinked them together. From now on, we'll be in the same class. Let's study together. Let's participate in honor competitions together. Let's bring glory to our college. Lin Xiao shouted, and everyone clinked glasses and drank their wine in one gulp. After finishing their drinks, they all sat down to eat together. The shrimp are here. At this moment, the waiter brought over the prepared fried shrimp. Seeing that there are so many people at your table, the owner said he'd give you an extra bowl of spicy crayfish. Here's some gloves. Please enjoy. The 3 waiters served all the dishes. Yay! Give me a glove, quick. Lin Xiao cheered. After the lobsters were placed in the container, everyone was given gloves. You could sit down. After putting on his gloves, Yi Xingqian said to Chu Shui. He picked up the crayfish and started peeling it, and he did so very quickly. It takes almost 8 seconds to kill a crayfish. He put the peeled shrimp into Chu Shui's bowl, and Chu Shui could eat it directly. Others simply ignored the scene. After all, everyone knows about Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's relationship, so they'll accept being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. The spicy crayfish had a lot of chili peppers in it, and after eating more than a dozen, everyone was slurping and sucking on the spicy food. Yi Xingqian didn't peel too many for Chu Shui, since it was too spicy and could easily cause diarrhea. After peeling a few spicy lobsters for Chu Shui, he switched her to garlic-flavored fried shrimp. Considering that eating meat all the time might get boring, Yi Xingqian took a piece of raw spinach from the vegetable basket after Chu Shui had eaten most of it, wrapped the meat in it, and gave it to Chu Shui. To cut through the greasiness, He smiled faintly. Chu Shui took the food he offered and ate it. Wow, this is so spicy. I'll go get some drinks. What would you like to drink? Lin Xiao stood up. Just bring some carbonated drinks and some orange juice. Zero said. It took about an hour to eat. People gradually slowed down their eating pace. Most people take a break and then eat. However, the people in this class really can eat a lot. They basically ate everything that was brought to them, especially Zero, who ate a mountain of food all by himself. The list of candidates for the next Imperial Military Academy Honor Tournament has been released, and we can see that many outstanding talents have been selected this year. Among them was Lin Zifeng, a member of the Five Army Society. After we had almost finished eating, the restaurant's television started playing the latest news. A blonde, blue-eyed boy wearing the uniform of the Imperial Military Academy walked past the reporter's camera. He greeted the reporters and fans with his signature smile. Lin, I heard that you just entered the Imperial Military Academy and quickly became the top student in the academy. Later, he even directly kicked out the head of the Five Armies Association through a formulaic battle and joined the Five Armies Association. What do you think is the key to your success today? Reporters on the perimeter rushed forward, almost shoving microphones into Lin Zifeng's mouth. Lin Zifeng pressed the microphone with one hand, opened his smiling eyes, and a murderous aura flashed from the depths of his eyes, but it was so fast that no one could catch it. Actually, this achievement is nothing special. It's just due to some talent and hard work. Also, I think the officers at Berkeley Military Academy are pretty weak. Chapter 63, First Snow's Pampering, a sweet little chapter. But according to the latest reports, the next honor battle will be led by Commander Song Mian from Berkeley Military Academy. Do you think Imperial Military Academy can continue to win the championship? Victory will always belong to the Empire. Lin Zifeng smiled and said, after all, the Imperial Military Academy is not as lenient as Berkeley Military Academy, which accepts just anyone. The implication is that the Imperial Military Academy does not accept just anyone. Oh, Lin Zifeng's words drew stares from the students in the shop. What does he mean? Do you think it's so glorious to have defeated Senior Yuan? If Senior Yuan's ability hadn't been at its weakest this season, how could he have possibly defeated him? And who does this Lin Zifeng think he is? When has Song Go's team ever not won first place in an honor battle? He dares to insult Berkeley Military Academy? Does he think everyone is as inhuman as their Imperial Military Academy? The Imperial Military Academy has a particularly absurd system. They reserve most of their resources for students with an S rank or higher talent level. If your rank is not high enough, you will receive very few resources at the Imperial Military Academy. This extremely unbalanced distribution meant that students with lower grades in the Imperial Military Academy were either forced to drop out because they couldn't earn enough credits, or they barely survived there, ostracized by some self-proclaimed highly talented individuals. Therefore, anyone with a low rating will not go to the Imperial Military Academy. Not only is the tuition ridiculously expensive, but it's also incredibly uncomfortable to stay there. The students in the restaurant were particularly dissatisfied with Lin Chongfeng. The people at Yi Xingqian's table smiled after hearing Lin Zifeng's words. Is this the mech leader for this year's final mech battle? The honor battle is divided into two parts. One is the Battle of Superpowers, and the other is the Battle of the Main System. In the Battle of Special Abilities, 40% of the Battle of Honor is played, and 60% of the Battle of Total Numbers is played. Each military academy sets a quota for participants, and outstanding individuals can participate in both the Special Abilities Battle and the Total War Battle. Yes, his superpower is indeed very powerful, but it's only used for a very short time. Zero looked at Lin Zifeng on TV, then turned his gaze to Yi Xingqian. Although we don't know if he will participate in the superpower battle this year, with Xingqian, dealing with him is incredibly easy. Yi Xingqian's ability to copy is very powerful. Once Lin Zifeng uses his superpower, they can obtain the same superpower. Moreover, the number of people has doubled. Simply put, the stronger your superpower, the faster you will die. Are you still eating? I'm full. Hiccup. Lin Xiao patted her belly. Ahem, I'll have another dessert. Luo took a spoon and put the strawberry cake in her mouth. Half an hour later. It's finally over for everyone. This meal was paid for by number 0. When we left the restaurant, it was almost midnight. Everyone waved goodbye. Go home. Yi Xingqian held Chu Shui's small hand. He walked in front, and Chu Shui walked behind. Therefore, Yi Xingqian did not see Chu Shui's eyes gradually narrowing. Back at the apartment, Yi Xingqian had just pulled his wife through the door when he closed it. Yi Xingqian noticed Chu Shui pressing against him from behind and turned around. Chu Shui's forehead rested against his shoulder, her breath coming in short gasps. What's wrong? Yi Xingqian turned around and straightened Chu Shui's leaning body. Chu Shui softly hummed in agreement, then patted her face. Dizziness, she said. Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow. Was it for drinking? At the hot pot restaurant, Chu Shui didn't say much. Although her face was flushed, Yi Xingqian thought it was because she ate crayfish. Stand up. Faint. She opened her eyes, her gaze filled with a hazy, watery light. Just one glance sent a shiver down Yi Xingqian's spine. Cough, then I'll hug you. Yi Xingqian unconsciously looked away. He put his arm around his wife's waist, picked her up, and carried her into the bedroom, placing Chu Shui on the bedside. As soon as she touched the bed, Chu Shui lay down. She was slightly out of breath, her lips moist and red, making one want to take a bite. Thinking back to the kiss this afternoon, Yi Xingqian couldn't help but swallow. I want to give my wife a kiss. However, doing so can be dangerous, as it can easily lead to intoxication, especially when one is drunk during the first snowfall. Yi Xingqian was afraid that he might lose control. I'll go to the bathroom and run a bath for you. Feeling that he couldn't bear to look at the scene any longer, Yi Xingqian took a deep breath and prepared to leave. As Yi Xingqian turned around, her hand was grabbed, and she turned back. I want a hug. Chu Shui pouted, her eyes almost closed, but she didn't want Yi Xingqian to leave. The simple phrase, I want a hug, melted Yi Xingqian's bones. His stoic little guy, is actually acting cute towards him. Although the alcohol played a part, it didn't affect Yi Xingqian's mood as he flew. Chu Shui hooked her little finger around Yi Xingqian's, tilted her head slightly, and blinked as if to say, why aren't you hugging me yet? With his wife in such a state, how could Yi Xingqian possibly refuse? He turned around and pulled the person into his arms. As their clothes rubbed together, Yi Xingqian felt Chu Shui's bunny pressing down on him. He didn't dare to move at all. The rabbit was too fierce, and any movement would easily trigger his temper. But just because he doesn't move doesn't mean the first snowflakes won't move. The girl wrapped her arms around Yi Xingqian's neck, then gently rubbed her chin against Yi Xingqian's shoulder blade. It's still more comfortable to hold the stars. First Snow whispered in Yi Xingqian's ear. Yi Xingqian pusset herlipstightly. His wife is so soft and gentle. She's constantly testing his willpower. Hey. The girl with the stoic expression seemed to really enjoy the feeling. She tilted her head slightly and kissed Yi Xingqian on the corner of his lips. With a soft muah, Yi Xingqian was completely stunned. With his heart pounding his chest, Yi Xingqian felt an urge to just take Chu Shui right then and there. But when he turned around to look again, he found that his little guy with facial paralysis had actually fallen asleep. A satisfied smile graced her small face, a look never before seen on Chu Shui's usually indifferent face. Yi Xingqian Sikit. You're so mean. You never take responsibility after flirting with me. He poked Chu Shui's little face. His words were reproachful, but his voice was full of endless doting. If you flirt with me again, I'll eat you up. Yi Xingqian said fiercely to his sleeping, expressionless son. I definitely can't take a bath today. If Yi Xingqian were to take action himself, things would definitely get out of control. He helped his wife take off her shoes. Yi Xingqian dampened a towel and wiped Chu Shui's little feet, then took off Chu Shui's coat and put her in bed. Afterwards, Yi Xingqian took a quick shower, then lifted the covers, held the sleeping Chu Shui in his arms, and fell into a deep sleep. P.S. Well, take your time with the romance. As for what you guys are looking forward to, there's still a storyline to come. Chapter 64 Sweetness plus must read. The next day, after waking up, Yi Xingqian browsed the school's forum. The school's forums are updated in real time. For example, today's hot topic is the list of honor matches for various military academies. There are still 6 months until the honors tournament. Since these 11 people were handpicked by Song Mian, they did not need to participate in many competitions within the school. Most of the posts on the school forum were about students' competitions, but as Yi Xingqian scrolled down, he saw some names of people from other schools. But not many. A school only has a few leaders. Since the honor matches are all broadcast live, each person can only participate a maximum of 3 times. This is because if a person participates too many times, other schools will easily figure out their playing style. Yi Xingqian glanced around and saw Lin Zifeng, whom he had seen yesterday at the Imperial Military Academy. His biography below consists of only a few words. A superhuman with invincible abilities for 20 seconds. 37. Just how invincible can an invincible ability user in this world be? 37. It's equivalent to 0.1% of your superpowers from your previous life. Yi Xingqian, then it's alright. 37. However, we cannot let our guard down. Although the invincible ability users in this world are far inferior to the host, if we encounter a combination of superhuman ability users and invincible ability users, its power will increase exponentially, and with your current body, it would take 3 seconds to activate your past life's abilities. It's best to be cautious when you're fighting. Yi Xingqian, okay. Upon receiving 37's message, Yi Xingqian nodded. The outcome of a battle between strong individuals can be decided in mere seconds. Even if the opponent is weak, caution is still necessary. After all, arrogance is a major taboo in battle. After reading the post and gaining a general understanding of the leading figures of the 5 major military academies, Yi Xingqian exited the thread. Before closing the interface, Yi Xingqian, as usual, browsed the Qinshua's CP section for a bit. This CP section had a lot more new pictures. Qinshua's little sweetheart. Sisters, I ran in my family's couple while shopping. Attached JPG. Qinshua's sweetheart attached a photo of Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue going shopping last time. This photo shows Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue walking on the street. On that occasion, Chu Xue took the initiative to reach out and put her arm around Yi Xingqian. There are not only photos, but also videos. The entire process was recorded, and when Yi Xingqian opened the video, she could even hear a few ant-like laughs. He stored all the photos and videos in his encrypted folder. Finally, take a few more glances. Qinshua's CP leader. What's so special about a chance encounter? I'm sitting right in the same restaurant as our couple. Attached JPG plus video. This is a scene from last night's dinner between Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue. Looking at the pictures and videos from these CP fans, Yi Xingqian felt extremely satisfied. He downloaded everything, then focused on a few key followers, and then left the forum. After he finished doing all that, Chu Xue, who was sleeping next to him, woke up. I must have been hungover. I woke up a little late today because of the first snow. Woke up. Yi Xingqian lowered his head. Her voice was soft, with a slightly hoarse quality, as if she had just woken up. Chu Xue, wearing cute pajamas, rubbed her eyes. Yi Xingqian was charmed by her appearance and couldn't help but give his wife a kiss on the lips. Suddenly kissed by Yi Xingqian, Chu Xue's still somewhat dazed mind instantly cleared. She opened her eyes, then blinked 3 times in a row, her fair face slightly flushed. However, Chu Xue didn't say anything. She lifted the covers and went to cook. While cooking during the first snowfall, Yi Xingqian cleaned the house. A simple breakfast is over. Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue originally wanted to go to class. However, they discovered that Song Mian hadn't prepared a schedule at all, saying that he had something come up and that classes would start when the schedule was ready. He simply gave them 1 or 2 hours of training time. This person has always been casual, and Yi Xingqian and the others are already used to it. There are no classes today. Yi Xingqian then went to the underground arena with Chu Xue. Now that they had recognized each other's identities, Chu Xue and Yi Xingqian naturally wouldn't separate to compete. He decided to play Duo Q with his stoic little guy. But Yi Xingqian forgot about the ID name he chose. So when he swiped the card on the card machine, Chu Xue heard the card machine say something. Welcome to the arena. I want to kiss my wife's lips every day. The machine stopped working. Yi Xingqian then received a slightly surprised look from Chu Xue. Yi Xingqian coughed twice, and despite the near-death experience, he remained quite calm. I do want to do that, but if you don't like it, I'll change the name. Since he had already been overheard, Yi Xingqian didn't say anything and simply admitted it. Wanting to kiss my wife is nothing. I just want to kiss you. Seeing his resolute expression, Chu Xue moved her lips. No need to change it. A few seconds later, she said, no need to change it. Leave it like this. With his wife's approval, Yi Xingqian smiled. Then, I swiped my card during the first snowfall. Her ID is YXC, which is obviously an abbreviation of Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian was quite happy. Enter the arena. Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue then immediately started playing ranked matches. Then, A terrifying situation unfolded inside the underground arena. This month, the two rookie kings who were originally fighting tooth and nail for the top spot have been duo queuing all the time, using the manufacturer's model mech or armor-piercing mech to beat all the gold-ranked pros to their knees and beg for mercy. That's not all. The guy who was kissing the little girl not only hit people, but also dismantled the Mecha. He'll beat up anyone who dares to attack YXC in the arena. Not satisfied with just finishing the beating, they continued to use designated cards to beat the next round. A few hours later, the IDs, every day, I want to kiss my wife's little mouth, and YXC made it into the top 10 of the list of opponents the underground arena least wanted to face. And wanting to kiss his wife's little mouth every day earned him a place in the top 3 of the most perverted characters in the arena. Later on, whenever the opponent encountered these two IDs, they would surrender on the spot. Some tough guys refused to surrender, and in the end, they lost their mech parts and were beaten to a pulp. Today was a very rewarding day. We queued for 6 hours in duos. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui walked out of the arena. They are now at the platinum rank. The two of them each won 210 consecutive games. Because of the multiplier effect of Duo Q and Rookie King, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui made money very quickly. The total assets amount to a staggering 420 billion yuan. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They had arrived early and, seeing that they still had time, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui went to the second basement level. They haven't finished building the mechs and armor-piercing suits for each other yet. Now that I've earned so much money, it's only natural that I want to put it to use. We arrived at the second basement level. The boss is repairing equipment. Hey, you two are here. The shopkeeper greeted Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui warmly when he saw them. Small theater. Yi Xingqian, honey, do we have a meeting point? First snow. Yes, it's called a skirt, made up of a bunch of penguins, and its password is 9, 7, 6, 9, 4, 8, 8, 3, 1. Chapter 65, this is a mutual feeding exercise. 2 excellent junior actuaries. The boss said, both of you have excellent production skills, and I suggest that you two collaborate more often. Actually, when the boss saw Chu Shui's work, he wanted the two of them to get to know each other, and coincidentally, both of them arrived at this time. This is my wife. Yi Xingqian held Chu Shui's hand and said, I didn't know she was competing here last time. We're here today to build mechs together. This. The boss was shocked when he heard Yi Xingqian's words. Considering their previous actions, it seems this whole thing was a couple secretly building mechs for each other without their knowledge. Oh my god, the boss sighed, feeling incredibly pleased that this unexpected display of affection had been force-fed him. Fortunately, he has a wife, so he doesn't act like some single people who are just being sarcastic. Have you two eaten yet? The boss noticed that the two men were still sweating on their foreheads and said, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui did not eat. I was so busy playing matches and making money today that I didn't even have time for lunch. Seeing the two shake their heads at the same time, the boss smiled. You come at just the right time today. My wife sent me a fat sheep at noon, and I made a huge pot of mutton offal soup. I put in the thermostat. You sit here, and I'll bring it over to you. The boss was very welcoming. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui naturally accepted the offer with utmost respect. Before doing mental work, there's nothing better than having a good meal. The owner's mutton offal soup was served quickly, along with 2 bowls of fragrant rice. Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian picked up their chopsticks and started eating. The mutton soup is delicious, with chopped green onions and minced garlic, and the essence of the mutton. 1 sip is enough to make your eyes light up. Moreover, the mutton was stewed until very tender, the offal was chewy, and most importantly, there was no muttony smell at all. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui were very pleased. They hadn't expected the owner's cooking skills to be so good. Seeing the satisfied looks on the two men's faces, the boss flicked his cigarette ash, his eyes filled with pride. How is it? Delicious, right? I specially practiced this to win over my wife. Tasty. Yi Xingqian gave his approval, and Chu Shui nodded in agreement. How old are you two? Are they 20? No. Yi Xingqian said, my wife and I are both 18 years old. Puff. So young? You two got married so early. Are you planning to have a baby when you're teenagers? The boss looked completely surprised. Ahem. The child is still young. And the two of us. Yi Xingqian looked at the first snow. The most intimate thing he and his son with facial paralysis have ever done is sleep under the same blanket and kiss. Nothing else has developed. Oh, the boss, being an experienced person, could basically guess everything about these two just by looking at them. Seeing Chu Xue's embarrassed expression, the boss stopped talking about it. By the way, are you two planning to separate today, or stay together? The boss was asking about Yi Xingqian and the Chu Xue studio. Separate, Yi Xingqian said. We came here. He and Chu Xue made a promise to each other to give each other a surprise. Show it to the other party after it's finished. Okay, you guys go ahead. I'm going to continue repairing my equipment. The boss left to go to various repair shops for maintenance. Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue each went into their own design studios. Last time, Yi Xingqian only drew a rough outline. Now, he has basically finished reading all the books on armor-piercing armor that Chu Xue had listed for him. In addition, having spent these days dismantling and breaking other people's mechs, he now knows their structure inside and out. We must speed things up today. Yi Xingqian took a charcoal pencil and quickly sketched on the drawing paper. With his mind racing, Yi Xingqian put all the knowledge he had acquired into practice. He had many ideas, but Yi Xingqian filtered them through several rounds of selection, ultimately choosing only the ones he considered the best. Along the way, Yi Xingqian only encountered some difficulties with the speed of the armor-piercing armor. Most armor-piercing armor sets will add thrusters to the legs or use special materials, just like lightweight armor-piercing armor sets. However, Yi Xingqian thought these things were rubbish, because it has obvious defects. The charcoal pencil twirled between my fingertips. Yi Xingqian looked at the design drawings under his hands and fell into thought. How can one possess both speed and unbreakable attack and defense capabilities? Yi Xingqian closed his eyes. These days, the various defensive, offensive, and speed-enhancing devices of the mech flashed through his mind. Shields, wheels, weapons. As Yi Xingqian uttered 6 words, a scene appeared in his mind. His eyes lit up, then quickly draw this idea. Time passed by, second by second. For hours later, Yi Xingqian had mastered the basic structure and function of the entire armor-piercing suit. The rest are just minor modifications and changes to the clothing. Armor-piercing suits are all made of a tight-fitting structure, or they're like armored warriors. Yi Xingqian didn't want Chu Xue to wear a tight-fitting outfit, nor did he want his wife to wear an ugly suit of armor. His wife always has to look beautiful, no matter what she wears. However, Yi Xingqian hasn't had much experience with fashion design yet. He needs to learn. Time's up. Yi Xingqian put down the charcoal pencil. If a master of mecha construction were to see this design Yi Xingqian gave to Chu Xue right now, he would be so shocked he would faint. This armor penetration set is better than any other armor penetration set. It's perfect and flawless in both construction and function. Most importantly, Yi Xingqian discarded some common features of armor-piercing equipment and made his own innovations. Its weight alone is unmatched. It's a design that no master armor-piercing engineer in the entire StarCraft universe could ever create in their lifetime. Open the door and step out of the design studio. Yi Xingqian saw Chu Xue handing an order to the boss. Oh dear, young lady, these materials are really difficult to handle. The boss looked at the list in his hand and was completely overwhelmed. The list for the first snowfall is full of ridiculously expensive items. Actually, the boss can get 99% of the items on this list, but there's only one thing that's really giving him a headache. Because what Chu Xue needs is very difficult to obtain even on the black market. What she wanted was the central core of the 30-star mech. The most powerful mech core in the entire interstellar space is the 50-star, but there are only 10 of these 50-star mechs in the entire interstellar space, and they are important resources belonging to the 5 major military academies. The core of the 30-star mech is also very small. These are all military supplies. It's harder than climbing to heaven for outsiders to get their hands on them. Actually, I want to make it myself. But you're missing one piece of equipment. A 10-star mecha core is already extremely valuable, but Chu Xue didn't want to give Yi Xingqian such a worthless thing. Yi Xingqian should use the best he can get. Chu Xue can achieve the effect of a 50-star effect with a 30-star core. However, the necessary conditions are lacking. Chapter 66, Sweet Date. What's wrong? Yi Xingqian walked over and put his arm around his wife's slender waist. Listening to Chu Xue's words, the boss said, "You're talking about a chip lithography machine, right?" The first snow nodded. The boss added, "I have a chip lithography machine, but it's not in your room. However, my chip lithography machine is a bit old. The core chip of the mecha, which is engraved with 30 stars, may not be able to keep up. Let me see." Chu Xue gestured her boss to take her to see the equipment. The boss nodded and took the lock to open the door for Chu Shui. Yi Xingqian traveled with them. Can. Chu Shui came into the room, glanced at the machine, and said, "An upgrade will do." "Young lady, you can even upgrade lithography machines?" The boss was surprised. It's important to understand that a mecha is a mecha, and equipment is equipment. Especially for chip lithography machines, even a difference of a fraction of a millimeter is unacceptable. Isn't this simple? Yi Xingqian looked at the lithography machine. Here, just replace the power drive unit with an S3 and install a speed on the arm that's similar to that of a 10-star mech. The first snow nodded. Let me take this engraving device apart and rearrange the lines. The couple kept talking back and forth, leaving the boss completely bewildered. This is what a genius is. Okay. The boss was completely defeated. In this way, I'll pay for the raw materials for the lithography machine, and you can help me upgrade it. 2 mecha masters arrived, and the owner suddenly wanted them to upgrade all the equipment in his shop. However, that's definitely unrealistic. Wait, boss, I have another list here. Yi Xingqian took out the list from his pocket and handed it to the mecha shop owner. The boss felt even more dizzy when he saw it. You guys, I know mechs and armor-piercing weapons are built with money, but this is ridiculously outrageous. Specific materials will not be elaborated upon. As for how outrageous it is, in monetary terms, the list of items for the first snowfall is worth 400 billion. Yi Xingqian's list is worth 470 billion. And this isn't even the final amount of money produced. Oh my god, this is ridiculously expensive. It's okay, you get it done for my wife first. I'll transfer the money to you. We can easily win hundreds of billions by playing a few games. Right? Yi Xingqian turned around and smiled at his wife. The first snowflake nodded. I couldn't agree more. The boss blinked, looking at the couple with a completely bewildered expression. Okay. He's narrow-minded. He's incompetent and poor. He's not as good as me. QEQ. They exited the underground arena. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui do not plan to return to the military academy yet. It's the weekend. The military academy's curfew is 10 p.m. The two arrived in Sector 2 aboard a starship. Zone 2 is a shopping area and also a popular dating spot for many young couples. Because there are many amusement facilities here, as well as some very beautiful places. These days I've been training and attending classes nonstop, and I haven't had time to play with my wife. Yi Xingqian had long wanted to have a romantic date with Chu Shui. Winter had already arrived. The temperature was a bit low tonight, and it even snowed lightly. Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian walked on the streets of District 2. The warm yellow lighting design lines are wrapped around the small trees along the roadside. Yi Xingqian didn't feel particularly cold. He had worn a rather thick coat when he went out today. However, the first snowfall was rather bleak. Her little face was red from the cold, and Yi Xingqian naturally couldn't bear to see his wife suffer from a cold. He immediately took off his coat and gave it to Chu Shui. You'll be cold. The first snow falls, and I look up. Then together. Yi Xingqian's coat is a trench coat type. He unbuttoned his coat and hugged his wife tightly, saying, "This way you won't be cold." Yi Xingqian lowered his head and put his arm around Chu Shui's shoulder. The first snowflakes blinked. Being so close together, she could clearly feel Yi Xingqian's body temperature warming her rather cold body through his clothes. The light gently caressed his profile. The first snowflakes were momentarily stunned. What are you standing there for? Is your husband handsome? Yi Xingqian put his arm around Chu Shui and was about to leave, but he noticed that his little stoic's gaze was fixed on his face. He couldn't help but feel a little tempted to tease her. As expected, after hearing Yi Xingqian's words, the little expressionless face instantly turned red. Faced with Yi Xingqian's teasing gaze, Chu Shui was somewhat at a loss. Walk. I was caught red-handed during the first snowfall, and I was incredibly nervous. The only option is to change the subject. Yi Xingqian knew his wife was shy, so he didn't tease her too much. Let's go play over there. Yi Xingqian pointed in the direction of the amusement park. The amusement park in Zone 2 has always been a highlight of this area, offering everything imaginable. Good. Chu Shui always listened to Yi Xingqian. So the two of them headed towards the amusement park. Yeah, we just entered the amusement park. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui then heard a series of screams. An upside-down flying car was seen flying back and forth in the amusement area. This flying vehicle is shaped like a train, only much smaller than a train, but very long. Each tourist was suspended by a black seatbelt and tossed around by the speeding car. The flying car would dart left and right, sometimes soaring up to a height of 300 meters and sometimes plummeting straight down. Those watching outside were terrified. Hee, we have new customers again. Hello, my name is Siri, and I am the service robot in this amusement park. We are currently holding an event at our amusement park. See this points ticket? The robot Siri pulled a blue points ticket from its little pocket. You say, Yi Xingqian said. Now, as long as you play a specific game at our amusement park and get a perfect score, you can receive an exclusive gift prepared for you by our amusement park. Many gifts await, and you have a 1% chance of obtaining valuable mecha materials. Siri said, We'll participate. Yi Xingqian readily agreed to the date. Please grant me permission to scan your facial recognition login information. Drop. Login successful. Testing in progress. The test results showed that the two are a married couple. Automatically replace your points ticket, Siri said, putting the blue points ticket back in her pocket, and then took out 2 pink points tickets with hearts printed on them. This activity is different for couples. Our park is committed to bringing happiness to everyone. Here you go. Go have some fun. The robot Siri gave the points tickets to Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. I hope you have a wonderful memory. Finally, a cute emoji appeared on Siri's screen. Yi Xingqian held the points ticket. The rules for use are listed above. Simply place the ticket on the computer to read the information. Chapter 67, A Sweet Date. Successfully identified. The first place to play is the carousel. The optical computer reports the information. So Yi Xingqian took his wife to find a place. Midway through their journey, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui encountered a small fitting room. This fitting room is an automated vending machine, and it's full of couple outfits. Considering that his wife didn't have any warm clothes, Yi Xingqian dragged Chu Shui to buy her a set. He picked out a red and white set. This outfit is perfect for winter. It has a Santa Claus-like color scheme and is very fluffy. And most importantly, there's also a deer antler hair ornament. Yi Xingqian placed the hair ornament on Chu Shui's head. Then he smoothed his wife's hair, and his stoic little boy blinked at him, looking like a little deer fairy who had fallen to earth. So cute. The red forest pattern scarf was very long. Yi Xingqian handed one end to Chu Shui and kept the other end for himself. The two people wrapped their scarves around their necks. Let's go. Leading his stoic little dog, Yi Xingqian found a carousel. Actually, the carousel in this amusement park is no different from the one in his world. The design features a dome, with various horses hanging below. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui picked a horse, and as soon as they sat down, an interface popped up above the horse's head. We've detected that you two are sweethearts. We'll automatically capture some wonderful moments for you during the spin. Before the woman's voice finished speaking, the carousel started moving again. Yi Xingqian thought it would be over after one round. But when the Trojan horse is activated, the surrounding scene changes completely. The vast sea of stars spun before my eyes. The real simulator starts. Their carousel spun around, and beyond the sea of stars lay the magical forest. Little fairies flew out and danced around the two of them. Light and lively music began to play, and everything in front of me seemed like a dream. Hee. The little fairy landed on Chu Shui's fingertip and made a small heart shape with her fingers. Yi Xingqian looked at Chu Shui with bright eyes, and as she gazed at the little sprite on her fingertip, a beautiful smile curved her lips. It was probably her first time in this place, her first time playing this kind of game, and her eyes were full of wonder. The little sprite flew away. The map has changed. This time it's a sea of flowers. The scene is at dawn. The sun rises above the horizon, illuminating the entire world. The flowers were swayed by the gentle breeze. Yi Xingqian noticed that her little stoic boy's eyes were even brighter. That bright color immediately caught his eye. He gently wrapped his arms around Chu Shui's waist from behind, then turned his head to look at her happy face. Her expression was gentle and tender. After going around once, we changed 3 scenes. Chu Shui saw many things she had never seen before, and Yi Xingqian also saw things he had never seen before. The carousel is now complete. The sweet moments between the two have been captured. Master, please proceed with the application of the ointment. The computer prompts for the next activity. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui follow the map and arrive in front of a large store. This shop mainly offers various white plaster models. For example, cute cats, bears wearing eye masks, etc. Gentlemen, you can choose any model from our collection. After you've made your selection, please go to the designated area where there are paints. You can then paint the model based on the original image. The waiter explained the procedures to the two of them. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui arrived in front of a pile of models. There are thousands of models here, with a wide variety of styles and everything imaginable, making it dazzling. After watching for a while, Chu Shui picked up a little bunny holding a star in its hand. Seeing that his wife had picked up the rabbit, Yi Xingchen chose a big gray wolf instead. The two took the white plaster model and went to the coloring area. Because the colors for each model are specified, and the colors for the two models are very simple. 4 colors for Chu Shui and 3 colors for Yi Xingchen. They are very easy to paint. In addition, since the two of them were also mecha builders, their craftsmanship was second to none. The entire model was painted in just 5 minutes. After putting the painted models together, Yi Xingchen took out her phone, took a picture, and posted it on her WeChat moments. Attached text: the story of the little white rabbit and the big bad wolf. The finished products could be taken away. Yi Xingchen asked the waiter to mail the rabbit and the gray wolf to Berkeley Military Academy. He then took his wife to the next location. The next location is a haunted house. This haunted house is incredibly realistic. It's all scenario simulation. Hey, a couple has come. Inside the haunted house, the staff looked at Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui with a malicious smile. Watch me scare them later. The staff were planning something scary, but he had no idea that the two people outside were big shots. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui looked at the realistic abandoned hospital building in front of them without any reaction and entered the haunted house hand in hand. A cool breeze blew in my face. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It sounded like water dripping. As soon as Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui entered, they saw a white wall covered with characters written in blood. The fresh blood had not yet dried and flowed down the white wall. Then, little by little, he approached Chu Shui and Yi Xingchen. However, neither of them was focused on the blood spreading under their feet. They were more concerned with the items in the room. There are mannequins here. Chu Shui pointed to an operating table that had suddenly appeared. On the operating table lay a corpse with its neck cut open and a pair of eyes without eyelids staring straight at Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. These models are already very realistic. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been terrified and wet themselves. But Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui are different. Do you want its hair? Yi Xingchen could tell what his wife was thinking at a glance. The first snow nodded. So Yi Xingchen went to the corpse. Why didn't I hear any screams? The staff backstage were very puzzled. Most people who come in are intimidated by the blood-stained walls. Later, they released the operating table when they least expected it. The corpse on it was incredibly realistic, almost indistinguishable from a real person. And with such a vivid image, why didn't they scream? The staff were puzzled and decided to go and see for themselves. He was a role player assigned to the hospital. In short, he was an NPC specifically designed to scare people. That's really strange. The staff member talked as they walked. Then he turned a corner, and the staff member, who was looking at his phone while walking, looked up and froze on the spot. Suddenly, an eyeball popped out, and a female ghost with long hair was staring at him. Blood dripped from a ruptured eyeball. A scream rang out instantly. There's a ghost! The staff member turned pale with fright and turned to run away. During the process, he almost fell to the ground because he was too anxious. First snow. Seeing that he was running away, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui naturally followed in his footsteps. P.S. The previous chapter has been revised, and you can go read it. The software was acting up and causing duplicates, which made me stay up all night writing just to let you know that the text has been revised. Chapter 68, Sweet Date. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The staff member clutched his heart in fright. Woo. The first snow stretched out its little paws. Tell us where the clues are. Yi Xingchen put his arm around his wife, and when the staff saw that it was a real person, their expressions finally softened considerably. I'll just send you the guide. He was panting as he used his personal terminal to send a strategy guide to the two of them. With the strategy guide in hand, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui followed it without any obstacles. Occasionally, they'll change their outfits and pick up some equipment to scare the NPCs. This allowed the NPCs, who were already quite skilled, to experience what it's like to be a player. Drop. Congratulations on completing your haunted house trip. The AI said, next stop, please participate in the Who is the King of Understanding game. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui arrived at the place indicated by the computer. This is a small street. 2 rows of tents were set up along the street, and each tent was a small game. Many couples were playing around there. while Yi Xingchen led her stoic little boy to register. Please come in, both of you. Please hold hands the whole time and don't let go. The waitress said to Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. They arrived at the first shed. The first hurdle. Please look at each other and make a face. Whoever laughs first loses. 2 minutes are up. If no winner is determined within 2 minutes, then a punishment will be imposed. So now, 3:21. Game begins. As the timekeeper's voice faded away, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui then faced each other. Yi Xingchen rolled her eyes upwards, pouted, and made an extremely ugly face. The first snowflake looked at him. He puffed out his cheeks one moment and rolled his eyes the next. Yi Xingchen made a series of funny faces that were quite difficult to make, but Chu Shui just wouldn't laugh. A minute later, Yi Xingchen decided to laugh first, since his wife had a really high threshold for laughter. Just as he was about to do so, he saw Chu Shui take a step forward. Yi Xingchen's eyes lit up. He was quite looking forward to seeing what kind of funny face Chu Shui would make. But then he saw the first snow come to him and close her eyes. She clearly wanted him to kiss her. Yi Xingchen. Timekeeper. Cough, cough. Yi Xingchen quickly grabbed a book from the stall. He opened the book with one hand, obscuring himself and Chu Shui. Then he lowered his head and kissed Chu Shui's lips. The timekeeper deliberately turned his head away and didn't look. Surrounded by a surging crowd, Yi Xingchen's attempt to conceal his identity only made things worse. However, it was precisely because of the commotion that no one discovered the hidden sweetness here. He gently parted her slightly closed lips. Yi Xingchen held Chu Shui's nape. Although they hadn't kissed many times, Yi Xingchen's learning ability was exceptionally strong. He caught the first snow, gently suckle, and keep going deeper. Chu Shui quickly ran out of breath and used her small hand to push against him, signaling him not to kiss her anymore. But how could Yi Xingchen just let her go like that? His wife is so sweet that she makes his heart flutter every day. Finally, after Chu Shui's ears turned bright red, Yi Xingchen released him. The timekeeper had already run away. Yi Xingchen pinched her little stoic cheek, then put the heavy book back down. Their score in this game is 100 points. Because this game was originally designed to enhance the relationship between couples. That's right, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui are the only couple who would suddenly start kissing while making funny faces. The second game is feeding each other takoyaki, octopus balls. You have to eat 15 in 1 minute. The glutinous rice balls were very hot, so Chu Shui blew on them to warm Yi Xingchen's mouth while poking them at him to feed them. Yi Xingchen wasn't afraid of getting burned, but seeing his wife earnestly trying to cool him down, he felt a warmth in his heart. The task of eating takoyaki was completed very quickly, of course. After eating 30 small dumplings in a row, Yi Xingchen felt a little full. However, the food here tastes very good, so it's not greasy at all. Try squeezing the balloons and see how well you and your partner can work together. The third shed is very large. Yi Xingchen saw many couples holding hands inside, with balloons falling from above and landing between their bodies. The couples walked forward and popped the balloons. The rules of this game are quite simple. However, the only thing to watch out for is where you step. To increase the difficulty, the floor inside the shed was covered with somewhat slippery tiles. Gome. Yi Xingchen stepped onto the game platform first. He turned around and helped Chu Shui up. All personnel, please prepare yourselves. A new round of games is about to begin. Look closely. The balloons are coming. With a loud bang, the overhead equipment activated. One by one, the balloons fell. Darling, hurry, hurry. Couples who came to play games looked at the balloons and rushed upwards. But most of them fall to the ground because they can't stand steadily. If you fall to the ground 3 times in this game, you will be eliminated. In the first 3 or 4 minutes, quite a few couples were eliminated. But Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui are different. They are very skilled and have a high level of teamwork. The 2 players had already locked onto their targets almost as soon as the ball hit the ground. So those below saw the couple above squeezing the balloon at a rapid pace. Moreover, they were in a continuous line, unlike other couples who might have to wait 30 seconds or more for the next one after squeezing through one. Gradually, as time passed, only Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui remained on the huge platform. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of balloons bursting was continuous. Wow, that's awesome. Keep it up. The audience applauded the two. This platform took a whole day to build, and I've never seen people with such a high level of teamwork. People couldn't resist taking out their phones to record it. The last balloon. Everyone said. A pink balloon was released, but as the balloon was released, the fan next to the device also turned on. The balloon was blown open by a strong wind, just as it was about to fall. There! Chu Shui pulled Yi Xingchen forward. She was a little excited. Without paying attention, my foot slipped, and I was about to fall. Yi Xingchen tightened his grip, Chu Shui's body tilted, and Yi Xingchen wrapped his other arm around her, spinning her around once. Just then, the balloon was blown by the wind and drifted over, landing right between their foreheads. Idiot, be careful. Yi Xingchen pressed his head down, and the balloon burst. He looked at his little idiot with a blank expression, put his arms around him, and stood up. Wow, that's amazing. People in the audience recorded videos. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui walked off the stage. Congratulations to you both for winning first place in this round of the game. Here is your reward. The store manager gave Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui a pair of bracelets. The bracelet was exquisitely crafted. Yi Xingchen recognized it as a designer bracelet that was now discontinued. He saw this bracelet in a clothing advertisement when he took Chu Shui out to buy clothes last time. Its name is True Love. Chapter 69, Fireworks Forever. Its meaning is very simple. There are only 2 words. Redemption. Yi Xingchen really liked the bracelet when she saw it in the advertisement. I never expected to get it here. Let's go to the next place. Having obtained what they desired, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui began the next round of the game. Because time was limited, they both completed the game points quickly and at a fast pace. Because the two of them had such a high level of teamwork and were so agile, they collected countless gifts by the time they finished the game. A super couple has emerged on the King of Mutual Understanding side. He got full marks on all 20 odd games. That's absolutely amazing. Because the amusement park updates some data in real time, coupled with Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui's extraordinary abilities, they soon climbed to the top of the local hot search list in Zone 2. However, Chu Shui and Yi Xingchen were unaware of these things. For our final stop, please proceed to the plaza of the amusement park. The quantum computer says, there are many stalls in the amusement park square. It was very lively. Little girl, would you like to buy a string of cotton candy? The amusement park is having a promotion today. You can get a string of Samsung coins. Walk to the center of the square. A woman in her early 30s called out to Chu Shui. She was pushing a little cotton candy cart. It has all kinds of cotton candy. Yi Xingchen chose a string of cotton candy shaped like a dumpling for Chu Shui. After paying, he handed the candy to Chu Shui. Chu Shui took the cotton candy and took a bite. This marshmallow is mango flavored. After taking a bite, Chu Shui nodded. It means she really likes it. You eat too. Chu Shui always thought of giving Yi Xingchen the best food. Yi Xingchen naturally wouldn't refuse his little stoic's kindness. He opened his mouth and took a bite. It's sweet, but the sweetest feeling is in my heart. The stall sold everything. Yi Xingchen bought Chu Shui a pretty star hair clip and some other trinkets. While browsing the stalls, Yi Xingchen would also pay attention to these accessories and remember some things he thought would be suitable for Chu Shui. He needs to create clothing based on the appearance of the armor-piercing suit. So from now on, he needs to get involved in some fashion-related things. Smack! Sudden, all the lights at the stalls were turned off. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui were stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, call out. Fireworks shot into the sky. It burst forth with dazzling colors. Wow! People all looked up. Beautiful fireworks drifted down in a gentle, continuous stream. Chu Shui's usually calm expression seemed to be revealed at this moment. Her eyebrows and eyes softened. Is it pretty? Yi Xingchen glanced at his wife. Chu Shui looked at the fireworks above and nodded. She was smiling happily. This is my first time watching it. The first snow said. This is my first time watching it too. Yi Xingchen's gaze remained fixed on her face. This is the first time I've seen her so happy. My first date with a girl. For the first time, I want to truly cherish someone. For the first time, I want to spend my whole life with someone. Their hands were clasped tightly, never separating from the beginning. Yi Xingchen shifted his gaze away and joined her in focusing on the fireworks. Light and shadow are refracted down. Fireworks came into view. It blossoms into a magnificent symphony. And so it went. Continue. Back at the apartment. It was exactly 10 o'clock. After a quick wash, Yi Xingchen went to bed as usual. Before going to sleep, Yi Xingchen opened his personal computer to check messages. I received a class schedule image created by Student Zero in the class group chat. After all, Song Mian certainly doesn't have enough time to customize it arbitrarily. Berkeley Military Academy students are known for their high level of self-discipline. After glancing at the table, Yi Xingchen had no objections. Then, Yi Xingchen sent another message to Lin Xiao. Yezi, could you give me some books on fashion design? Lin Xiao's family is in the real estate business and also has ties to the clothing industry. Berkeley Military Academy's library is full of books on training and mechs. There are very few books on clothing. Moreover, even if they exist, they are just ordinary books available on the market. For some high-end designs, you still have to look to those within the industry. Climbing the tree to collect eggs. Okay, what category do you want? Easy. Give me about 30 books on women's clothing and 5 books on accessories. Climbing the tree to steal eggs. Okay, I'll ask my dad to give me a few. They should arrive around the day after tomorrow. Easy. Thanks, bro. Climbing the tree to steal eggs. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, you went on a date with Chu Xue today, right? Easy, yes. How did you know? Climbing a tree to steal eggs. Go look at the school's forum. Your CP fans are going crazy. Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow and switched the page to the forum. The top trending topic on the school forum is just how sweet the Xue couple is. Click on it. A large number of videos and pictures. It was truly dazzling. Yi Xingchen then selected several of her most followed fans. Xue's sweetheart. Ah, our favorite couple is giving us more sweet moments today. So sweet. Everyone has seen the video and pictures. I won't go into too much detail here, but I'll just point out a few details. Yi Xingchen scrolled down. The big fan then slowed down their video. After slowing down, Yi Xingchen saw that Chu Xue had secretly glanced at him more than 10 times. Sometimes she was even stunned by his gaze, her eyes full of love. As the fireworks were going off, when he turned his head, Chu Xue's gaze secretly drifted over. It turned out that while he was looking at her, she was also looking at him. He was just too careful and didn't even notice. I also looked through the records of several other big fans. Not only did Chu Xue peek at him, but he also discovered that when Chu Xue was being led by the hand and walking behind him, she would very quickly pay the stall owners. After she paid, the shop owners tossed her some small trinkets, which were mostly for men. For example, brooches, earrings, and so on. Little fans, ah? So sweet. Our aloof little princess isn't aloof at all. So sweet. I'm dying of sweetness. Below, a bunch of fans posted an emoji of someone holding a heart. Yi Xingchen also found it sweet. His smile was practically reaching the Pacific Ocean. His wife spoils him so much. He's truly happy and comfortable. Stars. At this moment, Chu Xue, having finished her bath, came to the bedside. Seeing Yi Xingchen's smiling face, she called out to him. Startled by the sudden shout, Yi Xingchen jumped in fright. He reflexively turned off the optical computer. What are you looking at? The first snow fell, lifting the covers. Yi Xingchen wiped the smirk from her face. It's nothing, I just got materials for the amusement park. Yi Xingchen had no intention of dying on the spot. However, he did receive a letter from the amusement park. He opened the email, and Chu Xue also came over to look. Dear Mr. Yi Xingchen and Ms. Chu Xue, given your outstanding performance during the event and your promotion of the amusement park, therefore, the amusement park is giving away a free annual pass. In addition, the two of you are very lucky to have won the wall-breaking amplifier. The reward will be sent to you both next Monday. Please check your mail. Chapter 71 Snow's Mecha Suit Components. Yi Xingchen was somewhat surprised after reading the letter. I didn't expect this amusement park to be so generous. They actually gave away a wall-breaking amplifier. This is the best type of all the amplifiers. Somewhat skeptical of the result, Yi Xingchen even went online to check the amusement park shareholders. Have to. It's a mecha city. That's all right. It was already late at night when I finished checking the emails. Yi Xingchen and Chu Xue turned off the lights and went to sleep. I slept well all night. For the next 2 months, Yi Xingchen and Chu Xue's schedules were very well organized. Training, go to the dungeon. Yi Xingchen would sometimes take time to teach Cheng Zhao and his 2 friends. During this time, Yi Xingchen and Chu Xue had both completed their respective design drawings perfectly. When the boss heard that the 2 of them had finished their design drawings, he opened a mecha manufacturing workshop for them. The mecha manufacturing room was very spacious. After Yi Xingchen walked in, he was once again amazed by the owner's equipment. All models are the latest version and are very convenient. The boss prepared all the basic materials for them. Yi Xingchen changed into a work uniform, put on high-powered glasses and gloves, and began to work. The first step is to melt the raw materials. Yi Xingqian melts the raw materials and then extracts the essence. The hardness of gilded metal is the highest in the entire interstellar space, but it cannot be used entirely, as that would result in poor overall fluidity. Yi Xingqian divided the raw materials into two portions. A smaller portion was used to make the parts of the mecha with extremely high hardness, and a larger portion was mixed with other raw materials. The raw materials are blended, processed, and then cooled. Yi Xingqian placed the ingredients into the work table. The high-powered microscope and scanner were turned on, and the production table made a hissing sound. One by one, extremely fine parts and components emerged from the manufacturing table. Once Yi Xingqian got into it, he basically forgot about time. After the parts and components were made, Yi Xingqian used tools to assemble them. He placed the parts on the assembly table, and instead of using a robotic arm, he made them by hand. There are very few mecha pilots left who make their own mecha now. This primitive method of manual labor has long been phased out. Many mecha engineers believe that mecha made with robotic arms are far more precise than those made by hand, and are less prone to errors. But Yi Xingqian didn't want to do that. Firstly, this was the mecha he had built for Chu Shui, and he wanted to be involved in every step of the process. Secondly, he doesn't believe that robotic arms can completely replace manual labor. There are some things that machines can only approach wirelessly, but cannot completely replace. As the parts around him gradually decreased, Yi Xingqian only allowed the robotic arm to help him carry things. After Yi Xingqian finished installing the last component, he checked it one last time before getting up. Yi Xingqian felt a bit sore from squatting for too long, and the process of making it was also very physically and mentally taxing. He removed his high-powered microscope and work clothes. He stepped back a few paces and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. A cool mecha motorcycle sits on the crafting table. It is made of black and dark red, and the top of the motorcycle is the head of a small mecha. The fuselage was painted with the English word snow in white. Yi Xingqian pressed a button on the remote control at the mecha motorcycle, activating the mecha eye on the motorcycle's front. The mecha motorcycle began to be reassembled, and a small mecha with wings flew above the workbench. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xingqian nodded in satisfaction. This was the best idea he could come up with. This motorcycle was equipped with flight and traction devices, so its speed is unparalleled. If your wife is in danger, you can switch the motorcycle into a mech. This mech is primarily defensive, but it also has extremely strong offensive capabilities. It has everything: speed, defense, and attack. But this is only part of the armor-piercing armor. Yi Xingqian still has several things to do: armor, weapons, super strong shields, and multifunctional clothing. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Yi Xingqian turned around. It's time to come out. You've been inside all day. Aren't you hungry? The boss's voice rang out from outside the door. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui arrived here at 7:30 in the morning, and it's already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. These two are really something else, working for over 10 hours straight without even eating lunch. I'll be right out. Yi Xingqian hadn't noticed it until the boss said so, but now that he did, she felt incredibly hungry. He opened the door. The boss peeked inside curiously. He was stunned at first glance. So cool. That's so cool. The design and lines of this motorcycle are unique in the entire mech city. Moreover, the workmanship is extremely exquisite and perfect. He has been in the mecha manufacturing industry for 23 years, and he can tell at a glance whether a mecha is good or bad. Even a purple star level mecha master couldn't produce something of this quality. Moreover, purple star level mecha masters are at least 50 years old, and Yi Xingqian is only a few years old. It's gotten to this point already. Shock is not even a fraction of the boss's feelings at this moment. Kid, you're amazing. The boss gave Yi Xingqian a thumbs up, saying that some people could never achieve this level of mecha construction even in their entire lives. Chill. Yi Xingqian put a finger to her lips, signaling her boss to keep her voice down. Knowing that Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui had a promise to each other, the boss lowered his voice. He said, Kid, can you make me something? I'll pay you. I don't need to pay, but I don't have enough time, so I probably can't build many. Yi Xingqian did not intend to accept money from the boss. The boss went around collecting materials for him and Chu Shui, and he bought them at the original price, without making a single penny in the process. The materials he and Chu Shui needed were very expensive and not commonly available on the market. Some had to be obtained through various channels. Haha, thanks, young man. The bosses were very happy to see Yi Xingqian being so agreeable. It's a great deal to have such a skilled mecha pilot build things, no matter what they are. However, he wasn't greedy. He only asked Yi Xingqian to make him an artificial mechanical leg. The boss is actually disabled. He participated in the war in his early years and had one of his legs cut off by an insect beast. Although technology is advanced now, artificial limbs are not yet fully developed. Firstly, there are fewer wars now. And secondly, thanks to the availability of treatment pods and robots, few people will lose their arms or legs, and the disabled are served by robots. The boss has always wanted a powerful mechanical prosthetic limb. Yi Xingqian agreed. He called out the first snow. Then the boss cooked them a sumptuous dinner. This dinner consisted entirely of meat, with only 2 plates of vegetables to cut through the richness. The fragrant stewed meat steamed with heat. The crispy roasted duck with its golden brown skin was incredibly tempting, and there were also spare ribs sprinkled with cumin and scallions. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's stomachs rumbled as they smelled the aroma. Come on, have a good meal. The owner placed the rice in front of Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian. Chapter 71, First Snow, is jealous. Yi Xingqian picked out vegetables for his wife and then ate his rice. I was very satisfied with the meal. Then we'll be going now. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui returned to Berkeley Military Academy. At this time, the preliminary rounds for the honor competition within the school have been completed. It has now entered the final stage. Each year, each school can send more than 3,000 students to participate in the honors competition. As for the 3,000-odd, that number remains constant according to the annual honors competition standards. However, to rule out any unforeseen circumstances, each military academy will also select a replacement. Berkeley Military Academy selection criteria are very simple. One word: beat. Zero sent a copy of the preliminary round roster to 2 people, because their team is the main force. They have the right to choose their partners. However, all of these require the Education Department's approval and signature. In fact, considering the current roster, they've already got a winning hand. Putting aside the overall battle for now, the winner of the Superpower Battle will definitely beat Berkeley Military Academy. However, there's nothing wrong with adding a double layer of insurance. After Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui returned home, Chu Shui went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Yi Xingqian sat in a chair and watched the replay of the match. In fact, most people's superpowers are natural elements. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui watched for a while, and then selected a person with the explosive type of superpower. This superhuman's ability is quite rare, and although the duration is short, when combined with their attacks, they are practically invincible. 000, just like I thought. Zero sent a message. 000. However, his ability level is relatively low, only B level. He is at a disadvantage among a group of A+ elites and needs to cooperate well with us. 000. I'll talk to the instructor and ask him to cooperate with our class during the special ability battle. Yizzy. Ok. Yi Xingqian thought there was nothing wrong with it. The computer has just been shut down. Yi Xingqian then heard a knock on the door. Ding! The delivery robot has arrived. The recognition device at the entrance emitted a sound. Yi Xingqian opened the door. A well-packaged package was handed to me. The owner's face has been scanned. Confirm receipt. Welcome to use our products again next time. After the robot finished speaking, it turned and left. Yi Xingqian closed the door. At that moment, he received a message from Lin Xiao. Climbing the tree to steal eggs. Bro, sorry, I promised to give you the clothing book the day after tomorrow, but it's been delayed until now. Climbing the tree to steal eggs. I didn't expect my dad to be so excited when I told him I wanted to learn more. There are 30 books in total, and every single one is excellent. Remember to read them. After browsing the message, Yi Xingqian replied with an MM. However, he weighed the package in his hand. It was a medium-sized box. However, this weight is rather light. 30 books, and they're all about fashion design, so they shouldn't be this light. He found some scissors and opened the package. A brown gift box then came into view. The gift box has the word love written on it, very slapstickly. Yi Xingqian was about to open it and take a look, but then the bathroom door was opened. The first snow fell as she emerged from the bathroom. The hot water is ready, she said. Good. Yi Xingqian was interrupted by Chu Shui, so he put down his hand that was about to open the gift box. He felt it wouldn't be too late to check later. So he took his clothes and went inside to take a shower. After Yi Xingqian went inside, Chu Shui dried her wet hair and sat down on the sofa. She glanced down and saw the brown gift box with love on it. Reach out and open the gift box. The gift box was opened, and Chu Shui glanced at it. She should have looked away. Once she did, she froze on the spot. When Yi Xingchen came out of the bathroom, she felt that the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. Strangeness. He didn't turn on the air conditioner. Honey, did you turn on the air conditioner? He looked towards the first snow. Then, a terrifying sight. Chu Shui stared coldly at the book in her hand. The cover of the book featured a naked woman. Yes, that's right. Naked. The sound of the paper turning over was very fast. Yi Xingchen looked at the table. There were already 3 books that I had finished reading on the table. The covers of those 3 books were progressively larger than the last, and they were all women dressed provocatively. Some even had their legs wide open. Yi Xingchen was utterly shocked. What book did Lin Xiao send him? But he wasn't finished being shocked. Chu Shui then stood up from the sofa. Yi Xingchen stared wide-eyed at the 2 large copper bells, watching a huge image magnify in his eyes. Why buy this kind of book? Her vision was relatively normal, but it was precisely because it was relatively normal that it seemed abnormal. I didn't buy it. Yi Xingchen quickly denied it. Lowly, mature woman, schoolgirl, Chu Shui was holding a stack of papers in her hands. Then she read out the name on the cover. Yi Xingchen is simply unbelievable. Wife, I swear, this isn't mine. He held up 3 fingers. Didn't you write our home address? I'll still write your name. Please accept this from Mr. Yi Xingchen. Please do not let your girlfriend or wife see it. Chu Shui read a letter from the gift box with a flat, even voice. This shop is called a shop, a special benefit prepared for men who are tired of their wives or shrewish wives at home. You can contact the lady on the cover or in the book. She has 10 years of experience, and your satisfaction is guaranteed. If needed, we can also provide services for multiple people. Multiple people? Are you interested? Ditch your haggard wife and come have some fun with us. Chumi. Chu Shui's tone, which had been relatively stable at first, grew increasingly heavy as she read, carrying an uncontrollable anger. Yi Xingchen was practically screaming, "Holy shit. Where did he buy this piece of crap?" Honey, I didn't. You have to believe me. Yi Xingchen quickly reached out and grabbed Chu Shui's shoulder. It could be nimbly dodged by the first snow. The last time you smiled at the personal terminal, was it because you were buying this? Chu Shui raised the indescribable thing in her hand. That time, the 2 of them had just finished their date and were taking a shower when Chu Shui saw Yi Xingchen laughing and joking in front of the personal terminal. After she walked over, he quickly turned off the personal terminal. I really didn't. Yi Xingchen was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the increasingly angry expression on the little expressionless face. Wife, let me explain. Don't come into the bedroom. Fine, if you don't like me, that's fine. Go find him if you want. Chu Shui threw the book at Yi Xingchen's face. Then he ran into the bedroom. Yi Xingchen quickly chased after him. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. With a loud bang, the bedroom door was closed. Yi Xingchen couldn't stop in time and crashed into the doorway. A stinging pain in her nose caused tears to reflexively well up in Yi Xingchen's eyes. But he couldn't care less about all that. Wife, open the door. That's not mine. That belongs to Lin Xiao. Chapter 72 has made some progress. Yi Xingchen was about to burst into tears. What the heck is this pinching mom thing? Lin Xiao, you little bastard. A loud knocking sound rang out on the door. The first snow fell inside. Her chest heaved. She was quite angry. This was the first time Chu Shui had ever lost her temper like this since she married Yi Xingchen. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Yi Xingchen explained. I just asked Lin Xiao to mail me a basic clothing design book. I don't know how I ended up receiving this. He shouted from outside the door, but there was no sound from inside the door. It's obvious. First Snow didn't believe him. Moreover, they're very likely to think he is lying and using his brother as a pawn. Unable to, Yi Xingchen opened his phone and called Lin Xiao. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. The phone call cannot be connected. Yi Xingchen used the optical computer again. The other party rejected the call and said to you, Bro, I'm playing ranked games. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Roll. Yi Xingchen was so angry that she smashed her phone. Lin Xiao. You bustat. His inner thoughts were extremely terrifying. But the next second, honey, it's really not mine. I can't get through to Lin Xiao on the phone. Please let me in. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of pounding on the door continued. Just by listening to the sounds, You could tell how desperate the people outside were. At this moment, indoors, the first snow was still infuriating. If any wife saw this, wouldn't she tear her husband to pieces? Bye. Master, you have a message. At that moment, Orange is sweet sent me a message. Orange is sweet. My little snow baby, it's almost the weekend again. My family gave me 2 diamond VIP cards. Let's go shopping. Upon seeing this message, first Snow replied with a crying emoji. Orange is sweet. What's wrong, little one? First Snow briefly recounted the whole story. Orange is sweet. Huh? How could this be? Yi Xingqian shouldn't be like this. Could it be a misunderstanding? It's no. She saw it all. It was marked with their home address and Yi Xingqian's name. Orange is sweet. I don't think your husband is that kind of person. Why don't you open the bedroom door and let him talk to you? Snow, not open. This way. Looking at Chu Shue's reply, Su Changcheng thought to herself that she was really angry. 2. This is something to be angry about. However, she felt it was unlikely. After all, Yi Xingqian looked at Chu Shue with a lovesick expression every day. How could I possibly do such a thing? She thought for 2 seconds and then rephrased her question. Orange is sweet. Do you and your husband do that? Chu Shue frowned as she looked at the reply. That? She didn't know what it meant. So I posted a question mark. Oranges are sweet. Cough, cough. It's something that couples should do. First Snow, a kiss? Oranges are sweet. Oh no. Su Changcheng sent Chu Shue a gif. It's just a stick figure. Chu Shue watched the stick figure's movements, and her face turned red a few seconds later. Snow, no, that's impossible. Orange is sweet. You 2 aren't together, yet then your husband cherishes you very much, seeing that you're still young. He can't bear to touch you. Snow, Orange is sweet. Oh, you little idiot. I think you should open the door and have a proper talk. Personally, I think the chances of your husband doing this are very slim. It's so unlike Yi Xingqian's style. Orange is sweet. There are some things that need to be clarified, and also, cough, 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 you 2 make some progress more or less. Chapter 73, First Snow, she said. Orange is sweet. I'm not asking you to do that with him. You 2 have only just gotten married, and some things need to be done step by step. If you get something too early, you won't know how to cherish it. Orange is sweet. Well, even though you 2 got married young, you're still husband and wife. And guys are sometimes a bit impulsive. Orange is sweet. It's best for couples to be open and honest about things. My parents always discuss things together. My little Snow baby, you 2 have a long future ahead of you. You need to get to know each other better. Orange is sweet. You should first confer what happened. If it's a misunderstanding, clear it up as soon as possible. But if Yi Xingqian really dares to do that, Orange is sweet. I'll help you remove his little brother. I'll make sure he's impotent for the rest of his life. After reading Su Qingqing's words, Chu Shue's initial anger gradually subsided. Although she was still somewhat unhappy, she regained her composure. Yi Xingqian, standing outside the door, had lost his voice from shouting. Being locked out by your wife is the greatest torment. He was mainly worried that Chu Shue might overthink things. I'll just ignore him completely then. Yi Xingqian was troubled. I really didn't buy that book, honey. Open the door. I can't sleep without holding you. That night, he was already used to the feeling of Chu Shue in his arms. If he were left to sleep on the sofa all night, he would definitely have dark circles under his eyes the next day. After waiting quietly for more than 10 seconds, the door still did not open. Yi Xingqian sat by the door, kneeling and hugging herself, looking extremely pitiful. His wife doesn't love him anymore. Yi Xingqian's tears flowed like a great river. Click! Just as Yi Xingqian was racking his brains trying to figure out how to explain to Chu Shue, he heard a slight sound of the door opening. He noticed it immediately and quickly stood up. Wife! Yi Xingqian braced one hand against the door, not daring to use too much force, because Chu Shue had only opened it a very small crack, and if he used too much force, the door might accidentally hit her. Through the gap, Chu Shue looked at Yi Xingqian's aggrieved face. It's really not mine. I still have a message records here. Open the door, and I'll show you the message records. Yi Xingqian said. Chu Shue hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Yi Xingqian immediately slipped inside. My wife opened the door, so I had to hurry. Otherwise, what if I got locked out again? Yi Xingqian entered the room, and Chu Shue didn't speak to him. She turned and walked to the bedside, sat on the edge of the bed, and turned her head away from him. Chu Shue did this to give Yi Xingqian a chance to give her a reasonable explanation. Yi Xingqian naturally understood. He tiptoed over and sat down at Chu Shue's right. Then he opened his phone and pulled up his conversation with Lin Xiao. Honey, look. Yi Xingchen reached out and tugged at Chu Shue's sleeve. Chu Shue turned around and focused her gaze on Yi Xingchen's phone. To prove his innocence, Yi Xingchen even produced his message records with Lin Xiao from 2 months ago. Chu Shue took the phone and scrolled down the list, one line at a time. I just asked him to send me a fashion design book, but who knew he would send me something like this? He's so wicked. Yi Xingchen complained to Chu Shue, her voice and expression particularly aggrieved. Chu Shue's icy expression softened after reading the message history on Yi Xingchen's phone. However, he still didn't speak to Yi Xingchen. Don't be angry, okay? Yi Xingchen opened his eyes and looked at her with a pitiful expression. Chu Shue turned her head and stared at Yi Xingchen. She blinked, and although her expression was much the same as before, there was a very subtle change. Others might not be able to tell, but Yi Xingchen could sense it. First Snow must have something to ask him. What's wrong? Yi Xingchen said. Upon hearing his words, Chu Shue's gaze shifted slightly, and her lips tightened slightly. Yi Yingchen, why are you suddenly a little shy? You. About a minute later, Chu Shue uttered a single word. What about him? Yi Xingchen patiently waited for Chu Shue to continue, listening intently. You. Chu Shue said you again, as if she had something stuck in her throat. Yi Xingchen sat up straight, then leaned slightly to the side. His voice was soft, with a uniquely masculine magnetism. At once, what do you think of my figure? Yi Yingchen. Who? Body shape? I think body shape. Yi Xingchen didn't react at first, because he had been telling himself to answer his wife's questions truthfully. However, when he said a sentence, Yi Xingchen suddenly realized what Chu Shue had asked him. Etc. Etc. Yi Xingchen, who had been babbling, stopped speaking. Then he looked at his own little noodle stall in disbelief. What? My wife actually? Ask him if he thinks she has a good figure. Chu Shue blushed, and when she said this, her voice was very soft, and she was very nervous. Her little hands clenched tightly, and after speaking, she quickly turned her head away. Therefore, when Yi Xingchen realized what was happening, what he saw was Chu Shue's bright red ears. You cough. Suddenly being asked this question, Yi Xingchen quickly became nervous. He clenched one fist and then pressed it slightly to his lips, looking thoughtful. He appeared very serious on the surface, but his eyes were secretly glancing at Chu Shue. Speaking of figure, his wife has a fantastic figure. Although she was wearing conservative pajamas, it did not affect the curves of her body at all. If you want to describe it, that's probably what they call a narrow ravine with a sliver of sky. Anyway, Yi Xingchen absolutely loved it. So he said, very good, absolutely fantastic. Yi Xingchen's assessment was quite honest. Upon hearing this, Chu Shue turned her face away even further. That, you just want to touch it? Chu Shue spoke even softer, almost inaudibly. But perhaps the bedroom was too quiet, or perhaps Yi Xingchen's hearing was just too good. He heard every single word perfectly. Yi Xingchen's shy expression immediately turned into shock. Huh? Did he really hear that right? This. Shouldn't his wife be sternly questioning him? Why did the art style suddenly change? She asked him if he thought she had a good figure, and even asked him if he wanted to touch her. Yi Xingchen patted his head. He shook his head 3 times and opened his eyes 3 times to look at the first Snow. After confirming that this was indeed his wife, shock was not even a fraction of Yi Xingchen's feelings. The first Snow covered her face. She felt so ashamed. What Su Changsheng just said to her was probably that she should take the initiative and get closer to Yi Xingchen. So far, the most intimate thing she and Yi Xingchen have done is probably kissing. She hadn't done anything else intimate with Yi Xingchen. First Snow is actually not very good at this kind of thing. When she looked at Yi Xingchen just now, she didn't know what to ask. Chapter 74, Yi Xingchen said he wanted to. Then, as she was thinking, she remembered the books she had just been reading. The girls in the picture all have great figures. I don't know if it was jealousy. The first Snow fell on his lips. After asking the question, she was so ashamed that she didn't dare to see anyone. What to do? Yi Xingchen was utterly shocked. But who is Yi Xingchen? Even if his mind goes blank, he'll still go for it. Is that okay? Yi Xingchen's voice was incredibly soft and ethereal. Chu Shue bent over, covering her face. Hearing Yi Xingchen's question, I almost wanted to bury myself in the ground with embarrassment. Her question was incredibly open-minded, Now, the first snowfall is in a dilemma. Yi Xingchen was still waiting for her reply. She can't stay silent forever. It's only 15 seconds. Don't touch strange places. The first snow bit her lip. My hands were shaking with nervousness. Yi Xingchen was even more nervous than her. I was so nervous I didn't dare to breathe. This is just so exciting. Can you turn around? I want to touch the front. Yi Xingchen supiresit heri mensisham. Only 15 seconds. He really wanted to touch it properly. A man who doesn't like touching inappropriate places isn't a good man. Although my wife said I shouldn't touch strange places. But, aside from his wife's private parts, which are a red line for Yi Xingchen, nothing else counts. Upon hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Chu Shui blushed and burrowed onto the covers. How could he say that? Yi Xingchen swallowed hard. Then, shamelessly, he climbed onto the bed as well. The first snow covered her entire body with a blanket, making her look like a hamster. Yi Xingchen lowered his head and moved closer to Chu Shui's head. Asked quietly, "Honey, is it okay?" While under the covers, Chu Shui heard him lean down and ask in her ear. Her face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. It was very hot under the covers, and Chu Shui felt her whole body burning up. Stars. Color. The first snow uttered 3 words. Yi Xingchen's face flushed red instantly. I want to touch it. My wife, you are so beautiful. I want to touch it. Since he had already said it, Yi Xingchen decided to go all out. He accepted being called a pervert by his wife. I want to touch it. My heart pounded as I listened to the first snow falling under the covers. He never expected that Yi Xingchen, who is usually so serious and gentle, would be so open in this regard. But, since I've already said it, it doesn't seem right not to keep my word. Yi Xingchen waited a few seconds and then saw Chu Shui's head peeking out from under the covers. Don't touch those weird places. She repeated it again. Yi Xingchen nodded, and he said 2 words, okay. So Chu Shui wrapped herself in a blanket, bent her knees, and knelt down, facing Yi Xingchen. The 2 of them were very close. In addition, the atmosphere was incredibly ambiguous. Both of them fell hot. The first snow fell to the side. This signaled to Yi Xingchen that they could begin. Yi Xingchen took 3 deep breaths. He didn't realize it until he saw it up close, when he wasn't in this mindset. It was a visual shock. I'm here. He was extremely nervous. The first snowflake turned its head away even further. Yi Xingchen raised his hand. He slowly stretched out. First, it landed on the waist of the first snow. The warmth of her body traveled through her clothes to Yi Xingchen's slightly cold hands. He didn't land in any strange places, which made Chu Shui breathe a slight sigh of relief. But just as Chu Shui was starting to feel a little better, a second later, the hand that landed on her waist pressed against her breasts. First snow. Yi Xingchen felt his face flush and his vision dizzy. Chu Shui turned her head and stared wide-eyed. Yi Xingchen could no longer see it. His mind was filled with images of the bunny under his clothes. So he clenched his fist and squeezed it 3 times. I love it so much. Yi Xingchen. First Snow saw that he not only touched the bunny, but also pinched it. The level of shame skyrocketed to the extreme. I told you not to touch anything strange. Chu Shui pushed Yi Xingchen's hand away and quickly got up. However, because he moved too quickly, he lost his balance. She lunged forward. Then Rabbit directly shoved it into Yi Xingchen's face. Yi Xingchen hadn't reacted yet. The fragrant aroma wafted through my nose. He felt dizzy. He was completely dizzy. My head is buzzing. Yi Xingchen. The first snow was so embarrassing. After realizing what had happened, she wished she could disappear into a hole in the ground. But finding a hole in the ground is definitely not a practical solution. She could only struggle haphazardly to her feet. But the 2 of them were in a very unusual pose. As the first snowflake struggled, its softness rubbed against Yi Xingchen's face. So happy, although it's a little hard to breathe. But Yi Xingchen really felt very happy. He was about to put his arm around Chu Shui's waist. But the first snow found its balance at this moment. He stood up, but this time, he still couldn't stand firm. Then the first snow fell again. In her panic, she reached out to find a point of support and then pressed on Yi Xingchen's private parts. Since you'll fall during the first snowfall, don't use too much force. Yi Xingchen, who was originally happy, suddenly felt an indescribable pain. He bent down to the side. After Chu Shui realized what she had touched, her face turned almost as red as blood. Ah! She ran away immediately. The bedroom door opened and then slammed shut with a bang. Wife! Yi Xingchen reached out his hand, but he couldn't catch up in time. It hurt him too much. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity, what a pity. At this point, 37, who had disappeared for 2 months, said, Host, you have lost your beloved Jay. Screw you. Yi Xingchen endured the pain and cursed 37. Oh, what a pity. You forgot to do that 15-day mission last time. It's expired. Then the task was upgraded to require your wife to ask you to take action under the original conditions, with a time limit of 1.5 months. This task was supposed to expire soon, but I never expected that you would complete it by such an unexpected turn of events. The mission had expired, and 37 deliberately didn't remind Yi Xingchen. It was thinking of expiring twice and then increasing the difficulty of the task twice. Generally, after upgrading the mission twice, Yi Xingchen himself is required to complete it. Moreover, the thrilling missions are upgraded twice, which makes them truly exciting. 37 originally intended to trick Yi Xingchen. Unexpectedly, it didn't work. Ye Vingchen. Although he knew that 37 was setting him up, Yi Xingchen really didn't have the energy to argue with the system right now. He shakily got up. Outside the door, after the first snowfall, she rushed out and lay down on the sofa. She covered her face with both hands and rolled around on the sofa 3 times. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. This is absolutely shameful. This is the most embarrassing thing I've ever done in my life. After rolling, she sat up straight. Calm your breathing. But how can something like this be easily calmed down? Chapter 75. On the eve of the honor tournament. Chu Shui patted her face and ran to the bathroom to wash her face with cold water. Yi Xingchen walked out of the bedroom, trembling. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Yi Xingchen knew that his wife was inside. He bent down, picked up the books from the ground, and put them back in a box. This is evidence. We must keep it. There will be 2 hours of combat training tomorrow. He needs to have a serious talk with Lin Xiao. Although there was a misunderstanding at the beginning of the day, Yi Xingchen was still very satisfied with the result. Even though he himself has to pay a price, the possibility of getting to touch his wife is worth it more than anything else. After packing her things, Chu Shui came out of the bathroom. Yi Xingchen just turned around. The two exchanged a glance. They both turned their heads to the side, then turned back at the same time a second later. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Yi Xingchen walked over and took Chu Shui's hand, and Chu Shui nodded. The two of them went back to the bedroom, covered themselves with the blankets, and went to sleep. The next day, combat training. Because there were no teachers, everyone was assigned randomly. Lin Xiao. Xingchen, what was it about when you called me last night? Yi Xingchen. It's because the book you sent me is so good. I want to thank you. Let's spar later. I'll teach you some invincible moves. Lin Xiao. Really? Really? Wow. Hurry up. I can't wait. Yi Xingchen. Zero Luo, come down. Lin Xiao said he wants to spar with me. Zero and Luo. Okay. So Lin Xiao excitedly ran to the fighting platform. Yi Xingchen. Watch closely. If you follow these moves, you'll learn them. The process will be a bit painful, so please bear with it. Lin Xiao. Okay. Yi Xingchen. Let's begin. Without hesitation, Yi Xingchen made his move. Lin Xiao focused intently on the next few seconds, which went well for the first 10 seconds or so. But afterwards, every 5 seconds, Lin Xiao would get punched by Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen acted swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly. Lin Xiao was gradually finding it difficult to keep up. 3 minutes later, Lin Xiao had been punched more than 40 times by Yi Xingchen. Stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. Brother. 5 minutes later, Lin Xiao was jumping up and down. The people in the audience exchanged glances. Looking at Yi Xingchen's ferocious fighting style, one can't help but feel puzzled. This isn't teaching moves, it's clearly beating someone up. Has Lin Xiao offended Yi Xingchen recently? Zero approached First Snow and whispered something. The First Snow turned his head away. He wants to corrupt the stars. Send him this. As Chu Shui spoke, she opened a box in her hand to show everyone. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the cover. This is too much. They deserve it. He deserves to be hit. Xingchen already has a wife. Sending this stuff is just ruining their relationship. Zero. Please help me. Yi Xingchen has gone mad. After being punched so many times, Even if Lin Xiao was stupid, he would know that Yi Xingqian wasn't teaching him moves. Fortunately, Yi Xingqian still knew his limits. After giving Lin Xiao some careful instruction, he stopped. "Why did you hit me?" Lin Xiao covered his slightly swollen face and said, "Thank you for sending me the book." Chu Shui gave the gift box to Yi Xingqian, and then Yi Xingqian handed it to Lin Xiao. As soon as Lin Xiao opened it, the explicit photos of the girl came into view. He was completely stunned. Isn't this the book his roommate asked him to buy? How did it end up being sent to Yi Xingqian? Oh my god. He played games all night that day, and after telling his dad, he simply copied and pasted Yi Xingqian's address. How could you give someone something like this as a gift? Over here, everyone looked at him with considerable disapproval. Lin Xiao was on the verge of tears. No wonder Yi Xingqian was so angry. It's a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, brother. Lin Xiao quickly explained. First Snow, my roommate asked me to buy this. I accidentally pasted your address. I'm so sorry. Lin Xiao wasn't stupid. He roughly guessed what happened after Yi Xingqian got the book. If Yi Xingqian saw it alone, he would at most complain to him. Chu Shui must have seen Yi Xingqian get beaten up, so she ran over to beat him up. However, this was his fault, and no couple could accept it. The First Snow nodded. She indicated that she accepted Lin Xiao's apology. Lin Xiao covered her face and then went to the treatment pod. Yi Xingqian really went all out. It hurt so much. The little incident has passed. The rest of the time proceeded as usual. These days, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui earn money to build mechs. During this time, they also got a few mecha arms and legs for Cheng Zhao and his two companions. When the three of them got the mecha parts, they were so excited that they almost called Yi Xingqian Grandpa. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. The selection process for the Berkeley Military Academy's honor competition is also nearing its end. Finally, the list was finalized. 5,300 students participated in this year's honor competition. 1 month before the honorary tournament begins, major media outlets began reporting on the grand occasion of this year's 5 military academies. Berkeley Military Academy, Principal's Office. An elderly man with a white beard stroked a cat, and several elite instructors from Berkeley Military Academy stood in front of him. Song Mian was one of them. The sound of pages turning. The old man lifted the paper with one hand, looking at the list on the document. Wow, this year's students are truly full of talent. He rarely sighed. However, it's not just our Berkeley Military Academy that has a wealth of talent. Other military academies are just as good, and there are also members of the 5 armed forces. The old man slammed the documents on the table. Moreover, it said that the instructors from military academies around the world this year are the elite of the elite. It seems like the honor competition hasn't been this intense in a long time. Sigh, being a school principal is really tough. The old man complained. Song Mian supported himself on his desk with one hand. Then I plopped down on it. What are you worried about? With me here, do you need to worry? Song Mian was playing with 2 marbles in his hand. You think you're so great just because you're here. You can't even get into the competition area. I'm just worried about the students getting hurt. The old man stroked the cat, sighing repeatedly. It's normal to get injured. It's impossible to play a game without getting hurt, but... Song Mian flicked the marble against the wall, saying, with me here, I will never allow a student to be crippled or killed in an honor competition. The marble that was ejected returned to Song Mian's hand, and then was ejected again. The honor race is not just about the military supplies of each school. It also involves some federal political issues. There are a total of 20 military districts in the entire interstellar space. The future commanders and political officers of these military regions are selected from the 5 major military academies. To obtain these positions, one must have a certain level of political achievement. For students, the biggest and most impressive achievement is the honor competition. Therefore, all the military academies are putting in their best efforts to show off their skills in the honor competition. In order to suppress highly talented students from other military academies, some military academies will choose to fight during honor matches, either crippling or killing the students. Although it's a national league and the chances of someone being killed are very low, there have been a few instances. Chapter 76 Glory. I'm relieved to hear that. Remember, the lives of students must always come first. The old man looked at Song Mian and said, stay true to yourself. Since its founding, Berkeley Military Academy has remained true to its original mission, to nurture talent for the nation, to be loyal to the country, the union, and the people. However, it is clear that, based on the honorary competitions of the past few years and the attitude of the federal government, some people's original intentions have changed. Berkeley Military Academy originally held power over 6 military districts, but in recent years that number has been reduced to 3. This is also why the principal recalled Song Mi-an, who was far away on the border. There are some things that he can no longer solve on his own. Yes, I understand. Song Mi-an held the marble that had been flicked away in his hand. But when are you going to pay me my salary? Didn't I give you this much money last time? That money is that money, and wages are wages. Can you give me a few $100 billion more? Anyway, you have plenty of money. Don't be so stingy. Song Mi-an flicked a marble onto the old man's forehead. The old man, get out of here. You bastard. This way. Yi Xingqian's mecha for Chu Shui is nearing completion. These days, Yi Xingqian made final adjustments to Chu Shui's mecha. Install the last piece of the assembly. He stepped back. He looked at his carefully crafted masterpiece with satisfaction. This is an extremely perfect mecha. Yi Xingqian chose white and blue for her armor-piercing outfit. The elegant gown had a split hem that floated gently like flowing water, with blue rhinestones scattered irregularly on it, and a white rose pinned to the bodice. She is elegant and dignified. The mech's weapon is a long, umbrella-shaped spear. Yi Xingqian took off his high-powered scope, took out a folding container, scanned the mecha, and stored the mecha in the container. Are you done? The boss saw Yi Xingqian come out and said, Yes, it's done. Yi Xingqian said. At that moment, Chu Shui also came out of her room. Why don't you go and earn some more money? Look, you have almost no money left in your account. The boss gave a reminder. A set of armor-piercing gear, a mech. The total cost is 3.6 trillion. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui really kept pouring money into it. After they finished doing these two things, they basically only had a few $100 coins left in their account. No, thank you. Yi Xingqian said, This is our last day. We won't be coming here for a long time to come. The honor match is here. Zero said that they should be leaving Berkeley's in the next couple of days to compete. But you can't do it this way. The boss roughly guessed who they were. Do you have any drafts that need replacing? Do you mean some unused blueprints? Yes. Have. Yi Xingqian said, There are both mecha and armor-piercing types. All right, if you don't mind, give me 2, and I'll sell them on the black market for you, and then transfer the money to you. Okowo. Yi Xingqian turned around and went back to the drafting room, taking out 2 discarded drafts from the trash can. The boss took the rejected draft and said, I'll burn the rest of the drafts for you. Although I don't get many people coming here, there are always a few sometimes. Designers' private drawings are extremely valuable. It's fine if 1 or 2 are leaked, because 1 or 2 drawings won't reveal much about the design. But Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui left him with too many blueprints. If someone with ulterior motives sees this, it will bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to the two of them. After the boss finished speaking, he started the incineration device. All the blueprints in the room were burned to ashes. Thanks, Yi Xingqian said. It's nothing. You made me a prosthetic limb, so this is nothing. Come again often. I'd like to see you two again. Yes, it will. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui waved goodbye to the boss. Board a starship and returned to Berkeley Military Academy. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui had just returned when they received a message. This was sent by Song Mi-an. This guy disappeared for more than 6 months, and during that time, not a single person could be seen. They don't call in teachers to instruct people, but only occasionally call in some instructors to assess their performance. If he hadn't suddenly sent a message, Yi Xingqian would have thought Song Mi-an was dead in some dark corner. Everyone, pack your bags tonight. We're leaving tomorrow. This journey is a bit long, and the local temperature changes frequently, so please bring enough warm clothes. Above. This time, Song Mi-an's message finally had a bit of an official feel to it. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui returned to the apartment and began packing their luggage. By the time they had almost finished cleaning up, it was already midnight. Bye. The clock struck midnight. The previously dark outside the window was immediately brightened. All the screens on campus displayed a single theme. That was a battle for honor, a journey for heroes. The quiet floor was immediately filled with screams. Someone was peering out of the doors and windows, shouting at the top of their lungs. Freshmen, upperclassmen going to the honor match. You are the pride of our school. This battle, we must win. I'm giving you guys a huge shout out. You guys are the best. Yeah. The students screamed incessantly. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui opened the window, and some students saw them, and even made a heart shape with their hand for the two of them. Ye Vingchen. Chu Shui, keep going. We, the Qinshu SCP fans, will always be behind you. The Qinshu SCP will never fall. We hold high the Qinshu CP banner. CP fans will love you forever. The loud shouts brought the school to life. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui held hands and looked on with smiles at the magnificent scene. The next day, when we set off, all the teachers and students of the school gathered in the central square. All the participating students changed into military uniforms, with Berkeley Military Academy badges affixed to their chests. I won't say things like the previous instructors, such as friendship first, competition second, or we should value the spirit of the competition. What I'm saying is very simple. Song Mian stood on the high platform, holding a microphone. This year, Berkeley Military Academy will definitely be number one. It has to be number one. It's fucking number one. Number one. Number one. First, the students shouted enthusiastically. Songo, it's all up to you. Mom, don't you dare let me down. Exactly. If any of our school's students get injured, we'll pull your hair out when we get back. At the students' shouts, the team members lined up and boarded the starship one after another. The students watched them leave. No one could have imagined what would happen years later. The legend of interstellar travel will be born here. Those people etched in history, those honors will be showered upon the entire Berkeley Military Academy. Chapter 77 New Mission. This journey is quite long. Even if we travel by starship, it will take 10 days to reach our destination. Yi Xingqian's class was taught by Song Mian. Even after several months, Song Mian's fashion sense was still quite peculiar. Yo-yo, my dear boy, my dear girl, this is the rulebook for this honor battle. He rapped a single sentence, sat on the back of a chair, held a stack of rulebooks in his hand, and tossed them to his classmates with one hand. The students reached out and took it. They're even handing out manuals? Lin Xiao opened it and casually flipped through it a couple of times. It's nothing more than things like not allowing people to be injured and not allowing the 3 military academies to form an alliance. Oh well, just look at this stuff and move on. It's what the principal asked me to do. I was just following the rules. After handing out the manuals, Song Mian unwrapped a lollipop and put it in his mouth. Actually, you don't need to read these rules. You just need to remember one sentence. Whoever tries to mess with you, you'll kill them. Didn't we say we can't hurt people? Hey, I don't think it counts as hurting someone as long as they're not killed. Songo shrugged. Just say it was an accident if you kill him. Everyone, learn. There was a few seconds of silence inside the starship. Then everyone nodded in agreement. Anyway, if you can't kill him, beat him to death. As long as no one sees it, it's fine. But you must remember one thing. Song Mian added, when you get there, you'll have a 5-day adjustment period, which is basically to see who your opponents are. You cannot assault members of other military academies during this period, or you will be disqualified from the competition. What if you really can't stand it? Opening number 0. He had participated in an honors match once, so he knew the process. During the 5-day contact period, it was a miracle that the students from several military academies didn't kill each other. As for fighting, that's really commonplace. They just wouldn't fight openly. Instead, they would compete in the training room under the guise of friendly sparring. Can't stand it. Oh, Song Mian chewed up the strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth and then swallowed it. If you can't stand it, then this is it. He stretched out one hand and waved it a few times in the air. Slap, slap. Slap them hard across the face. Okay, okay. The 11 people nodded in agreement. If the old man were here right now and saw Song Mian teaching him like this, he would probably spit out 10 liters of blood. I asked you to teach the students not to cause trouble, not to teach them how to hit people. Do you have the complete list of students participating this year? Yi Xingqian asked Song Mian. Yes, but it only has the name and a brief description of the ability. It's not very useful to you. Please give each of us a copy. Yi Xingqian said. Song Mian nodded and used his personal computer to generate a file for everyone. Yi Xingqian scrolled down. As Song Mian had said, this list wasn't particularly useful. Because these lists are all scrambled, it's unclear who went to whose military academy. They just grouped the superpowers into one category and write the names under each category as superpower. Although it wasn't very useful, Yi Xingqian still carefully flipped through it. When you flip to the bottom, Yi Xingqian saw a category with only 2 names. Type, useless. Name, Yi Xingchen rating D. Name, first snow rating, no rating. This, Yi Xingchen pointed to the text on the quantum computer. Well, since you and Chu Xue have the lowest ratings in this year's honor tournament, you've been categorized into that group. However, you two are not in much trouble. Take Chu Xue, for example. Although she doesn't have any special abilities or a spirit body, with her strength, she can easily defeat other A-level students from military academies. Song Mian said, "You're playing dumb to fool others." Su Changcheng was playing on her phone, looking up at the screen. She knew what Song Mian was planning. By deliberately categorizing Yi Xingchen and Chu Xue as the worst, she aimed to make many proud and arrogant academy elites overlook the two's true strength. When the match comes, they won't even know how they got killed. Moreover, Yi Xingchen's ability is practically a cheat code. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Song Mian did not deny it. After the exchange, everyone went about their own business. Since they're traveling by car, they can't train. Moreover, they had already thoroughly figured out their operational plans before the competition even began. 10 days. It's neither long nor short. During this time, Yi Xingchen received a transfer from the owner of the underground arena. 2 discarded drafts sold for 300 billion. Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow when he looked at the number. He never expected that a casual drawing could sell for such a high price. However, having a lot of money is not a bad thing. Certainly. In addition to the boss's transfer, 37's tasks have also been updated. The host has now completed the mecha building task assigned by the system, as well as the stimulating task. Let me read out your basic information. Your current spirit level is B, your ability level is B, and your mecha piloting ability is A. 2BS, so we'll call it 2B. Your spirit value is already over 100 million, but I won't go into the exact numbers. You can use your special abilities freely without worrying about them being depleted. Your current physical condition has recovered to 40% of your previous life. Due to the increase in your spiritual level and physical functions, you can now use 25% of your previous life's abilities. Power description: 2 mirrors for replication, 1 mirror for teleportation, and time control duration of 4 seconds. 37 reported a lot of data. After hearing this, Yi Xingchen only replied with one sentence: "You're the idiot." 37. Ahem. Please don't worry about these details, host. Now I'm going to issue new assignments. Love mission. Within 3 months, in the most romantic place, tell Chu Xue, "I like you" or "I love you." Mission completion reward. All 3 rating rewards will be upgraded once. The exciting missions are currently on cooldown and will not be available for another 2 months. There weren't many tasks assigned to 37, and it's very simple, but the rewards are getting better and better. But, after hearing its words, Yi Xingchen turned to look at Chu Xue. They've been married for almost half a year, and he has never said a single word to her like or love her. This realization made Yi Xingchen feel inadequate. He needs to find a time to express his feelings to his wife. After this honorary match, he remembered that the first Snowfall's birthday was on May 11th of the following year. He was determined to express his feelings before the first Snowfall's birthday. Although these are things that should have been said before marriage, their marriage was too rushed and none of these things were mentioned. Not only that, Yi Xingchen also plans to hold a grand wedding later. I gave it to his family's little guy with facial paralysis. Chapter 78, First Encounter with Others. Yi Xingchen's mission has been updated. 4 days later, Chu Xue also received a message from LV. Little girl. An extremely aged voice echoed in her mind. This was the first time Chu Xue had heard Green's voice since the contract was formed. "I'm going to die," Green said. The first snow is puzzling. When the contract was made, didn't I say that I am in charge of the 4 seasons and will be reborn once a year? In this year, my lifespan will come to an end. Spring is half over, and I will die in these days and be reborn in the height of summer when life is at its peak. You need to take good care of yourself. Green said. The first snow nodded. Green was indeed as it said. Its voice sounded like a withered tree branch on its last legs. Okay, then I'm relieved. Let me die first. Green finished speaking. The first snow felt like it had closed its eyes. When you call it again, it won't respond. At this point, Green had already entered a state of death. 10 days passed quickly. Yi Xingchen and his group then arrived at their destination. This is a planet with a pleasant climate, where it is autumn-like all year round and the weather is cool. When they arrived, the students from other military academies had not yet arrived. After all, the distances between the various military academies in this planet are different, but it will be soon. They will arrive within 2 days at the latest. Because those who arrive first will be able to choose their dormitories first at Berkeley Military Academy. Everyone unanimously decided to choose the area closest to the training ground and the central building. This makes training easier, and it also makes it easier for the teachers leading the teams to contact the students. There are 11 people in Yi Xingchen's class, 2 girls and 9 boys. Yi Xingchen naturally lived with Chu Shui. The other 8 boys shared a room, and Su Chengxing shared a room with female students from other classes. After the dormitory rooms were assigned, Song Mian then went to the central building. The central building contains basic information about this honor competition, as well as details about the venue type for the student competition and the specific number of participants for the 2 competition formats. Put down your luggage. I'm just tidying up my dorm room a bit. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui saw the message sent by Song Mian in the class group. This year's honor tournament is a little different from previous ones. The superpower battle is the same as before. Put the students into a map and let them fight. The one who eliminates the military academy with the most students within the time limit wins. The change is in the overall strategy competition. In the past, the overall strategy competition involved randomly dropping each participating student from a military academy onto a planet with a fixed climate and a high risk factor. Then, a defensive line is set for each military academy. Once the defensive line is breached and the enemy forces penetrate to the center, the military academy will be eliminated. However, the rules of the overall battle have changed this time. The first thing is the map. The map for this main battle is connected to 3 planets. Simply put, it's possible that halfway through the competition, everyone will be randomly teleported to another planet. The environmental and hazard indicators of the other planet are unknown. The previous system of breaching defenses has been replaced by a hunting system. Beasts, insects, and strange beasts will randomly appear on the map, and military academy students can earn points by killing these creatures. Furthermore, just like in the Battle of Superpowers, you can also earn points by eliminating students from other military academies. Furthermore, this honor competition will not provide any military academies with mecha power. During the match, weapons and energy crystals will be randomly dropped on the map. This rule has been changed. The difficulty level has increased dramatically. Chapter 79 Arguing. Yi Xingchen finished reading through the rules. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems that the overall quality of this honor tournament is quite high, even exceptionally high. These competition rules pose a significant challenge to both the students' physical fitness and the commander's strategic planning skills. It seems that this honor match is bound to be a bloody battle. It was already evening when I arrived at the school. At 8 p.m., Zero called them out to familiarize themselves with the various facilities and locations. After all, they will be spending nearly 2 months here, so it's better for them to familiarize themselves with the environment first. The training camp facilities here are very advanced and complete. Yi Xingchen also saw the Mecha manufacturing station and the armor-piercing manufacturing station. In addition, there are 5 mech training grounds. Each area is marked with the name of the military academy, and no one other than members of that academy is allowed to enter. Before the main battle begins, students can enter the mech training area to practice their mechs. In order to achieve a higher degree of integration between perception and mecha, so that the impact on the field can be stronger. Looking at the 5 mecha training grounds, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but look at Chu Shui, wondering what the mecha his wife would make for him would look like. Noticing Yi Xingchen's gaze, Chu Shui turned her head away. She instantly saw through Yi Xingchen's thoughts, so she reached out and took Yi Xingchen's hand. 15 days left. Yi Xingchen's birthday is in 15 days. I'm really looking forward to it too. The first snow said. Yi Xingchen looked forward to his mecha, and she also looked forward to Yi Xingchen breaking through the armor. Just bear with it a little longer. Chu Shui took the initiative to move closer, and the two pressed tightly together. Yi Xingchen rubbed against Chu Shui's hair. 15 days. You can watch it after the Superpowers competition. After roughly traversing this enormous map, it was already late at night, and Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui returned to their dormitory. The next day, students from the other 4 military academies gradually arrived. Accompanying them were the 10 referees for this honor competition, as well as elite instructors from various military academies. as the main team leader for this honorary tournament. Yi Xingxin's class needs to follow Song Mi-on to get to know the main members of various military academies. Standing in the starship docking alley, watching the crew members disembark one by one. The first to arrive at their side were the leaders of the 4 military academies. He shares the same identity as Song Mi-on. Commander Song, it's been a long time. The first person to greet Song Mi-on was Chinda, the officer in charge of Archer Military Academy. He was also the leader of the last Archer Military Academy team. Commander Chin, it's been years since I last saw you, and your head is getting shinier and shinier. Song Mi-on extended his hand and shook hands with Chinda. He smiled, but his words immediately made Chinda's face darken. Chinda has a receding hairline and hates it most when people mention his hair. However, since he is the leader, even if he is furious, he has to greet him with a smile. He immediately changed the subject, turning his gaze to what was behind Song Mi-on. Commander Song, is this the squad you're in charge of? Yes. Your class always surprises me. Last time, the students in your class behaved in a special way, quite different from students in other military academies. Almost thought I had walked into a zoo. It was so novel. The class you led this time had a very uneven rating. Only Instructor Song could lead such a class. It's truly refreshing to see something new every time you see it. Chinda praised him in a high-pitched tone, but those words sound like the words of a cunning old fox. These words were spoken. Yi Xingxin and the others all looked in Chinda's direction. Song Mi-on smiled, and just as he was about to reply, Lin Xiao stepped forward first. I never expected that Commander Chin would value our Berkeley Military Academy students so much. Since you enjoy observing us so much, why don't we put on a show for you? Feng Gang, Mingyu, move out. Lin Xiao greeted Feng Gang and Mingyu. This performance was fantastic, Commander Chin. You should definitely watch it. As Lin Xiao spoke, she took out a black watercolor pen. He was wearing a white t-shirt today, which was easy to color. All the people saw was Lin Xiao writing 2 words on the large white area in front of him with a pen. Inde. He used hair gel from his pocket to pluck at his hair, making it look like he had a bald patch and appearing very unkempt. After he finished, a lewd smile appeared on Lin Xiao's originally serious face. With his hands behind his back, his upper body tilted at a 45-degree angle, his face upturned, he walked towards Feng Gang and Mingyu. Hey, where did this pretty little girl come from? Come into my arms and call me daddy, and I'll give you $1. Lin Xiao stretched out both hands, one finger of each hand pressing against Feng Gang's chin, and the other hand touching Mingyu's face. Feng Gang and Mingyu both looked furious. Fly up and slap me. Go to hell. Where did this monkey come from? How dare he lay a hand on your ancestors? After the two finished fighting, they kicked Lin Xiao to the ground. Did he eat 3 pounds of shit? How come he spews filth everywhere he goes? How dare you spray it on your ancestors' face? If you enjoy eating shit and spitting filth so much, you probably grew up in a latrine. Not only did you grow up in a latrine, but everyone you've ever met grew up in a latrine. Since you like eating shit so much, Grandpa will let you eat your fill. Come on, idiot, eat shit. Mingyu and Feng Gang punched and kicked Lin Xiao. Then he picked up the pen again, grabbed Lin Xiao's shirt, and drew more than a dozen blobs of excrement on the 2 characters Chinda. They drew and Lin Xiao called out, "Oh, daddies, spare me. Don't make me eat shit anymore. I'm so full from eating shit every day. Wah, I can't eat anymore." His performance was vivid and expressive and full of emotion. With so many people coming and going, they naturally witnessed this scene. Everyone except the students from Archer Military Academy burst into laughter. Chinda was so angry that his face turned green. Regardless of the occasion, he directly rebuked Song Mi-on. These are students from your Berkeley Military Academy. Disrespectful, utterly rude. They keep spewing nonsense. And you still have the nerve to send yourself to the honor competition. You're a disgrace to the 5 military academies. As soon as he said that, Song Mi-on was delighted. Commander Chin, why are you so angry? This is just a little bit of concern from the students at Berkeley Military Academy. You yourself said you enjoy watching the students at Berkeley Military Academy. They're doing this out of courtesy, putting on a special show for you. Why aren't you happy about it? Moreover, our students are performing skits. You know what skits are, right? They emphasize art and meaning. The profound meaning of this work is that our ancestors beat the monkey. As the chief officer of Archer Military Academy, you need to have some artistic talent and know how to appreciate things. You can't get angry just because of the plot. That would make you look very vulgar. Song Mian stepped forward, patted Chinda on the shoulder, and looked at him with an expression that said, "I'm so worried about your low level of appreciation." Chinda was absolutely furious with the people from Berkeley Military Academy. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. If he talked back now, that would make him seem both vulgar and stingy. After all, this was just a play performed by the students, and Chinda could not use Berkeley Military Academy to subtly criticize his performance and disqualify them from the competition. Unable to, Chinda could only shake off Song Mian's hand and stride away. "Oh, she's so hot-tempered." Song Mian shook his head. "Instructor, it's normal for Commander Chin to be irritable after he went out and probably ate something that looked like a powder keg." Before Chinda had gone far, Lin Xiao got up and shouted. Upon hearing this, Chinda, who was walking ahead, immediately turned into a run. After Song Mian and his group pulled this stunt, Commander Delan Walker, who had originally wanted to come up and exchange a few more pleasantries with them, dared not linger here any longer. After all, in the previous honor tournament, Archer and Delan Walker, together with Imperial Military Academy, were the first to eliminate Berkeley Military Academy. Although he wasn't the team leader from the previous year, he wasn't afraid of Song Mian causing trouble. But it's better to avoid trouble. After all, right after Chin Di Gang from Archer Military Academy was subtly criticized, a trending topic appeared on StarNet. Shocking. The commander of Archer Military Academy loves to eat shit. He didn't want to be trending on social media for such a stigma. So Delan Walk's superior simply shook hands with Song Mian and said hello before quickly leaving. The leaders of the 4 military academies met with 2 of them. Finally, arrived were Lofi, the commander of the Murina Military Academy, and Yin Cixing, the commander of the Imperial Military Academy. Lofi greeted Song Mian in a friendly manner. Yin Cixing glanced at Song Mian, then led his students away without looking back. The consistent style of the Imperial Military Academy. So incredibly arrogant. After the 4 military academies arrived, they were assigned dormitories. Yi Xingqian and his group also dispersed on their own. It was almost noon, time for lunch. Everyone decided to eat at the cafeteria. Haha, Xingqian, look, that Qin Chishi is trending at #1. As soon as she sat down, Lin Xiao showed her phone to Yi Xingqian. The above are a collection of comments from netizens. Most netizens joke that the officers at Archer Military Academy had such perverse tastes, even eating feces. Then there was a small group of people who were criticizing the Berkeley Military Academy students for being shameless and lacking in manners. But none of that matters. People in military academies care most about their reputation, especially older and more respected officers like Chinda. They are extremely concerned about their reputation. This trending topic is bound to make Chinda seriously ill. Well done. Yi Xingqian patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. If Lin Xiao hadn't gone out, he would have gone out too. Chinda talked about his wife, which was intolerable. Of course, that officer made a veiled criticism of Berkeley and also of you and Chuxua. You can insult me, but I can't tolerate you insulting my colleagues. That's right, that's right. We are all part of a collective. The other students in the class agreed. After about half a year of training, everyone trusts each other a lot. This class is also exceptionally united. They've always been happy and harmonious. This meal is on me. Yi Xingqian took out his star card. Yay! Lin Xiao took the star card and led a few classmates to the food selection area to order. The restaurants here are all excellent. It's not much different from a self-service store. Because they had such a big appetite, the long dining table was soon piled high with dishes. Chapter 80 The Arrogant Berkeley. They ate and drank their fill. Yi Xingqian and the others left the cafeteria. The personnel from the 5 major military academies have been assembled. At 1 p.m., people from various military academies stood in the circular square for the opening ceremony. Small drones equipped with cameras attracted a large influx of media outlets. At this moment, the Military Academy gathering place had become a live broadcast venue for the entire nation. A battle for honor. It concerns the military strength of the entire federal government. This place is a gathering place for the youngest generation of elites. They are the fresh blood of the Federation and the hope for the future of interstellar warfare against the Zerg. Reporters, microphones and cameras in hand, swarmed around the leaders of the 5 military academies like a hive of bees, bombarding them with questions. After all, this is a major event held only once a year. Whoever gets the first-hand information first will essentially control the first wave of massive traffic. The camera kept clicking away. The first question asked was naturally about the much-anticipated Imperial Military Academy. As the Imperial Military Academy, which has won the championship 5 times in a row, Commander Yin, do you think you are confident in leading this year's students to continue their winning streak? A dense array of black microphones was placed below Yin Cixing's lips. Yin Cixing maintained his usual dignified demeanor as he faced a multitude of complex and demanding questions. He only replied with 8 very official words. Honor will forever belong to the Empire. But this time, Berkeley Military Academy is using their ace instructors. Do you think you can handle it? You should know that in previous years, as long as Coach Song was there, the championship of the honor competition would definitely belong to Berkeley. The reporters pressed on relentlessly. At this moment, Lin Zifeng, as a key member, stepped forward. I've answered this question many times. Lin Zifeng wore an official smile. May the Empire endure forever, and may its glory never fade. Zifeng, we love you. The Empire lives on. Its honor will never fade. Lin Zifeng's fan club was also present. Lin Zifeng greeted them politely, then stepped back behind his mentor. Meanwhile, Nguyen, Dylan Walker, and people from Archer Military Academy also gave interviews. The interviews here are much more interesting than those at the Imperial Military Academy, especially Archer Military Academy. Commander Chin, I've heard you have a penchant for eating excrement. Is that true? As Archer's leader, when did you develop this unusual fetish? Furthermore, there are rumors circulating online that you not only like to eat feces, but also like to eat people. Is this statement true? Reporters always flock to wherever they're the hot topic. This Commander Chin was trending on social media for eating feces a few hours ago, so we definitely need to ask him about it. Don't talk nonsense. The students from Archer Military Academy stepped forward and spoke in a clear voice. The claims circulating online are all untrue. There was nothing to begin with, and the idea of cannibalism is utterly absurd. I'm warning you, don't spread rumors, or you'll end up in a military court. The military tribunal of a national military academy is very intimidating, and reporters no longer dare to ask such explicit questions. But there are always a few hidden meanings in his words. Chinda, whose veins were already bulging with anger, clenched his fists tightly. He maintained the most basic smile, but in his heart he cursed Berkeley's ancestors for 18 generations. Berkeley Military Academy was also packed. Instructor Song, what is your reason for returning to Berkeley Military Academy from the border? Also, do you think Berkeley Military Academy can surpass Imperial Military Academy this time and become number 1? Reporters flocked to the scene. Song Mian put his hands on his hips. Because it was the opening ceremony, he was dressed in formal attire, which was rare for him, but even in military uniform, he couldn't hide his roguish charm. Regarding the first question, I came back to get first place. The second question is connected to the first. With me here, the Imperial Military Academy is absolutely doomed. Song Mian smiled. His words were incredibly arrogant, directly disregarding the Imperial Military Academy. This attracted the attention of the students from the Imperial Military Academy, who turned their heads to look over. Reporters love this kind of reporting. They quickly jotted down what Song Mian said. Then they moved closer to the main members behind Song Mian. Instructor Song seems extremely confident about this honor match. As the main players, what are your thoughts? We think it's acceptable. Lin Xiao shrugged. After all, the Imperial Military Academy is really weak. Zero and Luo continued. Other military academies are not as good as the Imperial Military Academy. Feng Gang and Mingyu echoed this. If they can't even beat the Imperial Military Academy, what makes them think they can surpass us? Jiang Sihui, the eldest brother of Cheng Zhao's trio. So Berkeley's is definitely number 1. Su Chengcheng continued. The students' answers were even more impressive than the drill instructors. The reporters asked questions one by one, and when it was Yi Xingchen's turn, what's your opinion, Berkeley Military Academy member? The reporter, notebook in hand, stared intently at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen glanced at the reporters. His previously calm expression suddenly turned serious. The reporters felt that Yi Xingchen was definitely going to pull out a big surprise. They all held their pens in their hands, waiting to write down his first word. My comrades have already said what I wanted to say about the other military academies. As for what I want to say, Yi Xingchen turned his head. Do you see this beautiful lady next to me? Reporter, I saw it. Her name is Chu Shui, and she is my wife. Yi Xingchen said, "We will join hands to win first place in this honorary competition." Incidentally, while crushing other military academies. Let me show you what single hell is like. Yi Xingchen remained calm and composed. He spoke very bluntly. It's as if they've written all of this on their faces. Not only are you all trash, but you also don't have wives. These words were spoken. It is extremely lethal. More than 90% of the students who came to participate in the honor competition were single. Song Mian and his classmates' words had already attracted a lot of hatred. This made them feel that their dignity had been insulted. Then let's wait and see. The reporters were extremely satisfied. The atmosphere at this year's 5 major military academies is incredibly tense. But that's what makes it interesting and gives us something to talk about. In front of the display stand, the 10 judges watched this scene unfold. It's been a long time since we've seen such an exciting start to this year's honor tournament. This is going to be tough, as the students in this honor competition have the highest qualifications in the history of the competition. The judges from Delonwalk were watching the competition below with great interest. It's only fun when there's some competition. I'm tired of watching the honorary matches these past few years. The examiner from the Imperial Military Academy gave a meaningful smile. After all, I want to see if Berkeley Military Academy's undefeated myth will have the same strength as it did a few years later. The Imperial Military Academy's examiners turned their attention to the Berkeley Military Academy's examiners. After all, people who make promises they're too confident about usually end up being proven wrong more easily. Berkeley Military Academy was too arrogant. The things they said directly offended the other 4 military academies. Upon hearing the Imperial Military Academy's assessment, the Berkeley Military Academy's assessment officer chuckled. Then let's wait and see. The opening ceremony has ended. Yi Xingchen and the others returned to their respective dormitories and changed out of their military uniforms. It's still early. When they have time, the students at Berkeley Military Academy will choose to train, including today. 5 days until the Battle of Superpowers begins. The score from the special ability battles accounted for 40% of the total score in the entire honor competition. The allure of this score is still quite strong. Of course, it's not just Berkeley Military Academy students. Students from other military academies also demonstrate a high level of self-discipline. So when Yi Xingchen's class went to the training room, they encountered students from the 4 major military academies. Because of the outstanding performance of the 11 people in the opening ceremony, their appearance immediately drew the attention of many students who were about to enter the training room. You're from Berkeley Military Academy, right? This way. Yi Xingchen and the others had just entered the training room not long ago. Then several archer school students walked up. Yes, what's wrong? Zero was smiling. I heard you guys think you're really awesome. A brown-haired boy from archer school stepped forward and stated his purpose directly. Why don't you come to the training room and spar with us? Let's see just how awesome you really are. The students who came to participate were all young and were the pride of their respective colleges. Being spoken to like that by the people from Berkeley Military Academy at the opening ceremony naturally fueled their anger. Especially Archer Military Academy. Their superiors were not only tricked by the Berkeley Military Academy staff as soon as they arrived, but they were also subjected to various insinuations by reporters at the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony of the honor tournament was broadcast live, and the entire intergalactic community watched it. This incident caused Archer Military Academy to lose face completely. You guys are from a branch of the Archer School's army, right? Zero looked at the brown-haired boy and said, You think a mere branch can get the main force of Berkeley Military Academy to take action? Don't you think you're being a bit presumptuous? Since the other party was provocative from the start, Zero naturally wouldn't give them a friendly look. Do you think your Berkeley Military Academy is so great? As soon as Zero finished speaking, before the brown-haired boy could even open his mouth, the other military academy students stepped forward. This time, the students are from Delonwalk Military Academy. Or are you afraid to compete? Afraid of losing in a very embarrassing way? Several students wearing Delonwalk Military Academy uniforms said, Wow, Dylan Walker and Archer are really in sync. No wonder they're lackeys of some military academies. If one dog is injured, the second dog will step in. Chapter 81 First Snow Protects Husband. Some people from military academies are still standing around, hoping to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. The men from both military academies surrounded and attacked. The students in this class naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Su Chengsheng gave a sarcastic remark. Berkeley's Archer, and Dranwalker Military Academy were not the only ones present. Members of the Imperial Military Academy and the Murina Military Academy were watching from the sidelines. Moreover, they arrived early and encountered many key members, including Lin Zifeng from the Imperial Military Academy and Yin Wan from the Murina Military Academy. Now that the two major military academies are going to compete with them, the students from both academies definitely want to fight openly. Doesn't this give Lin Zifeng and Yin a perfect opportunity to watch the game? In any competition, the worst thing you can do is have your strategy revealed before the fight even begins. Although it was just a fight, these key members were not to be trifled with. They wouldn't be stupid enough to send someone information. Su Qingqing's words directly angered the members of the two military academies. Moreover, many students from the Imperial Military Academy also showed anger on their faces. They wanted to join one of the two military academies. The atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. If you want to fight us, call your main force over. Yi Xingqing gave the brown-haired boy a cold look. The brown-haired boy was already furious, and he showed even less kindness when he saw Yi Xingqing. Get lost, you useless piece of trash. You have no right to whine and complain here. His words immediately darkened the faces of everyone on Yi Xingqing's side. Yi Xingqing scoffed, thinking to himself that this person was simply courting death. He was about to make his move, but the first snow was one step ahead of him. Smack! A crisp slap landed hard on the brown-haired boy's face. The boy didn't even see how Chu Xue made her move before he lost his balance and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Chu Xue used all her strength in that slap. The slap left the brown-haired boy completely stunned. Roll! Chu Xue stood in front of Yi Xingqing. Her expression was unusually cold. In short, filled with barely suppressed rage. How dare you assault someone outside the competition? We're reporting this to the center building. You'll be disqualified from the competition. Over here, the people from the two military academies saw Chu Xue start hitting someone and quickly said something. Federal rules stipulate that students cannot assault each other during the honors tournament adaptation period. Otherwise, they will be disqualified from the competition. Go ahead. Go ahead. Anyway, I recorded what this student just said. It's not too much for him to deserve this slap. You can go and report it. I happen to really dislike a bunch of trash like you. Let's see who's right. Su Changsheng pointed to a voice recorder clipped to her clothes. Do you think we wouldn't dare? You dare try it, even one of you? Yi Xingqing stepped forward. A terrifying killing intent burst forth from Yi Xingqing's eyes, making the students tremble with fear. Their faces were grim, their fists clenched several times, and they dared not speak. They were indeed the ones who provoked us first today, even though Chu Xue hit someone. But they are indeed in the wrong. Moreover, not only that, a slap cannot disqualify the first Snow from the competition. First Snow is a key member, and the Berkeley Military Academy leadership will do everything in their power to protect her. In the end, the result of their protests will only be extremely ugly, and they might even be bitten back by Berkeley Military Academy. What? You're not yelling about fighting anymore? If you're not going to fight, then get the hell out of here. Don't you dare block my way. Lin Xiao stepped forward. You just wait. You won't get away with this on the field. The Archer Military Academy students helped the brown-haired boy up, threw out a few words, and slunk away. What? Aren't you going to join your good brothers? Lin Xiao turned to look at the students of Dylan Walker Military Academy. The people from Dylan Walker Military Academy were shocked to find that the people from Archer Military Academy were so spineless, and they cursed the people from Archer Military Academy in their hearts. After giving him a hostile look, he left. The farce is over. The students who had been standing around dispersed. Lin Zifeng, leading his school's team, gave Yi Xingqing and the others a deep look before turning and entering the training cabin. Zifeng, what do you think of Berkeley Military Academy this year? Lin Zifeng, who had just entered the training room, was questioned by Vice Captain Yan Hengji. Wearing his gear, Lin Zifeng replied with 2 words, so. Although the pointless argument just now didn't reveal anything substantial, it made Lin Zifeng realize that those 2 seemingly useless types were not as simple as they appeared. The brown-haired boy was rated A, which, for Archer Military Academy, meant he was considered a second-best player. Yet, Chu Xue, an unrated individual, reacted faster than an A-level student. I think there are 2 people on their team that I'm particularly concerned about. Yan Hengji said, one is Yi Xingqing, and the other is Luo. I always felt that their abilities were quite special. Although Yi Xingqian is a D-level member, D-level members are not completely useless, and Song Mian would not let two people with such low talent in for no reason. They must have some extraordinary qualities. Don't make wild guesses. Lin Zifeng fastened his gloves and glanced at Yan Hengji. The Empire's elite will always be above all military academies. Drop. The hatch opened. Lin Zifeng stepped forward. If anyone hinders the development of the Empire, I will take responsibility for eliminating them. Yan Hengji looked at Lin Zifeng and smiled gently. 2. How could the Imperial Military Academy be as useless as Archer Military Academy? He stepped forward and entered the training room with Lin Zifeng. This way. The people from the two military academies were turned away and left. Yi Xingqian and the others naturally didn't waste any more time. Number 0 swipes his card to enter the training pod. Honey, does your hand hurt? Taking advantage of the moment the hatch opened, Yi Xingqian grabbed Chu Shue's hand and examined her closely. That guy is tough and thick-skinned. I hope he doesn't hurt his wife's little hands. Fine. Chu Shue shook her head. He said you deserve to be hit. Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian have the same personality. They can't stand anyone speaking ill of each other. Don't hit him with your hand next time. If you hit his face, your hand will hurt too. Although Yi Xingqian was happy that Chu Shui was protecting him, he didn't want his wife to suffer even the slightest harm. Not even a little pain is acceptable. The first Snow nodded. The two looked at each other, then smiled sweetly. Oh dear, they've entered the training room. Lin Xiao and Su Changshang walked behind, one on each side, pushing Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui, the couple who were showing off their affection, into the training cabin. Because the upcoming battle is about superpowers, Yi Xingqian and his group mainly chose speed-based training and superpower-based training. During their training at Berkeley Military Academy, they had already become very familiar with the combat plans. For them, the training room was just a warm-up, a chance to go over what they had practiced again, nothing more. 5 hours passed. Okay, that's settled. Inside the training room, Zero shut down the system. Before the battle with superpowers begins, all we need to do is maintain this kind of training every day. Chapter 82, The Battle of Superpowers begins. Over the next 5 days, Yi Xingqian and his group didn't encounter any strange people who came to provoke them. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Battle of Superpowers begins. This day, all channels of Federal TV were shut down, and all Federal channels were broadcasting the live broadcast of the honor match. The live broadcast platform on the Federal Weibo account is now open. Students from the 5 major military academies opened their own Weibo accounts and entered the live broadcast room. Of course, there were also many passersby during this time. Now, we can see that the members of the 5 military academies have formed squares in the competition area. The participants in this year's honor tournament are all exceptionally outstanding, especially those from the Imperial Military Academy. Even the worst member is rated B. We are really looking forward to their performance. Of course, the members of other military academies are not bad either, but it is said that there are 2 unrated members in Berkeley Military Academy before this competition. Song Mian, the leader of Berkeley Military Academy, and his students have vowed to take first place in this honor competition. Let's wait and see if they can live up to their word. The live broadcast booth in the background is where the host is speaking. At the same time, monitoring station, 10 judges sat in their chairs. The 5 military academies each have 2 reviewers. They are responsible for monitoring students for any violations and providing commentary. Okay, the cameras here have been checked. The staff member gave the judges an okay sign. The location of the judges was immediately displayed on the screen of the live broadcast station. However, their windows are very small, allowing only 2 people to see at a time. The battle portal for superpowered abilities is about to open. Please line up and enter the waiting area in order, all participating students. In the square, 5 entry points are now open. Starting with the main force, the various military academies lined up in 7 orderly and rapid rows. Drop. The entry point is now open. Please hurry up and enter the waiting area. The entrance will close in 15 minutes. The sound of shoes hitting the ground. Members of the 5 military academies were very quick to arrive at the port. The huge crowd disappeared from the square. A battle for honor is about to begin. Yi Xingqian and his group were among the first to enter the port area. As soon as they entered the port, Yi Xingqian and the others reviewed the battle plan once again. Remember, Once you enter the map, the first thing you need to do is ensure your own safety. Luo didn't participate in the superpower battle this time, so we only have 10 people. The teleportation system here will automatically teleport 2 people who are close to each other to the same place. Regroup as we originally planned. Once you're safe on the map, remember to contact your teammates quickly. Zero is like the mother of the class, nagging and repeating the precautions. I'm afraid they'll make a mistake. The teleportation during the supernatural battle remains random. Some people may encounter students from other military academies as soon as they enter. Zero was mainly worried that these people would be nervous because it was their first time participating in an honor tournament, and they wouldn't be able to perform to their full potential. Each military academy sent 3,000 people to this competition. The total number of people is a full 15,000. This number is enormous. There's a very high chance you'll run into people from other military academies as soon as you enter. Okay. Lin Xiao waved her hand. And one last thing. Zero said, make sure you observe the characteristics of the map. Don't let the map eliminate you instead of other military academies. Okay. The remaining 9 people responded one by one. 1-minute countdown begins. At this point, the system spoke. The 10 people quickly separated and took up positions in pairs. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. System teleportation function activated. The 61st All-Guild Honor Tournament has officially begun. Yeah, it's starting. Live broadcast room. The chat box below was flooded with messages. Burkles, charge. Charge towards number 1. Burkles are awesome. The Empire shall live on. The honor of the Imperial Military Academy shall never fade. Go Archer Military Academy. Archer. Glory to Archer. Delan Walker. We love you. We must win this year. Merlina Military Academy. Rise up. Cut down all sides. The screen was flooded with comments about military academies. This green text lasted for a full minute. Then another note popped up in the speech box. We are students of Berkeley Military Academy. We are also the guardians of a Chinshue CP. Go Berkeley Military Academy. Go Chinshue, our darling. Chinchun and Shue. Your seniors love you. Keep going. Charge forward. We will always be your strong support. Chinshue. The seniors love you too. Go for it. Berkeley Military Academy pendant. The Chinshue CP is so precious. Long, drawn-out statements were released. Passers-by raised their eyebrows as they read this passage. This is the first time I've seen a military academy CP, couple pairing, fans flooding the screen since the honor competition started. Most of them couldn't help but be interested in the Chinshue CP they were talking about. They also have higher expectations for Yi Xingqian and Chu Shue's performance. The live broadcast screen went black for 17 seconds. Next, connect to the inside of the competition area. Is my personal computer broken? Why am I only seeing black and white? What we see is also black and white. Why is it black and white? Could it be that the honor match system is malfunctioning? No, the system for the honor tournament isn't broken. This time the map is black and white. In the map, Yi Xingqian opened his eyes. What I saw was a world that wasn't a world at all. The world is like a painting. The ground beneath his feet is black and white, forming a staircase, as if he were stepping not on the ground, but on piano keys. Yi Xingqian tried to move. The ground made a sound. It really did sound like piano keys. However, the sound was much lower than that of a normal piano, and even had a slightly eerie quality. Welcome to the Superpower Battle map. This time's map for the Superpower Battle, the sound of piano keys. Map difficulty, Nightmare level. Please avoid the special conditions of this map and fight within it. This battle of superpowers will last for 3 days. Now, the 3-day countdown begins. Outside the map, judges' table, accompanied by the system's voice. The 10 judges all showed expressions of surprise. It's a nightmare level map. The map difficulty in the honor tournament system has 6 levels, numbered from 1 to 6. Generally, the system will randomly select maps from these 6 levels. Nightmare difficulty maps are above these 6 difficulty levels. The honor tournament has been held for 61 sessions, and no one has ever drawn a nightmare level map in any of them. Even the reviewers had never seen the characteristics of a nightmare level map. Chapter 83 Ghost. Host, center on yourself. Draw a circle with a radius of 300 meters. 8 students from other military academies were detected. 6 of them are natural type ability users, and 1 is a special type ability user, which is a space type ability user. In the map, 37 reports the enemy situation to Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian turned to the left. The low notes of a piano resounded from front. Clearly, some people encounter opponents and begin fighting as soon as they land. The piano keys played soft notes in sync with the people's footsteps. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui moved slowly. They found the perfect balance so that the piano keys could support the weight of 2 people without making a sound. The battle ahead is becoming increasingly fierce. The music grew increasingly chaotic, like a tangled ball of yarn, tangling around everyone's ears. Yi Xingqian tilted his head slightly. 4 military academy students were seen fighting each other. They were divided into pairs, and their supernatural abilities, composed of natural elements, clashed with each other. Several supernatural abilities dispersed. It struck the piano keys. It makes an unpleasant and harsh sound. The sound was so loud that Yi Xingqian couldn't help but frown. He reached out and covered Chu Shui's ears. But strangely enough, even with such a high decibel sound, it did not affect the 4 people fighting at all. They are attacking faster and more ruthlessly. Finally, it seemed to have lost its mind and began to attack indiscriminately. A strange child's voice drifted by. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui immediately became alert. Sizzle. A black line appeared to the right front of the 4 people. Then, the line extended to both sides, forming a giant eye. The eyes are composed of black and blood red. It stared straight at the 4 people fighting below and let out a strange laugh. The deep, chaotic piano music mingled with the blood seeping from between the keys. It started as just a small amount. Finally, it completely covered most of the piano keys. Blood stained the soles of their 4 shoes red. Immediately afterwards, pairs of rotting hands emerged from the blood and grabbed the 4 people who were fighting. At this moment, the 4 people had completely lost their minds, and with the appearance of the bloody hand, their originally angry faces gradually turned pale. Even their entire faces became very strange. Their black and white eyes were stained black, and the 4 of them grinned. Their movements gradually stiffened. It felt like being manipulated, being hit step by step. Yi Xingqian looked at them, and 4 words flashed through his mind. Marionette. Vomit. Live broadcast platform. Those watching this scene, which was so realistic, got goosebumps all over their bodies. Ugh, that's disgusting. Why is the map for this honor tournament like this? That piano music is so unpleasant to listen to. It gives me goosebumps all over. Eyes have grown on the skin of those who are being controlled. They even have them on their heads and foreheads. Vomit. I'm going to throw up. I'm really going to throw up. People with trypophobia really can't stand this. A nightmare-level map looks like this. It's more thrilling than a horror movie. It's truly shocking my whole family. Not only were the people at the live broadcast station shocked, but the judges in the monitoring room also did not expect that the characteristics of the nightmare-level map would be a simulated ghost realm. Inside the system, Yi Xingqian watched as the 4 people's bodies were covered in blood-red eyes, and then they were dragged into the blood by the bloody hands. The visual impact of this scene is extremely strong. It is bloody and terrifying. Faced with such a bizarre scene, Yi Xingqian simply reached out and covered Chu Shui's eyes very quickly. Need not. Chu Shui grabbed the hand that Yi Xingqian had reached out to her. Aren't you afraid? Yi Xingqian said. He himself was fine, but he was worried that Chu Shui would be frightened if she saw it. I'm not afraid. Chu Shui shook her head, then asked in return. Did you notice anything? Interference, alienation, devouring, becoming stronger. Yi Xingqian gave a brief summary. The sound of the piano can disturb people's minds, and the emotions of those disturbed will be amplified infinitely. Playing random keys will accelerate the interference, and once certain conditions are met, it will trigger the death condition. There must be ghosts in this world. They mainly grow stronger by devouring the power of others. If I'm not mistaken, the more people they eliminate, the stronger they become, and the more blurred the world's restrictions on them become. The worst-case scenario is that it grows to the point where it can kill indiscriminately. Yi Xingqian said, nightmare-level maps are actually similar to ghost-themed dungeons in some games. As long as the people inside do not trigger the death conditions, no ghosts will appear. In game instances, once a ghost appears, the player is basically dead. But Yi Xingqian doesn't know yet whether this honor match will be under such conditions. Several explanatory paragraphs. It made those watching the live stream outside widen their eyes. I just think these two people have really strong mental fortitude. An ordinary person would have been terrified to death if they went in, but they were able to calmly watch everything that just happened. As viewers, we couldn't bear that scene. It was simply torture. These two people not only entered the live stream, but also watched it calmly. Not only did he watch it calmly, but he also took over the judge's job and became the commentator. Awesome. That's awesome. Immediately, students from Berkeley Military Academy flooded the live stream with 666. Meanwhile, fans of the Chinchua couple cheered for the two of them, while also recommending the two to casual viewers. Inside the map, after Yi Xingqian finished speaking with Chu Shui, they were about to move. But then they saw blood spreading from the black piano keys beneath their feet. The two people raised their eyebrows. Looking up, I saw a black line appear above me. This is the trigger condition. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui took off running. After those blood-red eyes opened, the pupils stared at the two people from the side. The bloody hand reached out first, becoming exceptionally thick and long. They chased after Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. Chapter 84, the eve of showing off. As I ran, the sound of the piano keys rose and fell. A sense of anxiety slowly welled up inside him, but Yi Xingqian quickly suppressed it. Try to influence him through such means? That's simply impossible. After running about 300 meters, the hand chasing behind stopped. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui turned around. Those eyes revealed a look of resentment. However, due to certain restrictions, it is impossible to continue pursuing this goal. A condition will be triggered if the stay exceeds 8 minutes. Yi Xingqian said to Chu Shui. His memory has always been excellent. Let's go. The first Snow said. Go and meet up with them. Turn on the map function on your wristwatch. Yi Xingqian located the approximate locations of the remaining 8 people. He and Chu Shui stepped on the piano keys and ran along the shortest route. If they encountered other superhumans from other military academies along the way, they would quickly eliminate them with a swift stroke of their knives. Then, those outside the map saw a couple rampaging through it, completely unaffected by the music, and even managing to kill 2S level ability users with no rank. I think this world is magical. Over here, the viewers in the live stream were full of admiration for Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's performance. One of them has a low rating, and the other has no rating, and they're even a married couple. I'm so envious. They are both very strong, but Berkeley Military Academy is currently ranked 3rd in points, still ahead of Imperial Military Academy. In the map, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui ran all the way, killing 56 other military academy students. They reunited with Chang Zhao's trio, Feng Gang, Lin Xiao, and Su Changchen. You've come. Here, the 8 people gathered. This map is really insane. Lin Xiao started complaining as soon as they met up. Not only is it disgusting, but I also feel really annoyed right now. Everyone's resistance to external interference is different. If you listen to those piano sound for a long time without adjusting, you will eventually go crazy. Adjust your breathing. Yi Xingqian pressed down on Lin Xiao's shoulder. The level of interference is increasing, and if I'm not mistaken, the monsters in this world will grow stronger infinitely over time, just like the alternate dimension of Zero. Yi Xingqian said. As soon as he finished speaking, the piano keys beneath his feet began to bleed. At the same time, several pairs of eyes were fixed on the 8 of them. A new round of running began. Yi Xingqian turned around, and this time, his eyes were no longer fixed on the piano keys. Instead, you can follow them. Oh shit. Lin Xiao was in a bad mood and threw a fireball back. The fireballs hit those arms, but had no effect. They were absorbed into the arms. But Yi Xingqian still keenly noticed that when the fireball hit them, the arms paused for nearly 0.5 seconds. 37. Do the ghosts in this world have intelligence? After shaking off the ghostly figure, Yi Xingqian asked the system. Tests have shown that she has a certain level of intelligence. Can my copying ability copy the abilities of these things? Data is being overlapped. Data overlap successful. Testing has shown that your special ability can copy the abilities of these ghostly figures onto your body. That's fine. Upon receiving the system's message, Yi Xingqian smiled. Quickly locate Zero and his team, and protect Zero as they complete the space construction. Wife, let's go lure them in. Star, what are you going to do? The 6 people behind him didn't understand why Yi Xingqian would suddenly say that. Does it attract ghosts? Chu Shui turned her head and said, "Clever." Yi Xingqian absolutely adored his own little noodle stall. Huh? Why do you want to attract ghosts? Isn't this digging one's own grave? The ghost here does not accept attacks from supernatural abilities, and if you attack it, it will become stronger. If there are many people, won't it become stronger and stronger? Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. We need to be quick. I think the people from the Imperial Military Academy are not far from Zero. This world is very unfriendly to natural type ability users. Zero is a structural type ability user. If we don't eliminate him, the other military academies will definitely lose. Good. The 6 people had no suspicions. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Xingqian had become their pillar of support. The 6 people agreed on a meeting place and then parted ways again. This way, the leaders of the 5 major military academies sat in a room. Commander Song, what are the people at Berkeley Military Academy thinking? Looking at the map, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui gathered the people from the other military academies one by one, and the consequence of having so many people was that ghosts kept appearing. The scene then became extremely comical. The military academy students fought and ran, having to deal not only with ghosts and monsters, but also with people from other military academies. Moreover, there is no possibility of even dispersing. The more people there are, the stronger the ghosts become. Now, it's even become a screen full of eyes. Even if your Berkeley Military Academy can't win, don't drag other military academies down with you, okay? Berkeley Military Academy has now slipped from its initial 3rd place to 4th, and is even trending towards 5th. The reason is that their military academy has a low rating, and most of the students are risking their lives to protect the main force members. This seems like a foolish act to others. Currently, the only one they can count on among their main forces is Zero, and because the system map is so large, Zero's ability to activate is slow. It'll probably be wiped out by other military academies before it even gets going. I don't know why these people are risking their lives to protect the main force. Look at your screen. You're nobody who tells me what to do. Song Mian glanced at Chinda. You, Kindavush furious. The leader of the Imperial Military Academy, however, looked at Song Mian thoughtfully. He shifted his gaze to Yi Xingqian's face, his eyes growing even deeper. What are these 2 students up to? Over here, the judges frowned as they watched Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's actions. Even if you're courting death, you shouldn't do it this way. The monsters on the map have now materialized and can even launch ghost eye attacks on people on the map. The number of people killed by ghosts and monsters is not counted on the heads of the various military academies. Therefore, the gap between each military academy is not large now. But if the gap is not large, it is easy to be overtaken. I can't watch anymore. I can't watch anymore. So many eyes. Live broadcast room. Are the people at Berkeley Military Academy crazy? If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. What the hell are you talking about? Whose fault is it if the people in your own military academy aren't smart enough? Your Berkeley Military Academy is disgusting. You boasted you'd be number 1. Now you're last, really last. And those 2 idiots, couple, best partners. They only know how to drag others down with them. Only people from Berkeley Military Academy are so incompetent, they'll find any kind of couple acceptable. 2 pieces of trash. What the hell is it to you if we ship couples? And you're even insulting our Chinshue couple. You bunch of dogs. Do you even deserve to be called that? The competition isn't even over yet. What are you spouting about? In a live broadcast room, people from the 5 military academies were arguing fiercely. Chapter 85, I'm starting to show off. No matter how noisy it is outside, it has nothing to do with Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. As the number of ghosts increased, people from other military academies had no choice but to flee to areas with fewer ghosts. By the time Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui reached the designated location, almost everyone on the map had been lured there by the 2 of them. Starry sky. Hurry! This way. The 2 of them had just spotted the location. Then they heard Jiang Xi's hurried voice. They saw that the main forces of the 4 military academies were besieging them. Because Berkeley's was so captivating, he attracted a great deal of hatred. People from other military academies are no longer fighting each other. They're specifically targeting Berkeley. They are determined to make Berkeley Military Academy achieve their dream of becoming number 1. The construction of Zero is almost complete. Now, Yan Hengji said to Lin Zifeng, who was beside him, "Knock him out. Eliminate him." If a construct-type ability user is interrupted at the last step, the backlash will be severe. It could even lead to being crippled, as the backlash from supernatural abilities can damage one's spiritual body. The main members of other military academies clearly shared this idea. Special ability, Activate. Lin Zifeng opened his eyes. His whole body was surrounded by a golden aura. His hair was blown back, and he immediately attacked. The main forces of the other military academies also activated their special abilities. However, the people at Berkeley Military Academy also noticed it. A swarm of people gathered around Zero. Even if we get eliminated, it doesn't matter. Oh, over here, Yi Xingchen watched as the main force activated their superpowers, and the smile on his lips grew wider and wider. Instant teleportation, super defense, invisibility, and an invincible system. The other military academy students thought they had in the bag, but they were unaware that disaster was about to befall them. Mirror copy. Yi Xingchen uttered a few words. 2 mirrors and 1 teleportation mirror were thrown out. Yi Xingchen swung the mirror to its highest point, and all the densely packed people and ghosts below moved within it, each one framed inside. In an instant, Yi Xingchen gained nearly 1,000 supernatural abilities. Moreover, after nearly half a year of training, his proficiency with his supernatural abilities has increased, allowing him to distribute these nearly 1,000 supernatural abilities to 10 people, each lasting for 40 seconds. He used his mind to distribute these thousands of supernatural abilities to the students in his class, as well as a few students with particularly strong combat abilities. Here, Lin Zifeng was only 5 centimeters away from hitting Zero. But when he threw a punch, he discovered that Zero actually possessed the same superpower as him. Roll. Zero let out a cold laugh. Under Lin Zifeng's astonished gaze, the Rubik's Cube in his hand opened. The construction of the supernatural ability has been completed. A ghost! Over here, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui summoned ghosts and monsters to attack the other military academy students. Others who were also given superpowers began to kill indiscriminately. Holy crap! What the hell is this? The livestream chat exploded with excitement. On the screen, 20 students from Berkeley Military Academy went on a killing spree. They even summoned a demon. What the hell? My military academy students are almost all gone. The 20 people who were assigned abilities by Yi Xingchen all used Lin Zifeng's invincible physical abilities to rampage through the map. People from other military academies were eliminated before they could even react. Berkeley's military academy eliminates 10 students, adding 10 points to their score. Berkeley's military academy eliminates 50 students, adding 50 points to their score. Berkeley's military academy eliminates 100 students, adding 100 points to the score. The system's voice kept repeating itself. There are no other military academies, only Berkeley. The judges and the leader were completely dumbfounded. Song Mian watched his students' outstanding performance on the screen and slowly sipped his tea. He looked at the dark faces of the other leaders and happily took out his speaker. Start playing a song. I am your father. I am your father. My big son, call me dad. A cheeky audio clip was played. Song Mian sipped his tea and said, wonderful. He has such a scumbag face. The other 4 people's chests rose and fell with a breath. This is outrageous. Chinda slammed his fist on the table to Song Mian's right. Your Berkeley Military Academy lied about your students' abilities. That Yi Xingchen's abilities are practically 3S level. Your Berkeley Military Academy is cheating. Shut up. What are you yelling about? He was only a D rank. Don't believe me? I'll show you the data. Song Mian pulled out Yi Xingchen's big data. The ratings are all determined by federally mandated machines, so there is no possibility of them being falsified. Besides, I didn't even know he had this ability. Such a talented person. If I had discovered it sooner, he might have been even more amazing. My poor student. Sobs. Song Mian whimpered as he drank his tea. Ah, this is delicious. He sighed. You don't know anything. The leaders of the other military academies practically wanted to strangle Song Mian. You bitch. That's absolutely despicable. Meanwhile, the 10 judges also wanted to determine that Berkeley Military Academy had committed a foul. But Song Mian had already prepared a backup plan, just as everyone was making a fuss. A rating data item related to Yi Xingchen topped the StarNet trending search list. The data stamp from the federal machine was clearly visible. Want to accuse someone of lying about ratings? Don't even think about it. Hey, where are those idiots from before? They were even talking about canceling Berkeley Military Academy's ranking. You think you're worthy? A bunch of trash. Why aren't you spouting nonsense now? Everyone from your military academy is dead. Berkeley is going to win. Charge! Charge! On the screen in the live stream room, Zero completed the space construction. They simply rounded up the people from other military academies and beat them up. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui each took down a single enemy. The situation is out of control. Because it can summon ghosts, the ghosts in this space are completely useless against Berkeley Military Academy. People from other military academies are in a terrible state. Yeah, Chun Shui. Chun Shui. On screen, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's teamwork was absolutely perfect. The two seemed to have a mental connection, knowing exactly what the other wanted to do. Wow, so handsome. On screen, although the two were particularly fierce, their fighting figures and the occasional sweet eye contact made onlookers exclaim how sweet it was. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui die. D. Over here, someone in the live stream is hurling insults. Get out. Bystanders became the guardians of the Qin Shui couple, joining the Berkeley Military Academy's fan club and fiercely criticizing other military academies. The Qin Shui CP group also has a particularly good eye for talent. They posted Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's daily life on Xinhuang Weibo and even bought a trending topic. In an instant, the Qin Shui couple topped the trending search list, even pushing Yi Xingqian's rating data down. Wow, so sweet. It's too sweet. I want to be a fan of them. I absolutely have to be a fan of them. Brothers, let's start a super topic for them. Chapter 86 Yi Xingqian must be crippled. At a command, a fan super topic was created, named Stars and Snow. The super topic is hosted by several big fans of Berkeley Military Academy. Due to the rapid rise in popularity of the Qin Shui CP, the super topic quickly attracted 50,000 people as soon as it was launched. The main host immediately formulated the rules for the super topic, while the junior hosts were responsible for organizing pictures and videos and writing articles to start creating content. The super topic was established in a very fast and exciting way. This is a battle of superpowers. Because of Yi Xingqian's overwhelming supernatural ability, other military academies were eliminated. In the end, Berkeley Military Academy won first place in this battle of superpowers. Because of his outstanding performance, his overall score at the military academy was increased by 35 points. The Imperial Military Academy, which ranked second, only scored 20 points in this battle of supernatural abilities. Other military academies have even lower rates. Archer Military Academy ranked last, with a paltry 7 points. Hey, Commander Qin, your military academy isn't up to par. Song Mian patted Qindo on the shoulder, then looked at Yin Cixing of the Imperial Military Academy. Imperial Military Academy, try your best next time. Berkeley's will take first place in this superpower battle. Bye-bye. Song Mian walked away with his speaker and teapot, a smile on his face. Several people were left behind, furious. Yin Cixing watched Song Mian's retreating figure, his expression deepening. Unexpectedly, Berkeley Military Academy produced a clone of a superhuman. This ability has never existed in the entire interstellar space. Absolutely invincible. Yin Cixing frowned. He looked at Yi Xingqian's information card with a gloomy expression. There's another switchboard battle coming up. It seems he needs to apply to the military academy to become an ace member. Yi Xingqian cannot leave this place unscathed. If left unchecked, it will undoubtedly become a formidable enemy of the Empire in the future. Yi Xingqian must be abolished. It wasn't just Yin Cixing who blacklisted Yi Xingqian. The same applies to the leaders of the other military academies. The copying ability is too domineering, and its threat level is exceptionally high. Yi Xingqian was unaware that he had been placed on the list of dangerous members by the 4 major military academies. The battle of superpowers has ended. They were automatically ejected by the system. Brother, you're awesome. Lin Xiao patted Yi Xingqian on the shoulder. The feeling of rampaging through the enemy ranks is incredibly satisfying. With Xingqian, we're definitely number 1. The entire class spent 6 months rehearsing. When they work together, they absolutely crush other military academies, okay? Don't be too happy yet. At this moment, Zero stepped forward. There's also the overall battle. If the Imperial Military Academy gets first place in the overall score of the overall battle, there's still a chance to overtake them. The mechs at the Imperial Military Academy are all 15-star mechs, while the main force members' mechs are 30-star, with 3 of them being 35-star. The mechs at Berkeley Military Academy are somewhat inferior. The lowest is 7 stars. The Mecha is easy to deal with. My 7-star core has been upgraded to a 20-star core. Lin Zhao's spirit body rating is very high, and he has no problem controlling a 20-star mecha. Furthermore, his parents are willing to spend a lot of money on this kid. My mecha is 7-star, and I'm a spirit body, so 7-star is the limit. Su Changchang said, then asked Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. By the way, how are your mechs? I heard Yi Xingchen even made mech arms for Cheng Zhao and the others. Is that true? Did you two also make your own equipment? Speaking of mechs, Yi Xingchen then remembered his promise to Chu Shui. Generally speaking, battles involving superpowers usually take 10 days to end, but this year's battle was completed in just 1 day. Including the 5 days of training before and this day, there are still 9 days until Yi Xingchen's birthday. In other words, they will have to wait 9 more days to see each other's mechs. Su Changcheng asked a question, but Yi Xingchen hadn't answered yet. Cheng Zhao and the others spoke first. Cheng Zhao, oh my, you don't know. Those mecha arms that Xingchen made for us are amazing. My mecha core is 23 stars, and those arms are practically 40 stars in construction. Jiangxi, yes. It's so exquisite. Wow, I've never seen such perfect arms before. Glasses, tomorrow the 3 of us will show you the mecha. We guarantee it'll blow your mind. Huh, Xingchen, you're actually that amazing. After hearing the 3 people's descriptions, everyone else was surprised. What did you build these mechs? And why were only 3 of them built? What about us? What about us? Lin Xiao stepped forward. Others also reported being treated differently. They all wanted Yi Xingchen to show them the mecha. Everyone can show us their mechs first, and we'll make the necessary modifications. The First Snow said, First Snow, can you build mechs too? Yes, I know a little. Even those who only know a little bit are really amazing. No way. You two are really that amazing. I'm so envious. I'm so envious. Do you know how hard it is to find a mech master in interstellar space? Out of a total population of 7 billion, there are fewer than 10,000 who can become mech masters. My God, you two are amazing. The other friends all looked at Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui with envious eyes. Why are they such an outstanding couple? The damage really stacks up, and it hurts a lot when it hits someone's face. No, Yi Xingchen waved his hand. We just built a mecha for each other. I built the armor-piercing one, and Chu Shui built the mecha. Sigh, I originally wanted to build it myself, but I couldn't help it. My wife spoils me and doesn't want me to work so hard, so she insisted on building me a mecha. I have no choice but to respectfully comply. Yi Xingchen said casually. The enemy Yi Xingchen launched a lovey-dovey attack on his friend, dealing 10,000 points of damage. After his friends were injured, they looked at Yi Xingchen with disdain and cursed him as a dog in their hearts. Can you show us the mech you built? Although Yi Xingchen's words just now were hateful, they also aroused everyone's curiosity. Not now, Chu Shui said, 9 days later. Why wait 9 days? Others asked. Chu Shui pursed her lips, her face slightly flushed, because Xingchen's birthday is in 9 days, and we promised to give each other a surprise, so? Friend, I shouldn't have asked. I've taken another 10,000 points of damage. During the conversation, 10 people walked out of the port. As soon as I stepped out of the port, then they saw Song Mian smiling as he looked at the 10 of them. The remaining reserve members, all dressed in formal attire, greeted them. Good performance, Song Mian said. I'm very satisfied. He focused his gaze on Yi Xingchen. Then he added, however, you are in danger now. Once this ability of yours is exposed, other military academies will try to kill you in the switchboard battle. Song Mian has always been straightforward in his speech. Oh, Yi Xingchen shrugged indifferently when he heard Song Mian's words. Let's see if they have the ability. Yes, you have a good mindset. But don't worry, I won't let that happen. Chapter 87. Lin Xiao is in trouble. I'd rather trust myself than you. Yi Xingchen said. Yeah, you're the most unreliable one. The other friends echoed this sentiment. Song Mian, is he really that untrustworthy? You just abandoned him to practice and play for half a year. Is that really a big deal? Instructors need vacations too. After mentally complaining for a moment, Song Mian said, show me your mechs in a couple of days. Now let's go out. They turned around. The members behind them automatically made way for them. One output port. Another large group of reporters surrounded them. However, this time they focused their attention on Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, your copying ability played a crucial role in Berkeley Military Academy's first place finish this time. As the first person in the entire interstellar space to possess the copying ability, how do you feel? Yi Xingchen, could you reveal the specific values of your special ability? People throughout the galaxy are extremely interested in your superpower. Everyone wants to know exactly how you copy other people's superpowers and to what extent. Reporters rushed forward. The questions asked by the reporters from the previous media outlets were all quite normal and polite. But the next group of reporters clearly began to insult them in a targeted manner. Yi Xingchen, did Berkeley Military Academy have ulterior motives all along? Disregarding the fairness of the honor tournament and falsifying your personal information, you are completely disregarding the fairness of the honor tournament. The personal data you released on StarNet is questionable. Berkeley Military Academy said from the beginning that you would definitely get first place. I'm afraid Berkeley Military Academy already knew about your abilities, right? If you knew, why didn't you say anything? Openly ignoring the competition rules? Is this the only underhanded tactic Berkeley Military Academy knows? Several reporters kept pressing for answers. Yi Xingchen was originally too lazy to stay here any longer. After hearing what the reporters said, he turned around again. You must be Jinyu Media? Huh. Is the Imperial Military Academy such a sore loser? They make excuses after losing the competition. No wonder they came in second place. Yi Xingchen waved his hand. Go back and tell your chairman that this time, Berkeley Military Academy should not only take first place in the Superpower Battle, but also in the Switchboard Battle. As for your Golden Jade Media, you should go bankrupt and go home to farm as soon as possible, and don't come here to get in your father's way. Yi Xingchen slapped the microphone away from Jinyu Media. The reporters were furious. What? Does this mean Berkeley Military Academy is admitting it? Then we, the media, will expose you right now. Go ahead and expose it. Go ahead and expose it. At this moment, Zero stepped forward. Let the rest of the population see just how much the Imperial Military Academy can't afford to lose. Speaking of competition violations, we haven't even settled the score with the Imperial Military Academy for their joint attack on Berkeley last year. When it comes to shamelessness, how can we compare to the Imperial Military Academy? Exactly. What are you trash media outlets doing here challenging us? Do you really think you're the only media outlet on StarNet? Lin Xiao stepped forward. Right in front of these reporters, he dialed his father's number. Hey, Dad, did you see that? I won first place in the Superpower Battle. It's because some media outlet here distorted the facts, which made your son very upset. Didn't you invest in a media outlet called Lanyi last time? My birthday wish this year is that you invest in this media outlet and use it to destroy this Golden Jade Media. It's so annoying to look at. Good job, son. Keep it up. Dad will get Lanyi Media and Jinyu Media on par within a week. Thank you, Dad. Love you, Moi. Lin Xiao gave her dad a kiss. The other friends heard this and stepped forward as well. Su Changcheng. I want to invest too. I'll invest 1 billion. 10 billion. Cheng Zhao. The three of us, me, fourth brother, and Glasses, are investing 3.5 billion together. Phone gang. I don't have that much money, so I'll just give you 2 billion as a token. Mingyu. I'm the same as Gang Ge. First Snow, Xingchen and I will invest 30 billion. Last time, Yi Xingchen's 2 blueprints sold for a high price of 300 billion. The 30 billion is only 1/10 of it. Jinyu Media has a foul mouth. It's time to teach them a lesson. Get out of our way. If you're not going to ask, then don't get in our way. There were also reporters from Lanyi Media here. Watching the big spenders in front of them invest money, they directly pushed Jinyu Media out of the picture. And another thing, if your media dares to write nonsense about Berkeley Military Academy, our media will write nonsense about Imperial Military Academy too. Don't believe me? Try it. The people from Jinyu Media were blushing. Honey, let's go to the treatment pod first. They drove away the reporters from Jinyu Media. Yi Xingchen led her little one with facial paralysis to the treatment ward. After a period of rest, it was already 9 p.m. I took a nap. Yi Xingchen and the others planned to go out for a late-night snack together. After fighting for nearly 24 hours straight, everyone was starving. So we went straight to check out the buffet restaurant in this place. Over here, Yi Xingchen and Lin Xiao are picking out fruit in the fruit section. Lin Xiao poked a few pieces of watermelon and put them in her mouth. We won this honor tournament so easily. I didn't expect the other military academy students to be so weak. Sigh, being invincible is so lonely. Lin Xiao poked to the watermelon while sighing. People from all 5 major military academies are in this restaurant. People from other military academies turned their heads in disapproval upon hearing this. Sizzle. The sound of a fork scraping against a plate. Those who were close by wished they could throw a knife at Lin Xiao's head. If it weren't for that cheat code at your military academy, you'd be nothing. Yi Xingqian noticed the anger of those around him and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Zifeng stepped forward with several people from the Imperial Military Academy. What's up? Yi Xingqian raised an eyebrow when she noticed Lin Zifeng staring at her. However, Lin Zifeng didn't say anything and left after looking at Yi Xingqian for 10 seconds. Yi Yingqian. They probably feel inferior. Lin Xiao spoke up before Lin Zifeng had gone far. I'm so impressed by your bravery that I dare not speak. This kid is incredibly shameless. Lin Zifeng was about to leave when he heard this and turned back. His eyes were cold and sharp. After giving Lin Xiao a disdainful look, he turned and left. Xingqian, did you see that? He actually yelled at me. Lin Xiao and Yi Xingqian each held a fruit platter. Lin Xiao, acting like a drama queen, complained to Yi Xingqian after being slapped in the face by Lin Zifeng. Yi Xingqian gnanjit si device. Watch him perform quietly. Look at Lin Zifeng's blonde hair. It's even more flowing than my golden retrievers. Let me get out my dog-beating stick. Hey ho ya. Lin Xiao gestured with one hand. Just then, the two of them arrived at the corner. Dragon Claw hand. Lin Xiao turned around and launched an attack. First snow, let me get one. Su Changcheng hadn't finished speaking. A hand, shaped like a claw, grabbed her left breast. The surroundings were still, as if 3 seconds had passed. With a loud smack, 5 fingers were imprinted on Lin Xiao's face. Chapter 88 is like having light in one's eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lin Xiao covered her face, looking at Su Changcheng, whose eyes were red with tears, with a blank expression. Abnormal. Su Changcheng gritted her teeth and ran away with red eyes. Lin Xiao quickly chased after him. First know this. Let's eat. Yi Xingqian stopped Chu Shui, who wanted to chase after them, and said they should handle their own affairs. Let's not get involved. Yi Xingqian said he didn't want to get involved in the mess Lin Xiao had made. Why are there only the 2 of you? Where are Lin Xiao and Su Changcheng? Of the 4 who went out, only 2 returned. Zero asked. Yi Xingqian recounted what had just happened in the food selection area. How this works? The friends were stunned when they heard this. Let's see if the 2 of them can resolve this tonight. If they can't, I'll have Lin Xiao apologize to Su Changcheng in person tomorrow. Zero said. After all, Lin Xiao was in the wrong. Let's eat first. Chu Shui, go to the girls' dormitory later and bring Su Changcheng some food. I'll get some food for Lin Xiao. Good. Chu Shui asked the waiter for 2 takeout boxes. After packing up the food for Lin Xiao and Su Changcheng, they began to eat heartily. They ate and drank their fill. Then everyone went their separate ways back to their dormitories. Chu Shui took the food and went to the girls' dormitory. Before they even got there, they saw Su Changcheng sitting alone on a park bench downstairs in front of the dormitory. She ran over with the food in her hands. Changcheng. Chu Shui sat next to Su Changcheng. Su Changcheng was seen wiping her eyes with a tissue, looking as if she had just calmed down. You and Lin Xiao resolve this. Don't mention that pervert's name in front of me. Su Changcheng yelled as soon as she heard Lin Xiao's name. After yelling, he realized he had overreacted and quickly apologized. Saw the Fine. The first snowfall expressed its understanding. So many people saw that scene, and there were even a few other military academy students whistling over there. No girl could stand that. Let's eat first. As the first snow fell, the box was opened and the aroma of meat wafted out. Su Changcheng was indeed hungry, so she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Delicious. Su Changcheng shoveled rice in her mouth, but accidentally choked. Cough, cough. Eat slowly. Chu Shui quickly massaged her back and then thoughtfully opened a bottle of peach soda for Su Changcheng. Su Changcheng drank several large mouthfuls and finally recovered. Are you feeling better? The first snow asked. Su Changcheng, not that. She put the water aside, and then, As if remembering something, her originally red eyes began to look unserious. First Snow, have you noticed that you're becoming more and more gentle and like a virtuous wife? The first snowflakes blinked. In the past, you didn't talk much, and you always seemed indifferent to others. But it's much better now. At least sometimes you don't have a long face anymore, and you even smile. It's like a light shining in your eyes. Su Changcheng made her comments. Chu Shui was stunned for several seconds after hearing her words. There was light in her eyes? Of course, this light is mostly from when you're with Yi Xingchen. You have no idea how gentle you are every time you look at Yi Xingchen. Yes is there. Yes, she's incredibly gentle. She's practically ready to offer herself up. Su Qingqing's shoulder pressed against Chu Shui's. Chu Shui blushed when she heard what she said. You're just talking nonsense. Where did I lie? Where did I lie? Don't you want to offer yourself up? Too early. She's not even 19 yet. Oh, I get it. You want to wait until you're a bit older and fuller, so that it'll feel even better for him. So yeah. Su Changcheng wanted to continue being cheeky, but before she could finish speaking, Chu Shui pinched her. Ouch, that hurts. Su Changcheng rubbed her arm. I told you not to talk nonsense. Okay, I want to talk about this. How's the preparation for Yi Xingchen's birthday present coming along? Mecha. The first Snow comes back. Oh, you've prepared this for him. What's wrong? Chu Shui expressed her confusion, feeling that one mecha would suffice. Ouch. Su Changcheng sighed and rubbed her forehead when she saw Chu Shui's dazed expression. She almost forgot. Chu Shui is incredibly intelligent and skilled in combat, but her emotional intelligence is shockingly low. What a surprise. Look at the plots in those teen idol dramas. When the male protagonist celebrates his birthday, doesn't the female protagonist always prepare such a big surprise for him? Su Changcheng stretched out her hands to gesture. Do you want me to prepare a different gift? The first snowflakes looked up. But all I know is what Xingchen likes to eat and what colors and styles of clothes she likes. In the half year that Chu Shui had lived with Yi Xingchen, she had only ever seen Yi Xingchen's particular passion for Mecha. He was quite casual about everything else. You'll have to figure that out yourself. You need to surprise him and make him like it. But I think Yi Xingchen will like anything you give him. Su Changcheng said. First Snow neither agreed nor disagreed with what she said. A gift. Chu Shui rested her chin on one hand, lost in thought. Actually, if you really can't think of anything, there's another way. Su Changcheng leaned closer and said, if you just pack yourself up and lie on the bed, he'll be overjoyed. Take your beating. Huh? I can't hit it. Su Changcheng was prepared, so when Qian Shui reached out her hand, she immediately dodged it. It's getting late. You should head home soon, bye. Su Changcheng waved to the first Snow. Ju Su Sai. She threw the trash on the bench into the trash can and returned to her and Yi Xingchen's dormitory. You're back. Yi Xingchen walked to the door and closed it. The hot water has been prepared for you, and your pajamas are in the basket. Their daily routine consisted of whoever got home and showered first, preparing water for the other. She took off her shoes after the first snowfall. Yi Xingchen originally wanted to go to the bed first to warm up the blankets for his wife. But then he saw Chu Shui staring intently at him. What's wrong? He noticed that his wife had started staring at him for no reason. Yi Xingchen was a little confused. Usually, when Chu Shui stares at him like that, it means she has something to say to him. But this time her eyes don't seem to indicate that she has something to say. Pinch. Chu Shui raised her hand and pinched Yi Xingchen's cheek. Yi Xingchen? After she finished kneading, she went to the bathroom. Yi Xingchen was a little confused, feeling like he was being teased by his wife. However, it feels pretty good. At this moment, Yi Xingchen had no idea how agonizing the next few days would be for him. After his wife went to take a shower, he went to lie down on the bed to warm it up. Chapter 89, The Unspeakable Words. The next day, everyone went to the training room to practice as usual. The battle with superpowers is over. Now the main focus is on training and mechs. Although there are also superhuman soldiers in the main battle, they only account for 5% of the total number of soldiers, and they are mostly defensive and spatial types. Of the main class at Berkeley Military Academy, only Mingyu chose to become a superhuman soldier. Generally, mechs with 15 stars or higher have greater resistance to alien abilities. Yi Xingchen's replication mirror can only replicate the superpowers of the people within its frame, and its usage time is only 40 seconds. His special ability won't be as prominent in the main battle as it is in the special ability battle. However, not everyone in the class was present today, because Lin Xiao didn't come. The other roommates who shared a dorm room with Lin Xiao also looked rather strange. Yi Xingchen noticed that Zero and the others were glancing at Su Changcheng intentionally or unintentionally, as if they wanted to say something but didn't dare to. This situation continued until the end of training this morning. What happened to Lin Xiao? Taking advantage of the fact that the boy and girl were not together, Yi Xingchen asked, "Were you beaten up by Su Changcheng and can't come?" This was the only thing Yi Xingchen could think of. No, it's not that bad. Zero said. So, do you understand what it feels like for someone to suddenly feel like they've lost their soul? Yi Xingchen, is he stupid? That's probably it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left him alone in the dorm. However, before he left this morning, he asked me to pass on a message to Su Changcheng. I'm embarrassed to say it. Could you ask Chu Xue to talk to Su Changcheng about it? Okowo. At once, Zero whispered something in Yi Xingchen's ear. Yi Xingchen's originally calm expression turned somewhat surprised. He really told you to deliver that kind of message? Yes. He said he begged us, and we must deliver it. But how am I supposed to tell Su Changcheng this? I don't want my wife to say it either. Yi Xingchen felt that this was unacceptable, as it would corrupt his innocent, expressionless little boy. I don't know how to bring it up either. Everyone else is hesitant to speak, but Chu Xue is the easiest to talk to, though it's a bit embarrassing. Star, just give a break this once. 8 people begged Yi Xingchen together. I'll think about it. Yi Xingchen himself didn't really want Chu Xue to spread those kinds of messages, but given that Lin Xiao had always been quite loyal and helped him and Chu Xue get revenge, he couldn't very well refuse. Yi Xingchen and her classmates walked into the training room. Outside, Chu Xue and Su Changcheng were already waiting. Upon seeing Su Changcheng, the other 8 people silently turned their gaze away. Su Changcheng had actually noticed their unusual behavior from the very beginning, but she hadn't said anything. What exactly do you want to say? Just say it. Seeing how the 8 people were dawdling, Su Changcheng finally couldn't take it anymore. Stars, Fingan quietly tugged at Yi Xingchen's sleeve. Yi Yingchen pouted. Unable to. He could only wait for Chu Xue to come over. After Su Changcheng asked, Yi Xingchen wanted to tell her directly, but then he thought it was really inappropriate. He didn't want Chu Xue to feel uncomfortable, not even in the slightest. You say. Chu Xue knew that there were some things boys found difficult to say. That. Yi Xingchen leaned close to Chu Xue's ear and spoke. Chu Xue was also surprised after hearing those words. Then she walked up to Su Changcheng. You say. Lower your head. Okowo. Su Changcheng lowered her head. Chu Xue hesitated for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Lin Xiao said. He said he wouldn't give up. And she said, next time she wants to touch your breasts. As the conversation progressed, Chu Xue felt increasingly embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Su Changcheng blushed, not from embarrassment, but from anger. You guys go back to the dorm and tell him. That bastard dared to touch me. I'll chop his hand off. Yes. The other 8 people nodded repeatedly. I just think Lin Xiao is really awesome. However, I'm also a little curious about what happened between Lin Xiao and Su Changcheng last night. That brother was completely out of his mind as soon as he got back, and he was so bold. However, this turn of events put Zero, the class monitor, in a bit of a predicament. Because the battle against Superpowers was won so quickly, the date for the final battle here was moved up by 5 days. 2 weeks later, they will begin the final match of the Honor Tournament. With such a major conflict among the core members, it's likely that the core members of other military academies are also aware of it. The battlefield is ever-changing. A moment's carelessness can lead to a completely different outcome. No, he had to find a way to resolve the conflict between the two. In the following period, everyone either went to the Mecha factory for training or to the advanced simulation cabin to improve their perception. For 2 whole days, Lin Xiao didn't come to the training room to practice. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yi Xingchen finally ran into Lin Xiao eating alone in a corner of the cafeteria. Why aren't you practicing? Lin Xiao held a spoon, looking dazed, her hair a little greasy. What exactly happened between you and her? Yi Xingchen doesn't like to meddle in other people's business, especially their emotional problems. But these past few days, he's been seeing his little idiot's worried expression from time to time, and that makes him feel uneasy. Although he was naturally aloof, he had been in this class for quite some time and didn't want to see the students causing conflict. Lin Xiao also knew that she was slowing down everyone's progress. So what? Take action. Chapter 90 is filled with punishments that are more and more severe than the last. May I ask when you started liking the first snow? Lin Xiao put down the spoon in her hand. Yi Xingqian was slightly taken aback after hearing his words. If you ask him when he fell in love with his expressionless little boy, it seems to have started from the first moment I saw her. Is this love at first sight? Yi Xingqian was composed. So what did you feel like when you were with Chu Shui? Lin Xiao asked again. I want to pamper her and give her the best of everything. That's it? Don't you want to do something else with her? Lin Xiao leaned closer and lowered her head to speak. As a man, Yi Xingqian naturally understood Lin Xiao's meaning. He opened a bottle of strawberry-flavored milk, inserted a straw, and took a sip. Isn't that obvious? He thought about it. How could he not want to? But Chu Shui is only 19 years old now, so we should wait until she's at least a year older. Moreover, although they have been married for so long and both know that the other has feelings for them, neither of them has yet expressed their feelings to the other. He wanted to wait until Chu Shui was willing before doing that kind of thing. Furthermore, his little stoic girl is so shy, Yi Xingqian was afraid that he might accidentally scare her and affect their relationship. However, I respect the first snow. Yi Xingqian added. Lin Xiao sighed after hearing this. I'm different. After what happened last time, whenever I see her now, my blood boils and I want to pounce on her. Lin Xiao clutched her hair with both hands, looking extremely distressed. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingqian nearly spat the milk in her mouth onto Lin Xiao's face. Ye Yingqian sleepstaichit. 1,000 words stuck in my throat, finally condensed into one sentence. What are you planning to do? You can't keep running away from this. The competition is in just over 10 days. Yes, I know. So, I've made my decision. Lin Xiao's eyes were firm. He had returned to normal after his mental confusion. Yi Xingqian silently took a sip of strawberry milk. After eating in the cafeteria, Yi Xingqian packed up some food and brought it back to Chu Shui's dormitory. He returned to their place and had just placed the food on the table when a familiar gaze fell upon him. First snow, I'm watching. Yi Xingqian turned around to look at Chu Shui. Chu Shui immediately looked away. He failed to catch Chu Shui in the act. Yi Xingqian turned around. First snow, I'm staring. Yi Xingqian turned his head. They didn't catch it. First snow, staring. Yi Xingqian spun around again, but still couldn't catch it. Honey, lately, why have you been staring at me so much? After repeating this several times, Yi Xingqian finally said what he had always wanted to say. Ever since that battle with Superpowers ended, Chu Shui has been keeping a close eye on him. At first, Yi Xingqian was secretly pleased, but the more he went on, the more he felt something was wrong. Chu Shui's gaze was very purposeful, and she was looking at him more and more frequently. I don't. Yi Xingqian originally thought he would get an explanation from Chu Shui, but he didn't expect that his little stoic would not admit it. I saw it. Illusion. Ye Ving Chen. Chu Shui hugged a cat plush toy and blinked. Although she didn't have any special expression, Yi Xingqian knew she was pretending to be innocent. Even with his facial paralysis so badly, what else can he say? Come and eat. After placing the packed food on the table, Chu Shui heard Yi Xingqian's words, put down the kitten plush toy, and sat down at the table. Yi Xingqian then turned his head to watch her eat. He was still quite bothered by the fact that Chu Shui was staring at him, which gradually intensified his curiosity. That day, before Chu Shui stared at him, she went to see Su Changsheng. Yi Xingqian thought to himself, since it wouldn't work with his wife, he would try asking someone else. Day 4 of training. Lin Xiao finally appeared at the training ground. It wasn't just Lin Xiao who appeared. Song Mian also showed up. Let me see the results of your training. Song Mian beckoned to Zero, who handed him a training schedule. Perception training, mech piloting training, speed training. Song Mian read the contents of the form aloud. The intensity of the training is alright. Song Mian returned the form to Zero. I'm here today to mention 2 things to you. The Imperial Military Academy, Archer Military Academy, and Delawak Military Academy have submitted applications to the tournament committee to change their main roster members. Archer Military Academy and Delawak Military Academy each replaced one of their main personnel, while the Imperial Military Academy replaced 3 of its main personnel. I've heard a little about the students who were replaced in the first 2 military academies, but there haven't been any major changes. What you need to pay attention to is the Imperial Military Academy. I had someone check it out, and these 3 people have never participated in any competitions, so the information is currently unclear. He is very likely an ace athlete secretly trained by the Imperial Military Academy. Song Mi-an said, "The second thing is that the Mecha platform will be open to you in 4 days. You can go to the Mecha Plaza at Berkeley Military Academy to practice with your own mechas. If there are any modifications needed, you can report them to me. I will handle it for you within 3 days. Okay, that's all for now. Keep training good." After finishing his speech, Song Mi-an left irresponsibly as usual. For the rest of the time, everyone did their own thing, except that Lin Xiao and Chu Shui switched seats this time. He said he wanted to be in a group with Su Changcheng. Under Su Changcheng's sinister gaze, Chu Shui reluctantly changed her clothes. Then Chu Shui and Yi Xingchen went into a training room. The next few days, all the classmates could see that wherever Su Changcheng went, Lin Xiao followed. At first, the atmosphere between the two was extremely tense because Su Changcheng's gloomy face made everyone in the class sweat for Lin Xiao. When Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui returned to their dormitory, they witnessed Lin Xiao being slapped by Su Changcheng. Later, no one knows what Lin Xiao did, but although Su Changcheng was angry, she didn't lay a hand on him again. During these past few days, Chu Shui would often take some time at noon to visit Su Changcheng, though it's unclear what she did there. Yi Xingchen originally wanted to ask Su Changcheng, but Su Changcheng didn't reply to her messages. She couldn't ask during training time, and she couldn't ask when she had time. Because Yi Xingchen hadn't even walked over yet, Lin Xiao had already taken him away. Yi Xingchen didn't want to make his intentions too obvious in front of Chu Shui, so he kept putting off asking Su Changcheng about it. Time flies. Soon, it was the day before Yi Xingchen's birthday. Tomorrow, I'll be able to see the mecha that Chu Shui made for me. Yi Xingchen and several boys from her class sat in the restaurant, propping their heads up with their hands, their faces beaming with happy smiles. I'm about to succeed too. Lin Xiao sat next to him. Yi Xingchen propped his head up with his right hand, while he used his left. Sitting opposite them were Zero, Luo, and Cheng Zhao. Feng Gang and Ming Yu were speechless when they saw the two of them smiling symmetrically. Chapter 91 stars. Happy birthday. You too, tone it down. Zero shook his head. Especially Yi Xingchen. His face was practically splitting open with a grin. Exactly. One of you has a wife, and the other is about to have a girlfriend. Can't you consider how we single guys feel? The other boys echoed this sentiment. Ahem. The competition is about to start. Ahem. Train hard. Keep everything else under control. Ahem. Even Luo, who was frail and rarely spoke up, subtly telling them that even if they wanted to show affection, they shouldn't do it in front of them. But the two people opposite, caught up in the whirlpool of love, couldn't hear them at all. Yi Xingchen. What kind of mecha will my wife build for me? Lin Xiao. Chengzi is so cute. She looks good in everything. I must find a time to confess my feelings to her and ask her to be my girlfriend. It's over. There's no saving it. All right, hurry up and eat. There's not enough food to keep you all from eating. After you're done, go back to your dorms. The bachelors couldn't stand it anymore and invited the two of them to eat with disgusted looks. Yi Xingchen ate a few bites and then rushed to his dormitory, probably because he would see the mecha tomorrow. He especially wanted to stay with his little expressionless child. When Yi Xingchen returned to her dormitory, she found that the room was still dark. It's already 9 p.m. usually. If Chu Shui goes to Su Chingcheng's place at night, she will be back by 8 p.m. at the latest. Why is she so late today? Yi Xingchen was a little disappointed. Perhaps he was too excited today, so he didn't notice that the lights would usually turn on when he opened the door, but today the lights didn't turn on when he opened the door. Yi Xingchen fumbled for the switch on the wall and pressed it. With a click, the light didn't turn on. Is it broken? Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow, then pressed the switch down again, and then up again. Magnetic. The lights finally came on. Yi Xingchen turned around. His eyes gradually widened. Red roses covered the entrance, interspersed with golden light design lines. Yi Xingchen walked forward, and he had just taken a step. A virtual image jumps above the rose, and then slowly floats up. It's like stepping on a switch. Next, virtual photos floated around Yi Xingchen. All these photos feature only one person, Yi Xingchen. There are times when he sleeps, times when he cooks, and times when he trains diligently. Yi Xingchen looked at the photos and slowly walked inside. After turning a corner, an even more beautiful decoration came into Yi Xingchen's view. Happy birthday, Xingchen. Chu Shui was wearing an elegant dress and holding a large bouquet of roses. As soon as Yi Xingchen turned the corner, he saw her right hand flip in the air, then bend over, making a Western-style gesture of courtesy. Tonight, the guy with the facial paralysis dressed up carefully. She drew delicate eyebrows, styled her slightly long hair into a bun, and wore a small crystal crown on her head. Holding roses, she walked step by step toward Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen stood there, watching her little stoic boy walk over, her eyes glued to the ground. With a rose pressed against her chest, Yi Xingchen lowered her head. "Happy birthday," little facial paralysis said. Because they were so close, Yi Xingchen could see the subtle expressions on Chu Shui's face. Although she was smiling, she was still a little nervous. Seeing that he hadn't replied, she blinked her eyes repeatedly. Is that how it is?" Yi Xingchen finally understood why Chu Shui had been staring at him for no reason these past few days, and also knew why she had been going to Su Qingqing's place so often lately. She was staring at him, observing his every move, trying to memorize it. He kept a memory of every single moment about Yi Xingchen, and he also wondered what Yi Xingchen liked and disliked. Spending 2 hours every day for 9 consecutive days running to other dorm rooms was to learn from others how to win Yi Xingchen's favor. She's such a cold person. She would also go to great lengths for a boy named Yi Xingchen. "No, don't you like it?" Seeing that Yi Xingchen was staring at him. She didn't speak, nor did she show any particular joy, which immediately amplified Chu Shui's subtle nervousness. "Fool." Yi Xingchen reached out and wrapped his arms around Chu Shui's waist. He pulled the first snow into his arms. As the two drew closer, the rose between them bulged upwards. Yi Xingchen lowered his head, took a small rose petal in his mouth, and kissed Chu Shui's lips. The man with facial paralysis nervously closed his eyes. Yi Xingchen didn't kiss him directly, but instead placed a small rose petal between them, allowing them to touch, but not completely. The kiss was light, but it was warmer than ever before. It happens again and again. Yi Xingchen's heart is as soft as mud. Every surprise comes from his little stoic son. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? After the kiss ended, Yi Xingchen pressed his forehead against Chu Shui's. "You little rascal, when did you start preparing? You didn't even tell me." Although Yi Xingchen could guess when Chu Shui started working on this, he wanted Chu Shui to tell him herself. Superpower wars from now on. The first snow pursed her lips. "You've been wanting to surprise me for so long. That's how much you love your husband." Yi Xingchen's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. A blush crept onto Chu Shui's ears. She bit her lips slightly and didn't say anything. "Why don't you say so?" "Yi Yingchen kisit tu you is for that. If you don't tell me, I'll kiss you. Now, I'll kiss your forehead. If you still don't tell me, I'll kiss your eyes, then your lips, and then..." Yi Xingchen's gaze shifted downwards, fixing on Chu Shui's exposed skin. After hearing his words, Chu Shui's ears turned even redder. Yi Xingchen actually started kissing her, just like she had suggested. After giving her a kiss, Yi Xingchen wanted to kiss her again. Just as her lips were about to touch the first snowflake spoke. "Like." She lowered her eyes, and although she was very shy, she still spoke. "My voice is too soft. My husband can't hear me. Who does my expressionless little guy like?" Yi Xingchen's lips curled into a wicked smile. They were very close and could clearly smell each other's scent. Chu Shui clutched the bouquet of roses in her hand tightly. She closed her eyes. "I like stars. The first snow loves the stars. Good girl." Yi Xingchen kissed Chu Shui's lips hard. "My husband loves you too. He loves you so much, and he wants to be with you for the rest of his life." These sweet words would actually make Yi Xingchen shy if she said them. But as the saying goes, things will work themselves out when they reach the bridge. When a person's heart softens to a certain extent, when a person gazes deeply into another person's eyes, everything becomes so natural. Chapter 92, Her Tenderness. There are other gifts as well. Chu Shui gave the bouquet of red roses to Yi Xingchen, then turned around. Yi Xingchen was holding his wife's bouquet of red roses. He was so excited at first that he didn't notice the roses. Now, upon closer inspection, there's a card inside the rose. This card was probably designed by Chu Shui. It's very simple, but it's Yi Xingchen's favorite type. In addition, the paper used to wrap the roses was made of a special metal. Yi Xingchen remembered the name of this metal. It was beautiful and called Star C. The words on the paper were also hand-printed by Chu Shui. Even a single bouquet of roses is so exquisite. Yi Xingqian felt an indescribable sense of emotion. This was the first time someone had celebrated his birthday with him. The first snowflake turned around. This dormitory room is relatively small, not as big as their apartment at Berkeley Military Academy. But the first snow made it look very cozy. The first snowflake moved the gift hidden behind the coffee table to the tabletop. Let's open it and take a look. Yi Xingqian carefully placed the rose in her hand beside her. Chu Shui prepared many gifts for him, but they were all small items. It doesn't look crowded when placed on the table. These gifts were wrapped in gift boxes of different colors. Yi Xingqian opened the gifts with anticipation. A black tie, a simple bracelet. When the gifts were unpacked, they turned out to be quite ordinary and not particularly well made. Yi Xingqian observed the gifts discreetly. These gifts are probably handmade as well. Do you like it? I like it very much. I will cherish it. Yi Xingqian put away the small gift that Chu Shui had given him. However, among these small gifts, Yi Xingqian singled one out. These are a pair of plush toys. The chibi version depicts him holding hands with the first snow. Yi Xingqian placed the doll next to the square box on the table, which contained a cake. I'm opening it now. Yi Xingqian opened the square box. A 10-inch cake came into view. The cake is decorated with stars and snowflakes. A string of English words was written in blue jam. Happy birthday to my lover. You can't cut the cake yet. The first snowflake spoke up. There's still 2 hours until tomorrow. That was the true birthday of stars. Good. Yi Xingqian nodded with a smile. He carefully placed the bouquet of flowers that Chu Shui had given him into a beautiful vase. As for the outer packaging of the roses, Yi Xingqian put in the same pile as the gift Chu Shui gave him. Store it in a storage box. After doing all that, Yi Xingqian took out her phone and took pictures of the entire room. Chu Shui watched him as he did these things. A faint smile graced the girl's face, making her look incredibly beautiful under the warm light. After taking the photo, Yi Xingqian posted it on her WeChat Moments with a short caption. Yizi, head, gantliness. After posting on WeChat Moments, Yi Xingqian sat down. At 11:59 p.m., Chu Shui turned off the ceiling light. 20 tiny candles were lit. When the clock strikes 12, the originally dark interior was now filled with light. Countless lights hidden in the walls were lit. The beauty that bloomed in that instant caught Yi Xingqian completely off guard. Right opposite Yi Xingqian, on the white wall, Chu Shui used light to design a picture that depicted his likeness. The theme below is Happy Birthday. Fireworks conjured by the simulator bloomed above Yi Xingqian's head. These fireworks were very small, only the size of a fist, and were in the shape of lines. Amidst the magnificent scenery, the girl opposite him gazed at him with tender eyes. Happy birthday, Xingqian. Her voice, like beautiful musical notes, resonated in Yi Xingqian's heart. Close your eyes. The first snow said. Yi Xingqian did as instructed and closed her eyes. He made a wish, bestowing the most beautiful blessings of time upon those who were watching him. His facial paralysis. His first snow. After making her wish, Yi Xingqian blew out all the candles in one breath. I opened my eyes again. Yi Xingqian gazed at the person he cherished most in his heart. After blowing out the candles, Chu Shui cut the cake. Yi Xingqian ate the cake. The cake was delicious. It has a layer of fruit in the middle, and the cream coating on the outside has a refreshing feel. Yi Xingqian ate the cake made by Chu Shui, bite by bite. Let me tidy up. After enjoying the delicious food, Chu Shui got up to clean the house. Yi Xingqian pressed her back into her seat. You get some rest, I'll take care of the rest. The guy with the facial paralysis must be exhausted from all that careful planning. All of these things were done by hand. Given Chu Shui's personality, she would never entrust any of the details here to someone else. No refusal allowed. Just as Chu Shui was about to speak, Yi Xingqian pressed his fingertip against her lips first. The little guy with the facial paralysis is very well behaved. She went into the bedroom to change out of her dress, and then into the bathroom. Yi Xingqian took the cleaning tools and cleaned up the trash in the house. When the two of them lay in bed and fell asleep, Yi Xingqian took out his phone and glanced at it. Upon closer inspection, a wealth of information was discovered. The person who sent the most messages was Su Changxing, a whopping 99 plus. Yi Xingqian clicked on it. Oranges are sweet. While the scene in my WeChat Moments is pretty good, the oranges are sweet. However, I have better ones here. Yi Xingqian scrolled down the message. Su Changchang posted only photos, and they're all related to the first snow. For example, the process of Chu Shui creating the lighting design, and how she designed the room step by step. There's also a scene where, during the first snow, she accidentally smeared cream on the clothes he bought for her while making a cake, and she looked unhappy. There's also the scene where Chu Shui earnestly makes him little gifts like that tie, that bracelet, and a pair of dolls. Next were pictures of Chu Shui wearing dresses. She tried on many, and Yi Xingqian thought every single one was beautiful. The more Yi Xingqian looked at the photos, the more her gaze softened, revealing the serious expression on the little face. He turned around, looked at the girl who was fast asleep beside him, and gently placed a kiss on her head. I absolutely adore her. As usual, Yi Xingqian downloaded all the photos and stored them in her private folder. Then he replied to everyone who came to offer their blessings. He put down his phone contentedly, hugged his little idiot, and drifted off to sleep. 8 o'clock. As usual, a class of students appeared on the training field. However, this time the training ground is no longer a simulation pod or training room. It's the Mech Bay in the Mech Plaza. Happy birthday, Star. As soon as Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui arrived, their friends presented them with their gifts. Thanks. Yi Xingqian thanked them one by one. You're welcome. We're in the same class. Chapter 93, Each Other's Mechs. We were originally planning to have everyone prepare a birthday cake for you, but since someone already prepared one for you last night, let's give you a gift instead. The friends watched Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui with smiles. The two of them felt a little embarrassed under the gaze of so many people. It was at this time that Song Mian arrived at the scene. Hey, today is the day when the 5 military academies will be testing their mechs together. He came mainly to make final adjustments to their mechs. When Song Mian arrived, his friends stopped making jokes. The intense competition is still ongoing, so after a short while, it's time to get back to the main topic. Because the last battle against Superpowers was won too easily, the other 4 military academies now regard Berkeley Military Academy as a thorn in their side. These days, everyone at the military academy is doing their utmost to prepare for the main battle. It won't be easy for them to beat the other military academies. Come in, all of you. Song Mian didn't waste any words. He used his access privileges to swipe his card. Everyone followed him into the Mecha Plaza. This was the first time Yi Xingqian and his group had seen the true face of the Mech Plaza since they arrived. The site covers thousands of hectares and stretches as far as the eye can see. They could only see a white line drawn ahead, which marked the location where the mechs would dock and depart. All right, one by one, release your mechs and then charge through this area. Song Mian was chewing bubblegum. Zero was the first to release his mech. He walked to the center of the area marked by the white lines in the square. A flash of light. A black mech appeared in the square. With its intricate construction and cool design, the mecha is equipped with supersized wings on its back and stands there holding a holy sword. Wow, that's so cool. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. He ran forward. I'm going to release my mech too. The others followed him. The pent-up passion for mecha within them was unleashed. A student who isn't excited about seeing mecha isn't a good student. Gradually, white, purple, yellow, blue, 8 mechs occupied half of the area within sight. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui looked up at the cool mechs, their eyes turning to Chu Shui. They saw fervor in each other's eyes. Yi Xingqian took out the mecha storage device that he had been keeping on his chest, and Chu Shui also took out the storage device she had prepared for Yi Xingqian. They made an exchange. The two turned around and walked forward, forming a line with the mechs parked by their companions. 3, 2, 1. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui counted down at the same time. When the countdown ends, press the button for the storage box together. A light source illuminated. Darkness enveloped the area. A stunningly beautiful mech appeared in the square. The color is light blue, with pure white embellishments. The mecha's joints are pieced together in black, and its body is composed of various perfectly formed parts that defy description. The mecha's head drooped slightly, like a sleeping emperor. Song Mian, who was leaning against the wall, casually eating candy, was stunned. He quickly ran forward. The further they ran, the clearer the overall structure of the mech became. Song Mian was also a mecha enthusiast, so when he walked in and saw this mecha, he was completely impressed by its design. That's incredible. This mech actually has a 3-layer structure, 3 core elements. The largest core was mounted on the chest by the first snow. The other 2 smaller cores are located in different parts of the body and are connected to the central giant core. The 3 layers of structure wrapped around the mecha one after another, and although the assembly seemed random, it was perfectly executed. Song Myeon couldn't even imagine how intricate the internal structure of this mecha was, because just looking at its exterior was enough to amaze people. The wing-shaped magnetic levitation device, decomposed into 8 parts and reconstructed into 7 stars, is as thin as a cicada's wing. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It's astonishing that someone in the world could create the most difficult-to-assemble mecha structure with such precision. Any part of this mecha would fetch an astronomical price on the market. However, that's not all. A gasp was heard. Song Myeon was still in shock from being inside the mecha. A white dress clung to Chu Shue, as if it had a mind of its own, attaching itself directly to Chu Shue's body. No one had ever seen armor penetration like this before. It is beautiful. The skirt floated like a cloud, and the intricately carved patterns were breathtaking under the sunlight. The blue ice crystal diamonds perfectly complement the blooming rose on the bodice of the dress. A small mecha appeared behind Chu Shue, its arms outstretched, encircling the girl like a guardian angel, majestic and inviolable. From the armor-piercing suit, a weapon finally appeared in Hatsuyuki's hand. The umbrella-shaped weapon resembles a spear, exquisite and sharp. That's so cool. A huge scream erupted in the mecha plaza. The other members could hardly believe they had seen such a perfect mech and armor-piercing weapon. It can be said that even the 50-star mech stored in the 5 major military academies are not as perfect as the mech in front of them. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the giant mech that had been dormant suddenly lit up its eye sockets. Yi Xingchen was even more excited than the people outside. He never expected that Chu Shue would actually make him a mecha with 3 cores. From the moment he sat in the cockpit of this mech, he had already learned about all its functions and structure. This mecha was made specifically for him, and its structure and maneuverability are a perfect match for his senses. The first snowfall also showed surprise. She watched Yi Xingchen pilot the mecha she had carefully prepared for him. The bloom mecha was enormous, but at this moment, it acted like a gentleman, crouching down and extending its hand to invite the girl in the white dress on the ground. The girl did not refuse the mecha man's request. She gently placed her hand on one of the mecha man's fingers, accompanying his movement. The girl in the evening gown gradually floated into the air. The small mecha behind him transformed into a circular stage. With a smile, Chu Shue stepped onto the circular stage in her white shoes, dancing and tumbling along with the movements of the mecha man. The sunlight shone on the face of the first snow. The scene of the man dancing with the mecha shocked everyone present. They stared blankly at the scene before them. They even forgot to breathe. The radiance seemed to exist specifically for them. Beautiful girls and enormous mechs. The ultimate romance that countless people dream of unfolded here. Coolness and elegance dance together. Beauty and heartfelt sentiment intertwine. This moment, even time stood still for them. Chapter 94, Breaking Records. It's perfect. Song Myeon stood below, looking at Yi Xingchen and Chu Shue. He was extremely excited. They've almost forgotten how to give orders. Mech Dash will begin in 5 minutes. Appearances around the Mech Plaza. A transparent barrier. The group realized what was happening and boarded their own mechs, connecting their senses with them. Once everyone boarded the mechs, the system began a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, go! Magnetic bombardment. 9 mechs flew out simultaneously, with Chu Shue sitting on the shoulder of Yi Xingchen's mech. The strong wind blew her hair back. The missiles landed. The missiles rained down in dense bursts, and the group rushed forward, using their weapons to cleave them apart. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shue did not make any move. When the missile was about 5 meters away from Yi Xingchen, it was deflected by a protective magnetic field. Yi Xingchen increased the power unit, and his mecha surged ahead of the competition. Hurry up and follow them. The group of friends were eager to see what functions Yi Xingchen and Chu Shue's mechs had, so they all took control of their own mechs and quickly chased after them. The attack just now was only the first round. The subsequent offensive was more intense and faster. But Yi Xingchen and Chu Shue didn't stop at all. Those attacks that seemed terrifying to outsiders were like a drizzle to them. Don't you even stop for a moment? Feng Gang stared at the mech in front of him, which was rapidly turning into a black, and was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Ah, that's so cool. No, I have to follow them. The group stared at Yi Xingqian's mecha like hungry dogs seeing meat and ran for their lives. The 5th level. The system emitted a sound. These are lines of defense. The defensive wall and the wall-breaking missiles came crashing in. These walls can disrupt all magnetic fields. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui exchanged a glance. Want to go racing? The two of them smiled. Chu Shui jumped off Yi Xingqian's mecha shoulder, and the moment she landed, the mecha behind her immediately reassembled, and a black gravity motorcycle floated in the air. Virtual roads are created for motorcycles to travel on. Yi Xingqian's towering mecha, like the first snowflake, underwent reconstruction. The once towering mecha has transformed into a cool racing car. Boom strapje. Motorcycles and racing cars are not the same thing. The friends behind me were absolutely stunned. So handsome. He's just too handsome. Shock robbed them of their words. All they could say was handsome. As the speed increased, Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui's car went faster and faster. Finally, we reached the peak. Bang! The thick defensive wall was smashed open, leaving a large hole. They crossed the red line together. You have reached the finish line. Congratulations. You have broken the record for clearing the Mech Plaza. The system's voice faded. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui retrieved their respective mechs. They looked at each other excitedly. If it weren't for the people who arrived immediately, Yi Xingqian would have even wanted to kiss Chu Shui on the spot. Can you tell me its name? Yi Xingqian looked at the first snow. Starlight. Chu Shui smiled. It's called Starlight. When the first snow fell and those two words were uttered, Yi Xingqian's eyes were enveloped in an indescribable tenderness. He reached out and pointed to the storage container in Chu Shui's hand. It's called Blizzard. Starlight and Blizzard. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. The midday sun shines on the earth. The intense emotions surged and raged. A few minutes later, the group of friends arrived at the finish line one after another. Stars, first snow. I want to see your mechs. The other passengers rushed over, wanting to check their things as soon as they got off the plane. Song Mian was in the same boat as them. Who built that mech and that armor-piercing suit? He seemed more excited than the others. He pushed all the other kids aside. Song Dog, get out of here. The group was eagerly waiting to see the mecha, and they weren't about to let Song Mian interfere with their enjoyment of it. Seeing that the whole class was about to fight Song Mian, Yi Xingqian quickly spoke up to stop them. We can open the storage box and show you. Yi Xingqian first spoke to his classmates, and then said to Song Mian, the mecha was made by Chu Shui, and the armor-piercing armor was made by me. With just 2 sentences, the somewhat chaotic situation was resolved. The other children stood obediently to one side, while Song Mian looked at Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui in disbelief. You two made this. You're not lying to me? Since Song Mian had been missing for half a year, he had no idea about Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui building mechs. You two are too young. Song Mian felt as if he had encountered the most shocking thing in his life. He simply couldn't believe that the person who could create such a god-level mecha was actually his student. As soon as Song Mian said this, he was immediately criticized by his friends. So what if we're young? Let me tell you, the most powerful parts of our 3 bodies, arms and legs, were created for us by the stars. Exactly. Wow. The mecha parts made by StarCraft are amazing. I just smashed through the protective wall with just 2 punches. That's awesome. I must say the arm and leg that Xingqian made for me have really high resistance, and the data integration is perfect. Cheng Zhao, Jiangxi, and Glasses all chimed in with their own opinions. The remaining people were immediately agitated upon hearing this. I remember when the last battle of Superpowers happened, they mentioned that Yi Xingqian built mechs for the 3 of them. No, they're all in the same class. We can't treat them differently. We want mecha parts too. We want them too. The remaining 5 people protested. He even stopped looking at mechs and insisted on pestering Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui to build one. I want one too. Song Mian was inserted among the 5 people. Song Mian wasn't ashamed at all when the instructors asked the students for mecha parts. He even tried to snatch them from them. Get out! Get out! Get out! 5 people pushed him together. Seeing how lively they were, Mingyu, the only superhuman in the class, burst into tears. I should have known he wouldn't have applied for superpowers. He should have applied for mechas. He wanted one too. At last, faced with so many requests, Yi Xingqian brushed them off by saying that there was too little time to build mechs for them. However, They indicated that they could use the Mecha crafting station to repair and modify their mechas. Everyone agreed immediately. Their ability to build mechs is so impressive that even just repairing them can significantly improve their mech data programs. After receiving the promise, everyone happily put away their mechs and left the mech plaza. I just walked out. They then attracted the attention of other military academy students. Seeing the hostile gazes, Song Mian chuckled. I almost forgot. You guys just broke the record in Mech Plaza, didn't you? Chapter 95, 3 Trump Cards. Song Mian turned to look at Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. How long will it take? 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Yi Xingchen said. He remembered that at the end, there was a time when it popped up. It's a full 3 seconds faster than the previous record holder at Mech Plaza. Very nice, Song Mian said. He expressed his admiration sincerely. Yi Xingchen rarely saw Song Mian so serious, and he couldn't help but be curious about the previous record holder. Who set the record in the previous edition? The creators of the previous generation. Song Mian chuckled. Yi Xingchen wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he saw a deep respect in Song Mian's eyes. Although it was very brief, the respect was genuine. Song Mian did not reveal the name. The record for the Mech Plaza has stood for over 50 years. The record is anonymous. But now, this record of more than 50 years has been broken for the first time. This directly made the people from the other 4 major military academies feel threatened. 3 seconds is a very short time. But even with their mechs reaching the pinnacle of skill and control, they couldn't surpass this extremely short period of time. So these are the students from Berkeley Military Academy this year. Observation Station. 3 Imperial Military Academy students were leaning over the fence, and upon closer inspection, it turned out that the 3 of them looked exactly alike. Finally found something interesting. The 3 of them grinned. The shadows cast by the brim of their hats made their smiles appear terrifying. I heard that there's a clone-type superhuman among them. The person on the left is looking towards the middle. What an amazing superpower. But can he copy faster than I can? Tell me, between him and me, who's faster? The people on both sides started discussing it. One of them extended a finger, the blood-red nails contrasting sharply with the white skin. Yi Xingchen's face appeared between his fingers. His fingers slowly closed, then suddenly clenched, as if he were crushing Yi Xingchen's head from his angle. Yi Xingchen, who was talking to Song Mian, frowned. He suddenly looked up and stared in one direction. The sharp gaze immediately put the 3 of them on alert. Nobody here? Yi Yingchen suinted. He looked at the fence on the circular plaza. What's wrong, Xingchen? The first snow turned his head away. Despite his doubts, Yi Xingchen simply glanced at the spot once more. It's nothing. I just suddenly felt like there was someone there. It must be my imagination, Yi Xingchen said. Chu Shui glanced in that direction, then took Yi Xingchen's hand. Let's go eat. After spending the whole morning at the Mech Plaza, it's definitely lunchtime now. Yi Xingchen returned Chu Shui's hand. The 2 followed behind the class, heading toward the cafeteria. We've been discovered. After Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui had walked a short distance, the 3 of them looked up from the fence at the same time. That was close. He has a very keen eye for observation. The reaction speed is extremely fast. The 3 people blinked. It seems like they want to kill him even more now. The triplets had curved eyebrows and eyes. There are 5 days left until the final battle. This way, Yi Xingchen had eaten. Then, together with Chu Shui, they went to the Mecha control panel. The others followed the 2 of them. When Song Mian saw Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui skillfully operating various manufacturing stations, he finally believed that the 2 of them could build mechs. Berkeley Military Academy must have had some incredible luck. I found these 2 mech masters. Song Mian was very satisfied. One by one, the modified mecha parts were reinstalled. In just one afternoon, the main members' mecha components were upgraded 3 levels. That's so cool. Why didn't you 3 tell us about Starfall and Snowfall building mech sooner? I'd do it no matter how much money it cost. Lin Xiao said regretfully. All right, you're being hypocritical after getting the benefit. Even if I told you that Chu Shui and Xingchen aren't taking a break, 10 mechs. How could they possibly build them in 6 months? Su Changcheng glared at Lin Xiao, who immediately became obedient and moved closer to Su Changcheng, who did not refuse. Seeing everyone paired up, Song Mian felt that he didn't need to worry about anything before the competition. Now, what he has to do is face those old foxes from the other military academies. He could have foreseen this. When Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui unleash that mecha and armor-piercing weapon, how many people will go crazy for them? Being excellent is not a bad thing, but the more excellent a person is, the more responsibilities and dangers they bear. Honor has always gone hand in hand with corruption. He didn't want his students to see the filth. Looking at the harmonious class, Song Mian winked at 0, then turned and left quietly. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Period. Berkeley Military Academy made headlines for breaking the record set by the Mech Plaza. Immediately, many viewers were very excited about the main matches of Berkeley Military Academy. On the day the switchboard battle began, in addition to the 10 judges, the leaders of the 4 military academies were added to the monitoring station. The day the war began, it was still bustling with noise. The reporters arrived here before dawn to stake out the area. When the main forces of the major military academies came out, they swarmed forward. Along with them were fans from various military academies. However, the largest group of fans in this batch are the fans of the Chinchua CP. Yi Xingqian, could you please reveal which one of you broke the record in the Mech Plaza this time? The expressions from Berkeley Military Academy this year are truly eye-opening. Excuse me, Chu Shui, are you and Yi Xingqian really unranked students? Why are you performing even better than A-ranked students? What kind of arduous efforts did you make to achieve this? One question after another was thrown at them. Yi Xingqian glanced around and saw that none of the reporters were from Jinyu Media. 90% of them were Lan Ye's reporters. It seems Lin Zhao's father is very capable. In just half a month, Lan Ye has developed rapidly and has begun to threaten Jinyu. Meanwhile, the reporters from the Imperial Military Academy presented a stark contrast to those from Berkeley Military Academy. The reporters over there are all from Jinyu Media. Our interviews this time revealed that the Imperial Military Academy students have twice the potential of the previous class, and their mech equipment is extremely powerful, unlike some military academies where the quality of mecha equipment is inconsistent. Lin, how confident are you of winning this round of the battle? The reporter from Jinyu Media was not to be outdone and made disparaging remarks about Berkeley Military Academy. They just finished asking. A huge shout erupted from the Berkeley Military Academy. Chen Shui, we love you. Chen Shui, fly bravely. Our CP will be with you all the way. One by one, the light boards were raised. The massive CP couple fans raised their banners. Lin Zifeng's fans started shouting as well. Zifeng, through wind and rain, the leaves will always be your strongest support. Charge! Chapter 96, the final battle begins. How could Chinchua CP fans be willing to let Lin Zifeng's fans outdo them? It's just a battle, right? Who's afraid of who? Fans of the Chinchua CP, Chinchua couple, unfurled their enormous banners. That picture shows Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui wearing matching outfits at an amusement park and winning first place. They trended on local social media that time, so it was easy for fans of the couple to find information from that period. Chen Shui. The leading fan led the other fans in shouting. The sound grew louder and louder. Lin Zifeng's fans also joined the battle, but because the number of Chen Shui CP fans was already greater than theirs, and as Chen Shui CP shouted, many passersby who came to watch also joined in. Gradually, the shouts of Lin Zifeng's fans could no longer be heard. Because the voices of the Chinchua couple drowned out the entire audience, the reporters' questions were also drowned out. Yi Xingqian simply picked 2 reporters from Lan Yi and answered their questions. Then, with Chu Shui in tow, they stepped into the starship. The map in the game is not a simulation, but a real, actual map. All military academy personnel would travel for half a day on a starship to reach the map drop point. The military academy personnel did not stay long. As soon as the starship opened, they all headed towards it. Monitoring station. Song Mian sat in a row with the other leaders of the military academies. He watched the 11 people enter the starship, a rare hint of pride appearing on his nonchalant expression. But, after everyone had gone inside, he glanced around. There were 5 more people indoors than in previous honors matches. They're all the principals of the 5 major military academies. Old man, come here and sit down. Song Mian stretched out his long legs and hooked them onto the chair of Principal Berkeley. He moved his foot. The leather chair with 4 wheels moved in this direction. The chair swished past with a whoosh, knocking over 4 other chairs to the ground. The other 4 military academy principals' expressions darkened upon seeing Song Mion's actions. This is undoubtedly a provocation against them. Song Mion, don't go too far. The 4 leaders all looked at Song Mion. Oh, I'm so sorry. It was an accident. Song Mion waved his hand, but although he was apologizing, he didn't mean it at all. There was even a cold glint in those eyes. Haha, please excuse my poor performance. The old man, with a cigar dangling from his lips, said, my instructor is rather rough around the edges. I think it's probably rough. Wei Yuanqi, the superintendent of Delenwalk Military Academy, said, some people's nature is something that cannot be changed from the inside out. Something that can't be presented in public. Wei Yuanqi sneered. The principals of the other military academies also remained indifferent. Take these chairs away. Yin Xiaozi, the principal of the Imperial Military Academy, said. It's covered in dust. The staff immediately moved chairs. The atmosphere inside the room dropped to freezing point. That young man. The old man turned around and said, if you've moved it down, don't move it back up. It seems the other 4 principals want to stay healthy and don't want to sit down, so they can all stand. He smiled and said, my old bones can't take any more strain. The old man waved to the young man, then walked over and sat down next to Song Mion. The young man immediately attracted the attention of the other 4 military academy principals. Just as they were at a loss, the general manager, who was in charge of logistics, walked in from outside. Principals, the connection to the television station will be activated shortly. Please take your seats at the observation deck to watch. As for the judges, please take your seats. Chapter 97, Some Tasks. As the general manager spoke, he gave the young man a wink. The delivery man immediately called for someone to move a chair. A few words were enough to defuse the awkward situation. Manager, that really scared me to death. This way. As soon as he stepped out of the inspection room, the young man kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He hadn't expected the atmosphere to be so tense right after the principals of the 5 military academies met. The 4 military academy principals stared at him, nearly scaring him out of his wits. This is just the beginning. The general manager waved to the young man, who looked around and, seeing no one nearby, quickly went over. You'd better be smart. This time, Berkeley Military Academy has produced a talent, and even the military region is quite shocked. The other military academy principals came to oversee operations. To put it bluntly, it was to make it easier for their subordinates to take action at any time. This kind of war is not like supernatural warfare. The waters here are very deep. Just do your own thing. If anything goes wrong, come find me right away. Don't try to tough it out, understand? Okay. The young man nodded in agreement. Yi Xingqian and his group would not know what was happening inside the monitoring station. After they boarded the starship, Yi Xingqian heard 37's voice. Congratulations, host, on completing the confession mission. All ratings have been upgraded once. Your current talent ratings in all aspects are mech piloting, S, spirit body, a psychic ability, A. Due to the upgrade of your spirit body, the controllability of your past life's supernatural abilities has been adjusted from 25% to 35%. The proficiency of supernatural abilities is stacked. The level of supernatural abilities is increased. The mirror ability is upgraded. The teleportation mirror is changed from 1 to 2, and the copy mirror's copying time is increased by 5 seconds. The time control has been changed from 4 seconds to 6 seconds. In addition, you completed the special mission ahead of schedule, received a carefully prepared birthday gift from your wife, and your mecha piloting level has been raised to 2S. 37 said. This mission was completed very quickly. Ye Vingchen, So a new mission? 37 This system spends most of its time issuing tasks and rewards, and also arguing with Yi Xingqian. A new mission. 37 laughed in Yi Xingqian's mind. Yi Xingqian had heard this laugh countless times. It would laugh like this every time 37 asked it to do something indescribable. What do you want me to do this time? Touch my leg? Kiss me? Or do something else? Neither. 37 said. Drop. A new mission has been issued. Please, host, complete your marriage with your wife within 5 months. This mission is a 5-star gold-plated mission. Upon completion, the reward will be 1 billion spirit points. All ratings will be upgraded to 2S, and physical functions will be upgraded to 50% of those in the previous life. You, Yi Xingqian never expected that the system would actually ask him to sleep with Chu Shui. He reflexively looked at the first snow. What's wrong? Chu Shui suddenly felt Yi Xingqian's burning gaze and looked at him. Yi Xingqian immediately looked away. Redness ran straight from his face to the tips of his ears. Xingqian, what's wrong? Chu Shui noticed the unusual blush on his face and tugged at his arm. Nothing much. I just suddenly felt a bit feverish. Yi Xingqian quickly calmed her breathing. Let the blush fade as soon as possible. Are you really all right? First Snow whispered. No. Yi Xingqian looked at her and shook his head very seriously. Seeing that he was indeed all right and the blush on his face had faded, Chu Shui felt relieved. After Chu Shui stopped asking questions, Yi Xingqian started talking to 37 in his mind. Are you sure you didn't assign the wrong task? The task you assigned was just 2-something. Oh dear. Heaven and earth bear witness. How could I, a dedicated and responsible system, assign the wrong task? 37 felt wronged. That is indeed the next task. 37 said, Host, you can't just say the system is wrong because you're shy. A boy should step up and take the lead. You need to learn how to pick cabbages yourself, understand? I, the system developer, worry about you every day. Don't you feel ashamed? 37, disappointed that they're not living up to their potential. Ow, how am I supposed to make a move? I don't care. The mission is there. You have to do it whether you want to or not. Otherwise, the mission will expire. You know what I mean. The longer a task expires, the harder it becomes to complete. Yi Xingqian was utterly impressed. He wanted to keep arguing with 37. 37 went offline immediately. Helpless, Yi Xingqian sighed and realized that he could never win against 37 in this kind of situation. Because 37 has the Earth escape technique. The starship will arrive at its destination in 10 minutes. All crew members, please prepare for landing. However, reality did not allow Yi Xingqian to think too much. The final match of the honor battle is about to begin. He quickly brought his thoughts back to the present. I see a starship. I see a starship. Inside the live stream room. After waiting for a long time, people finally saw a fleet of starships on the horizon. The number of people fighting in the main battle was much larger than that fighting in the superpower battle. One academy sent a total of 4,300 people. The total number of people is 21,500. There are quite a lot of people. The maps in the main game are also very large, with 3 maps, each of which is a small planet. Please have the personnel from the 5 major military academies enter the teleportation system. The starship arrived at its destination. People from various military academies disembarked from the starship one after another. The transmission ports for each military academy are still different. Yi Xingqian took Chu Shui's hand and stepped down the stairs. He casually glanced to the side and made eye contact with someone for a fraction of a second. Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. He saw 3 people dressed the same, but only for a second before they were swallowed up by the figures of others. Xingqian, come here quickly. Zero called out to Yi Xingqian, saying that the main control system port will be shut down in a few minutes. Yi Xingqian took a few last glances at the crowd before walking into the entrance with Chu Shui. This time, the port is different from the previous ones. The floor beneath your feet is a transparent, high-tech floor. Yi Xingqian looked down, and everything in sight was blue. The seawater rippled, and the waves surged. This planet is an ocean world. 1 minute later, everyone boarded the mechs. Luo. Zero looked at Luo. Luo nodded. He took a syringe containing a green liquid from his sleeve. Zero took the syringe and injected it into his arm. As the green liquid was injected, Luo's originally pale cheeks turned rosy within 10 seconds, becoming almost indistinguishable from Yi Xingqian and the others. Is this a super enhancer? Feng Gang recognized the thing at a glance. Luo nodded. My body is too weak. Without this, I can't possibly unleash my full potential. He speaks fluently, no longer as if he coughs after saying a few words. But this injection only lasts for 6 days. And the side effects are severe. Can you handle them? P.S. Typing with one hand while your hair is wet is too difficult. This chapter took 3 hours to write, so I'd like to ask for a small gift. There's one more chapter to go. Chapter 98, Ocean Map. While super strong injections can rapidly boost a person's physical abilities in a short period of time, their effectiveness diminishes over time. Moreover, after using this injection, the user needs to lie in the treatment chamber for at least 3 days to barely recover. It's fine, Luo said, I've already consulted with Instructor Song, and my mech control room is equivalent to half a treatment pod. One injection is enough for me to get through this competition. Berkeley Military Academy's trump card isn't just Yi Xingqian. Luo is also a trump card that Song Mian left behind this time. A unique psychic ability user in the entire interstellar space. The Imperial Military Academy has been successfully teleported. Archer Military Academy has been successfully teleported. Dranwalk Military Academy has been successfully teleported. Please have Berkeley Military Academy prepare. The teleportation system's voice sounded. Yi Xingqian and the others exchanged a glance. The Mets are lined up. Everyone boarded the plane as quickly as possible. Initiate teleportation. After boarding, the transparent, technological panel beneath my feet shattered. Call. The wind howled. Yi Xingqian piloted the Mecha, and the huge Mecha reassembled into a small ship during its descent, with the other Mechas in the squad following beside Yi Xingqian. Splash. The mech entered the ocean world, creating a huge splash. My vision was obscured by the ripples of water. After Yi Xingqian and his group descended some distance, the water level stabilized. In the ocean, the deeper you go, the dimmer the light becomes. After everyone activated the mech's scanning device and confirmed that there was no danger in the surroundings, they let the mech sink. All personnel from the 5 major military academies have entered the map. This year, the main mechs of the Imperial Military Academy and the Delenwalk Military Academy are still rated 3S by all personnel. On the television, a presenter focuses the camera on the leaders of the Imperial Military Academy and Archer Military Academy. Judging from the mech ratings, the champion of this year's overall mech battle will likely be one of the 2 military academies. I wonder what the 2 leaders have to say. The host handed the microphone to Yin Cixing and Qinda. There's not much to say. The Imperial Military Academy will bring back its previous rating and take back first place. Yin Cixing still maintained the demeanor of an Imperial Military Academy student. Qinda glanced at Song Mian and said, Archer Military Academy will go all out to get extra points and crush Berkeley Military Academy. The fact that Archer Military Academy and Berkeley Military Academy had a falling out before the start of the competition is already widely known online. It's not surprising that Qinda said this. The host smiled and then turned the screen to Song Mian. With a candy dangling from his mouth and sunglasses on his face, Song Mian stood out among the 5 leaders. It seems the other 2 military academies are quite hostile towards Berkeley Military Academy. Instructor Song, what's your opinion? Song Mian took out a lollipop and said, Hey, actually I think our Berkeley Military Academy is pretty tough. Look, in this battle of superpowers alone, our Berkeley Military Academy got 35 points, the Imperial Military Academy got 20 points, and Archer Military Academy got 6 points. 6 points. Such a high score. A whole 29 points lower than our Berkeley Military Academy. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Song Mian covered his face with both hands, making a classic expression reminiscent of the screaming scene in a famous painting. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was terrified. A 15-point difference, a 29-point difference. We don't even have enough extra points to fight for them. What are the other 2 military academies going to do? The so-called extra points are awarded for eliminating key members of the military academy within a 1-minute interval. It's just like getting kills in a game. If you get 5 kills in a row, you get 5 points. Each military academy has no more than 20 core members, and the total number of personnel is less than 80. In other words, Archer Military Academy would need to eliminate at least 29 key members to recover its rating. This doesn't even include the fact that people from their own military academy were killed in retaliation. There are always some people in this world who like to daydream. What's the point of daydreaming with a bald head like that? They really have no shame. Our Berkeley Military Academy is truly ashamed of its own inferiority. Song Mian clutched his chest. A cryptic remark infuriated the leaders of the 2 military academies. Seeing that an argument was about to break out, the host quickly cut the camera away. In 20 minutes, the individual camera links will be activated. Now let's take a look at how things are developing on the field. After increasing their descent speed, Yi Xingqian and his group finally reached the seabed. As soon as the mecha landed, Luo activated his superpower. Luo's mech is not designed for attack. It is primarily for defense and diffusion. Once his psychic abilities are activated, Law can sense the approximate locations of all members of Berkeley Military Academy and command them. Everything is safe. After spreading his senses throughout, Luo said, "Now, we're heading northwest. Just now, when I spread my senses, I felt some unusual fluctuations over there. There must be some strange beasts there. I'll listen to Luo." Lane 0. Luo is like a large-scale detector and a super commander. Students at other military academies need reconnaissance mechs to assist them in detecting alien beasts, but Berkeley Military Academy students don't need them at all. In a war of attrition, the first battle is about tactics, the second about mechs, and the third about energy. They currently have 1 or 2 advantages, but their energy is insufficient to support the team's progress. Therefore, we must find the alien beast or energy source as soon as possible. Once the camera focuses on us, I will communicate with you using my senses. Before departure, Lot specifically informed them. Also, you're walking next to the Starry Sky mechs. The Starry Sky mechs are too conspicuous, so you must stay hidden in the early stages. The underwater lighting is relatively dim, which can provide some cover, but I suggest that Starry Sky turn off the interference. The first snow is inside the protective shell of the stars. There's no need to come out unless absolutely necessary. Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui are the 2 trump cards in their team, so naturally they can't reveal their strength to the enemy first. With so many people waiting to see the Berkeley Military Academy mechs, Luo, as the commander, is certainly not stupid. I know, without Luo saying anything, Yi Xingqian activated the interference mode as soon as he landed. His mech is now very difficult to capture on camera. Even if it is captured, it is just a blurry shadow. Let's go. Once everything was ready, Luo divided the Berkeley Military Academy troops into 4 teams. Each team consists of about 1,000 people, advancing in a net-like pattern towards the surrounding areas. The ocean world is full of wonders. Chu Shui, hiding inside the protective shell, watched the fish swimming past the Mecha, a faint smile playing on her lips. It is about 2 kilometers long. Stop for a moment, Luo suddenly said. There are very subtle energy fluctuations ahead. They might be scouts from other military academies. 0. Take 2 people and go check it out. The people in the front row get into combat mode. Chapter 99, The First Robbery. Luo's teammates were all on alert. Yi Xingqian deployed the search devices on the mechs and discovered 5 reconnaissance mechs in front of 0. The lowest rarity is a 5-star mech, while the other mechs have varying star ratings and rarities, suggesting that their main force is not far from here. Luo have the infiltrators spread out to the left and right and activate the element absorbers. Yi Xingqian's mind stirred slightly. His mech immediately charged out. The enormous mechs resembled fish, seemingly blending seamlessly with the water as they moved. Yi Xingqian went around in circles. They approached the 5 mechs from behind, slowly drawing closer. The squad leader said there are elemental fluctuations from alien beasts here. We've been traveling for so long. How come we haven't detected even a trace of energy? Among the 5 people in the group, the owner of one of the mechs spoke up. And perhaps because of the dim light underwater, they always felt a bit cold. Looking ahead, the detectors in the formation never make mistakes. The leader of the team was the Mecha. 5 mechs were moving forward. The car at the very front suddenly stopped. Wait, there seems to be some energy fluctuation coming from ahead. Number 2 and number 3, come with me to check it out. The lead mech waved to the mechs behind it. He turned around and found that one person was missing from the team. Where's number 5? Where did number 5 go? The lead mech looked around. Number 5 was just behind me. Number 5, number 5. Number 4 activated its detector. He called out number 5 in a low voice. Why has the energy fluctuation of mech number 5 disappeared? After a minute of testing, there was absolutely no trace of number 5. Number 4 turned around. Then the tongue is tied in a knot. Captain, number 3 is missing. Number 4 pointed behind the lead mech, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Alert! The lead mech reacted swiftly, but it was too late. More than a dozen stealth mechs surrounded them from all sides. The leader stared incredulously at a light blue mech, which was holding number 3 and number 5 in its 2 hands. The 2 mechs in his hands were already in terrible condition and were just 1 step away from being scrapped. Archer Military Academy. Yi Xingqian looked at the Academy emblem on the rack, then clenched the mecha's fingers, rendering mecha number 3 and number 5 useless. A 5-star and a 6-star mecha are like chicks in Yi Xingqian's hands. Unleashing an elemental shock. Seeing his team members being killed, the leader knew he couldn't escape, so he activated the mech's elemental attack. This elemental shock can spread the signal, and since they are not far from the main team, even if they are eliminated, they can still expose the enemy's location. No sooner had the lead mecha finished speaking than a flash of light appeared before their eyes. A bloody gash appeared on his little finger, and the leader sat frozen in the cockpit. Because at this moment, his mecha had been split open head-on. If his mecha core hadn't been installed at a slightly off-center position, his body would have been the one torn apart. The weapon disappeared from his hand, and Yi Xingqian called Zero and the others forward. Looking at the element absorber that Zero was carrying, the leader felt utterly disheartened. The elemental blast had already been launched, but now very little, if any, information has reached the team. They have the aura of strange beasts on them. Zero checked the 5 members' mechs and then said, "It seems their military academy had better luck than us. They probably encountered a monster as soon as they landed. So that means their home team already has some energy?" Yi Xingqian sat inside the mecha cockpit, deep in thought. Inside the protective shell, the first snowflake asked, "Should we go rob it?" The alien beast camps they're going to for their military academy should be the same as ours. It has to be said that Chu Shui is the one who understands Yi Xingqian the most. "You guys," at this moment, the leader of the decommissioned mech compartment said, "All the energy is in the center of the team. You want to steal Archer's energy? That's wishful thinking. Did I say I was going to steal the alien beast's energy?" Yi Xingqian laughed when he heard this. He piloted the mecha, one hand resting on the core of the leader's mecha. The power within the mecha's core began to gather continuously into Starlight's palm, and after being filtered by Starlight, it was directly converted into his own power. The leader was completely dumbfounded. I've seen people steal energy from alien beasts and energy points, but I've never seen anyone steal energy from mechs. What kind of mecha is this? How can it be so flashy? The energy of all 5 mechs was absorbed into his palm by the Starlight. Yi Xingqian's mecha core has ample energy. Those in the core were filled with despair. Their mechs were originally equipped with trace devices, so even if they were eliminated, they would still leave hidden information for the team. However, this is on the premise that the mechs still have energy. Now, their mechs have been drained of energy and have been completely turned into scrap metal, with only the most basic protective devices remaining. The ocean is so deep that they would be killed by the pressure if they went out now. They have no choice but to wait for rescue. Your mecha is so cool. Not only did the leader think Yi Xingqian's mecha was cool, but Zero also thought it was cool. Mechs like Yi Xingqian's are basically never short of energy. When they run out, they just chop people down, simple and brutal. Watch your wording, that's what you call strong. Yi Xingqian couldn't stand derogatory words. This was the first mecha Chu Shui had made for him. "Okay, that's good." Zero smiled and said again, "But it's not enough for just your mech to have this device. You and Chu Shui absolutely cannot be exposed in the early stages. It's prepared for you." Yi Xingqian had anticipated that Zero would ask this question. "But there aren't many, just 50. You can let Luo decide how to distribute them." Like a magic trick, Yi Xingqian conjured 50 energy-absorbing devices from his hand. So, Zero was completely bewildered by Yi Xingqian's tiny bit of her sai. This device is now extremely rare. In fact, Yi Xingqian was already very shocked that his Starlight could have such a device, but he never expected that he could conjure up 50 of them. He truly didn't understand the world of the Mech Master. Okowo. Time did not allow them to linger, and after a brief moment of shock, they turned back. Luo then led his team to catch up. After understanding the situation, he distributed the energy-absorbing devices to the platoon members and the attack platoon. The mechs used by everyone in the class were all quite good, and after modifications, they were very fast. The attack platoon consumes the most energy and needs it the most. 9 men from the attack platoon have come out, and then 30 more superhuman soldiers. After distributing the energy-absorbing devices, Luo first assigned the people in the class to different groups, and then assigned them more than a dozen top members. Luo didn't object to Yi Xingqian's idea of robbing someone, since he also had the same idea. This time, the rules for the overall battle have been changed, and it's all about the number of players and the amount of energy. Other military academies will likely not make a move initially. They will probably choose to use dog energy and attack only after they have sufficient energy. Chapter 100, we're just here for an experiment. The situation at Berkeley Military Academy is different. Not to mention having 2 trump cards, the 50 energy-absorbing devices alone give Luo a lot of confidence. He could split the team into several pairs, with one pair disrupting the enemy, another providing support, and the main force going to deal with energy. This way, they can take heads, retreat, and most importantly, cause trouble for other military academies and waste their time. After all, no one knows when the system will change the map for them. Moreover, the energy required for the next map will inevitably be much less than that required for this map. This rule is a brutal elimination system. To eliminate most people in the shortest amount of time, the only options are to reduce resources and create a harsh environment. It's like natural selection, where only the fittest survive. In the later stages, this rule became a battleground for the 5 major military academies. Preparing an extra energy source for your team in the early stages will allow them to unleash tremendous power later on. Moreover, the enemies they face are not only the 5 military academies, but also insect beasts. However, it is currently unknown when this insectoid beast will appear. Make a prompt decision. After Luo left the location for Yi Xingqian and his group, he led most of his people toward the alien beast point, preparing to cooperate with Yi Xingqian and his group to ambush Archer Military Academy. The Archer Military Academy, facing imminent disaster, was unaware that its location had been exposed. At this moment, they were congratulating themselves on their good fortune in finding the second location of the strange beast. Splash. The sound of water sloshing around. The second monster point contains 3 giant octopuses. Each octopus is as big as 10 football fields. The sheer number of tentacles and suction cups creates a powerful visual impact. The energy stone is located in the middle of their heads. Their heads need to be cut off to retrieve it. Spread out to both sides. The 5th power type attack squad, 70 spatial ability soldiers, and the demolition platoon prepare. The beasts are very alert. They had already sensed Archer Military Academy approaching. Tentacles struck, accompanied by surging waves. The octopus's tentacles accelerate the flow of the surrounding seawater, making it even more difficult for people to approach. Fang Yuan, the commander-in-chief of Archer Military Academy, led his school's troops. Instantly, the Archer Military Academy personnel swarmed forward. The sounds of artillery shells being fired and fighting erupted. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance team responsible for concealing sounds and traces also moved around to see if there were any alien creatures or people from other military academies. Starlight's detection range was excellent, and Yi Xingqian found his target in just over 10 minutes. They're fighting a monster. Lin Xiao turned to Yi Xingqian and said, "Now is a good time. Should we go for it?" "Wait a minute," Yi Xingqian said. "Luo and the others need some more time, and now is not the best time. The attack on Archer Military Academy has only just begun. It's not too late for them to charge in after they've been worn down." "Have the 5 men who went out to scout returned?" "Here," the head of the reconnaissance team asked. "No, why aren't they back yet? Could they have run into some trouble? Even if we encounter danger, there should be elemental impacts and hidden information. Why don't I have any information at all?" The regimental commander found it strange. "I don't know. Maybe they're investigating?" The group members said they were also unable to contact the 5 people who had been separated. "Keep signaling to their mechs. The rest of the platoon, follow me this way." The regimental commander led the more than 100 people behind him toward the group of giant rocks where Yi Xingqian and his group were. This place is the best place to hide people. To observe whether there are other military academies in the surrounding area, this place must be investigated. Yi Xingqian, who had originally planned to wait until the attack to begin, activated Starlight's attack mode as he watched the approaching mechs. The mechs behind him also brandished their weapons, ready to attack at any moment. Range is normal, no mech present. Range is normal, no mech present. The reconnaissance mechs in front approached step by step. Everyone held their breath, just as the scanning device was about to scan this side. A commotion suddenly broke out on the other side of the group. The students from Archer Military Academy, who were attacking the alien beast, were hit by an unidentified missile, lost their balance, and were violently thrown to the ground by the alien beast. "Oh no, it's Drenwalk Military Academy," someone shouted from the hinterland. The battalion commander immediately turned around and went to provide support. Now, seeing that the enemy's mechs were facing away from them, Yi Xingqian immediately gave the order. 19 mechs equipped with energy-absorbing devices which had been hiding behind the boulder, jumped out, followed closely by dozens of superhuman soldiers. The commander felt as if a huge shadow had fallen over his head. When he looked up, he saw a light blue mech attacking him. Almost instantly, the captain revealed his weapon. His mech was a 13-star mech. With a punch, Starlight cracked the weapon of the mech. The commander hadn't expected this light blue mech to be so powerful. His weapon had been enhanced in various ways, yet it was shattered with a single punch. However, time left him little time to think. He activated both the defense and attack systems of his mech to their maximum, and charged forward with his damaged weapons. Yi Xingqian didn't even look at the leader's attack. He manipulated the Starlight, grabbed the leader's mecha arm, and threw him over his shoulder, causing cracks to appear in the leader's defensive shell. It seems that Starlight's normal attacks can deal with the 13-star mechs. Yi Xingqian stepped on the captain's mecha, as if for him, this thrilling competition was just a small game for testing his mecha. However, there are still some minor flaws. If a separator membrane could be added, the effect would be even better. Yi Xingqian said to Chu Shui. Okay, I've got it. As Chu Shui watched Xing Guang's actions, she also considered the shortcomings of Xing Guang's mecha in her mind. The commander, who was being trampled under the Starlight, never expected that his meticulously crafted mech was no match for the mech's normal attack. He struggled to his feet. Yi Xingqian let him stand there. Next, he wanted to see what would happen if the attack power of the Starlight was adjusted to 15%. During a normal attack, Starlight's attack power is 5%. Would adding another 10% allow us to penetrate the opponent's defenses without using weapons? Yi Xingqian thought to himself, Commander, we're here to help you. The reconnaissance team still has far more mechs than the Berkeley Military Academy team. Seeing that their leader was in trouble, the others who were free immediately came to help. However, this was exactly what Yi Xingqian wanted. After we defeat them, we'll put them all together to form a small hill. Then we'll adjust our power to 15% and see if we can break through such a thick defensive layer. His thoughts immediately changed. P.S. I was on 4-drip all day today. I'm so sleepy, but I'll try my best to update. Good night, everyone. Time for bed. Chapter 101, Berkeley Military Academy, a real rogue. While thinking, the people on the other side have already rushed over. More than a dozen mechs attacked from both sides. Starlight charged forward, its fuselage flipped, and it kicked a mech away. First Snow added Chinese martial arts fighting styles to Starlight's fighting mode. Its joints are also very flexible. A dozen mechs were like a master beating up a thug in front of Starlight. Just by watching their first half of the movements, Yi Xingqian could almost guess what would happen next. Roundhouse kick, hook punch, heavy blow. As Yi Xingqian manipulated the Starlight, his perception and connection with the mecha also became increasingly stronger. Gradually, the feeling of being completely integrated with the mecha returned. Yi Xingqian only needed to use his mind, and the Starlight could move according to his thoughts. Bang! The mecha is scrapped. The commander looked at the light blue mecha, as if it were the Grim Reaper returning from hell. With one hand, Yi Xingqian broke through the defensive shells of 2 7-star mechs, then activated the energy absorption device, quickly absorbing their energy. Then, Yi Xingqian grabbed the mechs on the ground and threw them out one by one. The thrown mechs were like shooting balls, sending the remaining, fighting mechs flying far away. Star! Catch! Zero threw out his mech, and Yi Xingqian controlled Starlight to fly up, then kicked out with a heavy kick. The kicked-out mech crashed into a teammate, precisely transporting the teammate to a group of mechs. I want to play too. I want to play too. Lin Xiao said he also wanted to join in. The others found it very novel to see Yi Xingqian kicking other people's mechs like a ball. He also joined Yi Xingqian's team. Soon, more than 30 mechs overlapped, while the other mechs in the reconnaissance team were dealt with by their teammates. No more wasting time. Yi Xingqian adjusted the attack mode of Starlight to 15%. The mech that was originally standing 100 meters away from the pile of mechs suddenly flashed, like a projected image, and in a flash, it appeared directly above the pile of mechs. Starlight clenched into a fist, and a magnetic shockwave gathered within a second. One punch down. Boom strapje. A circular crater appeared above the stack of mechs. The originally misaligned mechs were squeezed together by the force of the impact. Cracks appeared on the circular pit as Yi Xingqian manipulated the Starlight to jump down. He took a step forward, and the mech on his back shattered into pieces. The ocean currents parted, leaving only the cratered mech cabin and the terrified faces of the people inside. Wow, that's awesome. One punch turned a bunch of 7 or 8-star mechs into pieces. That's incredible. Chung Zhao and his 2 companions are practically becoming Yi Xingqian's biggest fans. Don't just stand there, Luo and the others have arrived. The commotion was huge. Yi Xingqian glanced over and saw the mechs on the edge of Archer Military Academy heading this way. Move to the front, Yi Xingqian said. Space transformation. The superhuman soldiers naturally understood Yi Xingqian's meaning. They used their superhuman abilities to take their comrades away from this place. Ahead, Archer Military Academy is already locked in fierce combat with the main force of Delenwalk Military Academy. The squadron, they're trying to steal our resources. The main force of the Delenwalk Military Academy also set their sights on this alien beast spot. They fired at the Archer Military Academy personnel while attacking the alien beasts. Maul, come with me. With a thought, Fang Yuan produced a bone whip in the hand of his mecha. The 5 main fighters behind him joined the battle alongside Fang Yuan. The octopus's tentacles waved. It creates gusts of ocean current. Fang Yuan maneuvered his mech to dodge, quickly locating the main force of the Delenwalk Military Academy from the densely packed mech formation. He lashed out with a bone whip, striking the mech pilot in front of the main force of the Delenwalk Military Academy. Chunyin, take your men and get out of here. This alien beast point belongs to Archer Military Academy. The people behind Fang Yuan revealed all their mecha weapons. In terms of mecha strength, Archer Military Academy is far superior to Delenwalk Military Academy. The beast has your name on it. You say it's yours, so it's yours. Chunyin didn't bother arguing with a scion of a powerful family like Fang Yuan. Whoever gets it gets it. Overestimating one's abilities. Fang Yuan sneered. All of their main players this year are 3S, and Chunyin, a 2S, is just asking for trouble by talking nonsense to them. Archer Military Academy's main force launched a swift attack. A team from Archer Military Academy, deal with Delenwalker. The rest of you continue attacking the alien beasts. The fighting continued. While the 2 Military Academy students were fighting, the Berkeley Military Academy students silently watched from a distance. Boom strapia. A cannonball hit the octopus's head, shattering its skin. The giant octopus was enraged, its tentacles sweeping out and frantically stirring the surrounding water, creating a huge whirlpool that pulled the surrounding mechs into it. The power of the vortex is immense. This force also drove the other 2 octopuses into a frenzy. The battlefield was in complete chaos. Invisible soldier, cover. Luo stared intently at the energy stone within the vortex. Although the scene was chaotic, the people from the other military academies did not lose their composure. The 2 military academy students attacked the octopus together, splitting open the head of one of the octopuses, and an energy stone fell out. Without the energy stone, one of the octopuses became listless. The situation has improved somewhat. But what followed was even fiercer fighting between military academies. Grab the energy stones. The energy stone proved crucial to them later on, and people from Archer Military Academy and Delenwalk Military Academy flocked to it. Bang! Fang Yuan used his bone whip to knock Chunyin away. By this time, 2 octopuses had already been killed. The members behind him rushed forward and picked up an energy stone. Anyone who obtains an energy stone will be targeted by personnel from the Delenwalk Military Academy. Their team's mechs are not very advanced, so they need this even more. The 2 energy stones were fighting over each other. The remaining octopus was probably the head of the 3 octopuses. Seeing its companion being dealt with, it jumped up, and its tentacles instantly grew 10 times larger. About 50 mechs were left behind. The seawater was churned up so murky that the battle within could not be clearly seen. Attack! At this point, the Berkeley Military Academy, which had been lying in wait, began to take action. Just as the 2 military academies were locked in fierce combat, they were suddenly attacked by more than a dozen explosive shells. The surrounding area was blown apart. Yi Xingqian led Chu Shui and rushed out first. 2 energy stones were being tossed into the air, and a long rope woven from a special material appeared in Starlight's hand. Yi Xingqian manipulated the Starlight to throw the long rope out. The 2 energy stones veered towards Berkeley Military Academy and were caught by the invisible soldiers. Cover us! With the energy stones in hand, Luo quickly deployed 200 mechs. At the same time, Yi Xingqian arrived above the last octopus. Star, look behind you. I heard Luo's voice in my mind. A long sword suddenly appeared from Luo's direction, severing the octopus's head. Yi Xingqian took the opportunity to use the rope to wrap around the last energy stone. There are other military academies. At this point, the other military academies also realized what was happening. They all attacked this way. Chapter 102 Gods. The main force all headed towards Yi Xingqian. The starlight was instantly enveloped. Quickly, attack towards the stars. 0, take your class and go there. Luo knew that Yi Xingqian was surrounded and quickly issued orders. More than 10 mechs flew in. This way. Fang Yuan and Chunyan each led their men to find Yi Xingqian. The main members' mechs are all quite good, all above 30 stars. Fang Yuan, in particular, has a mecha with a rating of 40 stars. The main forces of the two military academies had fought for so long, and having 2 energy stones taken away from them, they were naturally furious. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan led his men to launch an attack on Yi Xingqian. The members of 3S operated at a very fast speed, and Yi Xingqian adjusted the attack power of Starlight to 60%. Based on the experiment just now, 60% of the Starlight's attack power is equivalent to a 37-star mech. The bone whip was swung out and caught by Xingguang, but barbs suddenly grew out of it. Yi Xingqian stopped in time. The long rope in his hand transformed into 2 weapons, a shield and a sharp sword. Yi Xingqian activated the Starlight flight device. The main forces of other military academies also arrived swiftly. Fierce artillery fire rained down on Yi Xingqian. A protective wall blocked the attacks. Yi Xingqian threw the shield in his hand at one of Fang Yuan's men, and then thrust out his sword. However, the main mechs were equipped with very sophisticated equipment, and Yi Xingqian's attack only managed to push back 2 mechs. Don't even think about leaving. A giant electric drill pierced through Yi Xingqian from behind. Chun Yin looked down, trying to pierce through the starlight. Fang Yuan reached an agreement with him at this moment, and the bone whip changed shape in the air. The weapons of the other mechs also attacked the starlight. Full-speed defense. Yi Xingqian maximized his perception. The blue defensive wall has expanded dozens of times. It actually withstood the attack of 10 mechs with over 30 stars. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sparks exploded at incredible speed. However, the Starlight's defensive wall remained completely undamaged. Fang Yuan and Chun Yin were both shocked. Even those from the Imperial Military Academy, who use 45-star mechs, might not be able to withstand this attack. Each upgrade a mech brings a completely different performance. For mechs of their caliber, upgrading by 1 star will cause their power in all aspects to increase exponentially. Despite their surprise, Fang Yuan and his team quickly launched the next round of attacks. Full-speed defense consumes a lot of energy. It only takes a few seconds to consume 10% of the energy. Yi Xingqian removed the protective barrier of Starlight the moment they stopped. Chiba. Fang Yuan and Chun Yin would absolutely not let Yi Xingqian leave. All that could be heard was Fang Yuan's voice. His mech emitted a burst of light. The bone whip in his hand seemed to come alive, starting to circle around Yi Xingqian and then quickly closing in. People from other military academies also intensified their attacks. Seeing so many top-tier mechs attacking Yi Xingqian, Zero, and the others behind him threw out their weapons. Starlight, holding the shield, ignored all the other mechs and charged forward with brute force. Strangle. Fang Yuan spoke, and the bone whip quickly closed. But just as it was about to touch the Starlight, it was pushed backward by a force. What? Fang Yuan seemed to have not expected this. A weapon resembling long hair emerged from a protective shell of Starlight. Immediately afterwards, the arm of a small mech grabbed his bone whip. Xu Shui's expression was cold and stern. She pressed down with her finger, and the umbrella-shaped weapon shattered. Each fragment is magnified, blocking attacks from different people from different angles. The Starlight seized the opportunity to surge upwards. Yi Xingqian adjusted his attack power again, raising it to 65%. The structure behind them dispersed, and 10 super projectile devices extended from behind the Starlight, aiming at the people below. The first snow opened its protective shield, and the mecha transformed into a motorcycle, paving a road as it charged forward. Stop them! Fang Yuan withdrew the bone whip. A net spreads out towards the first snow. Fire! The massive shell grazed the first Snow's protective shield and slammed behind them, along with weapons thrown by their friends. The main forces of the two military academies quickly activated their defensive devices and spread out to both sides. But they did not give up their attack. The mech swooped down. Yi Xingchen tossed the energy stone in his hand behind him into the Berkeley Military Academy's ranks. Retreat! With the 3 energy stones in hand, Luo called out to the main force behind him. Chu Shui rode her motorcycle, with the mechs chasing relentlessly behind her. The scattered fragments gathered together, and the spear umbrella in his hand stabbed backward, cutting off half of the mecha's protective shell behind him. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of shells came from both the front and the back. Yi Xingchen covered Chu Shui's retreat as she charged forward. The team members raised their protective shells. The other 2 military academies were in a frenzy of fighting. They didn't want Berkeley Military Academy Thief to leave at all. Artillery shells bombarded the area. Yi Xingchen dodged left and right with the starlight on. Water bombardment. Huge ripples spread out. Even the Imperial Military Academy, which had just received the energy stone, sensed the commotion from a great distance. Zifeng, it came from the front. Yin Hengji said, "Are these military academies crazy? Revealing their positions so early on." He parked his mecha next to Lin Zifeng. Never mind. Lin Zifeng held the energy stone. At this point, their team had collected 4 energy stones. Can we go find them? Just as Lin Zifeng put down the energy stone, a voice rang out beside him. Inside a pure white mecha, 3 identical sound waves emanated. This mech is currently the best mech in the entire Imperial Military Academy. It is a 49-star mech, only 1 star lower than the 50-star God-level mechs in the military region. The pure white mecha standing beside him was like God looking down upon all living beings. White symbolizes purity. But at this moment, Lin Zifeng felt very uncomfortable with the mecha. The teacher suddenly added these 3 new members. He didn't actually know them. All I know are their code names: Sin, Evil, and Punishment. The 3 people looked exactly alike, and their names were also quite sinister. However, Lin Zifeng never disobeyed Yin Xixing's decisions. These 3 people also represented the Empire in the competition, so they were members of the Imperial Military Academy. No, we don't have enough energy stones. Our mechs consume far more energy than those from other military academies. Lin Zifeng decisively rejected the requests of the 3. Continue the search for the strange beast. He issued the order. Off the field, the Imperial Military Academy has really gone all out this time. They actually brought out their military academy's prized possession, a deity. In the Weibo livestream, everyone watched the white mecha with great enthusiasm. Deities, a machine whose performance in all aspects is comparable to a 50-star God-level mech. It is said that if the various performance aspects of a deity are adjusted to the maximum, it can instantly kill thousands of mechs below the 30-star level. Chapter 1033 Unknown Sources. Previously, many people could only see partial images of deities on the StarNet, but now they can finally see the whole picture. I was overwhelmed with excitement. Soon, some mecha bloggers popped up in the live stream. Among them is a very famous mecha master, Mo Daofei. Mo Daofei. I dare say that if the Imperial Military Academy gathers enough energy stones, it will still be number 1 in this honor competition. As soon as the deity appeared, Mo Daofei posted on Weibo, which simply described the materials of the deity's defensive shell and its basic devices. Those who knew about Mecha below were immediately awestruck. The deity, being merely a defensive shell, requires a 40-star mech to inflict damage on it. Needless to say, in other aspects, the deity has 3 cores. But in terms of functionality, it far surpasses a 30-star mech. Mo Daofei's Weibo post immediately went viral and became a trending topic. Meanwhile, anti-fans of Berkeley Military Academy began to run rampant. Jinyu, in particular, immediately bought a trending topic that subtly criticized Berkeley Military Academy. A bunch of people started commenting. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Now that the gods have been summoned, those dogs at Berkeley Military Academy will have nothing to say, right? GG Fujiji. I think the highest mech piloting ability of the main force of Berkeley Military Academy is only 2S, while the entire Imperial Military Academy is 3S and all mech pilots are over 40 stars. What else is there to say about Berkeley Military Academy? Upstairs is my son, Master Mo Daofei has already posted on Weibo, so the dogs from Berkeley Military Academy should stop barking. This round is destined to be won by Imperial Military Academy. What is Berkeley Military Academy compared to Imperial Military Academy? Your father is still your father. Upstairs is my son. And some trashy CP fans. The only thing your two fans have that's decent is their superpowers. One's Mecha rating is only C, and the other's TM doesn't even have a C rating. They're noobs when they're up against gods. There are always some people on the internet who like to seek attention, but are timid and submissive in real life. They only strike hard online. The people of Berkeley's planet definitely can't stand anyone criticizing Berkeley's military academy. And not only did they criticize it, they also insulted Chen Shui. This is intolerable. As soon as the Weibo post was published, fans in the Star and Light Super Topic immediately formed the Chinshua Protection Squad and used alternate accounts to attack people. Stars and Snow replied to the comment above. You're slandering Berkeley Military Academy like this. Are you a sycophant of Imperial Military Academy? Oh dear, I don't know if you're from Imperial Military Academy. Stars and Flying Snow replied to the comment above. You lick Slinger, you'll end up with nothing. I bet the Imperial Military Academy didn't give you any money either. Your son is kneeling on the ground begging for food. And you're even insulting the Chinshua CP? You trash. You don't even deserve to be called a scumbag. Xingshue's kid replied to GG for GG. The competition results aren't out yet. What are you babbling about here? Even if a god is powerful, can he wipe out all the teams? Do you really think the main players from other military academies are just sitting around doing nothing? Xingshue's kid replied to GG for GG. And what right do you have to criticize Berkeley? Right now, you've only seen the footage from the Imperial Military Academy. The footage from Berkeley Military Academy hasn't been released at all. Xingshue's kid replied to GG for GG. Some people better not make promises they can't keep, or they'll be proven wrong. The Chinshua CP fans defended them, and Alanya Media didn't lag behind either. Jin Yu's Weibo post came out not long after. Lan Yi also bought a trending topic to criticize the Imperial Military Academy, implying that the Imperial Military Academy was being a bit too arrogant to think they could get first place before the results were even out. The two Weibo posts remained trending, sparking a fierce online battle. And the monitoring station. When the deity of the Imperial Military Academy appeared in everyone's sight, apart from Song Mian, the other leaders of the military academy all looked rather grim. This is especially true for the principals of several military academies. They came because of Yi Xingqian's special ability, but they didn't expect that the Imperial Military Academy had actually kept something hidden. No wonder they were desperate to replace their main members before the switchboard battle began. The gods were undoubtedly a formidable enemy to them. For the past few years, the Imperial Military Academy has consistently won the championship. If the Imperial Military Academy takes the championship again this year, the distribution of military supplies among the 5 major military academies will be particularly unbalanced. It's not just a matter of military supplies. There are also political issues. For a moment, the principals had different expressions. However, since everyone involved was an experienced player, they didn't show it openly. Oh dear, it's a deity. How scary. Song Mian leaned on a monitoring platform with one hand, looking at the deity on the screen with a playful expression. But deep in his eyes, there was also a coldness. Through the reflection above the screen, Song Mian looked at the 2 main representatives of the Imperial Military Academy. The leader was Yin Xixing and the principal was Yin Xiaozi. My fingertips slowly rotated on the table. Who exactly are those 3 freshmen from the 3 core mechs of the 49 stars? In fact, there are quite a few high-level mechs in the entire interstellar space. In just one military region, there are thousands of mechs with a star rating of 30 or higher. But the reason why they are still so rare is that even if these high-level mechs are manufactured, it is impossible to find suitable people to operate them. For any mech to reach 40 stars, the mech pilot must be rated 3S. There are very few members with 3S talent. Each year, out of so many students in the 5 major military academies, only fewer than 20 students can achieve the 3S mecha rating. Students who can pilot 45-star mechs are the super elite among the 3S members. After that, the rating requirements for pilots are on a completely different level for each star they advance. So there's a joke in the mech army. 1 star can crush millions. As for those 50-star, god-level mechs stored in the federal government's military depot, this world can only be controlled by 3 people. Those three people can be considered legendary figures in the entire interstellar space. The three people who can skillfully control a three-core mech with 49 stars must be extraordinary. Moreover, after investigating for so long, he couldn't find any information about those three people. Song Mian couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Yi Xingchen. However, at the same time, he was extremely confident in his students. The 49-star mech is not indestructible. Although Starlight and Blizzard do not have such a high star level, their configuration alone is more than enough to damage a god. The key is to see how Yi Xingchen and his team fight. Even the most powerful enemy has weaknesses, and he trusted his judgment. It reassured me. Song Mian was just hoping that the camera link to Berkeley Military Academy could be activated as soon as possible so that he could observe the movements of his military academy immediately. 10 minutes left. Inside the map, Yi Xingchen and his group grabbed 3 energy stones and quickly retreated from the battlefield. After Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui entered a safe area, Luo frantically fired shells at the 2 military academies. The surrounding area was in complete chaos. Berkeley Military Academy had been preparing for this for some time. They disappeared a few minutes later. Chapter 104 Division of Strength. The other 2 military academies suffered a double loss. His face turned pale with anger. Now that the octopus was no longer a nuisance, the Delenwalk Military Academy knew it couldn't go against the Archer Military Academy, so it had no choice but to leave. However, Archer Military Academy suffered such a great loss largely because of Delenwalk Military Academy. After eliminating 100 members of the Delenwalk Military Academy, Archer Military Academy left to continue searching for the next monster location. Yay! Robbery successful! Lin Xiao was incredibly excited as he looked at the 3 energy stones they had snatched. They got it without losing a single person at their military academy. It was practically free. 3 energy stones can sustain energy consumption for 2 days. Don't be too happy yet, Luo said, looking at Lin Xiao's reaction. We've made such a big commotion, and the other 2 military academies haven't gotten involved. I reckon the other 2 military academies also have their own aces this time. Taking advantage of the chaos was the best opportunity, and he didn't believe that other military academies hadn't noticed. However, they realized that they didn't want to come, probably because they were trying to collect energy stones. Moreover, following this trend, energy stones will become extremely valuable in the later stages. Not a single one can be missing. It was at this time that an announcement came over the loudspeaker. The Imperial Military Academy cleared 5 alien beast points and obtained 8 energy stones. Marina Military Academy cleared 4 alien beast points and obtained 6 energy stones. Archer Military Academy cleared 2 alien beast points and obtained 4 energy stones. Delenwalk Military Academy cleared a monster point and obtained 2 energy stones. Berkule's Military Academy cleared 0 beast points and obtained 3 energy stones. Every 3 hours, the main control system will broadcast the energy stone status, and, a day later, it will broadcast the Military Academy's personnel status. We are still lagging behind. As Yi Xingchen listened to the broadcast figures, he realized that the Imperial Military Academy had nearly 3 times the energy stones of theirs. It seems Berkeley Military Academy really had some bad luck. They didn't encounter a single monster point in 3 hours, and they had to steal the energy stones in the chaos. We need to speed things up, Luo said. We need to find the underwater cave in 3 hours. Not everyone is very good at piloting the mech. Among the members of a class, only a few have S-level talent. 15% are A, and the majority are B to C level members. They cannot operate the mech for extended periods. The team must stop and rest after a while. During this time, they need to find the alien beast location as soon as possible and obtain energy stones. As soon as the system announcement ended, the playback links for the 5 military academies were also opened. A large number of people quickly flooded into Berkeley's livestream room. Chunshue's sweetheart. I want to see my Shue and Chun Chun. Slurp. Berkeley Military Academy soldier. The cameras at our great Berkeley Military Academy are finally rolling. So exciting. Shue and Xing Xing. Chin Shue. Everyone, let's get hyped. Glow stick emoji, JPG. CP fans naturally want to see Xingchen and Chu Shui together. They also paid for a private camera setup. However, what disappointed them was that under the special lens, they could only see the outline of the starlight, and the details were completely lost. A star flew onto the snow, huh? What a pity. I've been looking forward to it for so long. But this must be Chan turning on interference mode. It's still watchable this way, no trouble at all. When will Chinchue release erotic pictures? Shinchan has her reasons for doing this. Not revealing the mecha in the early stages is a clear choice, and I believe in Shinchin. I really want to see bikini photos of Chinchue and her partner. Why can't I see Shue? Where did my Shue go? CP fans cheered for seeing Yi Xinchin's mecha, while others were searching for Chu Shui hiding inside the mecha shell. However, even in a harmonious livestream, there are always a few bad apples. Chinchue's lifelong hater. UCP fans are always praising Yi Xinchin and Chu Shui, thinking they're so amazing. But you've turned on the interference mode, haha. The mecha is too bad to show its face. D-level trash is trash as expected. It can never compare to the Imperial Military Academy. Every day, I ask when Chen Shui will get divorced. If you only see one of the two in a couple and can't see the other, they must have already divorced. You couple fans can go home now. Haters infiltrated the live stream, and many fans of the couple were instantly enraged by these comments. People started spamming the screen, others started reporting, and some even opened the private messages of the haters to argue with them. What's even more infuriating is that Jinyu Media posted screenshots of Yi Xinchin's reluctance to expose the mecha parts, starting a new round of negative publicity for the Chinchua couple. The online feuds never stopped. However, Song Mian at the monitoring station breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Xinchin's actions. Getting it right. Although activating the interference mode will lower the mech's attack power, it makes it safer in the early game. The fact that Yi Xinchin's mecha was discovered later could prevent it from being targeted by other military academies and also make the old guys behind him less certain. After all, you can't even see the structure of the mech, so you can't judge what kind of mech it is. Naturally, you can't just attack Berkeley Military Academy. The military academy's mechs were gradually released. The two trending topics about Hei Chinchue were pushed down a bit. The biggest highlight of this year's mecha competition remains the Imperial Military Academy, followed by the Archer Military Academy. This time, the main force members of the two military academies totaled 20, all of whom were 3S. Apart from the main force members of these two military academies, there were only one or two main force members of other military academies with 3S control talent. The difference in strength is evident. Chinda looked at his military academy members and was fairly satisfied. At least for now, Archer Military Academy had the upper hand in the competition. In the map, Yi Xinchin manipulated the starlight to kill the three-headed giant shark. 3 more energy stones have been collected. Within 3 hours, Berkeley Military Academy's luck remained poor, with only 3 monster locations discovered. 3 hours later, the system broadcast the number of energy stones for each military academy again. The Imperial Military Academy had 20, Archer had 17, Berkeley had 12, Murina had 16, and Dranwalk had 12. The difference between 8 energy stones is enormous. Luo frowned when he heard the number. But by this time, most of the team members were exhausted and needed to stop and rest. The team will split into 2 groups. Those who are still capable will follow Yi Xinchin, while the rest will be divided into 4 rows and 8 columns. The main force will search for the underwater cave and rest on the spot after finding it. Luo issued the order. Apart from Su Changsheng, the other members of the main team still have energy to spare. Then I'll go with the main group. Be careful. Because of her weak spiritual body, Su Changsheng could not control the mecha for too long. Ye Yingchen nodded. Get some rest, and contact us immediately if you encounter any danger, Lin Xiao said to his daughter. So, together with the main squad of 10 people and other members, a total of 36 mech soldiers and 14 superhuman soldiers continued to search for the alien beast location. Chapter 105 Crisis Approaches. After separating from Luo, Yi Xinchin then fully activated the Starlight search mode. Although this method consumes energy quickly, it allows you to find monster locations very quickly. After traveling about 5 kilometers northwest, Yi Xinchin and his group found the first location of the strange beast. The strange beasts at this location are 4 enormous starfish. These starfish had mouths growing out of them and were attached to a giant coral. Currently, after numerous battles, Yi Xinchin and Xingguang's compatibility has reached 80%. He is proficient in Starlight's attack mode, stealth mode, search mode, variant mode, and defense mode. We're still missing a fusion mode and a super mode. The fusion mode refers to using the first 5 attack modes simultaneously to maximize the performance of Starlight in all aspects while minimizing energy consumption. Yi Xingqian will only use the super mode as a last resort. This would instantly consume all the energy stored in the Starlight. Split up the team. Yi Xingqian had a thought. He connected the 3 core devices. A faint blue glow gradually rose to the surface. Yi Xingqian wore a controller. His world consisted entirely of numbers. The fluorescence began to spread upwards from Yi Xingqian's fingertips. The degree of integration is 10%. The degree of integration is 20%. The integration rate is 40%. When the degree of fusion is 50%, Yi Xingqian was the first to rush out. His teammates followed closely behind. The cannonball blasted open the alien beast's protective shell. For Starfish leaped up, letting out shrill screams that had a hallucinogenic effect. Many people were momentarily disoriented by the sound, as if countless sharp spines were growing out of the Starfish's shell and then stabbing at them. Those who had just broken free from the hallucinations saw dense barbs right in front of them. Where these barbs scratched, the seawater turned pitch black, indicating that this substance is extremely corrosive. Both sides, Zero and the 3 members of the Qiqing Zhao team, activated a protective barrier. Magnetic. The sharp edge of the sword cut an X shape. Yi Xingqian rushed into the dense corrosive spikes. At this moment, his fusion with the Starlight had reached 70%. With his power unleashed to the fullest extent, Yi Xingqian sliced the Starfish in half with a single stroke. These Starfish are all level 5 or higher exotic beasts. A level 5 alien beast, equivalent to a level 20 mech, was so easily destroyed by Yi Xingqian's sword. Chun Shue's daily love is invincible. Holy crap. 1 slash and he's done it. Is this our Chun, whose mecha rating is C? I think he's even more powerful than students with S-level ratings. I want to sleep between Chu Xue and Yi Xingqian. When will Qiqin remove the interference mode? I really want to take a closer look at Qiqin's mecha. Missing person notice. We are still looking for our Xue, but we still can't find her. We're continuing to post missing person notices. The news that Yi Xingqian killed 4 level 5 alien beasts with 2 strikes quickly became a trending topic. Haters continue to criticize Berkeley Military Academy for being shameless, violating regulations, and lying about its ratings. The affirmative side argued that Yi Xingqian was exceptionally talented and must have awakened his talent during the competition. Monitoring station. Song Mian nodded with satisfaction as he watched Yi Xingqian getting into the swing of things. However, he then noticed the slightly puzzled faces of the Imperial Military Academy and several other military academies, and a smile appeared on his lips. Now, it's their turn to guess. You little brat. The old man stretched out a hand and quickly patted Song Mian on the shoulder, as if to say, "You really know how to keep things hidden. You had such a talented person, and you didn't tell me." Song Mian Tsai couldn't be bothered with him. Their actions naturally caught the attention of the other principals. The suspicions in their hearts deepened, and the other principals looked meaningfully at the Starlight in the camera lens. For energy stones acquired, Yi Xingqian and the others were preparing to leave to find the next location for the strange beasts. Suddenly, Luo's urgent voice echoed in his mind. "Come back quickly. We've been attacked by the Imperial Military Academy. They have 49-star mechs." Zheng. After Luo's voice rang out, the sound of a blunt weapon followed, the sound of Luo's mental barrier being shattered. "Run!" Zero made a decisive decision, and the 50 people immediately returned along the original route. Yi Xingqian and Lin Xiao were the fastest runners. One was in a hurry to go back and save the day, while the other was in a hurry to go back and see his daughter. Adjust the Starlight to full speed mode. A race car appeared. Meanwhile, the first snow, which had been hidden inside the Starlight protective shell, finally appeared in front of the camera for the first time. On the other side, bang, bang, bang. Quick, Boomstrapje. Protect the commander. Protect the commander. One mech after another charged forward, protecting the river basin that Luo was piloting. Get out, get out, get out. Punch after punch, the 10-star mech was utterly helpless against the 49-star mech. At this moment, the center of the deity was a crimson mass. Its eyes were also red, as if invaded by a demon. "Ha ha! It's so much fun outside. Inside the mecha, sin, evil, and punishment are like children who have found a toy. It seized a 15-star mech and, like a deranged killer, dismembered an animal, tearing off its limbs piece by piece until only the circular mech cabin remained. I'll cripple you. 3 people were piloting the mecha. Directly initiate mental interference. Luo noticed and quickly set up a partition, but it was a second too late. The wire connecting the mech helmet melted, causing direct psychological damage to the operator in the mech's cockpit. Screams erupted from inside the mech's cockpit. The 3 men's actions were aimed at completely disabling the driver. Although Yi Xingqian would destroy other people's mechs, he would give them a chance to live. He would never damage other people's mech cabins, let alone burn the helmet wiring. These 3 people were undoubtedly committing torture. He, sin, evil, and punishment seemed to really like that kind of sound. After discarding the mech cabin, it quickly attacked Luo again. Over speed barrier. Left with no other choice, Luo resorted to his trump card. A massive barrier instantly enveloped the front row, withstanding a powerful blow from the god. A psychic hunt. The 3 men stared at Luo's barrier and threw another punch. Cracks began to appear in the thick barrier. At the same time, other key members of the Imperial Military Academy also began their attack. Most of their mechs are equipped with a 40-star configuration. The worst are all 37 stars. Blow up this barrier. Lin Zifeng floated in midair, calmly issuing commands. The Golden Saint Seiya mecha looked down at the Berkeley Military Academy team below. One after another, top-tier mechs flew out from behind him and then stuck to Luo's barrier. P.S. Dude, I'm asking for more updates. I don't know if it's because most people are in school, but it seems like nobody's reading anymore. Chapter 106, only Qin Shui can stand against the gods in this competition. Blood gushed from his throat. Luo gritted his teeth. He generally doesn't use the speed barrier because it rapidly depletes his mental energy, and once his mental energy reaches its limit, it will endanger his life. The outer barrier is cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gods used only normal attacks from beginning to end. He only used 4% of his attack power. Luo, remove your barrier now. Beside her, Su Changsheng, who was connected to Luo's spirit, clearly felt that Luo's spiritual power was about to reach its limit. He was already pushing his body too hard. If this continued, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the strain and would be completely ruined. 5 seconds left. Blood trickled down Luo's lips. My hand gripping the controller was trembling. He needs to buy a few more seconds. Grass. Su Zhengjian saw. She grabbed her weapon and charged to the front. Although her mecha has a 7-star core, after comprehensive modifications, it can barely reach the level of a 30-star mecha. It can temporarily withstand the attacks of the gods. The laughter of the 3 people grew louder and louder. The final punch. Bang! The barrier shattered completely into dust. The Imperial Military Academy team rushed over immediately. Attack platoon, defense platoon. More than a dozen heavy defensive mechs of the 27 stars charged forward. The superhuman soldiers, in coordination with the mecha soldiers, began a fierce battle. Su Changsheng rushed ahead. Her goal is the gods. If we can hold off the deity, everything else will be fine. The red mech swooped down. She carried a giant axe on her back and chopped down from above. There are toys again. The 3 people who were in the middle of the torture felt the attack from above, and their lips curled into a wide grin. 30 meters, 20 meters, 5 meters. Su Changsheng used all her strength. With a clang, it rang out. There was a sound of something breaking. Su Changsheng stared in disbelief as her weapon shattered into pieces. The god's mecha head tilted upwards, its scarlet eyes seeming to mock Su Changsheng's overestimation of her abilities. I'll tell you a secret. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. 3 people spoke. As for the deity, it takes a 40-star mech attack to break through its defensive shell. Of course, this is only for a normal crew member who can pilot it. But if we're driving, the 3 people controlled the deity to reach out and grab Su Changsheng's mecha arm in what seemed like a slow down time. It would require a mech of at least 45 stars to break through. A piece of trash like you, who isn't even 30 stars high, what gives you the audacity to challenge a god? Bang! The sound of the mech being thrown to the ground. A sharp pain shot through my back. Puff! Su Changcheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before she could react, the god's fist came crashing down from above. Rubbish! The three people made the same sound. As the enormous fist drew near, Su Chengqing's heart pounded wildly. Chengcheng! Lin Xiao, who rushed over, was horrified. Yi Xingqian reacted quickly, switching modes in an instant. The whip lashed out. The fist stopped the god's attack just 0.1 millimeters away from Su Chengqing. Host, maximize the performance of Starlight. At that moment, 37's voice suddenly rang out. Something's definitely wrong with those three people over there. The system is analyzing their data. 37's voice was very urgent. Yi Xingqian reacted very quickly. He turned off the interference mode. Once the interference mode that was suppressing the mech's attack power was turned off, Starlight's performance increased again. Yi Xingqian stopped their movements, and the three of them turned to look in his direction. Starlight and Blizzard move very fast. They arrived before the deity almost in the blink of an eye. Get out of here. The mecha behind Chu Xue unleashed 4 disintegration drills, striking the god's arm. Defense increased. The three reacted swiftly, activating the deity's defensive capabilities the instant the destructive drill came down. A sword came from behind. Zheng. This time, it wasn't weapons that shattered. The three of them sensed that the deity's defensive device was starting to become unstable, and cracks were appearing on the protective shells on their arms. A 45-star mech? No longer staying in the same place. The three activated the divine protective shell and quickly broke free. Behind him, with the arrival of Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue, all the main members of Berkeley Military Academy have returned. They stood in a row. Turn on full speed mode. Everything is here. Lin Zifeng looked at Yi Xingqian and Chu Xue who had appeared, as well as the main force behind them. Keith, that's really good. The three men looked at Yi Xingqian and said, the person we most wanted to kill has arrived. But, inside the mech cabin, their eyes all turned to Chu Xue beside Yi Xingqian. This person also wants it very much. Then let them all stay. The attack mode is adjusted to 90%. The three of them tilted their heads. Commander Lin Zifeng also raised his hand. Both sides maximized their mech control and sensory abilities. Kill, Lin Zifeng said calmly. The Imperial Military Academy troops behind them quickly formed a regiment. Meanwhile, the main force at the front clashed with each other almost in the blink of an eye. The seawater burst forth with huge ripples. Starlight clashed with the weapons of the gods. The integration mode has been adjusted to 100%. Attack mode has completed super energy fusion. Starlight's performance has been boosted to its peak, only lacking the activation of super mode. After the collision, the two mechs quickly separated. In 100% fusion mode, the Starlight fully reveals its triple structure. It is no longer a somewhat bulky shell. The structure behind him resembled an ice cone, spreading outwards. They floated up, as if they possessed the power of life. The Starlight's weapon was also covered in energy stripes. Haha, your mecha actually has a structure that is close to that of a 49-star mecha. Enjoyable, enjoyable. The three people watched the Starlight transform and began to laugh wildly. Then let's get serious about this too. The god's crimson eyes spread rapidly. The three activated the defensive field, and the white, godlike mech underwent a dramatic change in form. The deity wore a helmet, held an archangel's sword, and had 4 wings of light extending from its back. A terrifying magnetic field emanated from around the two mechs. This is a battle that no one else can possibly interfere with. 3, 2, 1. Yi Xingqian silently counted down the countdown. When the last countdown ended, almost in the blink of an eye, the two mechs began their heavy attack. P.S. Please help me urge them to update. Chapter 107 Melee. Both mechs have 3 cores. When they fought with all their might, they created a storm of ocean currents. The surrounding mechs were forced to crouch down and activate their defensive modes due to the strong ocean currents. Yi Xingqian was piloting the mecha. Behind the Starlight, the cone-shaped structure elongates, and it leaps up. The cone-shaped structure swooped down in an instant. The weapon in the mecha's hand split in 2, and Yi Xingqian aimed at the core of the deity and thrust it forward. With its 4 wings spread, the deity flew forward and upward. As soon as it left the ground, a huge, deep crack appeared in the earth beneath its feet. The cone-shaped structure struck the ground, shattering into fragments, which then reassembled and attacked the deity. The three men were driven to a bloodthirst by the battle. The god's eyes became even redder. The Mecha, resembling an archangel, assumed a ready-to-attack stance. With 4 wings taking flight, it instantly appeared in front of Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen had anticipated this. Swords clashed together. It caused a huge shockwave. Meanwhile, the fighting outside showed no signs of stopping. Lin Zifeng fired a wall-breaking bullet at Yi Xingchen, who was attacking. However, it was cleaved in two by an umbrella-shaped weapon. Chu Shui stood in mid-air, her magnetic levitation device allowing her to move freely in the air. Surrounding them were 3 40-star mechs from the Imperial Military Academy. Chu Shui stretched out her hand, and the umbrella-shaped weapon disintegrated. The 3 mechs entered full power mode. Meanwhile, the small mecha behind Chu Shui grew several times larger in accordance with its master's will. Energy lines emerged one by one, and 5 stars appeared on the chest of the mecha behind Chu Shui. Lin Zifeng's eyes darkened. He had studied mecha construction, and with his snowfall armor set, cutting down mechas below level 45 was a piece of cake. What exactly is going on between Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui? One is rated D level, and the other is unrated. How are they able to do things that even 3S level talents cannot do? There was no time to think further. The commotion caused by Berkeley Military Academy and Imperial Military Academy would inevitably attract the attention of other military academies. Regardless, Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui must be eliminated. Lin Zifeng donned his gauntlets and charged towards Chu Shui first. The 2 members behind him immediately followed. Snow. As soon as the first snow fell, a laser beam flashed in the eyes of the mech behind him. Several teleportation portals appeared around the 3 mechs. Chu Shui's eyes sharpened, and her previously floating dress instantly hardened, turning into self-controlled fragments that adhered to the velvet fabric that clung to her skin. She jumped into the cave. The magnetic force inside the teleportation cave overlapped with the first snow dress. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy impacts, as fast as raindrops, rang out as the teleportation tunnels connected into a passage. The speed of the first snow was so fast that the mechs couldn't even aim at it. With each attack, she left only an afterimage. A few seconds later, the shell of the 40-star mech was dented by her. One mech's defensive shell was even chopped off during the attack. Lin Zifeng quickly activated the mecha's defense mode. Inside the map, the 2 military academies are locked in a fierce battle. Outside the map, those around them were already utterly astonished by the performance of the 2 students from Berkeley Military Academy. A mech can stand against the gods of the Imperial Military Academy, and the other one was able to take on 3 opponents at once. What geniuses this couple are. Please have some tea. Testing station. The logistics guy was carrying tea, his hands were trembling, and the porcelain pieces clinked together. If he could, he really wanted to run out the door. Now, the people from the 5 military academies all watched the battle on the screen. The other 3 military academies were slowly approaching the Berkeley Military Academy and the Imperial Military Academy, which were engaged in a fierce battle. The 2 military academies were surrounded by 3 other military academies from different directions. They are waiting for an opportunity where both sides suffer losses. Inside the monitoring room outside, the officers of the Imperial Military Academy and Berkeley Military Academy undoubtedly had the most unpleasant expressions. Looking at the situation on the map, the nonchalant smile that had always been on Song Mian's face vanished without a trace. More precisely, he hasn't smiled since members of the Imperial Military Academy crippled several Berkeley Military Academy students. A chilling aura emanated from Song Mian's eyes, mixed with an uncontrollable killing intent. Very good. Very good. How dare they harm his students right under his nose? The Imperial Military Academy personnel didn't look much better either. Yin Xiuji and his team never expected that Berkeley Military Academy had actually kept 3 trump cards. 2 pilots capable of controlling the 49-star mechs, and a top-tier mental commander. The Imperial Military Academy not only failed to eliminate Berkeley Military Academy, but was also surrounded by other military academies. Clearly, the other 3 military academies reached a consensus. None of their teams could defeat either the Imperial Military Academy or Berkeley Military Academy. The only solution is to join forces to eliminate these two military academies. The room was eerily quiet. After placing the tea next to the military academy leaders, the young man quickly slipped away. The battle continues. The Imperial Military Academy and Berkeley Military Academy aren't fools either. Although Luo was injured, she was not oblivious to the movements around her. His powerful mental strength remained, and he sensed the approach of other military academies almost immediately. Berkeley Military Academy has suffered very serious losses. Of the 4,300 troops, more than 1,700 were cut. As the commander, he absolutely could not allow his military academy to be destroyed here. While there's still a chance to turn things around, leaving the battlefield as quickly as possible is the best option. Retreat. Luo Jili contacted Yi Xingqian and Chu Shui. The troops in front fired forward, while the troops behind fired backward. Archer Military Academy, located behind Berkeley Military Academy, detected the incoming missiles. Knowing he had been discovered, he stopped hiding. Kill! Fang Yuan issued the order. The other two military academies also joined the fray at this time. Those fighting inside immediately noticed. Lin Zifeng initiated Chu Shui's attack. He directed the other two people to distance themselves from the first snow. Those in the back, concentrate your firepower. He was not unaware of this situation. As a commander, he had to keep every military situation firmly in mind. The two military academies inside the encirclement launched an attack on the other three military academies from the outside. The other three military academies are also quite strong. They knew this was their only chance to dismantle the Imperial Military Academy and Berkeley Military Academy. So they launched an attack like madmen. A massive area of effect attack was taking place on the seabed, and as they struck, they also awakened something even more terrifying. It's a horde of monsters. Outside the map, the personnel at the monitoring station, seeing the sudden appearance of red dots, immediately reported to the commander-in-chief. Attracted by the Mecha's magnetic force, the dormant alien beasts began to gradually awaken. They all surged towards his side. Chapter 108 Map Change. This is the first time such a large-scale horde of alien beasts has ever appeared. How so? The commander-in-chief looked at the map. In the past, even such a commotion would not have awakened the strange beast. Most of the strange beasts do not like to live in groups, let alone surge in one direction at the same time. The system detected a beast hide inside the monitoring room, which was also seen by the audience outside. On Weibo, people were astonished by the disturbance caused by the alien beasts. Even the place where the leaders of the 5 major military academies were together was disrupted by this sudden change. What are the people in this honorary tournament doing? Yin Cixing, the leader of the Imperial Military Academy, stood up. This can't go on. Wei Yuanqi, the principal of Delenwalk Military Academy, also frowned. While battles between military academies may cause varying degrees of injury, they do not necessarily result in the death of a person. But the strange beasts are different. They only attack what they see. Moreover, the number of these strange beasts is terrifying. If they were to besiege the 5 military academies, the entire class would be wiped out. With no other option, the leaders of the military academies stood up and walked out. The time hasn't come yet. According to the rules of the honor tournament, if the map is to be changed, representatives from all 5 military academies must sign together. Inside the map, the triplets, who control the gods, are attacking the starlight with frenzy. They seemed oblivious to the commotion around them, only concerned with the prey in front of them. Although Lin Zifeng had repeatedly ordered them to retreat via the command system, they remained completely unaware. Analysis data is available. Name: Sin, Evil, Punishment, Mutant Alien. It contains non-human genes which, after analysis, resemble the attack cells of alien beasts. The superpowers possessed by 3 mutant aliens. Sin, the ability to sever space. Function description: it can displace one space from another, preventing people in one space from entering the other for 2 hours. Evil, absolute penetration. Function description: within a range of 300 meters, it can penetrate any part of a person's body with 100% accuracy across space. Punishment, machinery. The voice of 37 had not yet finished speaking. Yi Xingqian knew about the punishment's special ability beforehand. The cone-shaped structure that was launched shattered inch by inch, and was reduced to nothingness upon approaching the deity. Punishment's superpower is the most perverted one, mechanical disintegration. It can unconditionally disintegrate nearby machinery within 3 minutes. Their supernatural abilities combined perfectly. Yi Xingqian's copying mirror can only copy the supernatural abilities he sees, and there is a condition that the other party must be framed in the mirror. At this moment, all 3 people are inside the mechs, unless Yi Xingqian uses the teleportation mirror to enter their mech cabins. But that's obviously unrealistic, and there's no need for it. He has plenty of ways to deal with the people on the other side. Just as the fight was about to begin, suddenly, the ground beneath my feet began to shake violently. Due to the surge of the beast tide, the venue for this honorary tournament has been changed ahead of schedule. To reiterate, due to the surge of the beast tide, the venue for this honor tournament has been changed ahead of schedule. The honor tournament system connects 3 planets. It uses the most advanced system currently available in interstellar space. After that, the words were spoken. The mecha in front of Yi Xingqian had vanished. The seawater beneath their feet receded rapidly. Click! A wave of heat hit us. The surrounding area was desolate. He stood halfway up a volcano, and below the volcano was a dense purple forest. This is the second map in the honor tournament, the Demon Realm Forest. Suddenly, the map changed, and the 5 military academies were scattered again. But this time they won't be scattered far. As soon as Luo landed, he activated his mental energy to search for her. There are 2 military academies not far from us in the northwest and southeast directions. He said, "Find a place to repair quickly." Luo ordered the jamming platoon to activate jamming mode, temporarily isolating the search efforts from other military academies. Berkeley Military Academy was exhausted by this time. Of its 4,300 men, only 2,400 remained. They must adjust as soon as possible. Fortunately, Berkeley Military Academy was not unlucky. Although their landing point was near a volcano and the temperature was relatively high, there was a large open space there that provided cover. The team finally took a break. After 2 major battles, everyone was extremely exhausted. Stars. Chu Shui retracted the mecha behind her and came to Yi Xingqian's side. The other key players also came over. Now, there are only 10 people left in their class. Su Changsheng was eliminated by the system in the just-concluded competition and cannot continue to participate in the event. Luo. Of all the key players, Luo was the most seriously injured. When he came out of the mech, he almost lost his balance. The mental strain brings far more than just physical pain. Feng Gang quickly helped him up. "Let me rest for a bit." Luo sat on the ground, trying to organize his somewhat chaotic mental energy. The others did not disturb him. Everyone sat down in silence and took out the nutritional supplements they carried with them to replenish their energy. A day has passed. Now we will announce the final results. The Imperial Military Academy has cleared 17 alien beast points, eliminating 1,900 people from other military academies. The current score is 2,300 points. Berkeley Military Academy has cleared 13 alien beast points, eliminating 876 people from other military academies. The current score is 1,600 points. Marina Military Academy has cleared 11 alien beast points, eliminating 160 people from other military academies. The current score is 374 points. Archer Military Academy has cleared 15 alien beast points, eliminating 630 people from other military academies. The current score is 1030. Delenwalk Military Academy has cleared 12 alien beast points, eliminating 237 people from other military academies. The current score is 503. After all the military academies were teleported, the honor tournament system announced the scores again. The Imperial Military Academy is currently far ahead of other military academies. Everyone listened calmly to the system's announcement. A few minutes later, Luo's pale complexion improved. He finished drinking his own nutrient solution. They sat in a circle with Yi Xingqian and the others, and activated the interference mode. Now, they're here to discuss how to proceed with the next phase of the operation. It seems we're going to have some trouble later. Yi Xingqian listened to the number of people announced by the system. Although they were currently in second place, they had the fewest people. The Delenwalk Military Academy and the Murina Military Academy suffered almost no casualties. Archer's Military Academy suffered relatively minor losses. Should we team up with people from other military academies? Lane 0. I think that's not possible. Ye Vingchen Fronit. Leaving aside whether other military academies are willing, there is still a very uncertain factor at present. His mind was now focused on the data about the 3 people that 37 had analyzed for him. Mutant aliens. This was the first time Yi Xingchen had encountered a non-human being on this planet. Chapter 109 Clearing. It's obvious. The 3 people who were brought in by the Imperial Military Academy underwent special genetic modification. No wonder Song Mian said he couldn't find any information about those 3 people no matter how hard he tried. I think the other 3 military academies are very likely to join forces now. Zero took a stone and drew 5 simple icons on the ground, each representing one of the 5 major military academies. And their target is very likely Berkeley Military Academy. Yi Xingchen added, Berkeley Military Academy has the fewest students to date. It is the target most likely to be eliminated. If we were to cooperate with the other 3 military academies now, we would likely be betrayed. I think we'd be better off fighting a guerrilla war. Yi Xingchen put forward his own idea. He suggested dividing Berkeley Military Academy into 2 teams. Although this approach is somewhat risky, it is currently the most profitable. This map is a forest, and if nothing unexpected happens, there should be many strange beasts. Upon landing, Yi Xingchen used the starlight detector to conduct a preliminary analysis of the magnetic field of the surrounding forest. The magnetic field interference here is very strong, making it suitable for hiding. I agree with what Xingchen said. First, divide the team into 2 large teams, and then divide the teams into smaller teams. Fight as a guerrilla. Most of the mech pilots at Berkeley Military Academy are geared towards attack and stealth. This map looks like a battlefield specifically designed for Berkeley Military Academy. However, I must remind you that if you encounter the main force of the Imperial Military Academy, you must retreat immediately. Luo continued. If it's absolutely unavoidable to get involved in the battle, then take them to the territory of other military academies. Good. Everyone nodded. The discussion is over. Night falls. Yi Xingchen sat in the Mecha cabin, holding Chu Shui in his arms. The girl in my arms was already asleep. Her pink lips were slightly parted, and Yi Xingchen gently stroked her long hair with one hand, looking towards a direction in the forest through the starlight display screen. In that direction, the triplets were also gazing at the volcano where Yi Xingchen and the others were. We, 3 people sat on the shoulders of the god. A communicator resembling an earphone was clipped to Fa's ear. The punishment is to extend one hand and press the communicator. Clear. Only 2 words came through the communicator. Clear. He spoke to the 2 people beside him. So we'll release it? The crime theory. The punishment was to hold his hand. A particle-sized object crawled out from the wrist of the sinner and then disappeared into the grass behind him. Blackness obscured the sky. The trees in the forest withered away without anyone noticing. The white mist obscured the withered branches, making it impossible to see their original color. 1 o'clock in the morning. The live stream had already been shut down by then. There was no one in the monitoring room. Song Mian's hand kept swiping across the screen. The old man sat behind him. Did you find it? His voice was hoarse. No, Sheng Lin said that the Imperial Military Academy's database does not contain information on these 3 people. What we can find now is all false information, and it is very likely that it has been kept secret through special means. Song Mian looked at the message in the chat box. Tears welled up in his eyes, and the old man pursed his lips. Could it be someone who came from the biological zone? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Mian frowned deeply. Are these people crazy? Call. White smoke swirled around. The old man exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at Song Mian. Currently, the insect beast void at the border is very unstable, and there are even faint signs of an outbreak. Kid, you need to know that there are always some people in this world whose thirst for power is insatiable, and we can't stop them by ourselves. I'm afraid there's a big problem on the federal government side. This is a very sensitive topic. The old man stopped short of making a point. Political matters are ever-changing. Song Mian also knew that anyone who dared to do such a thing must have obtained the military's approval. I recalled the strange beast horde that suddenly appeared today. Song Mian's face turned ashen. He quickly went outside and dialed a phone number. Take a night to rest. Berkeley Military Academy rallied its spirits once again. They split into 2 teams. Luo and Zero, Phone Gang, Mingyu, and Jiangxi are in Group 4. The others were paired with Yi Xingchen. They divided the energy stone and absorbed it. They proceeded in different directions. The people from the other 4 military academies also began to take action. We continued our journey. Yi Xingchen divided the team into 3 groups. They killed strange beasts along the way. The first few hours were relatively calm. At 9 o'clock, Yi Xingchen met the first group of people from other military academies. This is the Murina Military Academy contingent. Slowing his breath, Yi Xingchen manipulated the starlight to approach them. This team should be the vice captain. They're standing on a pile of withered branches and fallen leaves, discussing something. The gaze follows downwards. With my side as the boundary, the world on the other side was completely withered in yellow. How so? Chu Shui came to Yi Xingchen's side and looked at this strange scene. Yi Xingchen was about to restart the starlight detection device. Boo! Suddenly, a mech flew over from a distance. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui stepped back. With a loud bang, there stood a mech where they had just been standing. The person who came was Yin Miao, a key member of the Murina Military Academy. Is it you? Yin Miao looked at Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. Then they turned their attention to the energy stones they had just acquired. Why do you have energy stones here? Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui originally wanted to start fighting immediately, but they didn't expect Yin Miao to have no intention of making a move. Think about it. Yi Xingchen put away his weapon. What's the situation with the maps over there? When asked, Yin Miao did not hide anything. I don't know, but we haven't found any signs of life along the way. It must be the honor tournament system's doing. The maps in the honor tournament are inherently varied and contain all sorts of bizarre traps. Yin Miao was initially worried that there might be something strange in the green forest, but after seeing Yi Xingchen and the others, she felt a little relieved. Captain Yin, what's wrong? People from the Murina Military Academy arrived. Upon seeing Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui, they all brandished their weapons. No need to fight, Yin Miao said, then looked at Yi Xingchen. You guys should leave. We don't want to reveal our location right now. Yi Xingchen listened to her words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he observed her carefully for 2 seconds. Let's go. He led the rest of the team and left without hesitation. Why didn't they make a move? As soon as they left, Lin Xiao asked Yi Xingchen. Logically speaking, given their smaller numbers, Yin Miao could eliminate several key members of Berkeley Military Academy if she were to act now. After all, the people from Murina Military Academy were there. If they take action, her military academy will also be threatened. Here, Chu Shui explained. Her mech's core energy is almost depleted. Chapter 110 Absolute Crisis. How could this be? Didn't the Murina Military Academy acquire so many energy stones before? Lin Xiao was very surprised. It must be because of that piece of land. Yi Xingchen was referring to the area where the Murina Military Academy had been located. While I was speaking, I activated the Starlight's search capability. We discovered that the magnetic field of that area was very unusual. It can absorb the energy of the Mecha. Yi Xingchen said. The others didn't expect that the map also had an energy-absorbing function. Contact Luo. Good. Cheng Zhao turned on the communicator. The screen flickered a few times. Then it actually turned into white snowflakes. The communicator isn't working. Cheng Zhao was extremely surprised. Yi Xingchen hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Host, a special space has been detected forming. The system is activating defense mode for you. The sound of 37 rang in my ears. Almost immediately after it finished speaking, Yi Xingchen activated the Starlight defense mode to its maximum. The sky at 9 o'clock should have been bright and sunny, but it was covered by an inexplicable black layer. White mist rose from somewhere and gradually enveloped the entire forest. What happened? Cheng Zhao was completely stunned. Those watching were also very surprised. Why can't I watch it? Is there a system error? Why can't I see any image? It's all foggy. How could the honor match system malfunction? What's going on? My network connection is fine. Monitoring room. The leaders of the various military academies were also filled with astonishment. Where's the video? Why can't I see the image? The leaders of several military academies stood up together. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor. With a loud bang, the door to the monitoring room was pushed open. The commander-in-chief of the honor competition system ran in. His face was full of anxiety. We apologize, everyone. Due to an unknown magnetic field, The monitoring system of the honor tournament has malfunctioned. We are currently working on an emergency repair. What are you doing? Wei Yuanqi, the principal of Delenwalk Military Academy, slammed his hand on the table. What happened to our students? Can you take responsibility? We apologize. This was a mistake by the organizers of the honor tournament. If anything goes wrong, we will absolutely not shirk our responsibility. But please give us some time now. The commander-in-chief was also aware of the seriousness of the matter. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice then broke in. Don't fix it. Song Mian stared at the white mist on the screen, his face grim and frightening. Explain to me first why there's an emperor-level insect beast, Nightblaze, on the map of the honor tournament. He turned around. His cold eyes swept over everyone present. What did you say? The old man jumped up when he heard this. Not only the old man, but the leaders of other military academies also changed their expressions upon hearing this, including those from the Imperial Military Academy. A king-level insect beast, Nightblaze? How could a king-level insect beast appear here? The leaders of the other military academies were visibly shocked. I don't have time to explain all this to you. If you still want your students, hurry up and send your starship over there. Song Mian kicked aside the chair next to him and walked out first. As he was leaving, he took a deep look at Yin Cixing and Yin Xiaozi, whose faces were solemn. The old man immediately followed. After a while, the principals of the other military academies also followed Song Mian out. Outside, the news that the live broadcast of the honor match was suddenly terminated became a trending topic. Why was the honor match suddenly stopped being broadcast live? There has never been a broadcast interruption before, so many times since the start of the competition. What happened? A dozen minutes later, 2 more trending topics appeared on Weibo. The star player in the honor match was suspected of having encountered a high-level insect beast. The 5 military academies have dispatched starships to the scene. The 2 trending topics immediately surged to the top. Chaos ensued. Inside the map, a white fog covered half the planet. The location of the Imperial Military Academy. Zifeng, we can't contact the outside world for some reason. Our Mech search and jamming modes are all under control. They're completely unusable. Yin Hengji stared anxiously at the data on the control panel. Lin Zifeng was also unclear about what was going on. He could only tell the troops to keep an eye on their surroundings. The area behind was in complete chaos. Neither of them noticed that the eyes of the divine mech had never been so crimson. The 3 core elements are now linked together. The room was bathed in red light. Black markings appeared on the face of sin, evil, and punishment. At this point, their eyes no longer resembled those of humans. His black eyes turned scarlet. Those markings resembled the skin of some strange beast, pulsating like a heart. Game. Here we go. Wake up. Number 423. The 3 people's words blended together. As their words fell to the ground, a pair of eyes awoke from the white mist. Sizzle, sizzle. The black liquid slowly flowed out, corroding the land. Wherever the liquid passed, the green turned withered and yellow, and a large amount of life force surged toward the black body. Move toward the goal. The sound waves came. It started to move. This way. Yi Xingxin adjusted the Starlight's defense mode to its limit. What happened? Yi Xingxin asked question 37. The aura of a high-level insect beast has suddenly appeared here. Host, please be careful. According to the system's detection, this insect beast is of the Emperor level. Its power is equivalent to that of a military advisor alliance. If you encounter danger, it is recommended that you integrate your superpowers from your previous life. The current host can use 35% of the abilities from his previous life. This insectoid beast has been detected approaching you. Please leave this area immediately. Please leave this area immediately. 37 speaks very fast. Upon hearing its words, Yi Xingqin's usually calm expression turned somber. This insectoid beast doesn't appear out of nowhere. Those 3 people. Stars. The first snow rested on the arms of the starlight. Phoenix. Yi Xingqin whispered to Chu Shui. Stay close to me. We need to get out of here. The insectoid beasts are moving closer. Yi Xingqin naturally wouldn't stay in one place. Yi Xingqin turned the starlight's energy mode to its highest level and lifted his feet off the ground. The starlight flew out at a very fast speed. Although the others didn't understand why this situation had suddenly occurred, they all followed Yi Xingqin. This way, Luo's team was trapped in a fog. He tried to project his mental energy several times, but failed. Luo took a few deep breaths and activated the speed barrier again. The tiny spiritual energy dispersed, finally no longer blocked. These extremely subtle spiritual energies traversed a vast area of the map, searching for their teammates. When these spiritual energies are transmitted to a location, Luo's expression darkened completely. Oh no, Luo bit her lip tightly. He tried his best to release his spiritual power and connect it with Yi Xingchen. P.S. The book is gone. The person is gone. Chapter 111 Speaking. Thick spider silk sprayed out. The bullet hit the mech and pierced right through it. Cheng Zhao and the others were completely dumbfounded. Spider silk grazed their necks, and trickles of blood seeped from their skin. They were just 1 second away from death. If they had been a second later, they would be corpses now. However, this was not the most desperate thing. What was truly devastating was that the wounds began to turn purple rapidly. Oh no, it's poisonous. Cheng Zhao, Lin Xiao, and others reacted immediately. They quickly grabbed the psychoactive toxins nearby and injected them into their necks. The purple venom was contained in one spot on the skin, but as a result, the skin on their necks also became necrotic. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Had the organizers gone mad? This could have resulted in a death. Lin Xiao cursed. The situation was dire for 3S level ability users like Cheng Zhao and Lin Xiao, not to mention some lower level ability users who died instantly when the spider silk pierced through them. The moment the spider silk pierced through, Yi Xingchen activated the Starlight's defensive capabilities to 100%, and he and Chu Shui retreated rapidly. However, the unknown creature seemed to have a specific purpose, swiftly spitting out spider silk and slicing between Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui. Yi Xingchen and Chu Shui were forced to separate. Spider silk completely surrounded Chu Shui, and Chu Shui's mecha blizzard stretched out its hands, struggling to break free of the spider silk. Wife! Yi Xingchen's heart tightened, and a bad premonition seeped from the bottom of his heart. Just now, Starlight's performance was at 100% before it barely withstood the attack of that unknown creature. Yi Xingchen knew better than anyone how advanced Starlight's performance was. 37. Reversal ability. Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He would never allow Chu Shui to leave his sight. Receive the host's request. The superpowers are beginning to reverse. Ability reversal by 0.5%. Ability reversal by 0. Accompanied by the sound of 37, black threads gradually began to emanate from Yi Xingchen's body. They were extremely fine, but their attack power was not to be underestimated. His long-lost supernatural ability returned to his body. Yi Xingchen's fingertips twitched slightly, and those black threads extended out, instantly piercing through the spider silk of the unknown creature. Sensing the emergence of a dangerous supernatural ability, the unidentified creature's red eyes instantly glowed, and then countless spider silk threads seeped from its feet. As it did this, it moved the first snow further away. Yi Xingchen manipulated the starlight, and the voice of 37 grew stronger and stronger. However, at this very moment, 3 bursts of laughter came from not far away. 1, 2, 3, 4, wipe them all out. Sin, evil, and punishment chuckled. Let's eliminate that girl first. They thought simultaneously. Their supernatural abilities have combined. The 3 of them combined their abilities in space and time. The 50-star mech glowed red, and Sin, evil, and punishment grinned with an evil smile. Terminator ability, absolute penetration. The red light shone straight through. Encased in spider silk, Chu Shui drew her weapon and struck the spider silk wall. She sliced through the spider silk wall piece by piece. Get out of here. Chu Shui's umbrella-shaped weapon pierced right through the spiderweb wall in front of her. As soon as her vision cleared, Chu Shui saw a ray of red light shooting straight at her. She was terrified. Even someone as strong as her instinctively felt death drawing near. The blizzard transformed into a motorcycle, and Chu Shui began to ride it away. Don't dodge. Don't run away, my pet. Use 70% of your power. Sin, evil, punishment said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of spider silk threads in front of Yi Xingchen tripled. The roads that had just been cleared by the first snow were also blocked. Get out of here! Ye Vincchen roadet inyardli. 6% reversal of superpowers, 7% reversal of superpowers, and a percentage reversal of superpowers. Yi Xingchen used all of his supernatural abilities to pierce through the spider silk. Chu Shui immediately activated her supernatural defense to its maximum, dodging through the gaps in the layers of spider silk. Power reversal by 10%, power reversal by 12%, power reversal by 100% plus. Ha! Bang! Chu Shui and Yi Xingqian simultaneously broke through the spider silk wall and finally saw each other in their field of vision. Stars! Chu Shui looked at Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian, however, looked at the red thread behind her. Not good. Yi Xingqian extended the supernatural power line in his hand. However, it was still 0.5 seconds too late. Puffed. A red line pierced through the heart of the first snow. The first snow fell, leaving her face momentarily stunned. The figure plummeted downwards like a short wire. Yi Xingqian only saw the blood splattering from her chest, and he was instantly filled with immense anger and fear. Hit, sin, evil, punishment, and great joy. Yi Xingqian rushed over and protected Chu Shui's body. Chu Shui's eyes were still open, but he could clearly see that her heart had been smashed to pieces. She will leave him. She will leave him. She will leave him. She will leave him. You never deserve love. You never deserve it. Words that sounded like a curse echoed in Yi Xingqian's ears. His eyes were bloodshot, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Host's emotional abnormality detected. Superpower abnormality. ZZZ. Superpower is surging. Superpower has surged to 50%. Superpower has surged to 55%. Superpower has surged to 60%. Host, please stop immediately. Host, please stop immediately. Superpower has surged to 70%. Chapter 1:12 Turning Point. As the system notification sounded, the aura surrounding Yi Xingqian grew, increasingly terrifying. A sudden storm swept across the dark sky, clouds gathered, and a powerful destructive force seemed to have touched some unspeakable power in this world. Huge thunderclouds formed a vortex, surrounded by lightning. Yi Xingqian was still crying, with world-destroying black threads wrapped around him, and he gently stroked Chu Shui's cheek with his fingertips. The girl was still so beautiful. If you ignored the bloody hole in her chest, she looked like a sleeping swan. But Yi Xingqian knew that his white swan would never wake up again. She stopped breathing, and her heart stopped beating. She will never call his name tenderly again, never. It's all his fault. It's all your fault. It was like the curse that lingered in Sue's ears during his childhood. How can a monster like you deserve to have someone you cherish? Your power is a curse. You killed your parents. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve any of the warmth in this world. Yi Xingqian wiped the blood from Chu Shui's lips with his fingertips, ignoring the dusty world around him, and gently placed a kiss on Chu Shui's lips. My white swan, please take good care of yourself. Slow down. Once I've dealt with the person who killed you, I'll catch up with you. We swore an oath together to stay together through life and death. Rest assured, I will never break my promise. Yi Xingqian gently laid Chu Shui's body down, and one last, deep look at the girl who belonged to him. Superpower reversed to 75%. Warning, warning, system warning. When a superpower reverses to over 90%, the host body will be completely shattered. Warn. A triangle warning sign of 37 appeared in Yi Xingqian's field of vision, but Yi Xingqian remained undecided. His gaze was fixed on the deity. Even though he had already left the Mecha and was just an ant that could be crushed at will in the eyes of sin, evil, and punishment for some reason, looking at the black lines around Yi Xingqian, they had the urge to run away immediately. Their intuition told them that if they faced Yi Xingqian now, they would die. They would definitely die. The genes of the aliens were synthesized from alien beasts. Just like an animal's instinctive intuition for danger, sin, evil, and punish felt something was wrong, and all three wanted to escape. Number 423. Use 100% of your power. Sin called out the name of the Emperor-level insect beast Nightfire. The spider-like insect beast turned white all over, its body hardened, and the spider's silk it spit out shattered the ground, cracking open terrifying deep fissures. The spider's silk reached Yi Xingqian, towering like a wall. Ye Vingqian! Get out of the way! Cheng Zhao and Lin Xiao, who arrived late, felt their hearts leap into their throats as they looked at the terrifying spider silk. Closer, even closer. Just when Cheng Zhao and the others felt hopeless, the spider silk stopped only half a meter away from Yi Xingqian. To be precise, it didn't stop but was blocked by Yi Xingqian's hand. The boy, his face deathly still, raised his eyes. There was no light left in his eyes, only endless darkness and slaughter. A black thread stretched out from around Shinjingshi, like a cross-section, severing the terrifying spider silk wall and penetrating the body of the emperor-level insect beast Yichi. The monster with glowing red eyes trembled twice. Its body simply could not withstand such destructive force, and like a shattered mirror, it began to disintegrate. A torrent of blood cascaded down like a waterfall. The emperor-level insect beast Yichi had barely exchanged a glance with Yi Xingchen before it was reduced to mangled pieces of flesh. The boy calmly watched the insect beast depart, then slowly and stiffly raised his eyes, his gaze once again fixed on the god controlled by sin, evil, and punishment. Superpower reversed to 80%. Superpower reversed to 82%. Superpower reversed to 84%. Stop. Host, stop now. You're going to die. 37 shouted at Yi Xingchen with all its might, almost blurring the red triangular warning in Yi Xingchen's vision, but Yi Xingchen still relentlessly increased the reversal value of his superpower. Boom! The thunderclouds in the sky began to issue warnings as Yi Xingchen's reversal value increased. But Yi Xingchen didn't care about all that. His white swan died. He wanted everyone who killed her to be executed, including himself. After Yi Xingchen instantly defeated the emperor-level insect beast Yi Qi, only then did he realize the fear of sin, evil, and punishment. They manipulated the gods, rapidly moving away from Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen watched them escape calmly. He simply raised his hand slowly, his fingertips pointing in the direction the deity had fled. In an instant, sin, evil, and punishment felt themselves locked onto by Yi Xingchen. Splitting space. Absolutely penetrate. As if knowing death was approaching, sin, evil, and punish recklessly used their supernatural abilities, causing the space in front of Yi Xingchen to distort, and the power that killed Chu Shui struck again. Yi Xingchen's lips curved into a very slow smile. He pressed down with his fingertips, and what emanated from him was no longer thin black lines, but a supernatural power like flowing water. Obeying their master's command, they entered the misplaced space and destroyed it completely. When faced with the all-pervading power, they transformed into dragons and devoured that power. No, no, no. The three people were terrified. However, the world-destroying superpower still arrived as promised. The deity's outer shell turned to ash the moment it touched those supernatural powers, before it could even react. The black supernatural power pierced through the chests of the three people, just as Yi Xingchen had killed Chu Shui by joining forces. Yi Xingchen killed them in the same way. However, he did not kill them immediately. The palms opened, then slowly closed. Under their master's control, the supernatural power acted like the cruelest instrument of torture, eroding the bodies of the three people. Superpower reversed to 86%. Superpower reversed to 87%. Host, 37. A system screamed in anguish. Superpower reversed to 88%. Superpower reversed to 89%. At this critical moment, Chu Shui's dead body stirred. Blood-red patterns covered her entire body, and her eyes, which should never have opened again, were able to see the light once more. 37 immediately sensed it and shouted desperately when Yi Xingchen was about to break through the death value limit. Host, she's alive. She's alive. She's alive. Chapter 1, 13 New Life. Time seemed to have been paused. After 37 roared those words, the desperate and violent aura surrounding Yi Xingchen instantly subsided. He turned his head almost stiffly and in disbelief, and saw that after the girl opened her eyes, her ability reversal value, which was about to break through the death threshold, was abruptly stopped at 89%. Then it began to descend slowly. Chu Shui opened her eyes. However, it is a mechanical opening. There was no light of life in her eyes, and blood-red lines crawled all over her body from the blood hole in her heart. Cheng Zhao and the others standing nearby stared wide-eyed at Chu Shui's appearance. The situation was too chaotic just now, and they didn't know how Yi Xingchen had become like this. But now, everything has an answer. Anger surged from Cheng Zhao and Lin Zhao's chests, but faced with Chu Shui's current appearance, they were more overwhelmed by uncontrollable shock. Boom! The thunderclouds in the sky gathered even faster. As the red runes filled Chu Shui's eyes, a violent and invisible power suddenly erupted from her body. This power came with immense force, carrying the terror of absolute death. Apart from Yi Xingqian, Cheng Zhao and Lin Xiao, who were nearby, were thrown several kilometers away by the force. After being thrown back by this force, they felt as if their internal organs had been crushed. As the pain began, it gradually spread to all the military academy members on this planet, causing the same effects as Lin Xiaoqing's condition. D. This power carried a curse, and at this moment, everyone's life force converged towards the first snow. Power tears at the human soul, drawing upon it to generate more life force. Everyone coughed up blood and marched toward death. The intense magnetic field fluctuations caused a tremendous force to spread even beyond this planet, reaching the starships carrying leaders from various military academies that were traveling far into space. Unidentified magnetic field detected. Starship is 70% damaged. Return to base immediately. Return to base immediately. A red warning echoed throughout the starship, and all surveillance footage turned into static. Sitting in the cockpit of the starship, Song Mian felt the extremely familiar fluctuations, and his usually calm eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. On the other side, Yi Xingqian waved away the sin, evil, and punishment of the three people. He had a special ability to protect him, so he was not affected by this power. Sand and stones flew all around. The first snow was carried into the air by that unknown force, and thunderstorms broke out, striking Yi Xingqian's feet. Due to the excessive reversal of his supernatural abilities, deep scars have begun to appear on Yi Xingqian's arms for no apparent reason. But he seemed oblivious, his gaze still fixed on the first snow. He walked towards her step by step, and then, using his supernatural ability, leaped up, but as he approached Chuxue, he was separated by an invisible force. In that instant, Yi Xingqian saw a woman covered in blood, yet bearing a striking resemblance to Chuxue. It was precisely at the moment when the power of the first snow was at its most intense that the previously dormant green suddenly awoke. It flew out from between Chuxue's eyebrows, looking at the blood-red patterns on Chuxue's body. At the same time, in Chuxue's blood-stained eyes, there was a mark that belonged only to it. That was the mark it gave to a woman when it failed in its tribulation and was saved by her. At that moment, Green suddenly understood why it had a familiar urge to protect the first snow when it first saw it. It seems she made a wish. Hey kid, don't just stand there. The green light transformed into eyes in the air, and Yi Xingqian naturally noticed its presence immediately. I'll explain why I'm waiting here later. This girl is your wife, right? Quickly use your superpower to envelop her and prevent this power from spreading further. Otherwise, everyone on this planet will die because of her. I have a way to bring her back to life. Green spoke directly to Yi Xingqian, and Yi Xingqian, without hesitation, used his supernatural power to envelop Chuxue. The thin black lines formed a sphere, isolating the life-draining force. Green breathed a sigh of relief. Its magical eyes met Yi Xingqian's gaze, and the boy's eyes were chillingly cold. Its heart trembled slightly at that gaze, but Green reacted quickly. The illusionary eyes vanished, and the green leaves transformed into a single leaf, landing on the wounds that had begun to heal after the first snowfall. Green leaves form blood vessels and begin to intertwine with flesh and blood. This is a skill unique to Green, Rebirth. The heart began to gradually revive, and as the light from the green leaves gradually dimmed, life returned to the body once more. After the fatal wounds were repaired, the blood-red patterns all over Chuxue's body began to fade away. Yi Xingqian sensed the disappearance of that power, leaped over, and gently embraced Chuxue. The joy of finding it again overwhelmed him, and he hugged his swan as he returned to the ground. The first snowfall remains in a deep coma, but at least there was a heartbeat. After the repairs were completed, Green was so weak it seemed to be about to disappear. It could no longer maintain the state of being able to communicate, and in its final moments, it formed another seed. Kid, remember to bury me in the ground. With her last bit of strength, Green Pride opened the hidden compartment in the necklace Chuxue had given him around Yi Xingqian's neck and lay down inside. Yi Xingqian had also reached his limit at this moment. He was covered in blood, and after confirming that it was safe around him, he finally lost control and fainted. Bang! Tu! In the dimly lit room, there was the sound of steel being snapped. The room was dimly lit to the point where you could barely make out the outlines of objects. Inside the room, a berserk monster was emerging, its octopus-like tentacles growing from a human-like body. The monster made a ho-ho sound. Just as this monster went berserk, the wristwatch on its wrist displayed the message that sin, evil, and punishment were dead. At the same time, the power fluctuation that spread from the planet of the first snow reached the monster, although the fluctuation was very small and the power was almost non-existent. But the monster still sensed it. Its frenzied movement stopped, and ecstasy appeared in its eyes, which could no longer be called human. Found you? Ha ha ha. After more than 10 years, I have finally found you. The monster made a sound similar to a human's cry. In the dim light, the blood-red patterns on its neck, identical to those of the first snowflake, were faintly visible. Chapter 1:14 Reasoning. Thud. A drop of water landed on the tip of his nose. When Yi Xingqian regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a treatment pod. Memories from before the coma began to gradually take over the brain as the owner awoke. Yi Xingqian thought of the first snow, his breath hitched, and he quickly tried to sit up. However, his body was too weak, and after moving slightly, he lay back down. But Yi Xingqian did not give up. He forced himself to sit up, and his first snow fell. His white swan. Wah! Host, don't move. Your body is still repairing. After Yi Xingqian's brain gained consciousness, 37 was also activated. Your wife is right next to you. She is still alive, but she is still in a coma. 37 was afraid that Yi Xingqian would get hurt again. This host was really too reckless. Just think about that 89% reversal value. 37 thinks the whole system would be scared out of its wits. Hearing that Chu Shui was right beside him, Yi Xingqian stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the treatment pod on his right. The treatment chamber's cover was transparent, and Yi Xingqian could see Chu Shui's sleeping face through it. The girl's unharmed body told him this. This is not a dream. She truly came back to life. He didn't leave her, he didn't. A bittersweet feeling washed over him, and Yi Xingqian closed his eyes, finally calming the overwhelming fear and despair in his heart. How long have I been asleep? Yi Xingqian looked at the first snow while asking 37. 36 days. 37 answers. While Yi Xingqian was unconscious, 37 was mostly in a shutdown state. However, as a system, it belonged to the category of high-energy machinery, and even in its sleep, it could sense the passage of time. After hearing what 37 said, Yi Xingqian closed his eyes slightly. He recalled the red patterns that appeared after Chu Shui was killed by those 3 bastards. The power of those patterns was extremely strong. Moreover, when he approached Chu Shui, for a moment, he saw a woman who looked very much like Chu Shui, looking at him with resentment. Chu Shui has a secret, something Yi Xingqian knew a long time ago. From the first time we met, she was covered in blood, as if someone wanted to kill her. Then, she was able to beat up older students even though she didn't have a spirit body. And despite being from the same unknown background, Chu Shui had the ability to build mechs that was even better than the Empire's top mech pilots. All of this makes no sense. At that time, he and Chu Shui had just finished the freshman test. Yi Xingqian chose not to ask or talk about it because he thought that the memory might be too painful for Chu Shui, so he did not choose to force her to ask. Therefore, Yi Xingqian had never known anything about Chu Shui's past. And now, Yi Xingqian tightened his grip. He truly regretted it. 37. Do you remember you owe me a question about Chu Shui's background? Yi Xingqian didn't choose to ask this question at first, but instead let 37 owe him one. Now, however, he intends to ask. 37 listened to Yi Xingqian's words and remained silent for a moment. Go ahead and ask. 37 knew this day would come. It was prepared to bypass the main system database, but Yi Xingqian's problem took it by surprise. When did her life start to go wrong? Yi Xingqian's gaze followed the girl tenderly. Or rather, in her life before she met me, did she have any good times? Some. Sensing Yi Xingqian's emotions, 37 said, however, those times were ultimately the most fatal blow to her. 37 sighed. Host, let me be frank with you. Our dating system will make a comprehensive judgment based on various values when matching the compatibility of 2 people. You and Chu Shui are the only couple in the system's database with a 100% match in the past 1,000 years. You were born for each other. So when I sent you here, I thought you would fall in love with Chu Shui at first sight. Because you two are just too alike. Whether it's their shared experiences and childhoods, or their individual personalities, they are remarkably similar. This is why Yi Xingqian felt his heart beat faster than usual the moment he saw Chu Shui. Because it was destined. I know. Yi Xingqian closed his eyes. He still remembers the look in the girl's eyes when he first saw Chu Shui. It was a look of despair, devoid of any light in their eyes. There was a time when he was like that himself. I'll look it up myself. Yi Xingqian stuck to his original idea. He was unwilling to press her for answers. And of course, he was also unwilling to get an ambiguous answer from 37. He wants to investigate himself. Yi Xingqian has always been a man of action. He began to carefully recall the entire process of the honor match. The first thing that alerted people to something was the sudden increase in the number of strange beasts. Then the organizers changed the image, and then those 3 people. Yi Xingqian still remembered that when 37 tested those 3 people, the assessment of them was that they were mutant aliens. Yi Xingqian had seen many such unconventional terms in his original world. In fact, he was one of them. They all have a common name: experimental subjects. Such experiments, which violate human nature, were commonplace in his world. Organizations that possess such authority and are capable of conducting experiments that violate human nature are generally highly confidential within the country. Furthermore, at that time, the purpose of punishing the 3 people for their sins, evil deeds, and crimes was very clear. The goal is to kill all the students competing on the planet. However, Chu Shui happened to run into them, which led to what happened next. Such behavior then creates a very important point of contradiction. How could someone as a well-known ace of the Imperial Military Academy do something so foolish? Then, why did they kill the students who were playing the game? What do they gain, or rather, what do they find by killing the students? Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian suddenly looked up, and his gaze fell on Chu Shui's face. He recalled the almost destructive power of the first snow and its abnormal resurrection. Everything seemed to have an answer now. Chapter 1:15 Negotiation. At the same time, the highest meeting of the organizers of the honors competition. The atmosphere in the conference room was frighteningly cold. Several representatives from the military academies sat around the same table, on which were several photos of Yi Xingqian and his team competing on the last map. Despite the severe interference with a magnetic field at the time, the superpower camera placed on the map still managed to capture a few blurry images. The images in the photos are all different. 2 are of spider legs, which are the emperor-level insect beast Yi Qi. 2 are of sin, evil, and punishment, with bloodthirsty eyes unlike those of ordinary people. And 2 are of Yi Xingqian. On that day, when all the leaders of the honor arena led their military academy's rescue teams to the competition venue, where Yi Xingqian and his team were, all they saw were corpses of insects and beasts scattered all over the ground, as well as students who were severely injured. The scene was so horrific that it was unimaginable. All the students were unconscious, and if the main force hadn't arrived in time, they would probably have been left with nothing but the bodies of these elite students. None of you are going to say anything, are you? Okay, I'll go first. Song Mian, sitting opposite Yin Cixing, smiled and took the initiative to break the silent drama that had lasted for a full half-hour. Come on, Leader Yin. Song Mian extended 2 fingers and picked up 4 photos. These 4 photos were of the emperor-level insect beast Yi Qi and the symbols of sin, evil, and punishment. Explain to me, how? How did your star student get involved with insect beasts? And this, the emperor-level insect beast Nightblaze. You'd better give me a perfect explanation. Song Mian threw the 4 photos at Yin Cixing's face. His voice was very calm, but his attitude was extremely sharp. Yin Cixing, the leader of the Imperial Military Academy, was hit in the face by a photo thrown at him by Song Mian. The already gloomy atmosphere became even more oppressive. He reached out and took the photo off his shoulder and said sarcastically, "Instructor Song, I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by my A student getting involved with insect beasts? And an emperor-level insect beast? I don't understand what you mean." Huh? You don't understand? What? Are you deaf and blind at your age? Can't you understand human language? Song Mian seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. The patterns on their faces, have you ever seen them before? Even if you haven't, you've read books, right? These are clearly special patterns that only insects and beasts have. Tell me, how did a person get these things on their body? Song Mian pointed to the face of sin, evil, and punishment in the photo. Instructor Song, that's a stretch. What? Do you suspect that my Imperial Military Academy has ties with the insectoid beasts? Isn't that so? Huh, you're really funny. Yin Cixing's eyes were mocking. He also imitated Song Mian, picking up a photo from the table. The photo was of Yi Xingchen. You suspect that the Imperial Military Academy has something to do with the insect beasts. Then I should ask you, Instructor Song, it's one thing for you to cover up the false data of the students, but what about this person? He's clearly a spirit below A level. How could he have 3 different abilities? Having 3 abilities is one thing, but how could he kill the Emperor-level insect beast Yi Qi? When we were examining the insect beast corpse, did we detect any energy fluctuations belonging to him? Instructor Song? So, which is more suspicious, the Imperial Military Academy or Berkeley Military Academy? After all, our students aren't powerful enough to kill an Emperor-level insectoid beast, are they? Yin Cixing retorted sharply. Song Mian was utterly astonished by the extent to which he shamelessly turned one cheek on the other. Yin Cixing, I think your head is getting more and more muddled, isn't it? You're such a big pig-headed guy, and you eat so much food. Does it all just go into your stomach and intestines as digestive juices? If you're going to make up a reason, at least make it believable, okay? It's true that Yi Xingchen's special ability remained on the Emperor-level insect beast Yi Qi, but that doesn't mean Yi Xingchen killed it. It's clearly your 2 students who came out of some damn biological vessel, who were plotting to harm everyone on the planet. I'm telling you to get this straight now, it's you. The Imperial Military Academy, having an affair with the insectoid beasts. Not me, Berkeley's. Song Mian tapped his fingers on the table one after another. He usually didn't swear unless he really couldn't help it. Instructor Song, you can't say that. Before Yin Cixing could speak, Chinda chimed in. The beast insect patterns on those 3 people could also be influenced by the Emperor-level insect beast Yi Qi. I think that student named Yi Xingchen is very suspicious. Judging from the supernatural energy fluctuations present, that student's supernatural energy is indeed the strongest that remains on the Emperor-level Yi Qi. Given the severe damage suffered by students from various military academies, the inexplicable appearance and killing of the Emperor-level insect beast Nightblaze, and the fact that Berkeley Military Academy lied about student ratings and abilities, I believe both the Imperial Military Academy and Berkeley Military Academy should give everyone an explanation. Chinda stepped forward. Song Mian laughed in anger upon hearing his words. What? Are you saying that everyone here thinks Berkeley Military Academy is more at fault than Imperial Military Academy? Song Mian looked at the leaders of the other military academies, but none of them stood up to speak. They all remained silent. But the answer is self-evident. Just as Chinda said, the Emperor-level insect beast Yi Qi does have the ability to infect insect patterns, but Yi Xingchen's additional ability is hard to explain. Furthermore, Yi Xingchen is a 3-elemental ability user, and his abilities are all too terrifying. After he demonstrated them in the honor competition, the leaders of other military academies were extremely wary of him. If they could take this opportunity to eliminate Yi Xingchen, it would be a huge blow to Berkeley Military Academy. Good. You're all fucking great. Song Mian straightened up and stepped back, but the next second, bang! The table was completely overturned. Fuck your mother. Song Mian kicked the table over, and the table flew through the air in a graceful arc before slamming into Chinda and Yin Cixing's faces. You all don't want to talk, right? You all want to pin the blame on Berkeley Military Academy, right? Then let's not talk at all. Song Mian grabbed Yin Cixing by the collar and said, I'm only talking to you because of the soldiers at the Imperial Military Academy when we were fighting the insect beasts. How dare you be so shameless? Chapter 116 Negotiation. Song Mian's angry voice echoed throughout the conference room. The leaders of several military academies were furious at his sudden action, but none of them dared to confront Song Mian directly. Firstly, this matter is indeed difficult to explain because no one was present at the time, and a few photos and subsequent data analysis cannot prove anything. Secondly, Song Mian is, after all, a world-renowned war god in the entire interstellar space. Don't be fooled by his usual carefree demeanor. The power he wields extends far beyond the military districts controlled by Berkeley Military Academy. It can be said that in the 5 major military academies, and even in the federal government, no one dares to give Song Mian face. Thirdly, since the incident occurred on the day the incident happened, people throughout the galaxy were watching the live broadcast. Although it was said to be due to interference from an unknown magnetic field, Terrifying rumors about the Zerg breaking through the defenses and sweeping across the interstellar space had already spread within the Star Network. To this day, a considerable number of Star Network users are still demanding that the authorities provide an accurate explanation. If a military academy is really accused of colluding with the Zerg at the conference table, then all 54 military districts of the Federation and even the entire galaxy will be thrown into turmoil because of this incident. Song Mian, why are you so angry? Just as the atmosphere in the conference room reached a freezing point, the sound of high heels clicking came from outside. Many people in the conference room were shocked when they heard the sound of high heels clicking. As the sound grew louder, a woman dressed in a red leather jacket appeared in everyone's sight. This woman was tall and sexy, and her eyes always had an indescribable charm when she looked at others. Behind her was a girl dressed in a maid outfit. The girl had a cute appearance, and the black and white maid outfit on the girl's slender body formed a stark contrast with the woman. The two of them appeared in the conference room, and everyone in the room, except Song Mian, fell silent. After the woman entered the conference hall, Song Mian released his grip on Yin Cixing's collar. Yin Cixing straightened his collar, his face turning ashen from being publicly humiliated by Song Mian, but he had no choice but to stand up straight and give the woman a military salute. General Sheng. General Sheng. Yin Cixing saluted along with the other leaders of the military academy. Song Mian glanced at the woman, then sat down as if it were none of his business. Sheng Hong didn't argue with Song Mian either. She pulled up a chair and sat directly in the head seat. Everyone, find a chair and sit down. Sheng Hong crossed her legs and glanced at the table that Song Mian had overturned. Yin Cixing, straighten the table for me. Sheng Hong raised her eyes. Upon hearing Sheng Hong's words, Yin Cixing, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to lift the table and properly straighten it for Sheng Hong. He picked up the photos that Song Mian had thrown away one by one, sorted them out, placed them in front of Sheng Hong, and finally sat back down in his seat. After everyone had returned to their places, Sheng Hong turned her attention to the photo that Yin Cixing had picked up. She picked up the photos with her fingertips, looked at them one by one, and finally, out of boredom, tossed them aside. The stack of photos flew across the table and landed in front of several military academy leaders. Did you come to any conclusions during your discussion? Sheng Hong pressed her thumb against her index finger, her gaze fixed on her newly painted nail polish, her posture casual and languid. It was as if what she was about to resolve was not a matter of great importance concerning the safety of the Federation at all. After Sheng Hong appeared, none of the military academy leaders dared to speak immediately. The group looked at each other, and finally, Lofi, the leader of the Murina Military Academy, spoke up. Reporting to the general, the military academies have not yet reached a conclusion. The two sides have very different attitudes on this matter. Please make the decision, General. You want me to make the decision? After hearing Luo Fei's words, Sheng Hong's crimson lips curled into a smile. I thought you guys could convict someone based on just a few photos. You actually need me to make the decision? Sheng Hong's sharp gaze swept over the people present, and the leaders lowered their heads, remaining silent for a long time. Song Mian propped his head up with his hand, looked at Sheng Hong, who was putting pressure on the leaders, and gave a cryptic smile. What are you doing here, General Sheng? His gaze was cold and sharp, showing no regard for Sheng Hong whatsoever. Of all those present, only Song Mian dared to be so rude to Sheng Hong. Of course I'm here to clean up the mess you bunch of good-for-nothings have made. Sheng Hong also mocked without any politeness, then took out a letter from the federal government. This is the highest-level government order of the Federation. Based on the appearance of the Emperor-level insect Beast Chi, a special task force will be established to investigate. Relevant personnel are not allowed to interfere, especially you few. As for the students who participated in the honor competition, we will check them one by one. If there are no problems, they can be assigned to military positions based on their ranking in the honor competition. Sheng Hong pointed her finger at the letter, issuing a final ultimatum. You think you can just say you won't interfere, and then you won't? Song Mian's gaze sharpened. How do I know if the Federation is fair? Can you give me a satisfactory answer? What if you cover it up? Song Mian looked at the leaders present with a sarcastic expression, the meaning of which was self-evident. Sheng Hong listened to Song Mian's words and gave a cold laugh. What, Instructor Song, do you have doubts about my orders? Certainly. Song Mian arrogantly raised his head, but as soon as he finished speaking, the maiden next to Sheng Hong flashed behind Song Mian, and a sharp blade was pressed against Song Mian's neck. And now, Sheng Hong leaned back in her chair, and the leader in the conference room dared not breathe. With his lifeline held in check, Song Mian's gaze was gloomy. After a long while, he turned his head to the side, raised his hand, and clapped his hands. The Federation has really good methods. Song Mian stood up abruptly, shoved the maid aside, kicked the chair at his feet far away, and then slammed the door shut with a bang. After Song Mian left, the leaders in the conference room also left after confirming the letter. The maid returned to Sheng Hong's side, put down the knife, and held out a note. This note did not exist before it came into contact with Song Mian. Sheng Hong discreetly hid the note in her glove, then got up and left. Chapter 1, 17 Questions. On the other side, after lying in the treatment pod for 2 hours, Yi Xingchen, who had already woken up, was finally able to leave the pod. He walked out of the treatment pod. We went outside. This high-tech room houses not only him and Chu Xue, but also everyone from Berkeley. At this moment, everyone, like the first snowflake, is fast asleep and shows no signs of waking up. After Yi Xingchen steadied himself, he went to the door. He moved very quietly, and, as expected, there were people from the military region guarding the door. He looked at the layout outside. Then he stepped back and took off the necklace that Chu Xue had once worn around his neck. Actually, besides Chu Xue's background, there was one other thing he didn't understand. Why did the entity that 37 thought was the rule of this world appear on the honor competition field? And how could it revive Chu Xue? Yi Xingchen opened the hidden compartment. After Green revived the first snow, it could no longer maintain its form and turned into a seed. Yi Xingchen remembered that before this rule-based entity became a seed, it told him to plant it in the soil. Yi Xingchen's gaze fell on the green plants in the science room. These plants were originally placed in the science room as decorations, but he never expected them to come in handy at this time. He walked to the windowsill and took down the green plants. There was nutrient solution for the plants around them. Yi Xingchen found a pot for planting mint. There was very little mint in it, so he could plant the green plants there. Yi Xingchen dug up the soil and planted the green plant in the pot. 37. Find a way to revive it. After planting, Yi Xingchen immediately called on the system. That's easy, host, 37 said to Yi Xingchen. Just give it some nutrient solution, and then use your superpower from your previous life. My special abilities from my past life? Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow. It won't die. No, it won't, 37 said. In a way, you and her are the same kind of people, except that you are at a higher level. If you use it, it won't die. Yi Xingchen listened to 37's words, thought for a moment, and then used 0.1% of his special ability. The ability entered the soil, wrapped around the seed, and was then absorbed by the seed. A faint green halo appeared from the potted plant. Green gradually regained consciousness, and small, grass-like leaves emerged from the soil, then folded into the shape of a stick figure. Green Yan pulled its 2 grass legs out of the soil and jumped out of the pot. Yi Xingchen looked at the grass-like Green, took a step forward, and grabbed it with her hand. Green was startled when someone suddenly grabbed her hand. Hey, you brat, what you doing? Green spoke, but this time its voice was no longer the old man's voice that Yi Xingchen had first heard from it. Instead, it was a very sweet, baby voice like that of a little girl. Yi Xingchen frowned, then released it, letting it fall onto the table. However, after Green fell onto the table, he used his special ability to create a barrier surrounding Green inside to prevent it from escaping. Hey, you brat! Green scolded Yi Xingchen in a babyish voice, its 2 grass paws on its hips. I saved your wife, and this is how you treat me. I have something to ask you. Yi Xingchen ignored Lu's accusations and went straight to the point. First, why are you following Chu Xue? Second, what am I to you? Third, is someone looking for Chu Xue? Yi Xingchen answered the 3 questions directly and to the point without any unnecessary words. Green, who had been so aggressive, immediately fell silent after hearing Yi Xingchen's 3 questions. Its stick figure lowered its hands and coughed a few times, trying to divert Yi Xingchen's attention. However, under Yi Xingchen's almost tangible gaze, it silently turned its grass back towards Yi Xingchen. You better not try anything funny with me. Yi Xingchen's gaze grew cold. Upon hearing his words, Green silently wiped away a non-existent thin layer of sweat from her forehead. After a long pause, it managed to stammer out. Why should I tell you? If you tell me to tell you, I'll just tell you. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Unless you beg me. Green turned around again, put her hands on her hips, and faced Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen chuckled, his calm profile appearing extremely aggressive under the lights of the technology room. Okay, I never like to force others. Yi Xingchen extended his fingertip, and the high wall built by his supernatural ability gradually closed in. You can take your time to consider it. The supernatural ability carries the undisguised, killing intent of its master. After all, I've always been very patient. Green, do you dare to speak with your hand on your conscience? As the supernatural ability drew closer, Yi Xingchen patiently dealt with it. He knew that Green wouldn't die, because judging from its ability to revive Chu Shui, this rule entity represented rebirth. However, not dying doesn't mean not being afraid of death. He can kill it again and again until it is willing to talk. The terrifying supernatural power, carrying the pressure from another world, was on a completely different level from his own. The grass hair on the green head trembled slightly, but still stretched out its grass hand to block the approaching supernatural power, and said solemnly, "Kid, let's talk this out. After all, I'm not an unreasonable person. I was just testing your resolve. Now I've seen your resolve and your capabilities, so let's sit down and talk things over." Green energy is flexible and adaptable. Having lived for over 1,000 years, its ability to find a way to save face is truly remarkable. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly, and the supernatural ability that was propelling him forward stopped. He lowered his eyes, stared at the seemingly calm straw man, and coldly uttered a single word. Explain. Chapter 118, Recovery. I'll choose one of these 3 questions to answer first. Green stretched out its little grass hand and made a 2-shaped gesture. As for the second question, I think you should have the answer yourself. I am one of the rule entities of this world. My name is Green. I govern the lives of most creatures in this world. You should also be a rule entity, but your level is higher than mine. You are the chosen one of this world, or to put it simply, the law of this world. I don't know where you came from, but based on my observation, I feel that you were forcibly brought here by an energy entity within you that I cannot identify, because the laws of a world generally do not easily leave their own world. Green paused for a moment, then continued. As for why I'm with Chu Shui, it's because she has my blessing mark on her. I was saved by a woman and promised her that if she made a wish, I would release the blessing mark, and I would unconditionally help her fulfill her wish. As for the third question, Green shrugged. To be honest, I don't know either. I only govern life, but I can't predict what will happen to a person. I can only tell you that there's a very strong curse on Chu Shui. This curse is of a very high level, and even I cannot break it in a short time. However, this curse only works on people other than Chu Shui, and it has no effect on Chu Shui herself. You don't need to worry too much for now. Green answered all 3 questions. Yi Xingchen stared silently at Green for a long time with his dark eyes. Under his intense scrutiny, Green's small, grassy face almost broke down, but fortunately, this intense scrutiny did not last too long. Yi Xingchen turned around, and Green looked at his back and breathed a slight sigh of relief. But before it could relax, it heard Yi Xingchen say something. You say you control all life in this world? Is that right? The young man glanced away, and the green grass trembled, letting out a soft hum. Can you heal my injury? I could before, but it might be a bit difficult now. I've only just woken up myself, and don't have much strength. Green felt powerless, since it was originally supposed to be reborn according to the laws of time. Although it had been reborn, the timing of its awakening was wrong in order to save First Snow. After using the rebirth skill once, it had almost no power left, and now it was even struggling to maintain its small grass body. Is that so? And now, Yi Xingchen used his supernatural power to surround Green with his fingertips, but this time the intense killing intent was gone. Green received the information of absorption from the approaching supernatural power. Green raised her head, her eyebrows made of grass arched upwards, and her mouth formed a very vivid O shape, clearly shocked. No way. You actually let me absorb your power of law? And I just told you that you can use law transfer? Are you a genius? The transmission of laws? Yi Xingchen extracted a term from Green's shocked statement. In fact, he was simply using his superpower very skillfully. His superpower was something he was born with and was integrated into his body. Using it was as natural as breathing. Green shock was something Yi Xingchen had not expected. However, none of these things are important at the moment. Hurry up, I don't want to waste time. I want to see someone, and I have a lot of things to do. Yi Xingqian wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. This body was too weak. With its injuries, it couldn't do anything. Since he had already deduced that someone wanted to harm Chuxue, and that person was very likely to be in a high position of power, he could not sit idly by and wait for his death. The young man opened his closed eyes a crack, revealing an indifference he hadn't seen in a long time. Before he transmigrated, Yi Xingqian was mostly in this state. Indifferent to the world, indifferent to everything. However, this situation improved after the first snowfall. At first, Yi Xingqian also found it strange. He was clearly someone who had a hard time integrating into social groups, and years of killing had made him lose the ability to empathize normally. A killing machine who has never had any emotional ties can actually show emotions very naturally. Perhaps it is because of this that he is able to get along well with everyone at Berkeley Military Academy. But all of these principles are based on Chuxue. Without her, he might have chosen to kill. Perhaps the wonderful days have made me forget what I used to be like. Yi Xingqian chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gaze naturally falling on the sleeping girl in the treatment pod. You are amazing. Looking at Chuxue's face, Yi Xingqian murmured to himself, I absolutely cannot lose you. You are the meaning of my existence. Having experienced something wonderful, you would never want to lose it. Yi Xingqian tilted his head and imagined the days without the first snow. He thought that he would probably go crazy, and the consequences of his madness would be even more severe than in his previous life. EM healed. After absorbing the energy transferred from Yi Xingqian, Green looked at Yi Xingqian and spoke cautiously. If you need my treatment, put your hand here. Green folds its two little grass hands together and then stretches them out. Yi Xingqian turned around and touched it with his fingertips. As time passed, the green body emitted specks of fluorescence, like fireflies in summer. After the fluorescence merged into Yi Xingqian's body through his fingertips, Yi Xingqian's originally pale complexion gradually began to improve. It was during the treatment that 37 spoke in Yi Xingqian's mind. Host, 37 is partly responsible for Chuxue's injury this time. Due to my misjudgment and insufficient ability, it almost caused you and Chuxue to be unable to continue your relationship. Therefore, I use system privileges to upgrade your various stats. Your current stats have changed from spiritual body level A to S level, ability level A to S level, Met control level SS to 3S level, and the percentage of controllable abilities from your past life has increased from 35% to 50%. Due to the upgrade of your superpower, the following adjustments have been made to your superpower. Your special abilities, Time Mastery, have been upgraded from predicting events 6 seconds in advance to predicting events 10 seconds in advance. Mirror Replicator has been upgraded from manipulating 2 mirrors to create 2 mirrors and 2 teleportation mirrors for 5 seconds to creating 3 mirrors and 3 teleportation mirrors for 10 seconds. In addition, the length and width of all mirrors have doubled. Additionally, we have detected that your physical attributes are too low. We have begun to integrate your original body's physical attributes. Your current physical attributes are 40% of your original body's. 37 rattled off a long list of data about its level, abilities, and physical attributes. As it finished speaking, a familiar sense of power emanated from all directions. His internal injuries had been completely healed through Green's treatment, and his physical attributes, now belonging to his own body, made Yi Xingqian even stronger. He never resists any force that can make him stronger. Now it's time to do what I want to do. Chapter 119 Negotiation. Yi Xingqian's body has fully recovered. After integrating his physical attributes from his previous life, he is able to use his special abilities to do more things. For example, blindfolding or separation. Yi Xingqian's physical attributes from his previous life made his supernatural abilities even more readily available, and he conjured a supernatural power resembling a glass bead at his fingertips. The black, hair-thin supernatural power continuously merged into the tiny glass bead, eventually forming a real, tangible bead. He placed this separated glass bead on the medical protective pod where Chuxue was sleeping. The bead disappeared into the medical pod and fell into the necklace Chuxue was wearing. How long will it take for her to wake up? Yi Xingqian asked Green. It could take as little as 20 days, or as long as a month. 1 month. Yi Xingqian turned his head, his dark eyes flashing with a cold light. That's enough. After saying that, Yi Xingqian walked straight out. Seeing this, green jumped onto Yi Xingqian's shoulder and transformed into a green earring, which was attached to Yi Xingqian's earlobe. Yi Xingqian walked through the medical pod door without alerting any guards, as he simply passed through the door to the outside. There were many guards outside the door, but they all acted as if they hadn't seen Yi Xingqian and remained in their original positions. This is the blindfold that Yi Xingqian can use. It is actually similar to invisibility, but what makes blindfold more powerful than invisibility is that even if these guards enter the medical pod, they will not be able to detect Yi Xingqian's presence, because in their eyes, Yi Xingqian will always be present in the medical pod. When Song Mian returned to the command headquarters, it was already evening. He opened the door to his lounge, took off his military jacket, and hung it on the coat rack by the door. As he turned around and was about to enter the living room, he found that there was another person inside. This person was none other than Yi Xingqian. He was wearing a Berkeley Military Academy uniform, his legs crossed, his hands placed on his thighs, and he sat on the sofa with a smile in his eyes, an expression that Song Mian had never seen before. "Instructor Song, can we talk?" Although Yi Xingqian's words were in the form of a question, the tone of his voice was that of a statement. Song Mian paused for a moment, then a hint of amusement appeared on his usually nonchalant face, but more so, a sharpness hidden deep in his eyes. "Wow, look what I've seen. I had no idea my student was so capable." They sneaked into his house, but he didn't notice anything amiss. "That's incredibly impressive. Your students always manage to surprise you, but I'm not here to talk about that today." Yi Xingqian smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Anyway, you should have investigated me. Instead of having doubts about me, why not listen to what I specifically want? For the sake of some basic trust between us, I think we should exchange some things." Yi Xingqian narrowed his eyes, appearing harmless. But Song Mian was a man who immediately realized that he had been taken into another space by Yi Xingqian. Although the scene before him was no different from his own home, Song Mian could sense a faint, almost imperceptible supernatural power swirling around him. If he showed any sign of rejection or retaliation, then this supernatural power would definitely kill him without hesitation. "That's truly terrifying, but it's quite interesting." Song Mian scoffed. He vaguely guessed Yi Xingqian's request, so he sat down directly, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. "Tell me, my dear student, what privileges do you want from your handsome teacher?" Song Mian put down his teacup. "If the request is reasonable, I might grant it, but it all depends on what you can give me. If it's not ideal, your teacher might just grab you and give you a good beating." Song Mian grinned, stretched out his right hand, pointed his index finger at Yi Xingqian, made a gun gesture, and banged Yi Xingqian's head. Yi Xingqian rubbed his fingertips together, then suddenly smiled. The gazes of the two powerful figures clashed at that moment, and they both saw a sharp vortex in each other's eyes. "Of course, you won't be disappointed," Yi Xingqian said slowly. "What? You're saying you came to the Empire's secret biological laboratory, and the reason you didn't show strong abilities before was because your abilities hadn't been activated? You only activated your abilities to kill the Emperor-level insect beast because your wife almost died. Nightblaze?" No? Classmate, do you think the teacher looks like an idiot?" "It does look like it, but I'm not lying to you. If you're going to make up a reason, at least make it believable. Federal law explicitly prohibits the use of living people for modification." "Teacher, are you pretending to be stupid? Don't you know best whether or not there are living people being reformed?" "Hey, what are you saying, classmate? I don't understand. To be honest, are you asking me to say something unrealistic so you can tell on me later?" "Haha, what are you saying? Didn't the teacher also come from a biology lab? You have a special ability that is a dual personality. Don't tell me that this is an ability you always had." "Ye Yingchen Simidet." Song Mian's smiling face stiffened almost imperceptibly the moment he mentioned his dual personality ability. In that instant, Yi Xingqian felt an overwhelming killing intent. When Song Mian opened his eyes again, his dark eyes had turned slightly crimson, and his flippant tone sent chills down Yi Xingqian's spine. "How did you know?" "Ah, this is your second question. We agreed that one question should be followed by one request. First, I need the information you have about the first snow. Second, I want you to grant me one request unconditionally. Come on, teacher, choose one of the two, and I'll tell you once you choose." Yi Xingqian wasn't afraid of Song Mian's murderous intent. He remained smiling, except that Song Mian had many more supernatural abilities around him. "Hi, you're such a shrewd person." "Same here. You have to be shrewd when dealing with teachers." Song Mian gave a forced smile. He brought up his personal computer and sent a document about the first snow. After receiving it, Yi Xingchen examined it carefully, then looked up and said, "This is actually my fourth superpower, and it's called omniscience. I can obtain a person's true superpower information through contact with them. Last time, the Imperial Military Academy placed 3 test subjects in a competition venue. Their superpowers were absolute penetration, space tier, and mechanical decomposition, respectively. Do you think I'll believe you? Then, teacher, do you have any other options? Besides trusting me, do you have any other options?" Yi Xingchen and Song Mian exchanged a few glances. "Actually, I don't necessarily want to force you. You're not that important to me. All I want to know is news about my wife, Chu Shui." Yi Xingchen lowered her eyes, a photograph unknowingly slipping between her fingers. He threw the photo at Song Mian. "Teacher, I'd like you to help me take a look at this pattern. Do you recognize it?" Chapter 1, 20 Runes. This image is very dark. It was information that Yi Xingchen had 37 retrieved from his memories when he arrived, an image about the terrifying markings on Chu Shui's body. However, under Yi Xingchen's instructions, the image was not only made dark, but also almost blurry to the point of being distorted. Nevertheless, Song Mian's expression subtly changed upon seeing the photo. He knew it after all. Yi Xingchen kept staring at Song Mian's expression. Song Mian was a seemingly unserious person, but in reality, his emotions were hard to fathom. If it weren't for Yi Xingchen's terrifying observation skills, no one would have noticed Song Mian's emotions at all. "Have no idea." Song Mian glanced at it and gave Yi Xingchen a negative answer. If Yi Xingchen hadn't been so observant, he might have actually believed Song Mian's nonsense. "What do you mean by showing me this photo? What is its significance?" "This is the second time you've asked me a question. If you want me to answer, you have to agree to my second condition." Yi Xingchen leaned back in his sofa chair, facing Song Mian with an air of absolute control. Faced with Yi Xingchen's sudden oppressive aura, Song Mian lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. To be honest, Song Mian didn't believe a single word Yi Xingchen had said. He had indeed been suspicious of Yi Xingchen for a long time. As someone who had absolute dominance in the officialdom and on the battlefield, Song Mian's sensitivity to things was comparable to the most sophisticated instrument in the Empire. But the runes on the photo Yi Xingchen took out. Song Mian's heart sank. "I always need to know what your requirements are. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything too outrageous." Yi Xingchen seemed to have expected Song Mian to give in. "I just need your pass to the military region." "What do you need this for?" "The teacher doesn't need to know that." Yi Xingchen returned to his original, smiling demeanor from his control posture. Students also have secrets. They can't tell the teacher everything. The teacher just says yes or no. He clearly wasn't going to tell Song Mian his purpose. Song Mian's gaze swept across Yi Xingchen's face, but Yi Xingchen remained in the same posture. Asking someone with absolute access to the military region for a pass makes it hard not to suspect what that person is up to, yet he couldn't detect any other emotions from Yi Xingchen. "One last question. What is your purpose in doing all this?" "Don't tell me it's because of the first snow." "It's her." To Song Mian's surprise, Yi Xingchen answered almost without hesitation. "To be honest, after I was carried out of the lab, I originally planned to take revenge on those old guys. But when Chu Shui appeared, I felt that the world wasn't so dark after all. We experimental subjects have lived a life worse than pigs and dogs since we were young. This time, those old guys mess with the people I care about, so of course I'll make them pay." "Are you a henpecked husband?" "Right." Yi Xingchen stood up. The transaction was over, and he didn't intend to stay any longer. "Your question and the meaning of showing you this photo can only be understood by the person who sees it." After saying that, Yi Xingchen straightened his clothes. "That's all for today. I hope that after I leave, the teacher won't do anything to harm me. If the teacher does that..." Yi Xingchen paused for a second. "You'll have to bear the consequences." After saying one last thing to Song Mian, Yi Xingchen opened the door and walked out. The terrifying pressure that had been lingering in the room completely dissipated the moment he stepped out. Song Mian's ever-smiling face suddenly darkened. He quickly picked up the photo that Yi Xingchen hadn't taken, examined it carefully for a long time, and finally put it into his military uniform, his expression frighteningly somber. Next, Song Mian turned on his personal computer, used its communication function, switched to the military channel, and entered a coded message. After clicking send, a person who was looking through documents received Song Mian's message. The man stared in disbelief at the string of codes, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he flipped through the documents. No way, you just showed the runes to that person like that? Hey, you're really too careless. Just as Yi Xingqian came out of Song Mian's residence, Green transformed into a straw man and sat on his shoulder, chattering incessantly. Do you know how powerful that curse is? What if someone with malicious intent uses it to put Shui in danger? She's still your wife. You don't care about her at all. You really are. Shut up. Yi Xingqian couldn't stand Green's incessant chatter, so he glared at him, and Green immediately fell silent. Knowing that Yi Xingqian probably had his own considerations, Lu didn't lose her temper and changed the subject. So where are we going now? Green watched as Yi Xingqian used his blindfold to walk directly out of the headquarters and asked him a question. This is exactly the question that 37 wanted to ask. As a system, it naturally hoped that its host could stay by Chu Xue's side to complete the mission. However, the current situation is special, and it is estimated that it will be very difficult to complete the mission. Since its host does not show his emotions, it cannot pry into Yi Xingqian's thoughts. It can only wait for Green to ask this question. Black market. Yi Xingqian's words were concise and shocking. Green and 37 were puzzled by this word. Why would someone go to the black market for no reason? Chapter 121 Arabia. Arabia, underground city. This is a planet located on the edge of the Federation, in the gray area between all civilized planets, and a hub for space pirates, dark forces, and criminal groups. Here, there is nothing that money cannot buy, and no one that power cannot solve. At the entrance to the underground city, a large group of unofficial guards were armed. Some entered in high-profile fashion, adorned with gold and silver, while others had their limbs severed and were thrown out. Yi Xingqian's destination was the decadent and bloody underground city of Arabia. He stood at the city gate, recalling the information about Chu Shui that Song Mian had given him. Aside from the most basic name and gender, the only thing that can be confirmed is that the place where the first snow grew was Arabia, a planet outside the former Federation star system with a high crime rate. The above information records the following. First snow, most likely a pseudonym. After hacking into the Federation satellite system, I concluded that this person is extremely mysterious. No criminal has ever been able to escape the tracking of the Federation's highest-level satellites. Even people who have never appeared inside the Federation system can have their basic movement trajectory from childhood to the present monitored through facial comparison and access to the satellite system. However, this person named Chu Xue seemed to have disappeared from the Federal system's satellite monitoring. After months of information comparison and federal data retrieval, I finally found 2 photos of this person when she was a child and when she grew up from countless surveillance videos. Yi Xingqian recalled that photo. Judging from the bone structure and height, it was a photo of Chu Shui when she was 7 years old. She was small, with messy hair and dirty clothes. The girl wore heavy shackles on her neck and hands, and at one end of the shackles was a smiling human trafficker. The second photo is a very blurry picture of a burning fire. The location in this photo is not Arabia, but rather the crime-ridden planet Sidurlo, which is even more chaotic and dark than Arabia. In the photo above, Chu Shui only showed half of her face, her long hair flowing. The girl's eyes were colder than Yi Xingqian had ever seen before. She was covered in wounds, and she walked away resolutely, facing the exploded base of the Sidala crime group behind her. Below the photo is a continuation of the information by the data editor. The 2 photos, while not allowing for a 100% accurate deduction of this person's life trajectory, do reveal that she was likely sold into the Arabia underground city as a child, and that the base where the explosion occurred on the planet Sidlu was the headquarters of the Assassin Guild, a criminal organization that was extremely troublesome for the authorities. Therefore, I suspect that this person named Chu Xue was most likely first sold to Arabia, and then got to know the group's high-ranking members through the complex criminal organization there, and subsequently became an elite member of the Assassin Guild. Later, for reasons unknown, she defected from the Assassin's Guild and destroyed all traces of herself. Therefore, if you want to investigate her, you might need to make a trip to Arabia City. But none of that matters. What matters most is that I suspect this person named Chu Xue may have a significant connection with several powerful figures in the Federation. That concludes the information. Yi Xingqian took a deep breath. His gaze moved upwards, and he saw a child who looked almost exactly like the one in the first photo of Chu Shui, chained up with the same chains, being pulled inside. Most of these children were abducted by human traffickers or sold by their gambling parents. In the underground city of Arabia, these slaves, who have no human rights, have only two options. First, they become playthings for perverts. Secondly, they become human punching bags in the arena, worshipped and despised by those crazy gamblers. Either of these would be a devastating blow to them. The first snow, without a doubt, is the second type. Yi Xingqian closed his eyes. He couldn't imagine what a 7-year-old girl would encounter in that situation, nor could he imagine what she had gone through to become the way she is now. Hey kid, don't be sad, let's go inside. Here, the green that had turned into an earring urged Yi Xingqian on. At first, Green didn't understand why Yi Xingqian came to the black market, but after the black market became Arabia City, Green understood some of it. If you want to avenge her, you need to strengthen your own power first. Besides, hasn't she already been through all of this and come to your side? As a non-human being who governs all things, Green has seen countless things and is therefore particularly adept at comforting people. It could sense Yi Xingqian's current mood. Moreover, although this kid doesn't particularly like it, Green admires his fondness for the first snow. Don't worry, young man. Do whatever you want. I'll help you. With me here, even if you cause a huge disaster inside the Federation, nothing will happen to you. Green patted Yi Xingqian's shoulder with its own energy. Yi Xingqian glanced at Lu sideways. It makes it seem like I need your protection, he retorted, then turned his gaze back to the slave traders at the door and walked over there. Chapter 122, Tracing Back. I'll say it again, let go of my sister. Mu Bai spoke in a hoarse voice, one hand gripping the chain around his neck, the other protecting a young but rather attractive child behind him. A strong sense of disgust and killing intent erupted from Mu Bai's eyes. He pulled hard on the power-suppressing ring around Mu Bai's neck, but even though it chafed his skin, he still couldn't break free of the cage. They were being sold by a notorious human trafficker in the area named Gar, who was negotiating prices with the underground city's population administrator. The content is about sending his sister to a pervert who offers the highest price. Shut up, you vile bastard. The pleasant conversation was interrupted. Gar was very impatient. He pressed a remote control, and an extremely strong electric current was released from the collar. Mu Bai was knocked to the ground by the electric current, and blood flowed from his wounded skin. Elder brother. Mu Yin noticed her brother's situation, but her chain was tied to Gar's hand, preventing her from taking another step forward. At that moment, Gar's deal with the administrator was completed. The girl has been bought by her owner for 30 million. The owner said he really likes the girl's eyes and wants to put them in a glass bottle. The manager took out a card and handed it to Gar with a smile. This was the first time Gar had sold something for such a high price in all his years in this business. His wrinkled face was all knitted together with a smile, and he was about to take the card when a figure suddenly sprang up from the ground. He bit down on Gar's hand like a starving wolf, tearing off a chunk of flesh. The remote control in his hand also fell to the ground and was kicked away by Mu Bai. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, splattering on Gar's face. Gal was in excruciating pain. When he came to his senses, he kicked Mu Bai in the stomach, sending Mu Bai's frail body flying. You bastard! How dare you bite me? Enraged, Gar pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang bang! A bullet grazed Mu Bai's face, but despite being seriously injured, he showed no fear. Blood gushed from his feet on the ground, but he ignored the pain and attacked Gar once more. It's really ugly. The manager, watching the farce unfold, casually raised his hand, and the automatically tracking laser gun was aimed at Mu Bai's forehead. It is an unforgivable thing for the blood of the lowly to soil the passageway of guests. His gaze was cold, and, as his hand fell, the bullet that symbolized death was fired with precision. Elder brother. Mu Yun's eyes were bloodshot. However, the bullet changed direction the next second and spun back. The manager only had time to turn his head slightly, but unfortunately the bullet still pierced his shoulder. This almost unscientific event stunned everyone for a second, and then the guards of the underground city all pointed their guns at Yi Xingqian. Who are you? The manager, ignoring his pain, looked warily at the suddenly appearing boy. As a beast-type ability user with a 7th level ability, he actually felt a pressure from this boy that he had never felt before. Who I am is not important. What is important is that I think we should restart a deal involving these two people, and I would like to speak with your master. Yi Xingqian pointed to Mu Bai and Mu Yun. He wore a mask, revealing only his eyes. Even just his eyes were enough to intimidate people with his imposing presence. The manager was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xingqian continued to speak, but this time he wasn't addressing him directly, but rather the miniature flying machine behind him. Mr. Chester, I have a way to cure your illness. You just need to give me some information about Code 9. I believe this is a good deal for you, but unfortunately, I've never been a patient person. Please tell your watchdog to get out of here and not spoil my fun, or I don't know what might happen. Chapter 123, Tracing Back. Yi Xingqian's voice and face were transmitted to the highest level of the venue through the ultra-miniature flying machinery behind the servant. A man with a hooked nose stared at Yi Xingqian in the picture with a gloomy look. Master, should I go down and deal with him? Beside him, a masked man stepped forward and made a suggestion to Chester. He did not directly confront Yi Xingqian, but only felt that the manager was useless, unable to even defeat an outsider. Need not. Chester rejected his subordinate's suggestion, saying, "Have number 7 bring the man to me." His gaze was fixed on Yi Xingqian, and his deep, sticky voice inexplicably reminded one of venomous snakes slithering through the jungle. Number 7 is the code name for the manager below. The subordinate, upon receiving the order, relayed Chester's message to the manager. The administrator's headset flickered. He was surprised that his master would meet this person. Although they were very dissatisfied, the managers dared not disobey Chester's orders. "Our master wants to see you." The manager conveyed Chester's message, and Yi Xingqian didn't even blink. He wasn't surprised at all. "Then, what about the rest of my money, sir?" Gar couldn't sit still any longer when he saw the manager was about to leave. The card the manager had just given him didn't have all the money on it. In their line of work, it's all about inspection and final payment. Managers are often nowhere to be seen for 10 days to half a month, because they're afraid they won't get paid in the end. You won't be shortchanged by a single penny. The manager was already in a bad mood because he was injured by Yi Xingqian. However, since the girl was chosen by the owner, they could only call 2 people to pay the remaining balance for Gao. Mubai never expected that he would ultimately have to face the separation of his siblings. His resistance was like that of an ant in front of these people. What could he do? He knew very well what kind of situation Mu Yun would face if he fell into the hands of these people. But what can we do now? Mubai turned his gaze to Yi Xingqian, and when he looked over, he found that Yi Xingqian was also looking them over. However, Yi Xingqian's gaze was very cold, and Mubai was unsure whether Yi Xingqian would help him, but he had no choice but to try anything at this point. He dragged his injured body and walked step by step to Yi Xingqian. "Can you please save me and my sister? I'll do anything you ask if you agree." Blood seeped from Mubai's mouth. Yi Xingqian looked at him. The person opposite him was very thin and much shorter than his peers. He was disheveled, but there was a fierce look in his eyes. This scene naturally caught Chester's eye. I haven't seen eyes like that in many years. That's the exact same look in his eyes as the guy in Codename 9. Codename 9, which is the original name of the first Snow here. When she was first brought here, she was Chester's favorite child. Chester has a very perverted hobby. He enjoys collecting many beautiful children abandoned by their parents from various galaxies. These children are most likely 3 years old. Once the number of children purchased reaches a certain level, Chester will place them in a detached orphanage for care. The children he was raised would regard him as a god. They will never know that this seemingly kind and amiable person is actually just keeping them as pets, and that hell will arrive as scheduled when they are around 8 years old. Chester remembers it as a cold, snowy day. He saw the first snow for the first time. At that time, she, like Mubai, wore a lowly slave outfit, with a collar around her neck and shackles on her hands and feet. Many children were brought with her, but she was nothing like those crying, terrified children. She was very calm, standing calmly among children her age, making her seem like an oddity. Chester was captivated by the first snow almost the moment he saw her. She possessed an innate attractive quality, a quality that Chester both loved and was most eager to destroy. People can react in countless ways when faced with the collapse of their faith. What Chester loved most was seeing these kids worship him and then enjoying the thrill of destroying them in the final moments. How wonderful this is. So he came to the first snow almost without waiting. Just like before when he pretended to be a good person, he put on his most loving expression and spoke gently to Chu Xue. "My child, from now on you will never have to suffer again. I will raise you and you will have the best future, just like a normal person." He put on airs, like the world's greatest philanthropist. Little Chu Xue just watched him calmly. She suddenly smiled. But this wasn't the kind of innocent smile that Chester was looking for, the kind that belonged only to children. A faint hint of irony and indifference flickered in her eyes. Her eyes seemed to see through everything as she looked at this demon in human skin. Without a doubt, if it weren't for the shackles on his hands, Chu Shue would have strangled him, because she knew that the person in front of her was not God, but a real demon from hell.